In the year 2030, humanity achieved unprecedented technological advancements. By May 2031, Country M successfully landed on Mars, marking a significant leap in humanity's quest for interstellar exploration. In 2035, the Red Ant Regenerative Serum, developed by Iron Shield Corporation, utilized primates as experimental subjects, successfully rejuvenating dying cells and enhancing their strength. This groundbreaking technology remained shrouded in secrecy, with external media expending considerable resources to uncover only superficial details. Iron Shield Corporation, however, proclaimed that within 3 years, the Red Ant Regenerative Serum would be available on the market for medical use. By March 2037, the Red Ant Serum was released, and many perceived it as a miraculous boon, rejuvenating their ailing bodies and rendering them stronger than even the healthiest individuals. Yet, the serum was exorbitantly priced at $1 million per dose, rendering it unattainable for the average person. Just as society reveled in astonishment and joy, calamity struck. In State B of Country M, a user of the Red Ant Serum began exhibiting alarming symptoms, first losing consciousness, then experiencing fever and skin ulceration, culminating in 2 hours of muscle spasms. Upon awakening, he was devoid of reason, exhibiting a savage bloodlust, attacking anything alive with ferocity. The police, arriving in haste, resorted to firing 7 or 8 shots before finally subduing him. If you believe this was the end, you are gravely mistaken. In September of the same year, the first month of the viral outbreak, the Global Security Alliance and Center for Disease Control issued urgent warnings, stating that anyone bitten or scratched by an infected individual would transform into a host within 2 hours. By the 6th month of the crisis, humanity's governments collapsed, and of the 10 billion people worldwide, 80% had devolved into mindless, cannibalistic fiends, tirelessly hunting for living beings to satisfy their insatiable hunger. The remaining scientists at Iron Shield were unable to develop an antidote against the infections caused by the Red Ant Serum. Chief Scientist John took his own life in despair within the confines of the laboratory. The experiment was deemed a failure, leading to the downfall of Iron Shield Corporation. A mere 3 months into the crisis, the global power grid collapsed, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. Zhang Zhao exhaled heavily, blinking his bleary eyes open as he stretched his aching muscles. A significant client had visited the previous evening, and as a sales representative, he had partied with his colleague and close friend Guorong, losing count of how much alcohol they consumed. Upon arriving at the hotel, he had neglected to freshen up or change clothes, collapsing directly onto the bed. They had successfully closed the deal, pleasing the client, but Guorong, unable to handle the alcohol, ended up in the hospital. Last night, after ensuring the client was settled, Zhang Zhao had taken Guorong to the hospital for an 4, only to realize it was nearly 3 in the morning. It was often said that salespeople were akin to companions for hire, and there was some truth to it: smoking, staying up late, socializing, drinking. At not even 30, he had already worn his body down to that of a 40-year-old. He took a shower and tidied himself up, intending to call Guorong, when suddenly his phone rang. It was Guorong calling, surprising Zhang Zhao, as his friend had nearly drunk himself into oblivion the night before yet was up so early today. "Hello, Guizzi, up so early?" Zhang Zhao answered, stifling a yawn. It was only 11 in the morning, and given Guorong's state from last night, he should have been sleeping until the afternoon. After hanging up, Zhang Zhao stepped outside the chain hotel. Was a mere 5-minute walk from the hospital. The sun shone gently, and he draped his coat over his arm while holding a cigarette, shaking his head at the congested street. The roads near the hospital were perpetually jammed, with vehicles seemingly converging at that very point. Once the paperwork was completed, Zhang Zhao and the sluggish Guorong exited. "From now on, I swear I won't drink that much again. I almost drank myself to death," Guorong complained. This guy had always struggled with alcohol, and who could have anticipated that the client would be so keen on toasting with him? Out of face saving, he felt compelled to indulge. Zhang Zhao chuckled, That's why I tell you to learn from Yu Hin. There's alcohol. It doesn't mean you have to drink. Have you ever seen me get completely drunk? Indeed. Throughout his 4 years in sales, Zhang Zhao had never once found himself in a state of utter inebriation. This could be attributed to his father's teachings from a young age. Never drink to excess when out and about, both for health reasons and to avoid unforeseen circumstances or ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, Guo Rong's condition was not severe. There was no risk of a perforated ulcer. Otherwise, it would have been Zhang Zhao's misfortune to bear. As the two made their way to the stairwell, they heard a scream echoing from the end of the corridor, accompanied by strange growls. "What the hell, a fight?" Guo Rong exclaimed. At this time, the hospital was bustling with patients and their families, and upon hearing Guo Rong shout about a fight, many instinctively turned to look, drawn by the allure of chaos. Someone fell, and another screamed. By the time Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong grasped the situation, it was too late to flee. What the hell is happening? Even a normally composed Zhang Zhao couldn't help but curse. They witnessed a scattering of individuals, blood-soaked and terrified, fleeing from the dark corridor, their faces streaked with tears and mucus. A plump woman staggered, a massive wound on her chest gushing blood, her bra half-hanging as she collapsed to the floor, unable to rise. Beside her, a balding man with a bandaged left arm slung around his neck, presumably her husband, attempted to assist her, only to be suddenly tackled to the ground by a blood-drenched patient. This deranged individual pounced upon the balding man, clawing and biting. Within mere seconds, he had torn away a large chunk of flesh from the man's neck, chewing it voraciously. The balding man let out a horrific scream, only to be overwhelmed by a horde of other bloodied figures that soon swarmed him. This is a bioweapon crisis. Even the most oblivious youth would recognize the horror of this scene. There was no time for disbelief or speculation about it being a film. Could special effects splatter real blood on your face? As Guo Rong shouted, the two bolted down the stairs, but they were too close to the scene. A zombie lunged at them, and Zhang Zhao was knocked down, landing hard on the ground. Before he could react, he heard Guo Rong's cries. The zombie had pounced on Guo Rong, sinking its teeth into his neck. Fortunately, Guo Rong stood nearly 6 feet tall, and despite being startled, he managed to regain composure. He used his arm to choke the zombie, preventing it from coming closer. At that moment, Zhang Zhao acted on impulse, seizing a round trash can from the stairwell corner and striking the zombie's head twice before kicking it aside. Guo Rong seized the opportunity to get up, and as they heard the commotion from above, they glanced back to see the zombie distracted by its gruesome task, peering down at them. They leaped down the remaining steps, sprinting toward the exit. Guo Rong was smeared with blood from the zombie, and those in the lobby, witnessing their terrified expressions, looked on in confusion. Others, having heard the commotion upstairs, approached to investigate. The two paid. No mind survival was their priority. "Run! There's a zombie!" Zhang Zhao shouted, his heart racing, leaving no room for idle chatter. Some people hesitated, unsure whether to approach the stairwell, while others, frightened by the sight of the two, instinctively moved toward the exit. The lobby security guards, perhaps alerted by the screams, rushed in from outside. Upon seeing the two, they assumed they were involved in a brawl, and one guard, arms outstretched, attempted to block their path. "Get out of my way!" Guo Rong swung a fist as large as a sandbag, knocking one particularly loathsome guard to the ground. The remaining guards, now aware of the escalating chaos, also heard the increasing screams from the stairwell. More people looked on in bewilderment as a figure tumbled down the stairs, intestines spilling out, reaching out for help. Yet, the next scene was one that sent shockwaves through the crowd. A zombie, dragging its mangled body, slowly stood up. Moments later, several more zombies shambled down from above, standing eerily still, their vacant gazes fixed on the crowd. "Good grief," one of the guards muttered in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong slipped past them and burst through the door. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the crowd's collective minds momentarily short-circuited. A single zombie bared its bloodied teeth, emitting a low growl as if to rally its brethren. Brothers, charge! A horde of zombies surged toward the masses. At that moment, escape was the only thought on everyone's mind. The lobby was flooded with hundreds of panicked individuals rushing for the exit. A single door could hardly accommodate such a throng. Those at the front managed to escape, but those behind were seized one by the relentless zombies. Some were trampled underfoot, unable to rise, as the ravenous creatures descended upon them, tearing into their flesh. The entire hospital descended into a hellish nightmare, the wave of undead spreading within a mere half hour. The zombie virus evolved. Those bitten or scratched would either die immediately or, within a short span 3 to 5 minutes, or perhaps 1 to 2 hours, would inevitably succumb to transformation into mindless husks.
Chapter 2, Survivors. Alas, it was utterly terrifying. Words failed to encapsulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within Guorong, who unleashed a torrent of profanities as if seeking to articulate the inexplicable. The two men lit a cigarette, their hands trembling involuntarily. Zhang Zhao, displaying a semblance of composure, was primarily preoccupied with the well-being of his family. The outbreak of the zombie virus raised unsettling questions. Was it confined solely to their city? Or had it spread elsewhere as well? Quickly, I need to call home and urge your parents to come to my place, Zhang Zhao said, dialing the number while addressing Guorong. They hailed from the same hometown, their parents acquainted, and the families often exchanged visits. Guorong's residence was less than an hour's drive away, and fortunate for him, he was single, with only his parents at home. His father owned a motorcycle, which would enable him to reach Zhang Zhao's house and reunite with his parents. "Hello, Mom? Where's Dad?" he inquired. "What? He's in the fields? Hurry and find him. Something extremely serious is happening here in the city, and I have no idea how things are on your end. It might be the same nationwide." Zhang Zhao struggled to convey the gravity of the situation, his heart racing. He had never faced such horror before. After considerable effort, he managed to clarify the dire circumstances, convincing his mother of the urgency. He instructed her to locate his father, advising her to gather ample food, water, and cash, as well as any knives or self-defense items available at home. Furthermore, he urged that once Guorong's parents arrived, they should not linger but head northwest, where his uncle owned a ranch. Although the zombie virus spreads rapidly, the sparse population in the northwest should render it safer than any other location. Only after attending to the most pressing matters can he settle his mind and contemplate the entirety of the situation. Through years of professional experience, his mind has become quite agile, allowing him to conjure multiple possibilities with but a single thought. Despite Guorong being a year his senior, it is precisely their long-standing acquaintance that often positions him as the dominant force in various matters. "Rest assured, my father served in the Security Alliance during his youth, and your father's strength is renowned in our village. They will arrive safely." Zhang Zhao was comforting Guorong while simultaneously reassuring himself. Unexpectedly, a film from over 2 decades ago has morphed into stark reality. As twilight descended, the vibrant scenes of nightlife outside had vanished, replaced by encroaching darkness punctuated by eerie flickers of flame. Peeking through a corner of the curtain, he beheld the chaotic street outside the apartment, disordered vehicles emitting plumes of smoke, while several zombies feasted upon the still living, tearing and gnawing at their flesh. Zhang Zhao could even see a person, their innards grotesquely exposed, straining to lift a hand in a final plea for help, desperately fighting against the inevitable. Ultimately, that person's gaze dimmed as they fell silent. Within the confines of the room, they are on the ground floor of this apartment building. There are 3 households. Since returning home, not a single sound has pierced the silence from outside. The elevator arrives, with 1 family to the right and 2 to the left. Zhang Zhao and his companions reside in the left unit, near the elevator. Opposite their door live 2 recent female graduates, while the right unit is occupied by a couple in their 30s. Although neighbors typically maintain a distance, there exists a modicum of familiarity among them. In this moment of crisis, when one struggles to secure their own safety, there is little energy left to consider others. The two dared not cook, opting instead for a simple porridge prepared in a rice cooker, accompanied by some pickled vegetables. For the better part of the afternoon, Zhang Zhao spoke little, remaining seated in a chair by the window, occasionally glancing outside to gauge the situation. It was not until after 8 in the evening that he quietly stirred, feeling the stiffness enveloping his body. Guorong, having dozed off on the sofa, refrained from sinking into a deep sleep due to his tendency to snore. Noticing Zhang Zhao rise, he whispered, "What preparations should we make? Our supplies of food and water are dwindling. Fortunately, we replenished them a few days ago. And we still have 2 boxes of instant noodles untouched. In this dire time, aside from evading the zombies, the utmost priority is sustenance. One may find refuge in a space fortified against the undead, yet enduring hunger is unbearable. Once food sources diminish and nutrition is lost, the opportunity for escape vanishes. It seems venturing out is no longer feasible. This city, with a population exceeding 5 million, though somewhat dispersed, has seen the zombie virus spread alarmingly fast. In just a brief period during the day, the number of infections has surged. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether, akin to the depictions in bygone films, only those who have been bitten or scratched will transform into zombies." Zhang Zhao was gripped by anxiety. Since the outbreak of the incident, there has been a conspicuous absence of widespread military resistance or rescue efforts. Just a few hours prior, small contingents of troops were battling the undead in the streets, however. Now, outside the window, darkness prevailed, punctuated only by the ominous growls. Occasionally, a scream would pierce the silence, only to be abruptly silenced. It was impossible to ascertain how many among them would survive. Fortunately, their apartment was located in a developing area on the outskirts of the city, where many buildings remained under construction or were vacant. The absence of crowds implied a diminished presence of zombies. Had they been in the city center, escape would have been a futile endeavor, as hiding would be their only recourse. "Look, the internet is still operational," Guorong exclaimed, holding his phone closer. He had just conducted an online search for pertinent information. The two of them stared intently at the small 5-inch screen, their expressions shifting dramatically as they discovered that, apart from zombie-related content, no other information was available on major websites. Authoritative agencies had issued the highest level of alerts, indicating that a biochemical virus, caused by the mutation of the red ant rejuvenation serum, rapidly enhances human cells, altering genes in a short span and transforming individuals into a horde of bloodthirsty fiends. Specific details were scarce. The initial incident occurred in Country M, and within a mere 12 hours, a global viral crisis erupted, infecting or claiming the lives of 1/5 of the population. This marked the fastest and most devastating disaster in human history. Additionally, various survival advisories had been disseminated, urging people to secure their doors and windows, await rescue, and stockpile food. A perusal of other websites revealed no further updates. Despite several attempts to contact the authorities via emergency services, Guorong was met with unanswered calls, which eventually ceased to connect altogether. In the current global pandemonium, self-reliance is paramount. Since its introduction to the market a few months prior, the affluent have clamored for the drug, with its purported effects sensationalized in the media. For instance, it was reported that an individual paralyzed for many years was miraculously able to stand for several seconds, with assistance, a month after receiving the red ant serum. Similarly, an elderly person nearing 80 years of age experienced a rejuvenation of their bodily functions and metabolism within a fortnight of the injection. Such miraculous occurrences have fueled the desire for this life-altering elixir, inadvertently setting the stage for the present crisis. Even if only 1 million people worldwide have been inoculated with the red ant serum, the existence of 1 million viral sources presents a daunting prospect. As the situation deteriorates, numerous attempts to resist and eradicate the virus have resulted in fatalities. Currently, the most prudent course of action is to stockpile provisions, remain indoors, and await a favorable turn of events. Lost in contemplation, Zhang Zhao verbalized his thoughts. Indeed, fortifying our defenses and securing ample sustenance is the optimal strategy. Guo Rong, initially taken aback, realized that these were the words of Emperor Zhuangzhang from a historical drama they had previously watched. In terms of fortifying defenses, their apartment was situated on the third floor of a building with shops below and over 10 stories above, accessible via 2 elevators and a single stairwell. The primary objective is to seal off the elevator exit to prevent zombies from ascending through it. Additionally, both staircases must be blocked to restrict access from above and below. By obstructing all potential entry points, we can ensure that no zombies from either floor can infiltrate this level. The staircase entrance presents a relatively simple solution, as it is equipped with a fire door that can be secured with a lock. However, the most challenging aspect lies in sealing the elevator exit, which runs almost parallel to the wall, and the absence of any heavy-duty tools complicates matters. Executing this task quietly proves to be exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, the 2 individuals managed to lock the fire door, then remove the slats from a bed and a sofa to temporarily block the elevator entrance. Completing this crucial step takes them over 10 minutes, and fortunately, they avoid encountering the scenario they dread the most. In terms of supplies, their stock of rice, instant noodles, biscuits, and snacks can barely sustain 2 people for half a month. The greater concern, however, lies with their water source. At this point, they disregard the distinction between potable and non-potable water, as tap water remains the most vital resource for survival. Seizing the opportunity while the tap water remains uncontaminated, they fill every container in the house capable of holding water. After completing these tasks, it is nearly 11 o'clock, and the 2 lean against the wall to share a cigarette. Their home lacks any conventional weapons. Notions of firearms or compound bows are merely fanciful. Nonetheless, they manage to scavenge a few makeshift weapons. Zhang Zhao finds a 30-kilogram resistance band and 2 small knives from the kitchen. Guo Rong discovered a steel pipe approximately 1 meter in length. He fashioned a makeshift grip for a small fruit knife using tattered cloth, inserting it into the pipe, and then securely wrapping it with waterproof tape. Unsatisfied with the security of his creation, he further bound it with several small cords. Thus, the duo had constructed their means of self-defense. In the event of an encounter with a zombie, should escape prove impossible, striking at the head would be their best course of action. Guo Rong practiced a few motions with his homemade short weapon. Drawing from their cinematic experiences and some practical knowledge, they understood that destroying the zombie's brain would ensure a swift, lethal blow. Zhang Zhao was acutely aware of this. The zombie that had come disturbingly close to Guo Rong during the day had sustained a brutal strike to the face yet continued to pursue them as if unscathed. After securing the door, they dared not retreat to the bedroom for sleep. Instead, they gathered all the blankets into the living room, overturned the dining table to create a makeshift barrier, and settled in, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 3, Survivors having only dozed for a brief half-hour. Guo Rong suddenly awoke, instinctively gripping the steel pipe beside him. The room was enveloped in darkness, with only a faint, dim moonlight filtering through the window. The outside was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, suggesting that perhaps the zombies were at rest. He cautiously prodded Zhang Zhao's foot with the pipe against the wall, prompting Zhang Zhao, who was not in deep slumber, to sit up immediately. Guo Rong crept closer and whispered, "Do you hear that? It sounds as if someone is knocking at the door. Could it be a zombie?" Despite having endured such harrowing experiences during the day, the mere mention of zombies still sent a shiver through his heart. Although Guo Rong's occasional thoughts were rather sordid, he would blush at the sight of a girl, let alone a woman of such maturity. The sudden opening of the door startled Miss Li, who, upon glimpsing the person through the crack, refrained from any impulsive actions. In the stillness of that deep night, a woman's scream would not summon security but rather invite the undead. I heard some noise from your side a few hours ago, so Miss Li stammered. Zhang Zhao, feeling somewhat irritable, was unaccustomed to this neighbor's usual haughty demeanor, which contrasted sharply with her current appearance of someone burdened with millions in debt. She appeared to be in her early 30s, standing over 1.60 meters tall. While not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a certain charm, exuding a mature allure. At that moment, she wore a relatively thin long dress, her hair disheveled, and her complexion slightly haggard. The sight of a woman like her knocking at one's door in the dead of night seemed reminiscent of certain films. Moreover, her male companion, typically presenting as a fierce and menacing figure who found fault with everyone, spent his days gambling and loitering, relying entirely on her for support. This situation left Guorong, who had never experienced love, feeling quite resentful, often lamenting how good food was squandered on pigs. Noticing that Zhang Zhao remained silent and fearing that Guorong might utter something inappropriate, this indecisive woman instinctively glanced back towards her home. This action inexplicably enraged Zhang Zhao, prompting him to push the door open and look into her house. That glance, rather than calming him, ignited his fury. Originally, the man of the household stood at his doorstep, cigarette in hand, waiting for his wife to return with some food. Their eyes met, and although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, there was little he could do to avoid the encounter. The man, a seasoned figure of the streets, approached with a smile, offering Zhang Zhao a cigarette in an attempt to explain, "Heh, I'm Wang Dong. I sincerely apologize, we have no food reserves at home, and this situation arose unexpectedly." He glanced inside the house and noticed Guorong standing with a steel pipe, his demeanor evidently uneasy. "Rest assured, I called my cousin a few hours ago. He is a police officer and assured me he would come to our aid. I promise to repay you double, no, tenfold." "Repay? In this chaos outside? There may not be a tomorrow. How do you intend to repay us? Even if your cousin is a police officer, can we truly depend on him for rescue?" Zhang Zhao thought to himself, yet refrained from voicing these concerns. In such dire circumstances, having one less adversary meant a reduction in danger. "You need not worry about repayment. We don't have much food either, just a few packs of instant noodles, and we are uncertain about tomorrow's meals." He instructed Guorong to fetch 2 packs of noodles for them and continued, "You should prepare for the worst. It remains uncertain how many live souls are left in the city. You should be aware of the happenings outside." Though they had some food reserves, those 2 packs of noodles were all they could offer. Zhang Zhao, having navigated the complexities of the workplace for several years, could easily discern Wang Dong's dubious character. Had it not been for the imposing figure of Guorong, Wang Dong might have even entertained the thought of forcibly taking what he desired. Zhang Zhao had no desire to engage in further conversation and was about to close the door to retire for the night. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks startled all 4 individuals present. The relentless knocking caused the fire door to tremble violently. Mrs. Li screamed in terror, only to be swiftly silenced by Wang Dong, who harshly whispered, "Li Yan, do you want to get us killed?" His brutal nature surfaced immediately, sooner or later. "This woman will be the death of us." It was the first time Zhang Zhao learned that this aloof woman was named Li Yan, and he was taken aback by the evident discord between the couple. The knocking grew more urgent, and the tension in the room was palpable, with everyone's muscles tensing up. Guorong emerged from the room, gripping a steel pipe, ready for combat. Although zombies were ferocious, Guorong, who had been fond of brawls since childhood, was confident he could take down 1 or 2 if they charged at him. Earlier that day, Guorong had been in a drunken stupor and had been on an four drip all night, leaving him physically drained and thus more vulnerable to the zombies' attack. While it was true that running back into the house could offer some safety from the zombies, as no matter how fierce they were, the security doors of each household could withstand anything but the most violent impacts. However, the fire door and the elevator door were the most crucial lines of defense. Once breached, it would mean losing significant living space and escape routes. Li Yan was so frightened that her legs gave way, and the Wang Dong covered her mouth. Her eyes streamed with tears, resembling a mistreated animal. Zhang Zhao signaled for everyone to remain silent and instructed Guorong to stay prepared. "Who is it?" Zhang Zhao asked in a low voice, relying on his instincts. Quick, open the door, it's Song Qing, came the urgent reply. Outside the fire door, a girl's voice emerged, tinged with sobs. It was the girl from across the way, someone I recognized. I must open the door at once. Guo Rong immediately reacted, intent on unlocking it, only to be seized by Wang Dong, who exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? There are zombies out there!" Wang Dong glared, his expression conveying a silent threat that anyone who dared to open the door would face his wrath. This infuriated Guo Rong, who forcefully shrugged off Wang Dong's grip and retorted, "To hell with your zombies, that's Song Qing. Have you ever seen a zombie that can speak?" Wang Dong, stung by the insult, could no longer mask his usual arrogance. He grasped Guo Rong by the collar and demanded, "Are you trying to endanger us all? Even if it were a living person, opening the door could invite zombies inside. No matter who opens that door today, I will hold them accountable." Witnessing Wang Dong's fury, one could sense that he expected everyone to cower before him. Outside the fire door, Song Qing was on the verge of a breakdown. Her sobs escalated into a full-blown cry, accompanied by the sound of another girl weeping. Were they both together? The situation had become dire. These two girls, who rarely interacted, were utterly terrified and had reached a breaking point, trapped outside just as they were about to return home. Unable to restrain themselves, they burst into tears, their wails likely echoing throughout the entire the portal yielded, and Wang Dong, hauling the debilitated Li Yan, dashed into his abode, heedless of the discarded instant noodles, and secured the entrance. Scarcely had it shut when a grimy hand insinuated itself through the aperture, followed by Song Qing and her roommate, who all but tumbled inside. Immediately thereafter, a sanguinary hand emerged, and Zhang Zhao strained to keep the door closed, yet the hand had already gained purchase, jamming the barrier. A zombie, its cranium half devoured, sought to thrust its head inside. In the nick of time, Guo Rong impaled the zombie's skull with a steel pipe, rendering it inert. Zhang Zhao then delivered a kick to the zombie's neck, severing the head, which thudded onto the corridor floor. Beyond the fire door, a cacophony of disordered footsteps and guttural howls ensued, as the door panels reverberated from the assault. These two damsels had evidently attracted a multitude of the undead. Zhang Zhao secured the door and enlisted Guo Rong to barricade it with any movable object from within the apartment. The rescued girls, having briefly succumbed to weakness, lent their aid in moving furniture. After considerable exertion, they emptied the apartment of its tables and chairs, effectively blockading the entire passageway. The day's events had transpired with such abruptness that Zhang Zhao sought solace in a cigarette, leaning against a corner of the living room, and exhaled deeply. Chapter 4, Survival Takes Precedence. Zhang Zhao was seized by sharp pain. Looking down, he beheld a bloody, severed leg. He was bereft of the strength to rise, and the chest expander slipped from his grasp, landing several feet away. A throng of ghouls, claws extended, advanced upon him. He raised a hand in a futile attempt to halt their advance, but his efforts were in vain. He could only watch helplessly as the zombies tore at his flesh, devouring his entrails piece by piece. Then, he was engulfed in boundless darkness. Ah! Zhang Zhao awoke, realizing that all of this had merely been a dream. He rubbed his heavy head and glanced at the time. It was already past 10. To his surprise, he had succumbed to sleep once more. Noticing that the door was wide open, he felt a surge of alertness and grasped the arm strengthener beside him, rising to his feet. Where had Guo Rong and the two girls vanished? The room bore no signs of a struggle, indicating that they had not been assaulted by zombies, nor by other living beings. Stepping outside, he found the horde of zombies had dispersed, and silence reigned once again. The door of the girls' home across the way stood ajar, with voices emanating from within. Upon entering, Zhang Zhao spotted Guo Rong bashfully seated on the sofa, likely experiencing this pristine sanctuary for the first time. It was Zhang Zhao's inaugural glimpse into the girls' room, filled with an abundance of pure white. If the two were to reside in such an apartment, it would undoubtedly turn to shades of black within days. "Hello, I am Song Qing, and this is Hong Yu." Thank you for saving us last night, Song Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she pulled her companion forward and extended her hand towards Zhang Zhao. He surveyed the surroundings clean, orderly, charming, and brimming with youthful energy. The walls were adorned with radiant photographs of the two girls. They had donned fresh, stylish attire and had taken the time to groom themselves, appearing exceedingly lovely. A leftover cake and milk rested on the table, with an expression full of anticipation. Song Qing gazed at him, but unexpectedly, the man abruptly seized her hand, his voice laced with urgency as he demanded, "Were you bitten?" Zhang Zhao noticed her injury, bandaged tightly, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped Song Qing's hand firmly. Song Qing's face was etched with terror as she innocently protested, "No. It's not what you think, I was scratched by the door last night." Zhang Zhao raised his hand to inspect the injury and, after consulting with Guorong, lowered it again. In the underground parking garage, several zombies lay scattered, having been violently struck by a speeding vehicle. The car came to a reluctant halt, leaving Song Qing in a state of disarray. After a moment, the two of them felt an urgent need to ascend the building, but there was no time to waste. Drawn by the sounds of the crash and screeching brakes, the zombies began to converge slowly around them. Their extensive reading had its merits, fortunately. The pair had wisely locked the car doors, avoiding a reckless dash upstairs, which would have surely led to their demise. Though trembling with fear at the sight of the zombies surrounding the vehicle, they managed to suppress their screams, despite Han Yu's unfortunate accident out of fright. Lying on the car, they found some solace in not directly witnessing the horrifying scene. They waited until late into the night, and when the zombies finally dispersed, they quietly made their way upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, they heard voices inside. In their desperation, the two disheartened individuals saw a glimmer of hope and began to pound on the door, unaware that this frantic action would attract a horde of zombies, nearly sealing their fate. In moments of near despair, when Song Qing had sprayed air fresheners throughout the rooms and hallways, otherwise, the stench of decay would have made it impossible for anyone to eat. Zhang Zhao and Guorong were busy fortifying their defenses, reinforcing the barricades at the fire doors and elevator entrances. In their spare moments, the group gathered to exchange ideas and suggestions. The four of them, being of similar age, found communication relatively easy. The city now resembled a ghost town, and it was unclear how many survivors remained. Zhang Zhao was already making plans for when their food supplies ran out. If no rescue arrived by then, they would have to find their own way out. Zhang Zhao and Guorong had managed to call their parents. Both families were on the move. Fortunately, Zhang Zhao's father had served in the Security Alliance in his youth, and despite his age, his reflexes were far superior to those of an ordinary person. They had encountered several dangers on the road but managed to avoid them unscathed. However, Guorong's mother, worried about her son, was not in the best condition. On the third day, Song Qing and Han Yu finally got through to their families. But after only a few brief words, the call was cut off. This left the two girls feeling deeply disheartened. Though they were safe, everyone longed to be with their families. By the fifth day of the virus outbreak, cable TV signals were lost, and phone connections became intermittent. They could only send messages to their families, often with delays. On the sixth day, an armored vehicle arrived on the road outside the community, and a small team began a search and rescue mission. Without this team, Zhang Zhao and the others would not have known that there were still many survivors nearby. Every individual cried out as if they had glimpsed the divine, which inevitably attracted a multitude of zombies drawn by the sound. Outside, chaos erupted amidst gunfire, and the rescue team, having suffered the loss of 2 members and unable to withstand the formidable horde of the undead, was forced to retreat in haste. On the 7th day, a new emergency notice emerged online, as aircraft flew low, scattering numerous flyers. The towns of the Central Plains had succumbed to desolation, and the main forces, unable to break westward, were compelled to retreat to the eastern islands, establishing a temporary safe zone. Survivors were urged to converge in this area to rebuild their homes. On the 8th day, Han Yu fell ill, her condition gravely weakened. The cause of her relentless fever remained unknown. Despite their myriad attempts, relief eluded them. The household lacked any medication to combat her high fever, plunging everyone into despair. On the 9th day, Zhang Zhao softly inquired, glancing at the pallid and delirious Han Yu. Song Qing had just replaced the damp cloth on her forehead. Her face etched with worry as she shook her head. No, this cannot continue. The consequences are unimaginable. I must find a way to procure medicine for her. She is my only good friend, and I cannot allow anything to happen to her. Her voice trembled as she spoke, on the verge of tears. What could they possibly do? They could not simply stand by and watch as Han Yu suffered. At that moment, they heard a noise in the corridor. The doors had been reinforced. Even a horde of zombies would require a significant number to breach the barriers. Moreover, as long as the zombies were not provoked, these mindless creatures would not act in such a manner. The pervasive fear of the apocalypse had rendered everyone exceedingly sensitive, and their instinctive reaction was to seize their weapons and rush out. Emerging into the corridor, they discerned it was their neighbor, Li Yan, endeavoring to move the furniture obstructing the passage. It had been some days since they last saw her, and in that time, her hair had become disheveled. Her garments were repellently soiled, her face bore several faint wounds, and she exuded a foul odor. Upon seeing the two men brandishing weapons and wearing menacing expressions, she was visibly startled. Guorong, who harbored little affection for the woman, rebuked her. What do you think you're doing? Li Yan, perhaps intimidated by Guorong's sudden outburst or by some other trauma, burst into tears. This reaction perplexed Zhang Zhao and Guorong, as it was daytime, when the undead were most active, and her wailing threatened to attract nearby zombies. Silence! Do you wish to be the death of us all? Guorong gripped his steel pipe, tempted to strike her to quell her sobbing. Despite the cataclysmic state of the world, he hesitated to mistreat a woman in such a manner. Zhang Zhao, not one to meddle unnecessarily, recognized that while Li Yan was disagreeable, survival was a feat in these apocalyptic times. Moreover, they were all residents of the same building, metaphorically in the same boat. Where is your husband? Zhang Zhao inquired, surmising that perhaps her husband had sent her to seek assistance due to a lack of provisions. He resolved that he could not spare any food, as his own supplies were limited. However, upon reflection, he noted that 9 days had passed, and although Li Yan appeared disheveled, she did not bear the marks of starvation. When the two men accompanied Li Yan to her apartment, they were met with a sight that filled them with horror and disgust. The curtains in Li Yan's home were drawn tightly, and the room was permeated with an indescribable stench. Scattered across the table and floor were remnants of various breads and fruits, while mineral water bottles lay haphazardly, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a garbage dump. In the bedroom, the once fearsome and explosive Wang Dong was tightly bound to a chair. His head hung low, his clothes tattered and stained with dried black blood. What on earth happened? Has your husband gone mad? Guorong blurted out, only to realize his words were ill-timed. Given Wang Dong's state, it was likely he had been bitten, and out of sheer desperation, Li Yan had resorted to binding him in this manner. Observing this scene, Zhang Zhao recalled what he had witnessed upon entering and inquired, what transpired here? As the clock struck midnight, unable to bear the gnawing pain of hunger, Wang Dong resolved to venture out in search of sustenance, despite the looming dangers. After surveying the surroundings for over half an hour and plotting a careful route, he secured a kitchen knife at his waist and opened the bathroom window, descending through the drainage system. Fortunately, this relatively new community boasted well-constructed facilities, and he encountered no mishaps during his descent. At the entrance of the community stood a small convenience store. Although modest in size, it was well stocked. This meager morsel could very well cost him his life. Aware that his fate was drawing near, and noticing Li Yan's caring expression despite her injuries, Wang Dong's conscience stirred, prompting him to request that she bind him to the chair once more. While he still possessed his faculties, he offered a few scattered pieces of advice. If bitten or scratched by a zombie, and if the wound was not immediately fatal, the spread of the virus would be delayed. bound to the chair. Wang Dong had likely been there for nearly 10 hours. The exposed skin had taken on a dusky gray hue, and his body trembled incessantly, emitting low, guttural growls from his throat. Chapter 5. The Quest for Medicine. Before long, Wang Dong had metamorphosed into a zombie, his body writhing violently as he endeavored to break free. It was the first time the three had observed a genuine zombie so closely and meticulously. The skin over his entire body had turned a dusky gray, and a foul-smelling mouth incessantly oozed a mixture of blood and frothy liquid. Like a rabid dog, his actions suggested that if he were to break free from the ropes, he would pounce on them without hesitation. His eyes were veiled by a white film, the entire pupil necrotic. A zombie was no longer human but a mindless, bloodthirsty creature. For Zhang Zhao and Guorong, it was the first time dealing with a zombie head-on. As the sharp blade pierced Wang Dong's skull, their hearts struggled to accept and adapt to the situation, despite their lack of affection for the man. Witnessing an acquaintance perish at their own hands was a burden that few could bear with equanimity. As her husband's corpse was cast out the window, Li Yan, surprisingly, did not erupt into loud lamentations but watched with a serene countenance. Perhaps through this ordeal, the formerly haughty woman comprehended that survival in such a world necessitated relinquishing many things, remembering only that she must endure. "I don't want to remain here any longer. Could I possibly move to your place?" As she saw the two were about to leave, a flustered Li Yan grasped Zhang Zhao's arm, her expression one of fervent longing. Zhang Zhao gently shook off her hand and shook her head. Seeing the other party's refusal, Li Yan grew anxious. She could not survive on her own. "I can help you wash clothes, do housework, I can do anything," she pleaded. Upon hearing this, Guorong scoffed, "Sister, have you lost your mind? Who has the luxury to concern themselves with chores or laundry at a time like this? I haven't bathed in nearly 10 days. It was indeed a reasonable observation. In such dire circumstances, food and water were the most scarce resources, and no one would squander their efforts on trivial matters. In ordinary times, people merely wiped their bodies with a damp towel. Clothes were changed only occasionally, left to air for a few days. The skills one possessed, once deemed useful, had become irrelevant in this apocalyptic world. No matter how lofty one's academic qualifications or theoretical knowledge, physical strength proved far more practical. Zhang Zhao and Guorong had once worked as salespeople, but in this moment, such professions held no value. Could one truly argue that they could bore a zombie to death with words? Or persuade a zombie to see them as a friend and refrain from biting? As Guorong laid bare the harsh reality, tears welled in Li Yan's eyes. She gazed at Guorong, managing to voice her desperation. "As long as you let me live, I am willing to do anything. Don't you find me appealing? I can show you anything. Anything at all. Just let me survive, and I will do anything for you, even offer my body. All the food I have stashed away is yours as well. I know this situation cannot persist, you will eventually leave. I want you to take me with you, to allow me to live." The words not only left Guorong dumbfounded but also made Zhang Zhao gasp in astonishment. In the face of life and death situations, people are indeed capable of anything. There had been a lingering desire for her. As Guorong put it, this woman, not conventionally beautiful, exuded an irresistible allure that men found hard to resist. A desire to possess her. It was no wonder that when Wang Dong was alive, he kept a close watch on his wife, perhaps genuinely fearing her infidelity. Seeing that her words had moved the two men, Li Yan instinctively straightened her posture, her pride momentarily forgotten. These two men were not bad people. If they were willing to help her escape, she would do as she had just said. "All right, you can come with us, but if you want to survive, you must follow our lead in everything," Zhang Zhao said with a mischievous smile. "Also, I must tell you, anyone who wants to survive must rely on their own efforts. Bring over all the edible and usable items you have." The items moved from Li Yan's house filled Zhang Zhao and Guorong with excitement. Already short on food, their eyes gleamed at the sight of half a room filled with bread, biscuits, and bottled water. Most importantly, there were also about a dozen packs of premium cigarettes. For men, food and weapons are of utmost importance. In the apocalypse, another item might even rank above women's cigarettes. Zhang Zhao and Guorong, both heavy smokers, had not had a cigarette in over 2 days and were feeling the strain. After organizing the items, they enjoyed a satisfying smoke. Li Yan was assigned to care for Han Yu, yet her home lacked any medication to combat the high fever. The room was shrouded in smoke as Zhang Zhao and another individual deliberated, realizing they needed to venture out in search of a pharmacy, otherwise it was uncertain how long Han Yu could endure. Outside the apartment complex lay a street lined with shops, primarily eateries and convenience stores. Zhang Zhao's apartment faced north. Directly beneath them was a noodle shop. Between their building and the grand edifice a mere dozen meters away, there existed an open terrace. By climbing out the window and descending to a height of approximately 3 meters, one could leap down by gripping the window ledge. The building across housed a newly renovated star-rated hotel, and Zhang Zhao recalled a 24-hour pharmacy located around a corner outside the hotel. Typically, for minor ailments such as colds or fevers, he could procure some over-the-counter medicine. While he could not guarantee the availability of all medications, he was certain that these common remedies would be in stock. After some discussion, Zhang Zhao resolved to go alone, believing it prudent for Guorong to remain behind to care for everyone in case of any unforeseen circumstances. In truth, he had not fully placed his trust in Li Yan. Various experiences had led him to suspect that her inner motives were far from simplistic, and he wished to prevent her from harboring any resentment that could result in adverse outcomes for the group. The only pressing concern was the uncertainty of the number of zombies that might be lurking outside in broad daylight. Nevertheless, they devised a daring plan. Affixing an old music player to a small speaker and then, through the window of Li Yan's home, lowering the contraption with a rope to the ground below, intending to lure the zombies to the southern vicinity beneath Li Yan's residence. Although rudimentary and fraught with peril, as the potential exists to draw a multitude of the undead to the edifice, the efficacy of the method is undeniable. Within mere seconds, a cacophony of guttural moans emanated from below, as an uncountable horde of the infected congregated beneath Li Yan's window. A scant few stragglers, hampered by infirmity, lagged behind the main throng. Li Yan remained earthbound, tenaciously gripping one extremity of the rope. Her apprehension was, in essence, superfluous. Despite her residence on what could be construed as the 3rd story, commercial establishments occupied the ground floor. A precipice of over 5 meters separated her abode from terra firma, rendering it insurmountable even for the most agile of the undead. For the sake of prudence, Zhang Zhao descended the rope to the platform. Crouching low, he reconnoitered the disposition of the undead on the thoroughfare. Despite its diminutive size, the loudspeaker possessed considerable amplification, its siren call beckoning the infected from a radius of nearly a kilometer. This afforded Zhang Zhao a temporal reprieve, enabling him to hasten towards the hotel edifice's fenestration. Shielding his arm with a garment, he employed his elbow to shatter a small aperture in the glass, through which he reached to unlatch the window. The entire sequence transpired in a mere matter of minutes. He offered Song Qing, who stood by the window, her heart fraught with trepidation, a gesture of encouragement, bolstering her spirits and his own resolve. The chamber appeared to be a repository for the hotel, its cabinets replete with towels and toiletries. The establishment was yet to commence operations, leaving the number of occupants, and the potential for zombification, unknown. Zhang Zhao, his focus absolute, clutched the steel pipe proffered by Guorong, advancing with measured steps, straining to discern any aberrant sounds within the hotel's confines. Fortunately, the hotel was devoid of occupants, allowing Zhang Zhao to reach the ground floor lobby without incident. He rummaged behind the front desk, hoping to find something of use. Regrettably, the newly opened hotel was still understaffed, and aside from some office supplies in the drawers, there was nothing else to be found. Another security guard, noticing the pointed blade affixed to one end of the steel pipe in Zhang Zhao's hand, remained wary and inquired, "What's your business here? How did you get in?" Zhang Zhao harbored no ill intentions towards the two men. Having encountered living souls outside his apartment after so many days of the zombie virus outbreak, he considered it a rare stroke of luck. He stowed the steel pipe and smiled affably, saying, "I'm from the residential area inside. I came over the balconies. A friend has a high fever and I'm trying to get some medicine from a pharmacy." Having worked as a salesman for many years, Zhang Zhao possessed a disarming smile that could instantly put people at ease. The two security guards, simple and honest men, did not perceive Zhang Zhao as a threat. One of them responded, "Get medicine? Which pharmacy? The pharmacies around here were looted long ago. You won't find any medicine there." In the initial days of the virus outbreak, the pharmacies and grocery stores in the vicinity were ransacked. The two security guards, evidently shaken by the events, emerged from the hotel and began to murmur in their local dialect. Their voices were so low that Zhang Zhao could not make out what they were saying. Realizing that he had been out for nearly half an hour, Zhang Zhao knew he could not afford to linger any longer. Every minute spent outside increased the risk. Zhang Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the two men whispering and gesturing animatedly, finally inquired, "Gentlemen, are you the only ones here?" The taller security guard replied, "There's also our manager." "Manager? So, someone else was here earlier?" Zhang Zhao pondered, realizing that despite his prolonged presence, he had yet to see this manager. He then asked, "Where is your manager? Why haven't I seen him?" The short-bearded guard shot him a glance and gestured with his chin toward the outside. "He's over there. That scoundrel tried to escape on his own and ended up dead." Following the guard's gaze, Zhang Zhao indeed spotted a lifeless body, partially mangled, lying beside the greenery, clad in a black suit, presumably the manager they spoke of. The hotel lobby's entrance featured a revolving door, accompanied, on the left, by an automatic door, which was locked. The revolving door was obstructed by a large table and a sofa, with numerous newspapers plastered across the glass, likely an attempt by the guards to shield themselves from the sight of any lurking zombies. Once the guards finished their murmuring, the taller one addressed Zhang Zhao, "We can let you out now, as those creatures are currently absent. We need to leave, we can no longer remain here." Zhang Zhao, eager to avoid further delay with them, hastened towards the pharmacy. The entire establishment was in disarray, various medications were strewn across the floor and tables, the place having been thoroughly ransacked. Fortunately, there remained a few remedies for fevers, and Zhang Zhao gathered what remained of the essential medicines. Fortunately, adjacent to the pharmacy, there existed a shop dedicated to the sale of Longquan swords, Qingci ceramics, ornaments, and souvenirs. Upon entering the establishment, Zhang Zhao was met with a scene of disarray. Unable to suppress an exclamation of dismay, this shop appeared even more chaotic than the one next door, having been thoroughly ransacked, leaving nearly all porcelain and decorative items shattered. The shelves, which ought to have been adorned with a splendid array of blades, were conspicuously empty. Although the store only offered unsharpened decorative pieces, they were crafted from genuine, high-quality materials. Zhang Zhao recalled a client in the same trade who had mentioned that every shop typically possessed a small alcove reserved for select customers. After a meticulous search lasting several minutes, he finally stumbled upon a modest room, approximately 3 or 4 square meters, concealed within an exhibition area. Fortunately, the previous visitors had been rather hasty, failing to discover this hidden compartment, otherwise, the treasures within would have been swiftly appropriated. Considering his inability to carry a substantial quantity, Zhang Zhao selected 2 tang knives, 1 long and 1 short, along with a combat knife, 2 short samurai swords, and 3 or 4 smaller blades, all of which he stowed in a large bag slung over his shoulder. These weapons, intended for special clientele, were all sharpened. With formal weaponry in hand, Zhang Zhao felt a sense of reassurance. Before departing, he casually secured a Nepali kukri to his waist. Human greed knows no bounds, burdened by these swords and knives. Weighing several dozen pounds, he felt his load significantly increased. Chapter 6, A Brush with Death. The 2 reckless security guards, upon starting their vehicle, caused Zhang Zhao to inwardly lament the impending trouble. Although the majority of the zombies had been lured away by the sound of the loudspeakers set up by Li Yan and her team, it was inevitable that a few stragglers would still be wandering outside. Just moments ago, as Zhang Zhao stepped out, he noticed shadows moving among the pile of abandoned cars at the intersection. In his haste, he had failed to alert anyone. As soon as the car started, the zombies, hearing the noise, began to move towards the sound. Upon seeing living humans inside the vehicle, they immediately became frenzied, with at least 5 or 6 zombies charging towards them. Since the outbreak of the virus, those zombies that had managed to feed on flesh had largely retained their original forms, while those that had gone hungry had rapidly deteriorated, showing significant differences in both physique and speed of movement. These 5 or 6 zombies, clearly unable to secure any meat, moved at only about half the speed of a normal person, akin to a brisk walk. Most of the zombies converged on the car, and in their panic, the 2 security guards crashed into a green belt, dragging one zombie under the car before lurching forward and colliding with a parked vehicle. Instantly, the entire street was filled with the terrifying sound of car alarms. Damn it! Zhang Zhao, disregarding everything else, sprinted towards the hotel entrance. Such a deafening noise was bound to attract not just the nearby zombies, but likely every zombie within a 3-kilometer radius. Sure enough, within mere seconds, a series of low growls could be heard echoing down the street. One zombie, having broken away from the assault on the car, was now running towards Zhang Zhao, who frantically tried to push open the door. Damn it! He kicked the automatic door, cursing the 2 idiotic security guards who had locked it. With scarcely a moment to react, Zhang Zhao dashed into the revolving doors compartment, exerting considerable force to wedge open a narrow aperture. He hastily tossed the packages through. The ghoul was a mere 2 or 3 meters away. Zhang Zhao had never realized he was capable of such agility. He leaped up, squeezing half his body through the slit in the revolving door. The ghoul was upon him, reaching out to seize his exposed ankle. In a desperate move, Zhang Zhao unsheathed his Nepalese kukri, a blade of dark and gold hues. With a flash of cold light, the gaunt ghoul abruptly ceased its advance, its head slowly detaching from its neck. The entire street was teeming with ghouls of every description, intact, maimed, putrescent. The once glamorous men and women had been transformed into gray, mindless, bloodthirsty creatures. Occasionally, he would recognize a familiar face. Zhang Zhao and Guorong often had breakfast at a shop across the street. Now, its short, stout owner was among the ghoul horde. The ghouls advanced slowly, like a macabre procession, drawn by the sound. Sirens wailed in the street. Hearing them, Song Qing rushed anxiously from her home. What's happening? She cried. Why are all the car alarms going off? She knew Zhang Zhao had gone to find medicine for Han Yu, and she gazed at the window overlooking the hotel's terrace. The car alarms persisted for an extended period, showing no sign of abating. Such a commotion was sure to rouse the ghouls nearby. Guorong was also anxious. Before the outbreak, he had relied heavily on Zhang Zhao. The 2 were as close as brothers, supporting each other through thick and thin. Although he harbored affections for both Song Qing and Han Yu, he was unwilling to take the risk for Zhang Zhao's sake. From his vantage point, the landscape teemed with the undead, leading Guorong to surmise that Zhang Zhao had likely met his demise. Despite their sluggish movements, succumbing to their grasp would prove inescapable. Just as he contemplated descending the rope to search for Zhang Zhao, a miracle transpired. A package was suddenly hurled from the hotel window, followed by a familiar figure. Overjoyed at Zhang Zhao's reappearance, Song Qing exclaimed, "Look, he's alive!" Seeing Zhang Zhao unharmed, Guorong felt a tremendous weight lifted from his heart, and he declared triumphantly, "Of course, he's my brother. Isn't he awesome?" Zhang Zhao had hastily gathered supplies from the store and was now inventorying his acquisitions. Fortunately, the swords were not overly burdensome. He selected 2 tang swords, a 40-centimeter dagger, and the Nepalese army knife for himself. He gave the battle sword to Guorong, along with 2 similar-sized daggers. He then offered the two shorter katana swords to Song Qing. Take one each, you and Han Yu, for emergencies. Song Qing, a delicate girl, hesitated, shaking her head at the offered blade. I don't need it, she said, you keep it. Zhang Zhao was visibly displeased by her reluctance. What time is it now? He retorted. Having a weapon for self-defense increases your chances of survival. Take it. We can't protect you every moment, you'll often need to rely on yourselves. These short swords aren't heavy, you can manage them. Li Yan, who had come from her own home, stood furtively outside the door, hesitant to enter. Upon discovering her, Guorong summoned her inside and entrusted her with a remaining dagger for self-defense. He instructed her to craft a few items according to her own design, facilitating the concealment of the weapon on her person. This was not an act of bullying or a sign of particular prejudice, rather, it was a necessity for her to possess her own role and utility if she wished to join their team. In the ensuing days, Zhang Zhao and Guorong engaged in light exercise each morning. Since graduating from school and having spent a few years in society, they had rarely engaged in physical activity. Guorong, however, maintained a commendable level of fitness, visiting the gym 2 or 3 times a week. During the past 10 days, due to a scarcity of food and a general lack of appetite, coupled with the constant tension they endured, Zhang Zhao, who had previously carried a slight paunch, gradually regained his physique from his school days. 3 days later, Han Yu's fever subsided, allowing her to rise, move about, and eat. This frail young woman exhibited remarkable resilience. On the 16th day since the outbreak of the virus, they found themselves with barely a week's worth of food and potable water remaining, completely severed from the outside world. Li Yan resided with them, while Song Qing and Han Yu shared a cramped space. Zhang Zhao relocated the sofa from Song Qing's home into the hallway, where he and Guorong took turns sleeping, a strategy designed to monitor a critical point and prevent any unforeseen incidents. That night, shortly after 2 in the morning, unsettling noises echoed outside the apartment, accompanied by a low, menacing growl that instilled a sense of dread. In the hallway, Zhang Zhao lit a candle, peering through the window to observe the commotion outside, while Guorong lay on the sofa, smoking. They took turns standing guard, yet Guorong found himself unable to sleep. For Zhang Zhao and his companions, their desire was to head northwest, where they could remain together with their families, for that was their only sanctuary. The mainland was teeming with people, and the zombie virus spread thickly among them. Having devoured all flesh and blood, the insatiable zombies would seek more. It was likely that many of them were now migrating eastward. Although that region, often referred to as humanity's haven, was separated by a strait, presenting an illusion of safety, it also indicated that should a viral outbreak occur on the island, there would be no escape. Li Yan sighed softly, her gaze lowered. I know you do not trust me. The events of the past have led you to harbor biases against me. But I have come to realize that only by being with you can I survive. My husband, Wang Dong, is gone now, and I have no other reliance but on you. Zhang Zhao exhaled a puff of smoke. He was uncertain of the kind of woman Li Yan truly was. Perhaps he indeed held prejudices against her due to the nature of her husband, a scoundrel. Yet, in a world where every life was perpetually at risk, it was difficult for him to place complete trust in anyone. Do not dwell on it. I once held a bias against you, but that is no longer the case. We are now partners in survival, reliant on one another. If the day comes when we must abandon someone, regardless of who it may be, that will be our fate. Let us not speak of it further. If you wish to survive, you must grow strong, Zhang Zhao advised her. Only through personal strength can one endure. Any form of weakness or mercy in this apocalyptic world will lead to one's demise. Chapter 7, Relocation. The end of the world, indeed, is a most unfathomable ordeal. In the early morning, Guorong stood by the window, gazing at the street outside, which resembled a refuse dump, and sighed. Zhang Zhao, just awakened, rubbed his bleary eyes and scolded, Guo, what on earth are you doing? Shouting like that could attract zombies. Guorong, holding a cigarette, took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, striking a pose as he declared, I've come to a realization. Events are unfolding beyond our control, yet we can resist. Life is fleeting, why not embrace it fully? Song Qing emerged, holding 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water. Observing Guo Rong's peculiar demeanor, she inquired, "What is going on?" She handed the bread and water to both men, as their food supplies had dwindled to just some bread and biscuits. Guo Rong's words held a semblance of truth. Song Qing and Han Yu, once lively girls, had become nearly mute since the apocalypse began. Li Yan, the neurotic woman, was similarly withdrawn. She rarely spoke, and when she did, her words were often nonsensical. Although Guo Rong and Zhang Zhao hadn't changed much, they were undeniably more somber than before. In all honesty, who could muster the spirit to laugh amidst such chaos? After a hasty breakfast, Zhang Zhao gathered everyone together. He secured a long tang saber to his back and strapped a dagger to his leg. The Nepali army knife, used to slay a zombie the previous day, was also fastened at his waist. This was the result of Li Yan's labor, as she had crafted a makeshift harness. Li Yan's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. The straps for the tang saber resembled those of a backpack, allowing for a secure fit. The dagger affixed to his thigh remained steadfastly secure, notable for its ease of detachment. Guo Rong donned workman's trousers, complemented by a makeshift bandolier fashioned from 2 leather belts. A pouch was sewn into the center of the war blade's scabbard, allowing it to be either hand-carried or slung across the back. Observing their attire, only Song Qing and Han Yu found amusement in their appearances. Disregarding their reactions, Zhang Zhao addressed the group, stating, "We can no longer remain here. The community is now teeming with zombies, aimlessly wandering. Inevitably, they will emerge from underground, and our 2 doors will eventually prove insufficient to repel them. Last night, under the moonlight, I witnessed a zombie in the street, seemingly driven mad, relentlessly assaulting a bus stop sign. It persisted for hours, ultimately demolishing the advertising display. The behavior of these zombies defies human comprehension. It's probable that numerous survivors remain in this vicinity, and the zombies are beginning to stir." Upon hearing this, Han Yu appeared disconcerted, questioning their course of action. Both she and Song Qing had studied nursing at a health school, and while they were not afraid of corpses, they were terrified of animated ones. In their minds, these zombies were essentially animated corpses. Zhang Zhao continued, "Yesterday, I ventured into the hotel across the street and discovered that the sole survivor had departed, leaving it vacant. The hotel offers numerous rooms, providing us with a relatively secure and comfortable environment. We can then deliberate on alternative strategies." Subsequently, Zhang Zhao summarized the matters he had contemplated in recent days, apprising everyone to avert bewilderment during unforeseen events. Under no circumstances should anyone venture alone. Mutual reliance is paramount. As members of a unified group, any act of selfishness will result in expulsion. Minimize verbal communication, instead favoring gestural exchanges, as vocalizations attract the undead. This should not prove arduous, as humanity communicated through body language before the advent of spoken language. When encountering a multitude of zombies, seek refuge or flee. Eliminate solitary zombies to diminish the overall peril. Most importantly, maintain lucidity and refrain from shouting under any circumstances. After briefly elucidating these points, Zhang Zhao unsheathed his short tang sword, brandishing it before them. A flash of steel illuminated the air as he declared, "Each of you possesses a weapon, and these weapons are exceedingly sharp. Henceforth, in addition to being companions to one another, your weapons are also your allies, and must be safeguarded with care. When confronting zombies, target their craniums, cleave, stab, and ensure a swift and decisive kill. Avoid protracted engagements. With sufficient force, you can sever a zombie's head entirely. Weapon proficiency is also a crucial aspect." Zhang Zhao briefly mentioned several characteristics of the zombies he had observed in recent days. The zombie's skin and bones have become fragile, and both sharp and blunt instruments can inflict harm upon them. Furthermore, the zombies' movement speed is quite slow, unless you arouse their hunger. Some zombies move at approximately one-third the speed of an average person's sprint. The zombie that attacked Zhang Zhao a few days prior possessed remarkable speed, suggesting its recent transformation. The means by which zombies locate their prey remains largely enigmatic. It is currently understood that they exhibit heightened sensitivity to auditory stimuli. Their ocular faculties are evidently necrotic, while their olfactory capabilities are yet to be ascertained. Each individual carried a rucksack containing sustenance, potable water, a lighter, a torch, and essential medical supplies. All superfluous items were strictly prohibited. This stipulation caused considerable distress to Song Qing and Han Yu, who were loath to depart from their abode and experienced profound emotional turmoil. Zhang Zhao declared that anyone wishing to remain was at liberty to do so, without coercion. Consequently, the two women reluctantly complied. In the apocalyptic milieu, sentimentality and irresolution are untenable. In Zhang Zhao's estimation, the future appears bleak. The sole recourse is to exert every effort to survive. The group utilized a rope to descend from Zhang Zhao's window to the subterranean platform. Zhang Zhao led the vanguard, with Guo Rong bringing up the rear. The three women, lacking sufficient upper body strength, expended considerable energy to reach the platform. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of a multitude of subterranean zombies. The horde craned their necks, extending blood-stained hands in an attitude of ravenous anticipation. Several emaciated zombies, driven by extreme hunger, displayed gaunt physiques, vacant eye sockets, and exposed fangs. Lian, upon witnessing the spectacle, emitted a series of piercing screams. She was admonished by Zhang Zhao to suppress her terror. Upon reaching the platform, her face was besmirched with a mixture of nasal mucus and tears. The woman's timidity was remarkable. Fortunately, she was assisted by Song Qing and the others as they entered the hotel. Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong dedicated an entire afternoon to meticulously inspecting every room, ensuring the absence of zombies or any other individuals. The two fleeing security guards appeared to have no reason to conceal anything. Each guest room was accessed with a front desk key card, revealing nothing but emptiness within, allowing the pair to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The horde had also diminished significantly. These mindless creatures favored lurking in shadowy corners. After several days of observation, it became evident that the zombies seemed to weaken during daylight hours. Their senses, be it hearing, sight, or mobility, were markedly inferior compared to the night. As long as one refrained from provoking them, even passing by at a distance of several meters would elicit little response from them. Nightfall, however, presented a stark contrast. Zhang Zhao conducted a test by tossing a cup onto the street below, the sound echoing sharply, soon attracting a throng of dozens of zombies. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 11 o'clock at night, with the entire area shrouded in an eerie silence. Once a bustling metropolis, it had gradually devolved into a ghost town following the outbreak of the zombie virus. Having watched countless related films and apocalyptic dramas, the reality he faced was far more brutal than any cinematic portrayal. In their current state, humanity deprived of technology and community had become one of the weakest forms of life on Earth. Leaning against the edge of the bed, with a few cans of beer scavenged from the security room beside him and a short tang knife resting on his knee, Zhang Zhao found the light from the bedside lamp woefully inadequate in the vast emptiness of the room. He took a sip of beer and slowly drew the tang knife from its sheath, the clean, crisp sound of the blade emerging revealing a shimmering edge before him. In the past, the zombie films I have watched often took place in foreign lands, where many possessed firearms. However, my reality is starkly different. The present is brutal. When confronted by zombies, fleeing is the only option, leaving one to engage in close combat to strive for survival. Engaging with the grotesque and horrifying zombies is a daunting task, even for those with exceptional skills, as it is difficult to reconcile such terror in a fleeting moment. The zombies are savage, repulsive, and filthy. They do not merely confront you, they will employ every means to make you their prey. Attacking them results in being splattered with their vile black blood, while even the slightest scratch from them could prove fatal. To avoid becoming one of the undead, death appears to be the only alternative. Zhang Zhao sipped from a bottle of beer, cautious not to indulge too deeply for fear of losing his clarity. In the adjacent space, Guorong was fast asleep, his deep snores resonating continuously. Zhang Zhao offered a wry smile, only a pot could possess such a carefree demeanor. Yet, to enjoy a peaceful slumber is indeed a precious gift, as none can predict how many more opportunities for such rest may arise in the future. Chapter 9, Li Zijin. A few individuals busied themselves with sealing the breach, leaving the van's headlights aglow. Dozens of zombies swayed in front of the vehicle, incessantly battering and clawing at its exterior. After approximately 10 minutes, their interest waned, and they began to meander outside at a leisurely pace. A man comforted a little girl, his voice trembling, likely still shaken by the earlier events. Thank you for saving me. My name is Li Zijin, my wife. In the darkness, only a faint silhouette was discernible, illuminated by the van's residual light, yet Li Zijin's expression remained obscured, possibly marked by tears. Alas, my dear brother, your audacity is truly remarkable. While we are desperately seeking a way to flee the city, you boldly venture into its depths. Guorong, evidently shaken, lit a cigarette to steady his nerves, offering one to the others. The zombies outside had yet to disperse, and the group hesitated to ascend the stairs, opting instead to sit within the confines of the cashier's desk. Zhang Zhao, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly interjected, "No need for thanks. Truth be told, had we not heard the child's cries, we might not have come to your aid." Li Zijin inhaled deeply from his cigarette, pausing in silence as he regained his composure before responding, "I understand, but I must still express my gratitude. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my daughter Linlin and I would likely have become sustenance for those fiends." To open the door and offer assistance requires a monumental internal struggle and immense resolve. It's not something that can be articulated in a mere few words. Despite Zhang Zhao's reassurances, Li Zijin felt that the mere fact of his and his daughter's survival was of paramount importance. The group sat on the floor behind the cashier's desk, smoking and conversing quietly. They gradually learned about Li Zijin's background. He resided in a small town outside the city, where he ran an automobile repair shop. The town was encircled by factories, and when the zombie virus erupted, countless individuals were infected within a short span. His family had sought refuge in the repair shop, which fortuitously possessed sturdy defenses, preventing the zombies from breaching their sanctuary. Upon witnessing his wife being bitten, Li Zijin succumbed to a frenzy, mercilessly bludgeoning the vile creature responsible with a wrench until it was reduced to a pulpy mass. As Li Zijin drove towards the town's hospital, he noticed his wife's consciousness fading. However, he soon realized that the hospital was surrounded by a horde of zombies, rendering it inaccessible. It dawned on him that the situation was far more dire than he had ever imagined. Passing by the police station, he dispatched 2 zombies within and seized a handgun. Observing that the town was nearly devoid of living souls, he steered towards the city along the main road. Once a soldier in his youth, he had thought he would never wield a firearm again, yet here he was, faced with an unimaginable scenario. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he concealed the profound sorrow of losing his wife deep within his heart. This man must possess immense inner strength. He gently patted his sleeping daughter, Linlin, in his arms, whispering to himself, "My only hope now is to ensure Linlin survives. She is still so young, unaware of what the future holds. But I yearn for her to live on." "Brotherly," someone said, "I find myself at a loss for words. We now inhabit a world where humanity stands opposed to the undead. Recent events have transpired with such suddenness that it is difficult for any of us to come to terms with them. Yet, if we wish to survive, we must accept this grim reality. I suspect you understand these truths far better than we do. To this day, I often ponder how wonderful it would be if all of this were merely a film or a dream. Yet, each night, as I drift off to sleep, I hear the sounds of the zombies outside, those wretched cries echoing like tormented spirits, and I am constantly reminded, to survive, one must press on. Zhang Zhao patted his shoulder and rose to his feet. The dawn slowly broke, revealing only a few stray zombies wandering outside the hotel. Li Zijing cradled the slumbering Linlin in his arms as he followed Zhang Zhao and the others to the third floor, where they sought refuge in an adjacent vacant room. After the harrowing and sorrowful events of the previous night, none of them felt inclined to sleep. They descended to the ground floor to reinforce the barriers at the entrance. It was not until after 8 that the girls upstairs began to awaken one by one. Song Qing, having tidied herself, stepped out of her room. The breakfast lay in her and Han Yu's quarters, and she came to deliver it to Zhang Zhao and the others. Upon seeing Li Zijing sitting there, a look of curiosity crossed her face. Who might this be? Li Zijing, being somewhat bashful by nature, stood up and politely nodded. Hello, my name is Li Zijing. I have just arrived here. Song Qing, in her usual navette, seemed momentarily befuddled, likely still shaken from her sleep. After a brief pause, she exclaimed. What on earth happened last night? I have no recollection at all. Oh dear, Miss Song, how could you have been so oblivious to such a commotion? Guorong remarked, taking a bite of bread with a wry smile. Zhang Zhao succinctly recounted the events of the previous night, and only then did she grasp the gravity of the situation. To sleep so soundly amidst the apocalypse is indeed a rare state of mind. As for Li Yan, whether due to a sleepless night or not, she regarded Li Zijing without the astonished reaction exhibited by the other two women. However, upon catching Zhang Zhao's gaze, she appeared distinctly uneasy. After breakfast, the three women went to keep Linlin company, while the three men had numerous matters to deliberate. Today marks yet another sweltering day. At noon, the relentless sun scorches the asphalt, causing the zombies upon it to emit wisps of smoke. Upon their initial transformation, zombies bear an unsettling resemblance to ordinary humans, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their true nature unless one ventures close. Newly transformed zombies still possess blood and moisture within their bodies, necessitating sustenance to sustain themselves. Only after exposure to the environment and external influences does their appearance begin to alter. For instance, a newly transformed adult male zombie may exhibit minimal changes apart from its pupils. However, as days pass, the harsh sunlight dehydrates their bodies, rendering them parched and pallid. Any physical trauma, such as impact, can further mar their skin and skeletal structure. On this scorching day, the zombies left unshaded have lost all moisture, their skin resembling a layer of white powder as they leave traces wherever they wander. One particularly hairless zombie gazes vacantly through the glass of a hotel, its grayish eyes filled with confusion. Its tattered clothing clings precariously to its emaciated frame, the skin nearly enveloped by bone. After several futile attempts to breach the glass, sensing the futility of its efforts, it ambles away in a dazed manner. Meanwhile, Guorong, stationed downstairs, hurls glass bottles towards the opposite street, diverting the zombies' attention. Zhang Zhao and Li Zijing stealthily slip out to a nearby shop, where they procure 2 machetes and 2 daggers. Thankfully, they encounter no immediate danger, however. Upon encountering a corpulent female zombie, Zhang Zhao is eager to practice his skills, only to be swiftly felled by Li Zijing's decisive strike. Li Zijing grips the machete tightly, his body quivering slightly with tension. He cautiously swung open the van door, and a low growl erupted as the female zombie lunged at him from within. With a swift motion, he gently closed the door. As evening descended, the group gathered in Zhang Zhao's room after having consumed a modest meal. The air was thick with smoke, and several women, unable to endure the stench, hesitated to open the windows for fresh air. Although remaining here was the safest option available, it was ultimately a temporary solution. The food would eventually be depleted, and this place would inevitably be overrun or breached by others. His ultimate goal was to reunite with his parents in the Northwest, but prior broadcasts had warned that nearly every city in the Central Plains had succumbed to desolation. Transportation was paralyzed, and with countless zombies roaming, reaching his uncle's home seemed an arduous endeavor. He longed to find a secluded mountainous area to cultivate food and achieve self-sufficiency. Perhaps sustaining himself for a decade or two. Yet, that was not the outcome he desired. According to previous emergency announcements, there was a sanctuary on an island to the east, and he expressed his intention to go there, seeking the opinions of others. Given the current situation, there was little time for extensive discussion on every matter. Agreement would be assumed, while dissenters surely had their own plans and would not be coerced. The sanctuary promised fortified defenses, medical care, sustenance, and essential facilities, allowing for existence in a relatively secure environment. In a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, the only reliable havens were those established by organized institutions. Theoretically, these sanctuaries would maintain formal protocols and order. Among those present, apart from the newly arrived Li Zijin, the others were companions of Zhang Zhao. Guo Rong shared the same destination as Zhang Zhao, while Song Qing, Han Yu, and Li Yan found themselves without communication signals, rendering them unable to contact their families. Thus, they could only band together for the time being, planning to devise a strategy later. Seeing that everyone agreed, Li Zijin also expressed, "Currently, I am unable to reach any other relatives. If that refuge is indeed safe, I wish to find a relatively secure place for Linlin. As she is still quite young, I have been to that location before, and I know the way." Should Li Zijin falter in his words, there was a strong possibility that Zhang Zhao would abandon him. Conversely, if Li Zijin offered a flimsy excuse, Zhang Zhao would doubt his sincerity. What Zhang Zhao sought was not an overly altruistic spirit or an exceptionally reliable justification, but rather practical reasons from each individual. In a team striving for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, it was essential to avoid excessive selfishness while having a shared objective. "Yes. It would be best if Brother Li knows the way. We will need to find a means of transportation," Zhang Zhao inquired of Guo Rong and the others. "I recall there is a car dealership nearby." The group, familiar with their surroundings, often passed by the dealership but could not immediately recall which brand of vehicles it sold. With everyone determined to head to the refuge, they briefly devised a simple plan and engaged in casual conversation about trivial matters. Linlin clamored for sleep. This little girl, quite familiar with the surroundings, insisted on sharing a bed with Song Qing and the others after just one day of acquaintance. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Zhao patted Li Zijin on the shoulder and extended his hand, saying, "Brother Li, welcome to our team." Chapter 10. Seeking a vehicle. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, as if attempting to rend the heavens asunder. In the distance, dark clouds gathered ominously, threatening to descend upon the earth. "What the hell, it's starting to rain," Guo Rong cursed as he observed the torrential downpour outside. Today was the day they were to visit the 4S shop in search of a vehicle. That morning, Song Qing had taken stock of their provisions, which included both what they had brought and what they scavenged from the security room. The remaining supplies were scarcely enough for 7 individuals to last a week. Though there were a few small supermarkets nearby, food remained the most vital resource for survivors. With the zombie virus outbreak persisting for so long, it was certain that other survivors had already depleted the supplies. Moreover, the surrounding area was densely populated with residential buildings, likely harboring numerous hidden zombies. No one was willing to take such risks. The foremost survival rule was to avoid crowded places. Where there were many people, one should keep their distance. Even in the absence of food, it was unwise to risk being surrounded by zombies in an instant. The streets were littered with numerous abandoned vehicles, yet utilizing them was an impossibility. The first reason was that the cars were scattered haphazardly, making it exceedingly difficult to extract any usable vehicle. The second reason was that many cars had suffered damage from zombie attacks, sustaining varying degrees of impairment. Furthermore, numerous vehicles contained transformed zombies. They could not escape, and neither could anyone else enter. There are 2 crucial points to consider. The remaining circumstances are rather bleak. Before their departure, Zhang Zhao and Li Zijing meticulously inspected their armor and weapons. In truth, Zhang felt a pang of anxiety within. although he had encountered zombies face-to-face in recent days, he had always managed to flee. This time, however, he was to approach the zombies deliberately. At last, the rain had ceased, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight poured down once more. The glass of the vehicles lining the street shimmered brilliantly. Just before they left, Linlin expressed her reluctance for her father to go, her emotions fluctuating greatly. It took considerable effort from Song Qing and the others to soothe her before she reluctantly waved goodbye to Li Zijing. The rain-soaked pavement had collected a few puddles, producing a faint sound as footsteps passed. Remarkably, the number of zombies on the street had diminished significantly after the rain. Zhang Zhao and Li Zijing proceeded with utmost caution. However, upon reaching the first intersection and finding no sign of zombies, they fortuitously broke into a light jog. Numerous abandoned vehicles lined the street, some containing transformed zombies. Upon hearing the sound of their footsteps, the zombies inside became agitated, pounding against the car bodies. On several occasions, Zhang was startled by zombies that appeared unexpectedly, for while a solitary zombie posed little threat, the sudden emergence of one from around a corner was quite alarming. Li Zijing, with his military background, executed the operation with remarkable efficiency, alternating between pauses and brisk movements. He maintained a 2-meter distance ahead of Zhang, ensuring that they could swiftly escape or support one another in the event of an emergency. The shops flanking the street had been mostly stripped bare, and those that sold food were left in utter disarray. The two individuals were intent on locating a vehicle, hence they did not pause, even upon encountering a few usable items. Occasionally, they came across a few incapacitated zombies, which they chose to circumvent. Along the way, numerous decaying corpses littered the ground, some reduced to mere heaps of red and white bones, having been ravaged by the undead. Where had all the zombies vanished? Zhang Zhao pondered, recalling the streets that had been overrun by the undead the previous night. After a rainstorm, the once aggressive zombies seemed to have all but disappeared. Could it be that they were averse to rain? Nodding thoughtfully, Zhang Zhao unsheathed his tang knife. The pair hastened forward, and the zombies at the entrance quickly detected their presence. With swift precision, they dispatched the undead, then made their way directly to the service hall. Following the outbreak of the virus, the personnel at the 4S dealership either fled or succumbed to the zombies, either being devoured or transformed into one of them. Upon entering the hall, they observed merely 7 or 8 zombies scattered about. If all went as anticipated, these few zombies were sufficiently dispersed to be easily dealt with. Li Zijing pointed towards several cabinets behind the reception desk and remarked, "The car keys are located there." At the reception, a female zombie clad in a professional suit stood before the cabinets, bowing her head and pushing against the cabinet door with her forehead. It was likely that the zombies within had not ventured outside in days, their skin remaining relatively intact. Were it not for the pallid hue of their exposed skin, one might easily mistake them for living beings. Deciding against further delay, Zhang Zhao struck the head of a stout zombie at the entrance with his knife, creating a gaping wound. The zombie's body crumpled to the ground, startling the others, who charged forward with guttural growls. The zombies moved slowly, yet their presence was undeniably formidable. "Expedite, eliminate them!" Li Zijing roared, his cleaver slashing horizontally, decapitating a zombie. The body, still propelled forward, slid a few paces. His demeanor when dispatching zombies was always ferocious, a stark contrast to his usual self. Without dwelling on it, Zhang Zhao's tang sword also became active. In approximately 3 minutes, all but the female zombie at the reception desk were annihilated. Zombies were fragile, and a sharp instrument could cleave or pierce them with minimal force. Even a blunt weapon, wielded with force by an adult male against a zombie's head, could disfigure it. However, there was a limitation: human constitution and endurance are finite. One might possess the strength to dispatch a dozen zombies in quick succession. But what if there were 100? Even if they were lined up for slaughter, one's arms would be exhausted from wielding a blade. Therefore, slaying zombies is both a physical and technical endeavor. The female zombie then raised her head, baring her teeth at the two men. Half of her face was gone, revealing the dark, bloody flesh beneath. Her blackened teeth resembled those that had been steeped in sewage. Damn, what a pity, Zhang Zhao lamented inadvertently. The female zombie was estimated to be around 1.7 meters tall, with ample breasts and a face that, before zombification, must have been beautiful. Zhang Zhao extended his tang sword, piercing the female zombie's chest. Perhaps driven by morbid curiosity, half of the zombie's breast was punctured. The female zombie was utterly incensed this time. She paused momentarily, then lunged at Zhang Zhao, baring her fangs and claws. The unexpected ferocity of the zombie, whose breast had been pierced, startled him. Fortunately, Li Zijing reacted swiftly, plunging his blade into the zombie's neck. Li Zijing glanced at Zhang Zhao, his face bearing an indescribable, ambiguous expression, a smirk playing on his lips. I was merely curious if piercing her chest would prove fatal. Zhang Zhao offered an awkward chuckle. Hush! Li Zijing suddenly cautioned, his face grave, signaling Zhang Zhao to silence. From the room behind the reception desk, a thudding sound emanated, growing progressively louder. This is bad! Zhang Zhao exclaimed in a hushed tone. Simultaneously, Li Zijing began prying open a storage cabinet with his blade. The cabinet's sheet metal wasn't particularly thick. Upon opening one, he discovered several keys inside. Without hesitation, he stuffed all the keys into his pocket. The door behind the reception desk finally splintered, and a horde of zombies surged forth. Apparently, the zombies had been concealed within. The reception desk was only a few meters from the door, and a zombie was nearly upon Zhang Zhao. Run! Li Zijing bellowed, hacking down a zombie with his blade. Zhang Zhao also bolted toward the exit. A terrifying mass of corpses gradually coalesced. Such a gathering of zombies seemed to trigger a chain reaction. One couldn't fathom how they communicated. The once empty car dealership was now teeming with hundreds of zombies, both inside and out. Damn it! Exclaimed Zhang Zhao, startled, unable to contain his vulgarity. The zombies outside the hall were practically blocking the door. He squeezed past them, feeling their grasp graze his clothing. The two individuals exerted every ounce of their strength as they sprinted towards the parking lot, dispatching any obstructing zombies with swift strokes of their blades, heedless of whether the creatures were truly vanquished. Each zombie received but a solitary strike. Hurry! Get in the car! Li Zijing's speed was astonishing, nearly matching Zhang Zhao's as they exited simultaneously, and he was already seated within the vehicle. Despite having an array of keys at his disposal, he retrieved but one and pressed it against the ignition. Fortune favored him, for a formidable-looking camper was parked closest to him. Zhang Zhao leapt into the vehicle, only to have a zombie's half-severed arm intrude alongside him. The camper roared to life, and if the door was not promptly secured, the undead could breach the entrance, jeopardizing both of their lives. Quick, sever its hand, Li Zijing urged, glancing into the rearview mirror at the unfolding chaos. It was at that moment that Zhang Zhao comprehended the urgency, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved the zombie's hand from its wrist. A spurt of dark, rancid blood splattered across the ground, emanating a foul stench that nearly induced nausea. The camper burst forth from the dealership, pursued by the throng of hundreds of zombies that had gathered behind them. Zhang Zhao leaned against the adjacent sofa, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Having narrowly escaped death, he gave Li Zijing a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brotherly, you're incredible." The series of reactions and actions exhibited by Li Zijing compelled Zhang Zhao to reassess his perception of this seemingly unassuming man. As they continued on their journey, more zombies emerged, yet those isolated were crushed beneath the wheels of the vehicle. Thankfully, fortune smiled upon them as they were driving this German beast, otherwise they would have faced dire peril moments ago. Li Zijing declared with pride. Zhang Zhao, lacking knowledge of automobiles, had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the vehicle's imposing presence moments earlier. This is likely a modified off-road pickup truck, which, according to Li Zijing, is a rarity in the country, hence his assertion of good fortune. The vehicle boasts remarkable power and exceptional performance, with ample space, making it the ideal mode of transportation for homebound travels or desperate escapes. It is said that since the launch of the first generation in 2030, production has been limited each year, and the price is exceedingly high, with this particular vehicle valued at over $2 million. Notably, it can utilize any type of fuel, suggesting that a significant portion of its cost is invested in the engine. Guorong moved several obstacles aside, unsheathed his combat knife, and cautiously leaned out. "Quick, they're coming," he beckoned to the others. This individual is a skilled fighter. The two zombies drawn by the sound were dispatched swiftly. Li Yan cradled Linlin as the group exited the hotel one after another. The surrounding zombies began to converge slowly, almost catching up to the RV. Zhang Zhao opened the car door and leaped out, buying time for his companions to board. Guorong joined the fray. The two had been brothers for many years, and even in such perilous circumstances, they chose to fight side by side. The group hastily boarded the vehicle, with the two of them following suit. As they settled into their seats, they exchanged knowing smiles. The horde of zombies in the area seemed incited, their insatiable hunger for flesh driving them to pursue relentlessly. Unfortunately, their deteriorated physical condition rendered them slow, forcing them to watch helplessly as the vehicle sped away. Chapter 11: The Zombie Orchard. As the sun gradually descended, the rain-soaked road was enveloped in steam, evaporating under the scorching rays. A black RV meandered along the rural pathway, filled with the cheerful strains of music. On either side of the road lies an endless expanse of peach orchards, situated over 50 kilometers from the city, which once served as an agricultural hub. Throughout the journey, not a soul was in sight, a testament to the devastating impact of the zombie virus on humanity. Guorong patted his shoulder and remarked, "Try to see the bright side. We should be grateful that we are still alive. Indeed, it is a blessing that we continue to draw breath, even though our future may be spent in a relentless pursuit of safety and concealment." Zhang Zhao offered a cigarette to Li Zijin and suggested, "Brotherly, nightfall is approaching. Let us find shelter for the night and resume our journey in the morning." Although the rural roads have been improved with asphalt, they remain rather narrow, increasing the risks of traveling after dark. Fortunately, the spacious vehicle accommodates the 7 of us comfortably, featuring 2 resting sofas, a restroom, a dining area, and sleeping quarters. With the mere press of a button, one can conjure a simple yet functional living space. Linlin has already fallen asleep, soothed by Li Yan, who has taken care of the little girl throughout the journey. Song Qing and Han Yu engage in hushed conversation, yet their phones are nearly out of battery, having failed to connect to a signal despite numerous attempts. Among the team, Li Zijin is meticulous in his actions, considering every aspect, likely due to his age and the wealth of experience accumulated over the years. Zhang Zhao, although he contemplates many matters, does so in a rather fragmented manner. While he is the founder of this group, he does not necessarily embody the qualities of the most effective leader. After driving for over 10 minutes, Li Zijing parked the vehicle in a vacant space before a cluster of houses. He addressed the group, suggesting, "Let us spend the night here. Exercise caution. Although this area is not densely populated, the orchard keepers may still be nearby. Stay vigilant and try to remain together. We are far from the city, which may mean fewer traces of zombies, but constant vigilance against danger is essential for survival." Zhang Zhao, known for his forthright manner, reminded everyone, "If you wish to preserve your lives, never let your guard down." As dusk settled, Guorong went to open the warehouse's sliding door, allowing Li Zijing to maneuver the RV inside. The decision to spend the night here meant they could secure the garage door later, enhancing their safety. This precaution would prevent the possibility of being surrounded by zombies while they slept and deter any ill-intentioned survivors from noticing the vehicle, nestled within an enclosed space, whether physically or psychologically, fostered a greater sense of security. The warehouse, approximately 400 to 500 square feet, offered ample room, with numerous plastic and wooden crates stacked against the walls. It appeared to be a site where the orchard farmers gathered to package their harvest before dispatching it. At the warehouse's entrance, a corner staircase led to a small room on the second floor. Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong ascended to investigate. The modest room contained a single bed and a rudimentary table. Additionally, it featured a square ventilation window, measuring about 1 foot, which provided a view of the open space outside the warehouse. This place serves as an exceptional vantage point for the night watch, perhaps originally intended as a resting quarters for the warehouse guard. The room possesses a slight gloominess and carries a hint of mildew, yet it is bearable for habitation. Zhang Zhao glanced out the window, finding the orchard nearly obscured from view. He jested, "Will you be sleeping in this presidential suite tonight, or shall I?" This marked the first return to his jovial demeanor after a month. Laughter ensued, and Zhang Zhao, well acquainted with his habits, remarked, "It was never meant to be a terrifying ordeal, but you've made me genuinely apprehensive about being alone here at night." Guo Rong, shaking his leg with a playful tone, suggested, "If you're afraid, you could always call Li Yan up to keep you company." Zhang Zhao, visibly embarrassed, replied, "Did you hear that night?" Guo Rong, who usually fell asleep within 5 minutes, had indeed heard Li Yan sneak into his room. Despite their brotherly bond, such matters still elicited a sense of awkwardness. Guo Rong rose, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile, "Rest assured, although I once fancied her a woman like that is not suited for me. She's too much of a hassle. I prefer someone like Han Yu, quiet and uncomplicated." It was surprising to discover that the usually ravenous Guo Rong had a preference for demure girls. As they descended the stairs, Linlin had already awakened, and Li Zijing was feeding her. Upon seeing the two, Linlin pointed at Zhang Zhao, exclaiming, "Uncle is Superman, a true man." Such an inexplicable compliment made him feel somewhat bashful, and he gently touched Linlin's little nose, asking, "Why is Uncle considered Superman?" The loss of a mother has little impact on a child of 4 or 5 years. This is primarily because Linlin has always been quite dependent on her father. Just yesterday, she fussed for a while upon realizing her mother was missing, only to be soothed by Li Zijing's comforting but somewhat deceptive reassurances. Today, surrounded by numerous lovely ants playing with her, the small sorrow that once weighed on her heart gradually faded. Her father told her that an uncle had saved them, that he was brave and capable of defeating the wicked outside, thus deeming him a superhero. It seems that children perceive those who vanquish monsters and villains in animated tales as superheroes and strong men. Be good, Linlin. Tomorrow, the uncle will pick some peaches for you to eat, okay? Linlin's charm is undeniable. In this oppressive apocalyptic environment, she resembles a pure white lotus rising from the mud, offering glimpses of beauty amidst despair. He shared a cigarette with Li Zijing and said, "Brotherly, I will keep watch in the small room upstairs tonight. You all can sleep in the car, and we shall set off early tomorrow." As the eldest and most experienced, Li Zijing was always consulted by Zhang Zhao when it came to making decisions. His capabilities were evident. Had it not been for Li Zijing's quick thinking during their visit to the 4S dealership today, Zhang Zhao might have faced a grim fate at the hands of a zombie. Li Zijing had initially intended to keep watch alone, but he feared that Linlin might seek him out in the middle of the night, which would be inconvenient. The little girl remained oblivious to the chaos of the outside world, still preserving her innocence from the pre-apocalyptic days. This was knowledge that Li Zijing would need to gradually impart to her, otherwise, the road ahead would be fraught with difficulty. Around 9 o'clock, Song Qing ascended the stairs and gently knocked on the door. Zhang Zhao sat by the window, yet to find respite, indulging in a cigarette while contemplating various matters. Upon opening the door, he found Song Qing clad in a fresh set of athletic wear. "You brought an extra outfit?" he inquired, as his own backpack brimmed solely with provisions and water, devoid of any clothing. His curiosity piqued at the sight of Song Qing's change. Such garments, once discarded, would find no opportunity for laundering. A chance encounter with a clothing store would suffice for a replacement. Although the discomfort of neglecting personal hygiene over an extended period was palpable, it was evident that Song Qing too recognized the impropriety of the situation. Her cheeks flushed at Zhang Zhao's blunt question. I only brought one set. That's all right, when we pass a suitable mall. It would be prudent to stock up on essential supplies, he replied. With a team comprising both men and women, including children, the necessity of basic necessities was paramount. It was hardly feasible for everyone to subsist solely on nutritionally deficient food. The preservation of provisions was of utmost importance. Ensuring a balance of coarse grains alongside fruits and vegetables to furnish the body with vital vitamins. In a world where medical assistance was scarce, succumbing to illness post-apocalypse could prove fatal. Thus, maintaining good health was fundamental to survival. The small room was illuminated by a dimly lit toy lamp of unknown origin, casting a hazy glow. Leaning back against the bed, their recent camaraderie made him bold enough to scrutinize the lovely girl before him. Is there something you wish to discuss? He asked directly. Han Yu had mentioned a desire for her and Guo Rong to become a couple, and upon hearing this, Song Qing's face turned crimson. Upon the utterance of Han Yu's name, Zhang Zhao apprehended that the situation diverged from his presumption, inwardly chiding himself for his audacity. It transpired that she was an emissary for Han Yu, conveying sentiments not directed towards him. Why do you smile? Song Qing inquired, observing the inexplicable mirth on Zhang Zhao's countenance. In truth, Zhang Zhao was amused by his own conjecture and the serendipitous nature of events. How fortuitous that Guozi had expressed his admiration for women of Han Yu's disposition. Verily, it seemed a case of mutual affection. Indeed, without my intervention, the matter shall resolve itself. Tomorrow, I shall offer Guozi a subtle suggestion, and the affair shall reach fruition. Truly? Song Qing responded, her visage radiant with the prospect of her confidante's heart's desire finding fulfillment. Guozi is exceedingly fortunate to have such an exceptional woman acquiesce to him, Zhang Zhao mused. Equally delighted. In this apocalyptic world, who dares deny the existence of unadulterated affection? After a brief sojourn and a few words of casual conversation, Song Qing departed. Zhang Zhao, contemplating Han Yu's declaration, felt a surge of elation for Guo Rong, who, after years of solitude, was finally on the cusp of liberation. As the clock neared midnight, Zhang Zhao, struggling to stay awake, was startled by the creaking of his door. Li Yan, with feline stealth, cautiously entered the chamber. What brings you here? Insomnia? Zhang Zhao inquired with a hint of amusement, already surmising the motive behind Li Yan's visit. Li Yan settled naturally on the bedside, seemingly burdened by unspoken words. After a moment of hesitation, she finally inquired, what did Song Qing discuss with you earlier? How could she pose such a question? Zhang Zhao felt a twinge of fatigue. He had initially intended to dismiss this bothersome woman. After some contemplation, he smiled and replied, she is here to confess her feelings for Han Yu. If it were daytime, one could surely witness the look of disappointment etched on Li Yan's face as she murmured, do you also harbor feelings for her? Li Yan's face initially registered terror. Was it a zombie? She had ascended without shoes, thus making little noise on her descent. Zhang Zhao held his breath, attuned to the sounds emanating from the warehouse entrance. Wang Gang, are these fellows asleep? One shadow inquired softly. In the stillness of the night, the voice was faint, yet clear enough for Zhang Zhao to discern. Not a zombie, but a human. The sole possibility was that this group harbored ill intentions. With a sturdy mode of transport at their disposal, and comprising 3 men and 4 women, it was evident they had been observing him closely. What could it be? Guo Rong had made his way upstairs, whispering a question. Following the direction indicated by Zhang Zhao, he too spotted the furtive silhouettes of 3 individuals. What were they up to? The trio outside the warehouse seemed to be fiddling with something, one of them stating, Wang Gang, the door is locked. It appeared they were attempting to breach the warehouse door. Fortunately, Zhang Zhao had the foresight to secure the door from the inside earlier. Had this group succeeded in infiltrating during the night while everyone was fast asleep, the consequences would have been dire. These novices were likely slumbering soundly. They needed to hurry and pry it open. The voice carried an effeminate tone, presumably belonging to the one gang mentioned by the two earlier. Upon hearing such a characterization, Guorong was immediately incensed, resolving to confront them with lethal force. Zhang Zhao, equally indignant, cautioned against rash action. He briefly outlined his strategy to Guorong, and together they discreetly descended the stairs. With the exception of Linlin, who remained soundly asleep, the others were awake. Aware of the trio's ulterior motives, the women felt a mixture of apprehension and resentment. Unfamiliar with the interlopers' identities, they refrained from any impetuous actions. After careful deliberation, Zhang Zhao resolved to take the initiative. Aiming to deliver a preemptive warning, he and Guorong cautiously unlatched the door. At the moment of its opening, Li Zijing simultaneously activated the vehicle's headlights. The intense, glaring beams momentarily stunned the three men, freezing them in place. They were three men, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. One, bespectacled, wore an expression of surprise. The other two, younger and of slender build, exhibited evident signs of alarm. "Gentlemen," Zhang Zhao inquired with manifest displeasure, his hand gripping the hilt of his unsheathed tang sword. "What brings you here in the dead of night?" The three men, clad in formal attire, were clearly taken aback by the sudden opening of the door. The bespectacled man, identified as Wang Gang, adjusted his glasses and replied awkwardly, "Ah, it seems you are all still awake. And what is your purpose here?" Zhang Zhao pressed. "What were you planning to do while we were asleep?" Cognizant of their intentions and incensed by Wang Gang's words, Guorong struggled to contain his fiery temper. His eyes blazing with fury, both men brandished their blades, presenting a formidable appearance. The two slender men retreated a step, visibly intimidated. Wang Gang, the most seasoned of the trio, initially startled by the door's opening, now furrowed his brow slightly. "We intended no harm," he asserted. "We merely observed your arrival this evening and wished to extend a greeting." His words, however, were transparently deceptive, discernible even to the most naive. The opposing party numbered only three, appearing somewhat frail, suggesting that Guorong alone could subdue them in a physical confrontation. Nevertheless, the present circumstances did not favor engaging in conflict, as even minor injuries would be undesirable. As tensions escalated, a woman emerged from the building on the far right. She appeared to be in her 30s, her attire somewhat soiled, and her complexion wan, yet bearing traces of former radiance. "Sister He!" Wang Gang and his companions exclaimed in unison. Evidently, others resided within the building, with this woman serving as their leader. Sister He approached the warehouse entrance, shielding her eyes from the intense glare of the car's headlights, which had been exacerbated by her time spent in darkness. After a moment, her vision adjusted. Perceiving Zhang Zhao and his companion as potentially formidable adversaries, and noting the presence of additional individuals within the recreational vehicle, the astute woman donned her most ingratiating smile. "Gentlemen," she began, "please accept our sincerest apologies. These lads have acted impetuously and disturbed your peace." "Sister He? He Miao Miao?" As the woman approached, Zhang Zhao sensed a flicker of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as an acquaintance from his past. He Miao Miao, the vice president of the Royal KTV in City, had become acquainted with Zhang Zhao due to his frequent social engagements. The Royal KTV is regarded as a high-end entertainment venue in City, where Zhang Zhao often hosted clients. As their interactions increased, he grew familiar with He Miao Miao. Having navigated the industry for over a decade, she possessed significant connections and was skilled in socializing. However, the facade she presented was merely a performance, which Zhang Zhao did not take to heart. While he and his associates remained indifferent, several women harbored animosity towards He Miao Miao, particularly Lian, who clenched her fists upon witnessing He Miao Miao cling to Zhang Zhao's arm. At that moment, patrons in the restaurant mistook the scene for a rabid outbreak, prompting a few daring diners to attempt to restrain the waitstaff. To their astonishment, the seemingly diminutive server began to lash out, clawing and biting at those around her, resulting in multiple injuries. He Meow Meow and her companions, seated near the entrance, instinctively fled upon witnessing the chaos unfold. Upon exiting the restaurant, they were met with a harrowing sight. Chaos enveloped the resort, with individuals running in terror, some pursued by frenzied assailants. She watched, horrified, as a staff member was forcibly pressed into a flower bed, suffering grievous injuries to their neck. Despite having experienced numerous trials and witnessed grand spectacle, they could only rely on their feet to escape, hiding and sneaking until they finally arrived at this orchard. Among the original 13 employees, only 4 survived, including himself. The owner of the orchard initially intended to drive them away, but through their persistent resistance, they managed to stay. For the past few days, they had been concealing themselves in a small building, never daring to show their faces during the day. Fortunately, the orchard provided ample food, preventing them from succumbing to starvation. When Zhang Zhao and his companions arrived here today, He Meow Meow and her group were stealthily observing from above. Upon noticing a large vehicle, they resolved to seize it under Wang Gang's instigation. Initially, He Meow Meow vehemently opposed the idea, aware that their adversaries outnumbered them. In the event of a confrontation, the outcome could be disastrous. However, as a woman faced with such a crisis, she found herself unable to assert control as she once did. Encouraged by Wang Gang, the other 2 male employees joined him in an attempt to commandeer the vehicle while Zhang Zhao and his group were asleep. Did this imply that they intended to eliminate us? Zhang Zhao felt a surge of anger. It appeared that in this apocalyptic world, it was not merely the zombies that posed a threat to humanity, but humans themselves could also become predators. Reflecting on Wang Gang's demeanor, which exuded an air of superiority, such an outcome was not beyond the realm of possibility. He Meow Meow was a woman accustomed to a life of excess, viewing the world solely through the lens of wealth. Zhang Zhao scoffed, "Sister He, do you believe we still reside in a society governed by money? Allow me to enlighten you. City Inn is far more dire. The extent of its despair is beyond my capacity to express. Have you not noticed that we have escaped from there? Countless lives were lost." He Meow Meow appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unwilling to accept the grim reality. "No, that can't be true. Our manager has significant influence, there must be a way out," she insisted. Zhang Zhao stood up, brushing off his trousers, and gazed down at the confused woman before him. "Let me enlighten you. N City no longer exists. A metropolis of millions has succumbed to the undead, we may very well be the only survivors." He continued, "Haven't you received any news in recent days? Are your phones still operational? Can you even reach the authorities? The government has vanished, you must rely solely on yourself." He Meow Meow, bombarded by Zhang Zhao's relentless inquiries, felt as if she might collapse onto the staircase. Her phone lay abandoned in the resort room, and the only employee who managed to escape with her, Wang Gang, had also lost power to his device. When did all of this happen? Her voice quivered, tinged with an impending sob. "It has been nearly a month. Ever since that fateful day when the crisis began within just a few days," Zhang Zhao replied, observing He Meow Meow as she sat on the stairs. Concealing her face in despair, Zhang Zhao shook his head in resignation. Whether it was due to fear or sorrow, she clutched her skirt tightly, trembling. After several minutes, her sobs gradually subsided, leading to a silence that lingered for another 5 or 6 minutes. When He Meow Meow finally lifted her head, her eyes were swollen. Rising to her feet, she clenched her fists and exclaimed, "That scoundrel dared to deceive me." In a fit of rage, she nearly sprinted out of the warehouse. "Who is this woman? It's evident she is no good," Li Jing remarked disdainfully as she stepped out, her expression one of contempt. Jealousy flickered in her eyes. To her, He Meow Meow was anything but a respectable woman. Acquaintance does not necessitate meddling, yet upon noticing Song Qing's unwavering gaze upon him, he resignedly remarked, "All right. Let us follow along." Chapter 13, The Zombie Orchard. On a summer night in the apocalypse, even the wind bore a chill. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the room. leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Wang Gang covered his face, bewildered by the unexpected slap he received from a woman whose strength was surprisingly formidable. "Why did you hit me?" "Sister He?" Wang Gang protested, feigning innocence. One of the male employees, equally taken aback by He Miao Miao's sudden outburst, chimed in, "Yes, Sister He, you can't just act irrationally. Why would you strike someone?" He Miao Miao, her fingers turning pale from tension, glared at Wang Gang with her reddened eyes and trembled as she demanded, "Why did I strike you? Explain to me, why?" Wang Gang, his gaze shifting, continued to uphold his guise of innocence. "How would I know, Sister He? What have I done to offend you?" Witnessing Wang Gang's demeanor only fueled He Miao Miao's fury, causing her to shake with rage. "Very well, you scoundrel. Are you pretending with me? You assured us that N City was safe. You claimed there was official news online stating there was no danger in N City. You told us that as long as we remained here, help would arrive. What were your true intentions?" As she raised her hand to strike him once more, Wang Gang swiftly seized her wrist and flung it away. "Enough," he asserted, adjusting his glasses. "What? N City has become a dead city? There are no living souls left?" Hearing the commotion outside, 5 young women in their 20s emerged one after another from the inner room. The occupants began to chatter nervously, some already reduced to tears from fright. He Miao Miao let out a cold laugh. "Ha! For our own good? Do you think I am unaware of your machinations? Zioxi!" She pointed at a beautiful girl with an oval face. "Tell me, what did Wang Gang do to you?" The girl named Xiaoxi, already in tears, was immediately rendered speechless by He Miao Miao's inquiry, unable to utter a single word. "Enough, you vile woman!" Wang Gang shouted as he kicked He Miao Miao to the ground, cursing. "You worthless piece of trash, you always used to boss me around. Now, think you can rely on your beloved mangy dog to rescue you? Dream on!" He savagely kicked her several times. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Zhang Zhao and Guorong arrived, witnessing the assault on He Miao Miao. Guorong, tall and robust, swiftly kicked Wang Gang aside. Wincing in pain, Wang Gang glared venomously at Guorong and Zhang Zhao, adjusting his glasses. "What business is it of yours? Our affairs are none of your concern. You looking for a fight?" Guorong glared back, pointing threateningly at Wang Gang, barely restraining the urge to strike after his earlier impulse in the warehouse. Fortunately, Zhang Zhao intervened just in time, preventing Guorong from acting on his aggression. "Why resort to violence? He Miao Miao has already informed me that we escaped from City N, which has now fallen." Zhang Zhao surveyed the familiar faces in the room, recognizing several of them. The deceit meticulously spun by Wang Gang was unveiled by He Miao Miao and Zhang Zhao. Yet he endeavored to perpetuate this falsehood. "You claim it has fallen, yet why should we believe you?" The individuals within the room were devoid of conviction, each possessing their own narrative, uncertain of whom to trust. "Why should we?" Just based on this, Guorong could no longer contain himself, drawing his blade and pressing it against Wang Gang's chest. "Do you believe that if I were to stab you now, no one would intervene?" This was indeed a grave situation. Despite Wang Gang's thick skin and obstinate nature, he had never before found himself at the mercy of such a sharp blade. His face contorted bizarrely as he wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, "You're formidable, truly formidable." What was initially a somewhat amusing scenario had become devoid of laughter. "You should leave, this place is not suitable for you. If you linger here any longer, these people will inevitably meet their demise at your hands," Zhang Zhao stated coldly. After contemplating, Wang Gang realized there was little reason for him to remain. Cautiously, he rose beneath Guorong's knife and approached a male colleague nearby. Noticing that the man deliberately recoiled, he barked, "Are you with me or with him?" Gradually, some in the room began to waver, and ultimately, the 2 male employees along with 2 of the girls chose to follow Wang Gang. He Miao Miao sat on the floor, possibly injured. Weeping Zhang Zhao cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "Your description is rather pitiful, akin to an orphan mother and child. If you fancy it, feel free to take them all." Presently, only 4 individuals remained with He Miao Miao's group. If they were to journey together, the vehicle would barely accommodate them. However, he himself was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, preoccupied with his own survival. Should they travel together, the issue of sustenance would become paramount. These women, frail and delicate, might hinder their progress should they encounter a horde of the undead. Within their current group, there were already 3 women and a child, whose combat capabilities were notably lacking. Zhang Zhao was reluctant to shoulder their burden. Yet, even in this apocalyptic world, he had not relinquished his humanity. He could not turn a blind eye to suffering. Guorong rubbed his hands together, chuckling, "Hee, I wish we could. But the reality is that having more people complicates matters. We've already offered our assistance, perhaps we should provide them with some food and let them fend for themselves? This place seems relatively safe." Zhang Zhao furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before responding, "That won't suffice. Do they not lack food even more than we do? These 4 women might hold their own against zombies here, but should another band of villains arrive, they would surely suffer." Noticing that Guorong was still gazing at the girls, seemingly inattentive to his words, Zhang Zhao tapped him on the head. "Come on, stop daydreaming. Tonight, Song Qing told me that Han Yu has taken a liking to you." This statement was pivotal, and Guorong's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Really? It seems fortune is smiling upon me. Hee, I truly have no ulterior motives." Such nonsense could only be believed by the undead. He Miao Miao had been pacified. The descent from paradise to hell had transpired in a mere hour. She had long anticipated that Mr. Lai would send someone to rescue her. But all that was beautiful was swiftly annihilated. Zhang Zhao lit a cigarette and said, "Sister He, there are no other alternatives now. To speak frankly, remaining here is but a dead end. What are your plans?" He Miao Miao was a clever woman, as a female in a predatory society. She had managed to survive to this extent, which undoubtedly required some skill. She lifted her head and gathered the few girls beside her, declaring, "Those who remain are willing to share both fate and fortune with me. Take us away, you may choose from the girls here, including myself." With a thud, Zhang Zhao's cigarette fell to the ground. Guorong, too, was left agape, his mouth wide enough to fit a duck egg. This was a blatant temptation. He Miao Miao implied that as long as he took them away, they would all belong to him, to do with as he pleased. Had it been in the past, the Zhang Zhao who frequented the nightlife might have been swayed, but now, in this apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, he found little appetite for such propositions. He Miao Miao was merely in her 30s, not much older than Zhang Zhao. Her beauty and figure surpassed that of Lian by several notches, making her an object of involuntary admiration for any man who encountered her. The other 3 girls also possessed beauty, their tear-streaked faces evoking a pang of sympathy in any observer. "Sister He, you truly overestimate me," Zhang Zhao chuckled. "In these times, we are all merely struggling to survive in the apocalypse. I do not possess such grand desires." He Miao Miao's face revealed a hint of disdain, and she pondered, "Is this not sufficient?" Zhang Zhao offered a bitter smile, realizing that it was indeed reminiscent of the novels and films, in a world on the brink of collapse. Women had become devalued. Was survival merely a matter of bartering one's body for hope? He picked up the cigarette that had fallen to the ground and took another drag before addressing He Miao Miao once more. Just before her patience might run out, to survive, one must rely on oneself. I am willing to include you in our group, but your survival hinges on your own efforts. Once we reach a suitable location, find transportation, and you may accompany us." Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Zhang Zhao continued, "Do you comprehend my meaning? You may join our team, but your longevity depends on your own capabilities. Should you become a liability, we shall abandon you. For instance, if confronted by zombies, running too slowly, or merely consuming resources without contributing." He chuckled, "My current group is already quite substantial, don't you think?" He Miao Miao remained silent for a moment, yet her subsequent actions compelled Zhang Zhao to admire her. She swiftly tore her skirt fashioning it into a pair of shorts that revealed a glimpse of a tattoo on her thigh. Grasping an iron hook from behind the door, she assumed a resolute stance. Very well, this is indeed fair. We will support each other, and we shall follow your lead. Guo Rong quietly marveled, wow! This woman is incredibly fierce. The effect was immensely satisfying. The four women before him were eager and ready for action. Unable to contain his laughter, Zhang Zhao remarked, ladies, we are fleeing for our lives, striving to survive, not engaging in violence, understood? As everyone was brimming with a fervent desire to fight, a barrage of irascible invectives echoed from the outside. What's happening? The ever-vigilant Zhang Zhao immediately reacted with alacrity. The group emerged from the house, and he Miao Miao declared, it's the old orchard keeper. Lights had already illuminated the lower floor of the adjacent building, where an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood at the entrance, wielding an air rifle. He was firing at the staggering zombies that approached. Although the air rifle couldn't match the power of a military firearm, its 5mm steel pellets were more than sufficient to obliterate the zombies' heads. The old man's marksmanship was impressively precise. In the obscurity of the night, even the younger individuals could barely discern the silhouettes of the zombies, yet the old man dispatched them with nearly every shot. After firing 7 or 8 times, 5 or 6 zombies had already collapsed. The group could faintly hear the old man cursing between shots, get out of here. This is my place. Get out. Of course, the zombies were incapable of comprehending human language. Dozens more zombies emerged from the orchard and the road, encircling the area. How are there so many zombies? Where did they come from? He Miao Miao asked in terror, clutching an iron hook she had retrieved from upstairs. Indeed, the woman was not as valiant as she had seemed earlier. When confronted with real zombies, she transformed into a picture of timidity. The women trailed behind Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong, and by the time they reached downstairs, the zombies were only a dozen meters away. Guo Rong unsheathed his tang sword, preparing for battle. Old man, this place won't hold. You need to escape quickly, Zhang Zhao shouted. It was evident that these 2-story buildings would not withstand the onslaught for long, as the number of zombies continued to swell. The old man seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing to shoot at the zombies with unwavering focus. Zhang Zhao, with a sense of helplessness, felled an approaching zombie with a swift strike. Guo Rong joined the fray, and together, they dispatched another 5 or 6 zombies with decisive blows. Several women, like startled birds, huddled in the corridor, too frightened to emerge. In just a few fleeting moments, the area was swarmed by zombies. The old man fired his air gun repeatedly, managing to bring down several of the undead. Suddenly, a chilling scream escaped his lips as he tumbled to the ground, only to be besieged by several zombies eager to tear him apart. The warehouse door was violently smashed open, the metal door twisted aside like a discarded toy, and the RV charged forth like a ferocious beast, crushing 2 zombies into a gruesome pulp. The vehicle made a sharp turn and halted right in front of Zhang Zhao and his companions. Get in the damn car! He shouted urgently. Instantly, the women snapped to attention, screaming as they rushed to board the vehicle. He Miao Miao, trailing behind, clutched the old man's gun in one hand and a small bag in the other as she climbed aboard. Zhang Zhao was rendered speechless with anger, casting her an incredulous glare. This woman was utterly insane. Even in this dire situation, she found the time to salvage such items. The old man lay in a pool of blood, his body a mangled mess, the ground stained like an abyss. Zhang Zhao swung his knife, severing the first zombie that had turned its gluttonous gaze upon them. He half fell, half kneeling, as he leapt into the vehicle. Chapter 14, Mutants. Zombies at the service area. The vehicle bounced along the narrow, poorly maintained road. Zombies occasionally lunged out, only to be crushed beneath the wheels. As dawn broke, the nightmarish ordeal took its toll, and a few passengers succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. He Miao Miao remained motionless, gripping the air gun tightly, lost in thought beside the sofa. Zhang Zhao tossed a towel to her, signaling her to wipe away the crimson and black remnants of zombie blood from her face. Just hours earlier, she had endured a nightmarish assault by the undead, and it was evident that she was still grappling with the lingering fear. In such tense moments, even Zhang Zhao found it difficult to maintain his composure, let alone He Miao Miao, who had been hiding in this place. When Li Yan awoke and found Zhang Zhao smoking alone, she offered him a bottle of water. "Get one for Sister He as well," Zhang Zhao requested. Li Yan displayed reluctance, yet this was not her place to decide. However, her words were sharp, muttered softly, "What if we encounter more like her on the road? How will we manage?" Though her voice was low, it seemed intentionally directed at He Miao Miao. He Miao Miao tightened her grip on the gun. A surge of anger coursing through her, startling Li Yan. "What are you trying to do?" Li Yan asked. "Humph, we are both women, whatever you can do, I can do too. I will not be a burden to you," He Miao Miao replied. This left Li Yan momentarily speechless. The implication of He Miao Miao's words was not limited to specific actions, yet they felt oddly unsettling to her ears. Recognizing that He Miao Miao was not to be trifled with, Li Yan refrained from further comment, despite the multitude of grievances swirling in her mind. In this apocalyptic world, nothing could be contemplated as it once was. Humanity's greatest strength lies in its unparalleled ability to adapt to its surroundings. He Miao Miao downed nearly half a can of water in one go and seethed. "It must be Wang Gang, that bastard. Normally, there are no zombies in the orchard, he must have drawn them in from elsewhere last night. Unexpectedly. The conflict between myself and Wang Gang has incited a murderous intent within him." Zhang Zhao also sensed that the arrival of the zombies last night was rather unusual. In such sparsely populated areas, if someone were to be infected and transformed into a zombie, it would be improbable for them to congregate in such numbers. It remains uncertain whether Wang Gang and his few employees are alive or dead, but judging by his actions, it is likely that their survival will not be prolonged. Suddenly, the driver, Li Zijing, halted the vehicle as the road ahead appeared obstructed. Zhang Zhao shifted to the passenger seat, while Guorong observed dozens of zombies standing together about 100 meters ahead. He Miao Miao leaned in to see the situation. Her brow furrowed. These zombies seemed to have come from the resort. Among the horde of undead, a few tourists wearing yellow hats from a previous tour group were visible. He Miao Miao had encountered them at the resort before. Li Zijing remarked, "It seems there is an issue with the small bridge up ahead, otherwise these zombies would not have gathered here. There is an alternative route available, a highway exit is nearby, and we could take that road. However, we remain uncertain about the conditions on the highway. If it too is blocked, the situation could worsen considerably. For now, we must rely on luck. Let us head onto the highway and seek a relatively safe place to rest. Brother Li, you have been driving for quite some time. You deserve a proper break," Zhang Zhao suggested. "None of us slept well last night, and while those in the vehicle are fine, it has been Li Zijing behind the wheel all along. Driving while fatigued may take a toll on his health." As the vehicle approached, the zombies trapped in the road became agitated, rushing forth as if they had discovered a new land. Fortunately, the car's sturdy exterior provided a safeguard. Despite the frenzied pounding of the undead upon its surface, it served merely to instill fear. Li Zijin accelerated, deftly maneuvering through the throng of zombies. His driving prowess was commendable. On several occasions, the car's wheels seemed to graze the roadside as he expertly avoided clusters of the undead. Soon, he left them far behind, his countenance remaining serene, while Zhang Zhao in the passenger seat felt beads of sweat form in his palms. Occasionally, abandoned vehicles could be seen on the highway, alongside zombies gnawing on remains. Upon noticing the passing car, they would drop their morsels and pursue with outstretched arms and gnashing teeth, to avert any mishaps. The car's speed was kept deliberately low, around 60 miles per hour. After more than half an hour of travel, a sign indicated a service station approximately 2 kilometers ahead. Zhang Zhao nudged Guorong, who was snoring soundly, rousing him from his slumber. His eyes were bloodshot, and drool lingered at the corner of his mouth. Hey, we've arrived. Hurry up and get out, Zhang Zhao said, a wry smile crossing his face. He too was sleep-deprived, yet dared not succumb to slumber. To his astonishment, his companion was curled up on the sofa, nearly contorted in his sleep, still lost in dreams even in such dire circumstances. Already? So soon? Guorong rubbed his face to shake off the remnants of sleep. Zhang Zhao delivered a playful jab. What were you thinking? Did you imagine we were on a rocket? We've merely reached a service station where we can disembark and assess our safety. It's a chance for us to rest properly. The service station was quite expansive, with dozens of vehicles parked in the lot, alongside some scattered remnants of bodies. It appeared that the unfortunate souls had not been able to reach their cars in time before being consumed by the undead. Zhang Zhao roused the individuals inside the vehicle, assigning Song Qing and Han Yu to keep watch over Lin Lin. The others were required to disembark, since they had chosen to join this team. Each member needed to contribute to demonstrate their worth. At that moment, the service area was enveloped in silence, save for the distant chirping of cicadas. He Miao Miao huddled closely with her three subordinates, forming a small unit. Should any peril arise, none would have the luxury to attend to their needs. Li Yan carried a shovel she had procured from the orchard's storage, showing remarkable improvement compared to before, exhibiting a confidence absent in He Miao Miao's three companions. The service area, already sparsely populated, had become devoid of life, as the transformed had consumed all the living beings, their whereabouts now unknown. After Zhang Zhao and the others dispatched over 10 solitary zombies, the area was rendered relatively secure. All right, everyone. Let us rest here for half a day before resuming our journey, Zhang Zhao announced. He Jia, you and your group should search for any useful supplies. Gather as much food and water as possible, but remember not to wander too far. With no one else in the service area, the supermarket's stock remained largely untouched. The women, having not encountered such an abundance of food in quite some time, were nearly overwhelmed with joy. Each doing their utmost to gather and transport whatever edible and useful items they could find. Zhang Zhao and Li Zijie meticulously searched through the clothing of each corpse in the parking lot, ultimately discovering the keys to an off-road vehicle, which they promptly filled with fuel. This vehicle was, of course, intended for He Miao Miao and her group. With 11 individuals in the team, a single car was insufficient. This had been agreed upon with He Miao Miao the previous night. At an appropriate time, they would secure another mode of transportation for them to drive themselves. After more than an hour, the area in front of the RV was piled high with provisions, resembling a small mountain, alongside various miscellaneous items. Zhang Zhao glanced around and picked up a gift box, inquiring, whose box of tea leaves is this? A timid girl named Qianqian, under He Miao Miao's supervision, stammered. It's mine. The crowd gathered around, and Zhang Zhao's anger flared as he threw the gift box to the ground, shattering it into pieces. It seems you still lack awareness, he admonished. We are fighting for our lives. Food and fresh water are crucial for survival. Tell me, what is the purpose of bringing tea leaves? Qianqian was taken aback, her lips trembling as tears threatened to spill, still oblivious to her mistake. Observing Zhang Zhao's rising fury, He Miao Miao swiftly intervened. Zhang, please don't be upset. She's still young and does not understand. She retrieved a cigarette from within her belongings and added with a smile, look. We are inexperienced ourselves, unsure of what is essential and what is not. Please do not blame her, all right? Zhang Zhao accepted the cigarette, gazing at He Miao Miao's anxious expression, and smiled reassuringly. Very well, He Jia. I do not genuinely wish to be angry with her. You all should sort through the items inside. He said to Li Yan, take a look and see what is necessary. Having been with Zhang Zhao and the others for some time, Li Yan understood what items were essential and which were not. Earlier, when He Miao Miao had offered a cigarette to Zhang Zhao, she had inwardly cursed several times. Now, with the task assigned to her by Zhang Zhao, she felt compelled to assert herself, declaring, everyone come and see, I will inform you of what is significant and what is not. After a brief selection, Li Yan held up a package and inquired, "Who brought this sanitary napkin?" Upon reflection, she realized her reaction might have been overly dramatic, as she secretly wished to provoke a confrontation, ideally leading to He Miao Miao and her companions being expelled from the group. Yet, she was not a foolish woman. She understood the importance of discretion in all matters. The vehicle halted at the entrance, with Zhang Zhao and Guorong on guard while Li Zijing sought a spot to complete his task. Song Qing had ventured to the supermarket to procure some snacks and was currently entertaining Lin Lin. Meanwhile, Li Yan sat quietly in a corner, lost in her thoughts. He Miao Miao, possessing 8 years of driving experience, was far more skilled than Zhang Zhao and could easily handle the assigned off-road vehicle. The girl named Xiao Xi had also chosen to stay with He Miao Miao, and they were in the service station searching for items to use as weapons. She was, in fact, an introverted individual, having endured hardships from a young age. She believed in bearing her burdens silently, confident in her own resilience. In a hurry, she changed her sanitary napkin but soon felt a wave of discomfort in her abdomen, prompting her to crouch in the restroom. Damn it, there's no toilet paper. After finishing, she realized just how unfortunate her day had turned out to be. The cardboard box contained not a single piece of paper, and she dared not raise her voice. The team leader had warned that under no circumstances should one make excessive noise, lest it attract zombies, endangering both oneself and others. She glanced towards the adjacent room and noticed a glimmer of hope. A pack of tissues lay beside the toilet. With cautious determination, Hong Yan extended her hand, realizing that with a bit of effort, she could retrieve the tissues. She was a person of good hygiene habits, even in the apocalypse. She would not venture out without tending to her needs. Chapter 15, Mutations, Zombies in the service area. The gap beneath the bathroom stall was not particularly wide. Yet for a girl, it was feasible to stretch her arm through. However, Hong Yan had not shifted her rear from the toilet seat, making the task somewhat challenging. With immense effort, she finally grasped the tissue packaging and began to inch it closer with her fingers. Almost there. A sigh of relief escaped her. Although He Miao Miao had been kind to her, in a world where bathing opportunities were scarce, the last thing she wanted was to carry an unpleasant odor that would deter others from sharing a vehicle with her. Just as joy filled her heart, she noticed a pair of ghastly pale feet appearing in the adjacent restroom. Before she could react, a sharp pain shot through her arm, and she could not suppress a scream of agony. Damn it! When the others rushed to the restroom, the most appalling aspect was the diminutive zombie, no larger than a child of 6 or 7, perched upon her. Its skin possessed an unnatural pallor, as white as parchment. It was ravenously devouring Hong Yan, its entire upper body drenched crimson with her blood. Hong Yan was irrevocably deceased. In a mere matter of minutes, she had been cannibalized beyond recognition. As the ghoul was facing away from the entrance, it remained oblivious to the newcomers. He Miao Miao suppressed her tears, her lips quivering. It was evident that Hong Yan's fate was sealed. Even if she were to survive, the zombie's bite would condemn her to the same wretched existence. Just as Zhang Zhao was about to retreat from the lavatory, the zombie, sated from its gruesome feast, slowly turned around. Its features were no longer discernible. A pair of milky eyes and a grotesque maw that stretched from ear to ear were the only vestiges of its former visage. With a mouth full of fangs, it lunged forth with a prodigious leap, soaring more than 2 meters in the air, and pounced toward Zhang Zhao and his companions. Zhang Zhao raised his blade in defense, while Li Zijing, who had just rushed in, snatched the air rifle from He Miao Miao and unleashed a barrage of shots. Steel pellets pierced the zombie's flesh, splattering black ichor everywhere. With death imminent, Zhang Zhao sidestepped as the zombie descended, cleaving it in two with a single stroke. The zombie ruptured like a water-filled balloon, its putrid blood splattering upon everyone present. Qian, aghast at the macabre scene, opened her mouth to scream, but He Miao Miao swiftly stifled her. Gazing at the grotesque gore, Guorong exclaimed in disbelief, "Good heavens, what is this monstrosity?" The zombie lay lifeless, and an extended silence ensued before anyone could fully recover from the horrifying spectacle. Li Zijing received the small bag from He Miao Miao and proceeded to load steel pellets into his weapon. "It appears the zombie has undergone a mutation," he remarked. It was fortunate that Li Zijing arrived promptly as the zombie lunged, firing several shots from his airgun, which impeded the creature's progress, allowing Zhang Zhao to deliver the decisive blow. This perilous incident unfolded in mere seconds. Earlier, while clearing the service area of zombies, they had neglected to inspect the women's restroom, leading to dire consequences. He Miao Miao was tearful, having been close to Hong Yan for several years. However, there was no time to dwell on their grief. They needed to ascertain if there were any similar zombies in the vicinity. When the blade pierced the zombie's flesh, there was virtually no resistance. This suggested that the zombie's skin was even more delicate than that of ordinary zombies. Nonetheless, it was evident that this particular zombie had significantly enhanced speed and attack capabilities. Yet, something seemed amiss. If its survival depended solely on its speed due to its fragile skin, it defied logic. Zombies, deprived of fresh blood for an extended period, tend to prey on their kind, particularly those with relatively intact flesh. Judging by its size, this zombie was not particularly large, but its abdomen appeared swollen like a balloon. The mangled remains of Hong Yan had been almost entirely consumed by the mutated zombie, leaving only her head and lower body. Her torso had been almost completely emptied. At that moment, she was in the throes of transformation. Her eyes had become lifeless, and she feebly extended her arms, attempting to crawl out, only to collapse onto the ground with a thud. "Allow me," someone said, "I shall grant her final release." Having received the blade from Zhang Zhao, He Miao Miao, with resolute restraint, plunged it into the crimson head of the zombified corpse. This marked her inaugural stride, the first zombie she had slain. To endure, one must possess an unwavering fortitude that surpasses all others. Seated upon the steps, Zhang Zhao inhaled from his cigarette, while beside him, He Miao Miao was consumed by sorrow. Since personally dispatching the zombified Hong Yan, she had remained taciturn. Her footwear and legs were besmirched with dark ichor. Her coiffure, once meticulously arranged, was now disheveled, revealing the visage of a vulnerable woman in the erstwhile adept socialite of the nightlife scene. The zombified apocalypse had obliterated her aspirations and promising future. Her initial intent had been to amass sufficient capital to abscond afar. Zhang Zhao extended a cigarette to her, igniting it for her benefit, and exhaled a weighty plume of smoke. Oftentimes, we are bereft of choice. At present, each individual is preoccupied with self-preservation, compelled to prioritize their own well-being. Excessive sentimentality becomes an encumbrance. I, too, have contemplated the ramifications of relinquishing the will to survive. Perhaps genuine remorse only manifests upon the precipice of mortality. He Miao Miao, whether due to the acrid smoke or poignant contemplation, shed two streams of tears that coursed down her cheeks. She endeavored to wipe them away, yet only succeeded in further smearing her visage. It is not that I am unable to accept it. It is merely that I am uncertain of the appropriate course of action. The future, formerly a realm of meticulous planning, has now become a precarious endeavor. While each individual strives to subsist, the capacity to delineate a future is beyond the grasp of the average person. Each day, each hour, one must meticulously contemplate the acquisition of shelter. Even in slumber, vigilance must be maintained. Unbeknownst to you, at any moment, these mindless and ferocious zombies may stand before you. Li Zijing called for everyone to gather, preparing to depart from this place. Zhang Zhao patted He Miao Miao on the shoulder and said, "Do not dwell too much on the uncertainties. Surviving until tomorrow is what truly matters. If we cannot flow with the current, we must resist it." He Miao Miao recalled the air gun she had obtained when the old man in the orchard was beset by zombies. According to Li Zijing, it was a state-of-the-art air gun capable of holding over 20 rounds at once, with an effective range of 250 to 300 meters, exhibiting considerable power. In a country with stringent firearm regulations, possessing an air gun significantly bolstered their combat capabilities. Moreover, her bag contained 500 to 600 steel balls, which added considerable weight. Having served in the military, Li Zijing was quite adept with firearms, despite the substantial differences between air guns and military weapons. He quickly mastered its use after only a brief period of handling. This air gun was entrusted to Li Zijing. As he Miao recognized that the right tools must be placed in the right hands to maximize their efficacy. The RV occupied by Zhang Zhao and the others led the way, while he Miao and her group followed closely in a 4x4 vehicle procured from a service area. Fortunately, the sparse traffic on the highway allowed them to slow their pace and proceed safely. Separated by several dozen meters and lacking communication devices, their exchanges were limited. Traveling at 40 yards per hour for 3 to 4 hours, they had not progressed very far. Occasionally, someone needed to step out for a moment, and Lin's restlessness persisted. This group appeared less like fugitives and more akin to travelers. On better stretches of road, Guorong took the wheel. As Li Zijing had been thoroughly exhausted over the past few days, with little opportunity for proper rest. Throughout the journey, Zhang Zhao remained particularly attentive to Song Qing and Han Yu. This was partly because they had been neighbors before the apocalypse and were the first to join Zhang Zhao's team after the outbreak. Additionally, it was possible that Song Qing had already discussed her romantic inclinations with Han Yu, who was soon to become his brother's girlfriend. Over the days, the two girls had changed significantly, no longer living in the oppressive atmosphere they once endured. They were usually quiet, often just following the lead of Zhang Zhao and the others. In the team, these two girls were perhaps the least troublesome. Li Yan's gaze towards Zhang Zhao was still filled with resentment, undoubtedly due to the addition of He Miao, which made her feel her position was threatened. She had defined her role in the team as Zhang Zhao's woman, at least in her own mind. Song Qing and Han Yu, in her eyes, were no match. She had always believed that as long as she held on to Zhang Zhao, she could continue to survive with the team, at least in some aspects. She was crucial to Zhang Zhao. But now, with the sudden addition of a woman who surpassed her in every way, her heart began to stir with unease. Previously, at the service station, seeing Hong Yan being devoured by zombies, apart from fear, she felt a slight joy, as if one of her rivals had lost strength. The arrival of He Miao made her feel that in this team, she might be the only one at risk of being isolated. Just a few kilometers ahead, there was a highway exit leading to H City, the provincial capital with a population of 12 million. In dire circumstances, when entry into a city is unavoidable, the convoy opts to spend the night on the highway. The densely populated urban areas signify the presence of numerous zombies, with crops now left to wither. Only the city harbors stored provisions. Unless it is imperative to replenish supplies, no one harbors a desire to venture into the urban sprawl. Around 7 o'clock, the sky gradually darkens. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the undead, neither vehicle illuminates its headlights, relying instead on the moonlight for navigation and movement. The two vehicles are parked side by side, and as food is distributed, the doors swing open. Each individual holds a modest portion of bread and water, along with some meat products collected from the service station that day. Driven by a fascination for firearms, Li Zijing has been toying with an air gun since the moment they halted. He and Zhang Zhao sit atop the RV, where he imparts a wealth of knowledge regarding weaponry. Although the firearms currently employed by the military have undergone substantial enhancements, they still pale in comparison to those wielded by the Global Security Alliance. As for the so-called explosive guns, their close-range lethality is formidable. A standard Golden Tiger shotgun typically features two modes, point detonation and annihilation detonation. This means that the firing mode can be adjusted much like a single-lens reflex camera. Point detonation condenses the fired rounds into a singular point, resulting in an explosive reaction upon striking the target. Meanwhile, the annihilation mode releases rounds that can inflict maximum damage over a 2-meter radius within effective range. Of course, these insights are derived from tales shared by his former military comrades during their tenure in high-ranking positions. He has not witnessed these capabilities firsthand. as they emerged after his departure from the Security Alliance. If only such weaponry were at our disposal, we would no longer need to fear the zombies. Zhang Zhao found himself captivated by the weapons that only existed in science fiction films, pondering how possessing such a weapon would allow one to navigate the apocalypse with ease. Li Zijin shook his head with a chuckle, remarking that it was not necessarily so. After all, the zombie we encountered today had undergone evolution. Who knows what further transformations other zombies might undergo? The firearms I've heard about from my old comrades may not even be available within the Security Alliance's divisions in our country. As for these advanced energy weapons, it is improbable that they could be deployed on a large scale in a short time. If that were the case, the Security Alliance would have already utilized such armaments during this zombie crisis. Moreover, even the most powerful firearms face a significant challenge in terms of ammunition resupply in the apocalypse, as Li Zijin mentioned. A single magazine requires a full 8 hours to recharge, yet it is not merely electric, it converts electrical energy into a new form of energy. Although Zhang Zhao felt an irresistible allure towards such ethereal possibilities, he could only indulge in his thoughts. Fate, while toying with humanity, seemed to orchestrate certain events in the background. Chapter 16, the favorite of the apocalypse, a black micro-arc transport aircraft soared through the night sky, with Donna, the leader of the combat team responsible for transporting medical supplies, seated inside the cargo hold, her eyes half closed. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, armed forces around the globe have been striving to eliminate and resist the horde of zombies. However, the virus spread too rapidly, resulting in the disintegration of government forces. While there are still armed groups dedicated to the development and maintenance of the purification project, humanity's capabilities remain woefully inadequate to withstand this cataclysm. The Global Security Alliance, with branches spanning the globe, is a specialized armed group supervised by the United Nations. At its zenith, its total strength soared to an impressive 200,000 personnel. The group's primary focus encompasses the development of weaponry, counterterrorism, and security operations. Members of the Security Alliance are meticulously selected from various corners of the world, often recommended by their respective national armies or recruited for their unique skills. Each individual is an elite among elites, showcasing their distinctive abilities to the fullest. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, only 60,000 to 70,000 combatants remain, collaborating with governmental forces to safeguard shelters and undertake missions such as survivor rescue and resource transportation. Donna leads a combat squad tasked with transporting medical supplies from City L to the refuge of the East Sea Islands. The squad, consisting of 5 members, ultimately sees only 2 survivors, one of whom is gravely injured. As she witnesses familiar figures engulfed by a horde of corpses, Donna's heart aches, haunted by nightmarish recollections. Winter, Scallion, and Hawk fought valiantly until the end. In the moment of boarding, she seemingly hears Scallion muster his last ounce of strength to utter the words, "Survive." Surrounded by blood and frenzied zombies, her dreams have never mirrored the idyllic fantasies of an ordinary girl. In the span of a mere month, her once aloof demeanor has been shattered. The captain, known for her strict and cold elegance, now leans against the frigid cabin, silently shedding tears. Meanwhile, Big Bear remains unconscious. She hastily bandages his wounds. Although the bleeding has ceased, he remains in a perilous state. In a desperate bid for survival, Big Bear succumbed to a zombie's assault, sustaining a bite to his calf. In a desperate attempt to halt the propagation of the zombie virus, Donna severed his lower leg with a combat knife. The burly man, known as Big Bear, immediately succumbed to the agony, losing consciousness. As he was being dragged onto the aircraft, he exhibited only faint respiration and a feeble heartbeat, with virtually no other signs of awareness. A young man clad in a black military uniform entered the cabin, prompting Donna to open her eyes and inquire, "Where are we?" Reporting, Captain Tang, the young man responded promptly. The aircraft is nearing the vicinity of H City and is projected to arrive at the safe zone by 11:00 a.m. tomorrow. Donna's reputation resonated profoundly within the refuge camp. Despite her seemingly delicate physique and relatively modest military rank, her temperament was formidable, often proving unmanageable even for the camp's principal leaders. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus and the near collapse of military forces, the Global Security Alliance amalgamated the remaining armed forces to establish a camp in the East China Archipelago, providing sanctuary for uninfected survivors. While numerous such refuge camps existed worldwide, few could rival the East China Archipelago camp in terms of population. Amidst this intricate environment, the refuge camp barely managed to sustain itself. In response to a global appeal, the senior officials initiated Project Pure Land, with the aim of establishing a defensive perimeter in the East China Archipelago and restoring productivity. However, with such a vast population, resources were perpetually in demand. Essential commodities such as sustenance, potable water, and pharmaceuticals, all the more crucial in this post-apocalyptic era, were procured by various security alliance teams. Donna's squad distinguished itself as the most frequently deployed and remarkably successful among all the teams. Prior to this expedition to El City, the squad had sustained no casualties. The young man in the black military uniform was aboard the aircraft, witnessing everything firsthand. Gazing upon the resolute female soldier before him, he was filled with admiration, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Team leader Tang, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I will tend to Daxiong here. She climbed into the upper resting compartment, reclined on the makeshift single bed, and gradually succumbed to slumber. After enduring prolonged battles, her body was on the verge of collapse. Thus, a brief respite in the form of sleep, allowing her to momentarily forget her aches, was the epitome of bliss. Time seemed to elapse unmeasured until Donna was jolted awake by a sensation akin to an earthquake. Instantly alert, she sprang from her dreams. The piercing alarm aboard the plane blared incessantly, while the fuselage rocked violently. Descending the stairs from the resting compartment, she dashed towards the cockpit. The door was ajar? Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over her. The cockpit door stood open, and traces of blood marred the threshold. With the weaponry secured in the cargo hold, she was left with only a dagger. Cautiously, she approached the cockpit, gently angling her body to peer inside. To her horror, both pilots lay slumped over the control panel, while a zombie gnawed on remnants of flesh on the floor. The aircraft continued to convulse, the turbulence intensifying, and the zombie immediately detected Donna standing at the cockpit entrance. Lunging, the zombie staggered forward, while inside the cockpit, the two pilots were gradually succumbing to zombification. Devoid of weaponry, Donna knew she could dispatch the three zombies, but she couldn't assure her safety. Any contact could prove fatal. With a swift kick, Donna sent the approaching zombie flying and then struggled to make her way toward the cargo hold. In this state of imbalance, the speed of the zombie was almost equal to her. As Donna reached the cargo hold, the zombified soldier was nearly upon her. Her firearm and pack lay discarded in a corner. With the zombie closing in, Donna lunged forward, seized her weapon, and with a resounding blast, obliterated the zombie's head. Finally vanquished, Donna exhaled in relief. But before she could prepare for further combat, the zombified figure of Daxiong emerged from behind a stack of cargo. Without hesitation, Donna aimed her weapon at the undead Daxiong and fired. To her dismay, the shots failed to obliterate Daxiong's head as she expected. The magazine was empty. As Donna reached for her pack, Daxiong seized her, hurling her aside. Even with the loss of his lower leg, Daxiong's strength was formidable. Having only recently transformed, he retained much of his former prowess, making him even more menacing than before. He seized Donna's ankle, attempting to climb up and bite her. But Donna retaliated with powerful kicks, striking the bear's head repeatedly. With the combat backpack weighed down by ammunition, he was unable to fill the gap created by the bear's grip. The disparity in physical strength was overwhelming, and as the aircraft was on the brink of crashing, Donna's legs felt as if they might detach from the effort, yet the bear clung on tenaciously. Suddenly, hope flickered in Donna's mind. She fumbled with her firearm. Utilizing the last ounce of energy in the magazine, aiming it at the bear and firing a shot. Although the remaining energy was insufficient to obliterate the target, the compressed air generated by the shot propelled the bear backward. Seizing the moment, Donna scrambled to her feet and activated the hatch switch. The forceful airflow nearly yanked her out, but with every ounce of strength, she clung to the cargo rack and moved cautiously forward, shivering in the frigid high-altitude wind. After being struck back, the bear struggled to crawl over, but the rush of air quickly swept him out of the hatch, vanishing into the night. After great effort, Donna finally grasped the combat backpack and slung it across her chest. She opened a container, retrieved a parachute, secured it on her back, and leaped into the void. In her desperate haste, she had no idea what awaited her below, only darkness enveloping her vision. "Look! Look at the plane!" Guorong suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the night sky. Everyone turned their gaze upward. Those with keen eyes could discern an aircraft gliding slowly, its lights blinking. It was headed for a crash. No one knows what misfortune befell the aircraft. All that was witnessed was its descent beyond several mountains, followed by an explosion that illuminated half the sky with its fiery glow. The sudden blast startled a few, and Linlin burst into tears. Aside from Li Zijing, it was likely that none present had ever witnessed such a powerful explosion. In her childhood, Linlin had seen the aftermath of a fire where a gas canister soared into the air after detonating, an event that had sent Zhang Zhao trembling in fear. This calamity seemed to bear little significance for those fleeing for their lives. After a brief discussion, the group soon lost interest in the incident. That night, Li Zijing kept watch during the first half, while Zhang Zhao took the latter shift. As night fell, everyone closed their car doors and sought rest. Linlin bore 5 or 6 abrasions on her legs, with a slender twig embedded painfully in her flesh. She tended to her wounds with minimal care before climbing up the slope of the highway. Under the moonlight, she could barely make out the road ahead. Aside from the abandoned vehicles, there was not a single undead in sight. For a soldier who had lived on the brink of life and death for a month, this desolate highway felt like the safest passage. The communication device on her wrist had become utterly useless. She removed it and threw it forcefully aside. After approximately 2 hours of trudging, the pain in her legs became intolerable. She considered resting for the night in one of the cars by the roadside. But upon seeing the filthy corpse inside, she recoiled, unwilling to linger for even a second longer. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out as a bullet struck a nearby vehicle. Donna instinctively dropped to the ground and raised her weapon in alertness. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath. Based on the recent events, Donna had roughly discerned the weapon employed by her adversary, a non-lethal steel ball air gun. She refrained from retaliating immediately, for she was aware that her opponent must have perceived her as a wandering zombie in the night. Chapter 17. The cigarette but traced an arc through the air before landing on the ground. Li Zijing, brandishing the air gun in his hand, aimed toward the direction from which he had just fired, puzzled by the outcome. Did one shot truly bring her down? Illuminated by the moonlight, he had noticed a dark silhouette moving from the direction of his arrival, prompting him to fire a shot indiscriminately. He distinctly heard the sound of the steel ball striking metal. However, he had not hit his intended target, yet the figure had collapsed on the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, a frantic female voice echoed, "You bastard, I'm a living person. Do not shoot, I mean no harm." The figure rose and limped toward him. Given her gait and speed, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie, which explained Li Zijing's instinct to fire. He switched on a powerful flashlight, revealing a short-haired woman clad in a military green vest, who approached him with a pronounced limp. Upon recognizing the weapon she held, he shuddered involuntarily. It was the legendary energy gun. Li Zijing holstered his gun and descended from the car roof. Despite surmising her identity, he remained cautious. Was she affiliated with the military? The Security Alliance? Donna shielded her eyes from the blinding light. "Could you please refrain from shining that directly into my eyes? The sudden brightness is quite unbearable." Once she noticed Li Zijing directing the light at the ground, she introduced herself. "I am Donna, captain of the combat team from the Security Alliance. Stationed at the East Sea Islands. Do you hail from the Eastern Sea Islands shelter? Li Zijing inquired, his curiosity piqued. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, it was the first time he had encountered an official representative, particularly from the renowned Security Alliance, known for its elite soldiers wielding the most advanced weaponry. For the soldiers stationed at the Eastern Sea Islands camp, the mere mention of the word shelter was most unwelcome. Since the implementation of the Pure Land project, the Eastern Sea Islands had been transformed into a heavily fortified base, boasting food reserves and military strength that rivaled those of the pre-apocalypse era. The last bastion painstakingly built by his comrades appeared, in the eyes of this reckless individual, to be nothing more than a mere shelter. Donna let out a cold laugh, unwilling to engage in further explanation. Instead, she asked, "How many people do you have here?" It seemed the two vehicles were purposefully parked in such a manner. Approaching the SUV, she noticed several women inside, wide-eyed and staring at her. The earlier conversation had roused those within the vehicle. Zhang Zhao, who had nearly drifted off to sleep, emerged upon hearing the commotion outside. As the door swung open, he found himself locking eyes with Donna, both assessing one another with keen interest. Guorong glanced at Donna, noting her disheveled appearance, and jested, "Look at her, she hardly seems like someone here to rescue us. She probably just fell from that plane." His remark ignited Donna's ire. Had she not been part of the disciplined force, her temperament would have surely led her to incapacitate the lewd man. Upon hearing Guorong's comment, the others began to accept the notion that the injured female soldier before them was indeed the one who had managed to escape just before the aircraft's descent. The surrounding area was all mountainous terrain, and her leg injury was likely sustained during the skydiving. The bandage on the wound was stained with blood, and she appeared exhausted. Even though she was not there to carry out the rescue plan, everyone's spirits immediately sank. Song Qing, who had been full of hope just moments before, retreated into the car with a dispirited expression. Just as everyone was about to ask more questions, Donna suddenly collapsed to the ground. Heavens, brotherly! Is this what you call an energy weapon? It's incredible. Indeed, he replied. As you can see, this particular firearm appears to be a more advanced model. There is a conversion switch here that allows it to seamlessly transform between rifle and sniper configurations. Furthermore, there is a port for launching explosive rounds, which suggests that this weapon has 3 distinct modes of operation. This is beyond belief. If every military unit were equipped with such weaponry, we would have nothing to fear from the undead. I simply overheard it from others, Li Zijin said modestly. The energy weapon is a highly classified piece of technology. How could a regular civilian have gleaned so much information through mere hearsay? Donna remarked sternly. This is not a matter of everyday commodities. It is peculiar that an ordinary citizen can analyze the functions of the energy weapon with such precision. Left with no alternative, Li Zijin was compelled to explain the situation. It turned out that the old comrade in arms he mentioned was a leader in the domestic branch of the Security Alliance, who tragically perished in an unforeseen accident shortly after the outbreak of the zombie virus. Upon hearing this news, Li Zijin's mood visibly shifted. However, he found solace in the fact that his old comrade's sacrifice was not in vain, for when the world is plunged into crisis, what soldier can avoid shedding blood? This energy weapon, crafted from exceedingly precious materials and requiring a complex and time-consuming production process, has seen the creation of only around 20,000 units worldwide since its inception. A number that fails to meet the demands of every military. The energy weapon necessitates fingerprint registration for its operation, thereby ensuring its security. Should it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, what conventional weapon could possibly contend with it? Within the team, there are 2 young women trained in medicine, who adeptly attend to wounds. After merely half a day's rest, Donna is able to move about without hindrance. Fortunately, her injuries are minor and do not involve any damage to her bones. Otherwise, finding a hospital with living personnel in this desolate wilderness would be an insurmountable challenge. Due to Donna's injury, the team's itinerary has been affected, but there is no urgent need to leave. Moreover, just ahead lies an exit to the highway. And if all goes well, they can continue along this route. Should they encounter obstacles, they may be forced to take risks and seek alternative paths. Having consumed a simple meal, Donna sits on the guardrail beside the highway, lost in thought. In a world on the brink of collapse, what one craves most is time. Yet it is also the one resource that feels most abundant. When faced with danger, one hopes for just a little more time to seize the chance for survival. Conversely, when in a relatively safe place, one is left to idly pass the time. A few women are busy organizing supplies, some are playing with Lin-Lin, while others gather wildflowers and grasses by the roadside. Under the sweltering heat, it is rare for anyone to display a serene smile. Some of the bread collected earlier has begun to show signs of mold. Even in times of food scarcity, there were few willing to take the risk of consuming spoiled bread. Zhang Zhao sat beside Donna, the taciturn female soldier exuding an air of cold elegance. Beneath her short hair, her features, upon closer inspection, revealed a certain beauty. Captain Tang, what is the current state of affairs in our homeland? Our group is considering heading towards the East Sea, but we are uncertain about the situation there. Although Zhang Zhao had yet to possess the qualities of a post-apocalyptic leader, as the nominal head of the team, he felt the need to comprehend the fate that awaited them. Donna gazed into the distance, lost in thought, before letting out a sigh. In just a month since the outbreak of the virus, the world has plunged into chaos. Currently, 3 official camps have been established domestically, with the East Sea Islands camp being the largest. Before I left, there were approximately over 200 survivors. In the northwest, where the population is sparse, many chose to flee in that direction, prompting the authorities to send personnel to manage the area. There is also a camp in the southeastern mountains, where conditions are considerably better. The pollution is not as severe as in other regions, and there is ample stockpiling of supplies. If, one day, the official combatants gradually dwindle, who will sustain the survival of these refuge camps? The strength of humanity is, after all, limited. When one chooses one path, another must inevitably be relinquished. Given this, even if we reach the East Sea Islands camp, can we truly endure for long? Zhang Zhao expressed his concerns. Donna, brushing her short hair, wore a troubled expression, acknowledging that under the current circumstances, this indeed seemed to be the case. The population continues to swell, while the availability of effective resources diminishes. To initiate production, time must be invested in preparation and refinement. Currently, 2 million survivors inhabit each designated sector, rendering it overcrowded. If the day arrives when vast resources are depleted, the encampment may gradually devolve into a desolate wasteland. Moreover, Zhang Zhao meticulously observed, should a viral infection inadvertently emerge among such a large populace, with the strait as a barrier, where could they possibly flee? Do you possess a comprehensive testing protocol? At present, the known transmission pathways of the zombie virus are limited to a few, and while the remaining scientists continue their research, achieving results in a short time frame proves to be a formidable challenge. The encampment conducts examinations on every survivor, relying on a protocol established only after the apocalypse. Although this effectively manages critical aspects, should an unforeseen event, as Zhang Zhao articulated, occur, it could indeed precipitate another wave of devastation. This entire scenario is beyond the comprehension of soldiers like Donna. She is merely a soldier executing orders. Her responsibilities lie in rescue and reconnaissance, destruction and resistance. Presently, there exists but a singular path forward. Given the circumstances of her team, a relatively secure and well-structured environment is essential for survival. Although Zhang Zhao harbored concerns, he found no alternative choices to guide his decisions. The threat posed by the zombie virus stands as the most catastrophic disaster in human history. At that moment, he recalled a previous encounter. Yes, we once encountered a peculiar zombie at a service station. He vividly recounted the zombie that had claimed Li Yan's life at the service station, observing Donna's astonished expression. which indicated that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. You encountered ambushers? The term ambusher was a revelation. Current observations revealed over 20 varieties of zombies, distinct from the ordinary ones, and they were continuously evolving. Globally, aside from death, the probability of those transformed zombies mutating was a staggering 1 in hundreds of thousands. With a world population nearing 10 billion, the implications were immense. Chapter 18, the 18th Middle School. The road ahead was obstructed, with numerous zombies blocking our path. Li Zijin brought the vehicle to a halt, and everyone craned their necks to survey the situation. The highway was, indeed, not as clear as anticipated. After passing through the toll booth and traveling about 10 kilometers, an endless line of cars was visible ahead. Among the vehicles, many zombies roamed the roadway or struggled within the confines of their cars. There was no alternative, we had to turn back. Everyone remained on high alert, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The silhouette of buildings gradually emerged in the distance, with scattered abandoned vehicles lining the bypass. Occasionally, a withered zombie could be seen wandering aimlessly. The convoy attempted several routes to circumvent the city, but fortune was not on our side. Either they were teeming with zombies or blocked by various derelict cars. It was evident that we would not cover much distance today, and we needed to find a relatively safe place to rest. Li Zijin spotted a school up ahead. It is currently the summer vacation period, and the school stands deserted, rendering it relatively safer than other locales. As the vehicle approached the gate marked with the name of the 18th Middle School, the entrance remained firmly closed. Zhang Zhao alighted from the car, exercising caution as he surveyed the surroundings before prying open the security room's door. To his delight, the city's electrical infrastructure appeared to be functioning normally. The two vehicles circled the school at a leisurely pace, ultimately choosing to rest upon the playground for the night. This playground, of standard dimensions, was conducive to nighttime surveillance and would allow for a swift response in the event of any unforeseen incidents. Although the vehicles in the convoy were decent in performance, Zhang Zhao deemed them insufficient as means of transportation for apocalyptic survival. He sought the opinion of Li Zijin, who shared a similar sentiment. If provided with appropriate materials and tools, transforming the two cars into a mobile fortress, reminiscent of the zombie films they had once watched, would be a straightforward task for Li Zijin. Numerous auto repair shops were available, yet undertaking such modifications would constitute a significant operation, if mishandled. It could easily attract nearby hordes of the undead. Thus, they resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to execute their plans. Tang! It seems there are no zombies in this school. Let us venture into the teaching building to gather some supplies. We can set up a perimeter here, allowing everyone to avoid crowding into the vehicles at night. The evening temperatures remained stifling, making outdoor rest preferable to confinement within the cars. Tang Na nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to keep watch while the others proceeded. Zhang Zhao and Guorong called over Li Zijing, who was conversing with Lin Lin. The three of them, fully armed and equipped with flashlights, made their way toward the teaching building. In the realm of survival, one must first possess keen insight and then exhibit formidable search capabilities. Upon arriving at a location that may harbor the desired items, it is imperative, once safety is assured, to gather as many useful objects as possible. The school, during long holidays, is nearly deserted. Upon their arrival, they found the security room's door firmly shut, leaving them unaware of the guards' whereabouts following the outbreak of the zombie virus. The trio approached the nearest classroom and peered through the window. Li Zijing, armed with a large screwdriver, swiftly pried open the lock. Zhang Zhao contemplated the possibility of seeking out some cookable food to enhance their meager rations. However, since their escape from home, they had been preoccupied with survival, leaving no time for the entire team to pause and regroup. Moreover, it was increasingly difficult to spot any living creatures. Even if there were chickens or ducks, they could not ascertain whether they had been affected by the virus. As for fruits and vegetables, without farmers to tend to the fields, they would soon wither away. The doors of the dormitories were nearly all locked. and it was impractical to pry open each one, as it would require considerable effort. Ultimately, the trio decided to venture toward the cafeteria in hopes of fortune. The cafeteria lay along the path to the dormitories, beyond the teaching building, where streetlights had long ceased to function. The three switched on their flashlights, engaging in hushed conversation while remaining ever vigilant. As they passed by the gymnasium, Guorong suddenly tugged at Zhang Zhao's arm, whispering, "Quick, look! There seems to be some movement inside the gymnasium at the second-floor window. Take a look." Zhang Zhao and Li Zijin cast a glance at a window on the second floor of the Sports and Arts Pavilion, where a shadow briefly flickered past. Could it be a zombie? The likelihood of that was slim. A zombie would not possess such swift reflexes. Thus, it must be a survivor within the school. Should we investigate? Zhang Zhao found himself uncertain. If the figure was merely an ordinary survivor, that would be manageable. However, if it belonged to someone with malicious intent, it would pose a threat to their group. They could also see a corner of the playground, indicating that those inside the pavilion had likely been observing their team from the very beginning. Let us go take a look. After all, taking the initiative is preferable, suggested Li Zijin. The Sports and Arts Pavilion featured staircases on either side leading to the second floor. The trio ascended and found the iron door securely locked. Fortunately, they gently knocked. Before long, a boy who appeared to be around 17 or 18 stood behind the iron door. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao and his companions, he displayed no significant surprise, clearly having noticed them moments earlier. "Who are you?" "Leave this place," the boy stated coldly. "Leave? Why? How many people are inside?" Zhang Zhao inquired. "We are merely passing through and will depart tomorrow." As they journeyed, every encounter with survivors felt like a glimmer of hope. Guorong was not one to shy away from trouble, yet before he could utter much, the boy insisted vehemently that they leave. Despite the visible scars on the boy's body, it was difficult to elicit sympathy at that moment. "Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm asking you a question." At that moment, another voice emanated from within, seemingly instructing the youth, though the words were somewhat indistinct. When the boy faced the three once more, the earlier indifference was replaced by a palpable anxiety. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, and ultimately summoned the courage to ask, "Do you have any food?" Observing the situation, coupled with the boy's visible injuries, the trio began to comprehend the gravity of his plight. "Yes, but you must first unlock the door." "I will fetch it for you," one of them replied. Upon hearing of the food, the boy hesitated, eager to undo the chain lock, yet he paused, asserting, "You must give me the food first, and then I will open the door." The three individuals had left their provisions in the vehicle, and thus, had nothing to offer. Zhang Zhao lowered his voice, "We are your only hope, please unlock the door." The scene before them painted a familiar narrative, a timid youth, ensnared in the ruthless dynamics of survival, oppressed by those more formidable than himself. The boy wrestled with a tumultuous internal conflict. He feared that if these three were unable to assist him, they might inadvertently complicate his situation further. Additionally, should a confrontation arise with those inside, these benevolent strangers could also find themselves in peril. With tears brimming in his eyes, he finally opened the door, and as the iron gate creaked ajar, a sense of relief washed over him. For safety's sake, Li Zijing remained outside, keeping watch. Before him stood rows of tiered seating, while the center of the gymnasium housed a standard basketball court. The court was cluttered with makeshift tents constructed from bedsheets and frames. Approximately a dozen small tents dotted the area, some flickering with faint candlelight within. Within the confines of these tented shelters, a small circle of 4 or 5 individuals appeared to be engaged in a card game. "Be cautious, they are not to be trifled with," a youth discreetly warned his companions, despite the initial shock upon noticing the knives they bore in hand and at their sides. As the card players noticed the newcomers, they rose to their feet. The dimness of the evening obscured the newcomers' features, but one young man, likely in his 20s with a ponytail, called out lazily, "Hey, Liu Yang. Where's the food? His tone resembled that of a street rogue. The ponytail youth flicked the cigarette but from his fingers onto the ground, asserting, "This territory is under my watch. Who are you?" Zhang Zhao ascended the steps to the basketball court, taking note that aside from the 5 engaged in the card game, the rest of the individuals present had retreated into the tents, peering out cautiously. Approximately 20 people were present, the majority of whom were young women. "We are but travelers, seeking shelter in the school for the night, and we shall depart by dawn," Zhang Zhao replied with a tone of indifference. Aside from the ponytail youth, the others appeared to resemble students. Upon noticing the weapons in the possession of Zhang Zhao and Guorong, a palpable tension filled the air. The ponytail youth nonchalantly raised his arm, revealing a glimpse of a tattoo, subtly implying, "I am connected to the underworld, do not provoke me." Ironically, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation. "Chun, brother Chun, they are merely passing through and possess no food," Liu Yang stammered, visibly intimidated, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of the ponytail youth. Although the young man with the ponytail may merely be a small rogue, he is by no means devoid of intellect. Most of the individuals here are students, including the 4 under his command. Since the outbreak of the virus, it has been his ingenuity that has allowed him to survive until this day. He was once a minor leader in this area, and upon fleeing to the school, he fortuitously encountered this group of students hiding in the gymnasium. Coincidentally, among them were a few students who were not particularly studious and happened to recognize him. Before long, he seamlessly took over the place. During the day, he would send a few students out to scavenge for food and supplies nearby. The best beginning was to have a group of individuals who regarded him with a sense of awe, all sharing the same roof. It allowed him to experience a semblance of kingship. Indeed, he felt like a king in this domain. He could command those students at will, and he could indulge freely in the company of the vibrant female students. No one dared to voice dissent. The only instance of rebellion came when Liu Yang spoke out, prompting him to instruct a few unruly students to give him a severe beating. The ponytailed young man was strategic. He envisioned that as more survivors congregated here, he would wield greater control. After all, there was currently no authority to answer to. As long as he could establish a core team, he could become a local despot. He harbored no fear of zombies. He had already dispatched Chapter 19, the 18th High School, Part 2, The Ponytailed Man. Seeing Liu Yang hiding behind Zhang Zhao and his group, was seething with anger. He extended 2 fingers and beckoned, "Liu Yang. How come you can't even handle such a trivial matter?" Liu Yang took a step back, timidly replying, "Brother Chen, everyone is having a hard time." The ponytailed man reached out to strike Liu Yang, but Zhang Zhao grabbed his hand. "Hey, buddy, I'm managing my own people, mind your own business, okay?" Frustrated by the obstruction, the ponytailed man frowned. In truth, Liu Yang was taller and stronger than the ponytailed man. If he resisted, the ponytailed man would likely not have the upper hand. However, having always been a model student, Liu Yang had never been in a fight, which over time had made his character entirely timid. To Zhang Zhao, who had weathered many storms in society, such petty bullying seemed almost laughable. He hadn't engaged in such childish behavior for years. Zhang Zhao coldly remarked, "With zombies running rampant outside, you're here bullying the weak? Your people? Can you even ensure their survival? Let me tell you the truth, you won't last more than half a month here before becoming food for the zombies." Realizing he was no match for a fight, and noticing that his own men showed no intention of backing him up during the near conflict, the ponytailed man felt the unreliability of students, lacking the loyalty of his former comrades. Zhang Zhao threw his hand aside and raised his voice, "Haven't you received the flyers? There's a refuge in the East Sea Islands. In every city now, there exists a horde of zombies, including the city of N from which we emerged. Do you truly believe that a mere wall can fend off the undead?" This notion is nothing more than the naive fantasy of the man with the ponytail, who seeks to exert control over everyone. What follows is an exceedingly dramatic turn of events. Perhaps it takes but one brave soul to speak out, and soon there will be others emboldened to join. Ultimately, as circumstances turn unfavorable for the ponytailed man, he prepares to unleash his fury, only to be rendered dazed by a sharp slap from Guorong. His four subordinates scarcely dare to breathe, while the ponytailed man continues to hurl insults. Guorong silences him with a foul sock, and despite his struggles, he finds his limbs bound too securely. The pent-up grievances of Lu Yang finally erupt at this moment, as he sits in a corner, weeping uncontrollably. Guorong, exasperated by this display, scolds him, saying, "For heaven's sake, you are a grown man, yet you carry on like a child. At this rate, you will surely become zombie fodder." Guorong's fierce demeanor has subdued the usually arrogant ponytailed man with a single blow, causing Lu Yang to fear him and strive to hold back his tears. Zhang Zhao counts the individuals in the sports hall. There are 6 boys and 10 girls in their group. It is no wonder no one has dared to resist thus far. Apart from Lu Yang, the other 4 male students, witnessing the ponytailed man being dealt with so easily, now sit quietly to the side. "Brother, inside, there are still my 2 classmates," Lu Yang states. Since he is with Guorong, his words reach Guorong first, who, in irritation, kicks Lu Yang, exclaiming, "What brother? I am no big brother, this is my big brother," pointing at Zhang Zhao. "Where are they?" "In this small room." Lu Yang led Guorong towards a corner equipment room. It turned out that 2 female students were confined there by the man with the ponytail, likely to satisfy his own depraved desires. "What happened?" Zhang Zhao, having been oblivious earlier, inquired as he witnessed Guorong inexplicably assaulting the ponytail man. Guorong delivered a few more fierce kicks before responding, "This brute has imprisoned 2 female classmates in the equipment room. Even without the apocalypse, a reasonable person could probably deduce the motive." Guorong found a key on the ponytail man and was about to unlock the door when the man began to whimper frantically, his mouth gagged, rendering him unable to speak. His reaction was even more frantic than when he had been bound, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Zhang Zhao pried the filthy sock from the man's mouth, prompting him to exclaim in a panic, "Don't open it! You mustn't open it!" He had confined the 2 female students, subjecting them to relentless humiliation, and now, as others sought to rescue them, he was vehemently obstructing their efforts. What could have transpired to provoke such desperation? This thought sent a chill down Zhang Zhao's spine. He had initially presumed the ponytail man to be a mere brute, but now he seemed even less than that. "We cannot open the door," Zhang Zhao insisted. The 2 women imprisoned in the equipment room were likely already dead, and should they not be dealt with promptly, they risked becoming zombies. In such a scenario, even killing the ponytail man would be futile. Moreover, while Zhang Zhao could slay zombies, he could not bring himself to take a human life. The ponytail man was soon overwhelmed by a flurry of fists and feet, succumbing to unconsciousness. The female students huddled together, weeping loudly, each having suffered some form of torment at the hands of the ponytail sporting man in recent days. Even the 4 delinquent students shed tears upon learning of the demise of their 2 female classmates. However, now was not the time for lamentation. In this zombie apocalypse, death was a daily occurrence. "If you wish to attract the undead, then continue your wailing," Zhang Zhao rebuked, unwilling to say more. As these individuals were of no concern to him, his assistance was merely an act of compassion. Having been out for quite some time and resolving this matter, Zhang Zhao and Guorong prepared to depart. Their team was already of sufficient size, and he could not accommodate these dozen or so individuals. He summoned Lu Yang, intending to retrieve what provisions he could spare from his vehicle. Throughout the journey, Lu Yang remained silent and downcast, while Li Zijing attempted to console him. Having witnessed the events that transpired from the second-floor entrance of the gymnasium, upon hearing that there were over 10 survivors, the team generously offered a considerable amount of food. Despite its scarcity, even those typically miserly with the supplies contributed liberally. Lu Yang was overcome with emotion, unable to utter a word as he gazed upon the small mound of bread and water. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the direction of the gymnasium, startling everyone present. Zhang Zhao inwardly cursed, realizing his oversight. He had left the ponytail sporting man and the 4 male students, along with the group of girls, in the gymnasium. Although the 4 male students might not dare to harm the girls outright, they would likely untie the ponytail sporting man. Hearing the anguished cries, Lu Yang abandoned his meal and sprinted towards the gymnasium. Guo Rong and Zhang Zhao, armed with knives, followed closely behind. Fortunately, the doors of the gymnasium were unlocked. Upon their arrival, the scene before them resembled a hellish nightmare. Several grotesque figures of students were ravenously feasting upon a female classmate, blood and entrails strewn across the floor. One male student, limping with an injured leg, stumbled towards them and was seized by Zhang Zhao. "What has happened?" he demanded. The injured student, tears and mucus staining his face, sobbed, "Chengge killed Daisha." It transpired that the boy with the ponytail had deceived one of the students into unbinding him, only to stab him when he least expected it. The chaos that ensued left everyone in a state of panic. Failing to realize that the deceased classmate was slowly transforming into a zombie. The zombie subsequently attacked another student, triggering a chain reaction. Those who perished quickly turned into zombies, attacking others in turn. Although Lu Yang had previously encountered zombie attacks, they had been on a smaller scale, involving only a handful of creatures at a distance. Now, in addition to the dismembered victims, there were 6 or 7 others who had been transformed. Moreover, the bodies and zombies before him were once his longtime classmates. And in that moment, he felt as though the very sky were collapsing around him. At that moment, the boy with the ponytail was holding a female classmate hostage on the opposite bleachers. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao and the others enter, he raised a pistol, pressing it against the girl's temple. How could he possibly possess a firearm? Zhang Zhao was taken aback by the sight of the gun in the ponytail boy's hand. Having resolved to confront the man with the ponytail, Lu Yang refrained from disclosing the information regarding the pistol he possessed. Paralyzed by fear, Lu Yang struggled to utter a single word. Under such dire circumstances, any hope he had seemed increasingly futile. The current situation was perilous. Had there not been a female classmate held captive by the ponytail man, Zhang Zhao would have undoubtedly chosen to flee. However, he could not bring himself to abandon someone in distress. "Release her!" Guo Rong shouted, brandishing a knife menacingly at the ponytail man, his voice laced with fury. At that moment, the ponytail man seemed intent on dragging everyone down with him. The zombies within the gymnasium blocked his only escape route, and soon, some of them had detected the intrusion, roaring as they surged up the stairs. Zhang Zhao swiftly dispatched one of the zombies with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Lu Yang trembled in terror, collapsing onto the ground. He had never encountered zombies up close before, especially not familiar classmates. The ponytail man tightened his grip around the neck of the female student, laughing maniacally. "Come on, come here. Aren't you all so tough? Come on." Barely had his words faded when a muffled explosion resounded within the gym, and a gaping hole materialized in the ponytail man's head, spraying a burst of crimson. A chilling voice declared, "That girl is beyond saving, what are you waiting for? Hurry!" Holding a Type 33 assault rifle, Donna expertly dispatched the approaching zombies with ruthless precision. Good heavens, her actions were merciless, leaving no room for negotiation. Typically, when villains take hostages, there is some semblance of time for dialogue. But there was no time to ponder. Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong hoisted Lu Yang and made their escape from the gymnasium. Donna cast a calm glance at the disarray within the hall, effortlessly taking a few shots before pulling down the iron door. "Help me, please don't leave me behind." "You cannot just walk away like this," implored the male classmate with a wounded calf, his voice strained from the other side of the door. With a sigh, Donna ultimately raised her weapon, replying, "Classmate, next time, run a little faster." The unexpected twist of events that unfolded that night was beyond anyone's anticipation. Even in the face of an apocalypse, with many uncertain of how long they would survive, what transpired that evening was undeniably inexcusable. Zhang Zhao felt a profound sense of guilt. Had it not been for his negligence, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Liu Yang was supported along the way. Initially weeping, but now wore a visage marked only by confusion, tears still streaking his face. While Donna sat to the side, inspecting her firearms and gear bag. She noticed Zhang Zhao taking a seat beside her and asked, "Do you think I am heartless?" "But that girl has already been infected," she added. Zhang Zhao lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before shaking his head and responding, "No, if she is infected, I know what she will become." Yet they are still human, including that male classmate. Before they turn into zombies, they are living beings. If it were me, I could not bring myself to do it. Over the days, he had dispatched numerous zombies, but the thought of turning his weapon on a living person was something most individuals would find unfathomable. Donna's expression remained stern as she gazed up at the starry sky, softly remarking, "I once felt the same way. I have taken many lives. But they were all ruthless criminals. To shoot an ordinary person, I simply cannot do it." As I watched my comrades fall one by one, and witnessed my fellow countrymen succumb to fate, I realized that at times, in order to save a greater number, one must make arduous decisions. Now, I find myself seeking a reason to continue living. To survive, we must often resort to such measures. I have saved many individuals, and those survivors have accomplished actions they once deemed unimaginable. I have witnessed the heart-wrenching choices that had to be made. Perhaps in the future, I will encounter more souls in need of assistance, and I may extend my hand once more. Yet, the thought of risking my own life fills me with trepidation. Zhang Zhao expressed his sentiments, causing Donna to pause in her actions and remark, "No wonder you have outlived many." Chapter 20, City H. That night, Zhang Zhao slept particularly soundly. Upon waking, it was already past 8 in the morning. Guorong handed him a bottle of water, stating, "It seems the journey ahead may be quite challenging." After a night of rest and the comforting guidance from Li Zijing, Liu Yang's spirits had notably improved. The others had risen around 6, seeing Zhang Zhao in such deep slumber that they refrained from waking him. According to Liu Yang, there were still numerous survivors in City H, each occupying advantageous positions, operating independently. Currently, the routes leading out of City H were largely obstructed. These private groups continued their efforts to cleanse the city of the undead. The population of City H exceeds that of City N, considering the sheer number of zombies. How could unarmed civilians hope to clear them away? Even the military of the past lacked such formidable strength, unless armed with weapons of mass destruction. Perhaps these smaller factions merely seek to clear out areas conducive to survival. Without sustenance and the capacity for resource regeneration, such a course is hardly sustainable. According to the plan, barring unforeseen circumstances, the journey from City N to the East Sea Islands camp should take approximately half a month. However, given the current situation, it appears impossible to accomplish this within such a brief time frame. The roads are severely congested, and with various factors at play, it seems we can only take one step at a time. Within the team, there are Zhang Zhao, Guorong, Li Yan, Song Qing, and Han Yu, along with the recently joined father-daughter duo, Li Zijing and his daughter. These 7 were the initial escapees from City, and subsequently, they encountered He Miao Miao and her 2 companions, Chenqian and Xiaoxi. Adding Donna, whom they met 2 days prior, the total number of team members has now reached 11. Given the evolution of events, it seems that Liu Yang cannot be abandoned. Thus, the team expands to 12, and with more members comes greater complications, food consumption and the pace of movement. In reality, the effective combat strength of the team comprises only 4 individuals. Although Li Yan and the others are gradually acclimatizing, the time required for this adaptation is immeasurable. Ordinary zombies are sluggish in their movements. With sufficient courage, even a teenager wielding a weapon could dispatch them with relative ease. Zombies themselves are not inherently terrifying. What is truly daunting is standing before one without the courage to confront it or the resolve to eliminate it. Conversely, the most significant challenges within the team presently stem from the presence of a girl named Chenqian and Liu Yang. Their resolve is not particularly robust, and should they encounter the sudden appearance of zombies, it is conceivable that they might engage in aberrant behaviors, such as emitting piercing screams of potentially fatal action. Li Ge, she remarked, it appears that reaching our destination will necessitate traversing the city. According to information gleaned from Lu Yang, the thoroughfares throughout H City are currently obstructed by various impediments. Concurrently, a greater number of zombies have been lured to the city's periphery. While zombies lack intellect, they possess a primal instinct akin to that of wild beasts, the pursuit of fresh blood. This strategy, albeit marginally feasible on a small scale, presents considerable risks when implemented with such a vast horde. Should these massive congregations of the undead encircle the city, the inhabitants risk becoming trapped like fish in a barrel, with little prospect of escape, should the perimeter ever be breached. Donna gazed skyward, and after a protracted pause, she declared, in the Central Plains, once zombies have ravaged a city, they invariably disperse in all directions. Absent more formidable fortifications, every urban center is destined to fall. The inexorable advance of the zombie army is simply insurmountable. One must either flee or perish. Either flee or perish. These words resonated deeply within the consciousness of each individual. Not as a callous pronouncement, but as an irrefutable reality. The survivor squad was preparing to relocate, given the impending likelihood of rain. While the interior of the 18th Middle School offered relative security, it was not the optimal choice. According to Lu Yang, approximately 5 kilometers from their current location stood a shopping center that was slated to open. Regrettably, the city descended into chaos merely a week prior to its grand opening. The population in the suburban areas is relatively dispersed, while the neighborhoods surrounding the shopping mall have not seen many residents. For Zhang Zhao and his companions, this location undoubtedly serves as a better refuge than a school. The entire region still appears quite desolate, which offers a certain sense of reassurance. If this place were overrun with zombies, they would have no choice but to flee, if there were traces of other survivors. It is likely that the mall would have been thoroughly scavenged. Zhang Zhao was the first to exit the vehicle, followed closely by Guorong, Li Yan, and Xiao Xi. He lit a cigarette and gazed up at the towering structure before him, lamenting, this should have been a scene bustling with humanity. Yet it has transformed into such a lonely place. The investors could never have anticipated this. Guorong tightened his grip on his combat knife and chuckled. Who still has the luxury to worry about money? Let us move. The 5 of them cautiously explored the perimeter of the mall and eventually discovered a fire escape. Guorong took the lead, climbing up first. Sensing no immediate danger, he signaled to the others. They ascended to the upper floors and entered through a window. The mall comprised 4 levels. The first floor primarily housed clothing and cosmetics, while the second and third floors offered additional apparel and various entertainment facilities. The 4th floor was entirely dedicated to restaurants. The window they entered through conveniently led to a safety exit, and as soon as they stepped inside, a chill swept over them. Where to now? Guorong asked, realizing that they could not leave just yet. This place, devoid of food, still had ample facilities, making it a rather suitable temporary refuge. With a mischievous grin, he dashed into a store selling home textiles and flopped onto a bed. It had been quite some time since he had last slept on such a soft mattress. Ah, how delightful! Guorong, being a spirited individual, akin to a monkey, could frolic throughout the day if set free. Observing him roll about on the expansive bed, Zhang Zhao suggested, we should devise a means to unlock the door downstairs. Allowing Li Ge to drive the vehicle in, we shall temporarily reside here. The exits of the shopping mall were securely locked, and typically, few would venture to this location, resulting in a relatively scarce presence of zombies. In such an environment, safety prevailed over any other place at this moment. The group proceeded to the nearest exit to the parking area, navigating down the non-operational escalator to the ground floor. Subsequently, Guorong procured tools and exerted considerable effort to pry open the heavy door. He gestured to Li Zijing, indicating that they could now bring the car inside. Li Yan and Xiao Xi gathered their collected items and joyfully piled them in a sporting goods store before eagerly setting off in search of clothing. You've been gone for quite some time. We nearly sent someone in to look for you, fearing something might have happened, Donna remarked with a hint of displeasure. Zhang Zhao chuckled. Previously, I was too busy with work to explore the mall. Now that we have the opportunity, it is only fitting to wander a bit. Upon hearing this, smiles of long-lost joy graced everyone's faces. The prospect of not having to sleep outdoors brought immense delight to each individual. Song Qing and Han Yu took Linlin to seek out amusing diversions, while the others set out to gather useful items. For instance, the nearby sporting goods store could provide various protective gear, and there were shops specializing in daily necessities, where, aside from cosmetics, many useful items could still be found, such as floral water and sunscreen. Li Zijin parked the car with the intent of being able to leave swiftly in the event of an emergency. Zhang Zhao handed him a cigarette and said, "For the time being, we shall reside here. Once we have organized ourselves, we will venture out tomorrow to explore." Regardless of the circumstances, remaining in any location is not the safest option. At present, the most secure refuge lies within the East China Sea island camp. However, the entire city is currently in a state of lockdown, and we must scout for a route out. Li Zijin nodded. The team had grown considerably since his escape. Unlike when he first fled with a young girl by his side, requiring him to hide and run while also dedicating considerable effort to care for Linlin. The situation had improved significantly. During their journey, Linlin had become friendly with nearly everyone, allowing him to focus solely on his responsibilities without needing to worry about her. Following the airplane incident, Donna had been unable to bring many of her original supplies. She found a set of athletic protective gear, including knee pads, elbow pads, wrist guards, gloves, goggles, and a face shield. Once adorned, she exuded an air of mysterious valor. Zhang Zhao observed her and felt a strange urge to laugh but restrained himself. "Everyone, come quickly. I have something wonderful." Guorong's booming voice echoed from within the mall, startling everyone. He meow nearly broke into a cold sweat and muttered under her breath, "What on earth is this guy doing?" before hastily rushing to intervene. Fortunately, Guorong only called out a couple of times, otherwise, the nearby zombies would undoubtedly have been drawn to the commotion. One by one, everyone made their way toward the store that Guorong had beckoned them to. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were utterly astonished by the spectacle that awaited them. Chapter 21, a startling experience in the mall. It must be said that a true gem of a person can always maintain their playful spirit, regardless of the circumstances. There stood Guorong, adorned in the most fashionable mountaineering shoes from a renowned international outdoor brand. This brand, encompassing all outdoor essentials, is reflected in the shoes Guorong wore, which likely cost several thousand yuan a pair. For individuals of their working class status, such items undoubtedly fall into the realm of luxury. "These shoes are incredibly comfortable, you must try them." Guorong enthusiastically encouraged those around him. He had already tried on a multitude of pairs that suited his size, donning one while moving the others aside. Zhang Zhao, exasperated, exclaimed, "Guo! You can't possibly intend to take all these shoes with you, can you?" "Why not? The world is in chaos, so I might as well indulge a little." Guorong chuckled. The team was already cramped, with 2 vehicles barely accommodating everyone. There was hardly any room left for additional footwear. Zhang Zhao, nearly speechless with frustration, retorted, "Come on, just pick 1 or 2 pairs to take along. It seems like you're trying to open a shoe store." After much persuasion from the group, Guorong reluctantly abandoned the notion. Each person selected a pair of shoes to wear, recognizing that embarking on a long journey without suitable footwear would inevitably lead to hardship. Since their escape from home, Zhang Zhao's sneakers had nearly worn out to the soles. Li Zijing managed to find a complete set of gear in the outdoor store, along with several tents, lighting equipment, and various tools. Donna is indeed a perceptive woman. The equipment she previously acquired from the sporting goods store was swiftly discarded in favor of superior gear, in a shop situated in close proximity to the vehicles. The group cleared the merchandise to create a spacious area. They then retrieved several tents from the outdoor supplies store and set them up. Donna took charge of vigilance, while Li Zijin and Xiaoxi organized the supplies. He Miao Miao and Qian procured a pot, allowing them to finally cook a meal over a fire. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Han Yu accompanied Lin Lin to enjoy the children's playground on the second floor. Zhang Zhao removed the bulk of his equipment, carrying only a tang knife, and beckoned Lu Yang to join him in exploring the upper levels. Guo Rong, having lost interest, inexplicably vanished to take a nap. The earlier chaotic scramble had left the entire team in disarray, but as they resumed their respective duties, Zhang Zhao realized he had not seen Li Yan since they entered. He inquired among the others, but none had noticed her absence. Puzzled, he wondered where she had gone. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Yang quietly speculated. Could she have encountered some danger? Given Li Yan's nature, it was unlikely she would have missed the commotion below, especially with Song Qing and the others present. No, Zhang Zhao replied, if she were in peril, her loud voice would surely be heard, not just in this mall, but likely across several streets. They encountered Guo Rong in a toy store on the second floor, dozing with a large bear in his arms. Groggily, he remarked to Zhang Zhao. You're looking for Li Yan? I think I saw a figure darting on the third floor just now, it might have been her. Subsequently, he continued to relish the tranquil interlude, choosing to disregard the situation. What on earth is this woman up to? Zhang Zhao muttered to himself as he ascended the stairs from the elevator to the third floor. The entirety of the third floor was predominantly occupied by clothing stores, largely catering to children's and women's apparel. Could it be that Li Yan has come in search of exquisite garments? If that were the case, the woman was utterly foolish. In their current existence, characterized by a daily struggle for survival, the selection of both attire and tools should prioritize facilitating escape. The garments on the third floor, saturated with femininity, clearly deviate from the concept of flight. Venture over there and investigate. Although the shopping center was undeniably secure, he occasionally directed Lu Yang to assist him, merely to cultivate the latter's initiative. Lu Yang, sensing that he was being dismissed, was exceedingly reluctant. Despite the fact that the doors and windows were tightly secured, and there were no other living beings present apart from their group, he harbored a profound sense of dread. Only after Zhang Zhao cast a stern gaze upon him did he reluctantly, and with trepidation, proceed in the opposite direction. Having diverted Lu Yang, Zhang Zhao ignited a cigarette and leisurely surveyed the surroundings. As he passed an lingerie boutique, he lingered for a moment, his gaze drawn to the profusion of alluring items. Despite the dim lighting in the display window, it was then that he detected a fleeting shadow within the store, causing his heart to skip a beat. Zhang Zhao cautiously unsheathed his tang blade and approached the entrance, uttering, "Who's there?" After a protracted silence, Li Yan emerged from within, visibly embarrassed, and stammered, "It's me." Her garments were disheveled, and she was drenched in perspiration, despite the fact that she had not bathed in quite some time. The distinctive fragrance of a woman was still distinctly discernible. Zhang Zhao chuckled and said, "I thought you had vanished. What are you up to? What are you holding behind your back?" Li Yan stammered, her hands concealed behind her and under Zhang Zhao's penetrating gaze. Her face flushed as she revealed the object in her grasp. What on earth? Despite having endured numerous perils, Zhang Zhao could not suppress an exclamation upon seeing what Li Yan held, a rather intriguing set of women's intimate apparel. At a loss for words, Zhang Zhao found it perplexing. While everyone else was diligently scavenging for useful supplies, Li Yan had stealthily occupied herself on the third floor, gathering such items. Li Yan's thoughts were known only to her. The arrival of He Miao Miao had inadvertently placed her under pressure. To survive, she needed to cling to Zhang Zhao, but witnessing He Miao Miao showcase her allure before him, Li Yan was consumed with the desire to secure Zhang Zhao's affections in a more assured manner. She recognized that seeking out dubious individuals was no virtue. Yet she was aware of Li Yan's intentions. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and noticing that Lu Yang had wandered off, he smirked and pulled Li Yan toward the lingerie store. Lunch consisted of a large pot of instant noodles, generously adorned with sausages. The store was filled with a long mist aroma, and Lu Yang swallowed hard as he accepted a hefty bowl of noodles from He Miao Miao, devouring it ravenously. Days had passed, spent merely gnawing on stale bread and eating dry noodles in a desperate bid to evade zombies, for lighting a fire was far too risky. Fortunately, the supplies included several hundred packets of instant noodles, allowing everyone to indulge to their heart's content. Zhang Zhao consumed 3 large bowls, only pausing when his stomach could no longer accommodate any more. In contrast, Guorong and Li Zijin exhibited hearty appetites, ultimately leaving not a drop of the soup behind. As they set down their bowls and chopsticks, the two exchanged sheepish grins with the group. In this era of scarce water resources, washing dishes was an impossibility. Instead, they wiped the bowls clean with cotton garments hung on the rack, while He Miao Miao tidied up the utensils. Li Yan's cheeks retained a blush as she cast a cold smile at He Miao Miao, sensing that, whether intentionally or not, He Miao Miao was poised to usurp her position as the head steward. Throughout the afternoon, everyone engaged in organization, taking stock of supplies and discarding unnecessary items. In this apocalyptic world, existence was merely a matter of fleeing, hiding, or scavenging for resources. This day marked the most leisurely since their exodus began. Having completed their tasks, most gathered downstairs, where, unbeknownst to them, Guorong had procured 2 decks of playing cards, and they began a game of landlord. After Guorong and Han Yu had peeled back the layers of their relationship, their bond solidified, though initial awkwardness lingered among the group. Yet, in this world of despair, the fragility of human life compelled everyone to cherish these fleeting moments of joy. Guorong took the initiative and soon won Han Yu's affection. As the saying goes, once a certain intimacy is established, any flaws of the other become trivial. Laughter echoed as they played, while Han Yu and Guorong had already become inseparable, nestled together in a world of their own. After hours of play, Linlin grew weary. Song Qing entrusted her to Li Yan and ascended to the 2nd floor alone. Noticing her shift in mood, Zhang Zhao quietly followed her. On the 2nd floor, a specialty store selling plush toys lay in disarray, thoroughly disorganized by Guorong. In the midst of this chaos, Song Qing sat cradling a teddy bear nearly her height, her gaze cast downward, lost in contemplation. This beautiful neighbor had maintained an admirable demeanor since the outbreak of the zombie virus, displaying remarkable courage. In truth, even formidable men like Zhang Zhao and Guorong would feel a sense of collapse when faced with such dire circumstances. What more could be expected from Song Qing, a girl just embarking on her journey into society? Zhang Zhao took a seat beside her, lighting a cigarette with a nonchalant air as he exhaled wisps of smoke. Song Qing frowned slightly, cautioning him, "Be careful not to set the shop ablaze, it's hard-won sanctuary." This was the first instance where the girl displayed a hint of defiance towards Zhang Zhao, who, to her surprise, complied obediently. Extinguishing the cigarette and stowing the remnant in his pocket, noticing the glimmer of moisture in her eyes, he inquired gently, "What troubles you? Are you homesick?" Song Qing did not deny it. In the initial days, she had managed to contact her family, but as the situation deteriorated, communication became impossible. The radio lost its signal, and even the television and broadcasts fell silent. The disappearance of official personnel made the world seem as if it had crumbled around her. Zhang Zhao was not one to offer consolation. In fact, he dreaded the act of comforting others. His sole conviction was to survive by any means necessary and eventually reunite with his parents in the Northwest. Nothing grander than that. Unexpectedly, Song Qing leaned against his shoulder, quietly weeping. Zhang Zhao did not reject her, his mind devoid of any chaotic thoughts. Conversely, he felt an instant tranquility within himself. It was unclear how long it had been when someone downstairs softly called for dinner, prompting the two to exchange smiles before descending. Guorong greeted their arrival with a mischievous grin, while Li Yan's gaze towards Song Qing harbored an increased animosity. In her view, Zhang Zhao's flirtatious nature seemed to encompass all the women present. In her heart, she now regarded Song Qing as yet another rival. However, she depended on Zhang Zhao for her survival, so despite her inner discontent, she dared not reveal a hint of it. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened outside. To avoid overly bright light sources, only a small lantern was placed in each tent. Li Zijing and Linlin slept in the vehicle, while Donna, keen on ensuring safety in the marketplace, had seemingly hidden away somewhere. Song Qing and Han Yu shared a tent, as did He Miao Miao and Xiao Xi, while Li Yan and Qian Qian occupied another. Lu Yang, however, had a tent all to himself. The 4 tents were set up within the sports goods store, which afforded ample space. Guorong sneaked away to the second floor's toy store, where he embraced a pile of plush toys and succumbed to slumber. He had completely fallen in love with this soft haven. By the time it reached 9 o'clock, Zhang Zhao had pulled out a mattress and settled on the second floor, keenly observing the activities outside the marketplace. The night descended unusually swiftly, with a relentless wind howling through the evening. As the hour grew late, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour ensued. Lightning flickered, intermittently illuminating the streets outside the marketplace, where scattered zombies stumbled about. Some, moving sluggishly, were swept away by the fierce wind, never to rise again. The summer thunderstorm arrived and departed swiftly, yet its onset was fierce. In merely over an hour, the construction site outside was inundated with sewage, obscuring an unknown number of zombies. Intermittent flashes of lightning rent the sky, rendering each structure in the silent city particularly eerie. Zhang Zhao dared not look, and as the temperature dropped in the rainy night, he covered himself with a thin air-conditioning quilt and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 22, Mall Horror, Part 2. In the frigid, damp space, all was pitch black. Were there a light? One would undoubtedly witness a zombie with pallid skin and a missing facial facade relentlessly pounding on the door panels, devoid of the sensation of pain. The zombie continued its tireless assault, despite the bloody marks on the door and several broken fingers. It was 2:30 in the morning. Lu Yang was abruptly awakened by a sharp pain in his abdomen. "Damn it," he muttered, "it must be from consuming too many noodles and water tonight." He groped his way out of the tent, carrying the dim electronic lantern, grabbed a few sheets of paper from the counter, and headed toward the sporting goods store's entrance. The mall was vast, and though the rain had ceased, the wind still gusted intermittently. The soft whooshing sound instilled a sense of fear within him. Yet the abdominal pain superseded any dread. The once beautiful shops with their wide-open doors now lined a dark corridor. Holding the lantern aloft, he glanced at the signs: elevator, emergency exit, restroom. "The restroom is this way." Muttering softly to himself, he was startled by the frigid mannequins in the display of a clothing store to his right, nearly causing him to drop his lantern. He rose to his feet and spat as a means of bolstering his courage. At the corner of the restroom, there lay a passageway marked with the words "Underground Garage." As Lu Yang approached this spot, he faintly discerned a series of subtle sounds. Naturally timid, he would typically flee upon encountering such a situation. However, surprisingly, at that moment, he found himself quietly following the source of the noise. After traversing a short distance through this exit, a staircase came into view. The lantern's light illuminated only a minuscule area, rendering the night exceptionally dark. Despite the presence of a light, the damp staircase loomed before him like the gaping maw of a sinister abyss. The sounds grew increasingly pronounced, a rhythmic tapping echoing in the air. Could it be other survivors? Lu Yang pondered. Perhaps due to the rain, the staircase leading to the underground garage was particularly clammy, with the water level rising deeper as he descended. By the time he reached the bottom, the water reached his ankles. This might have been a consequence of construction issues, or perhaps the result of neglect following the outbreak of the zombie virus. A moldy fire door trembled in response to the persistent knocking. Under some inexplicable influence, Lu Yang found himself compelled to open the door, only to be met with the ghastly visage of a pale, decayed zombie. Like a demon released from the depths of hell, the zombie, upon spotting a living soul, immediately howled and lunged forward. Though not particularly astute, Lu Yang was able to react swiftly in the face of danger, instinctively retreating, only to find himself tripped up by an unseen object beneath his feet. With a splash, he fell into the water, extinguishing the lantern that tumbled in with him. This was dire. The zombies pressed in on him, the nauseating stench of decay nearly palpable. Liu Yang screamed desperately, raising his hands in a futile attempt to fend off the relentless assault. Just as life hung in the balance, a beam of light pierced through the darkness from the staircase, followed by the dull thuds of gunfire. The zombies atop Liu Yang's body met their demise, their heads exploding in a gruesome display. As their brain matter splattered across his face, he scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the staircase. "I should have known you'd cause trouble. Who would have thought you could be so foolish?" It was Donna's voice, her gun firing incessantly as the light revealed zombies falling one by one to her shots. Following the beam, Liu Yang surveyed the dimly lit underground parking lot, devoid of cars but teeming with zombies. Drawn by the sound, those that had been aimlessly wandering or standing still now rushed frantically toward the staircase. Outside, a torrential downpour fell, yet all the surrounding zombies had sought refuge in the parking lot. The beam illuminated a multitude of grotesque forms, while shadows writhed in the darker corners. "Hurry!" Donna commanded, switching her assault rifle from single shots to a sweeping barrage. The zombies, though not particularly fast, were numerous, thus, while they remained below, it was imperative to eliminate as many as possible to gain precious time. Liu Yang, now tapping into every ounce of his potential, sprinted upward. When they reached the vicinity of the restroom, they encountered Zhang Zhao and the others rushing toward them. "What is happening? Quickly, find something to barricade that door. It's swarming with zombies below." Upon hearing the term zombie, the individuals, previously in a state of semi-consciousness, were jolted awake as if struck by lightning. They hastily congregated within the adjacent shops, amassing any movable objects to barricade the entrances. The horde of zombies had already reached the doorway, and in their frantic state, they managed to secure only one side of the double doors, leaving the other ajar. Disregarding this imperfection, they piled tables, stools, chairs, and any available items against the opening. After an indeterminate number of zombie assaults, the undead, finding their advance thwarted, gradually dispersed. The occasional thud of a zombie against the barricade could still be heard, but it was of little consequence. Donna ascended the barricade and employed a tactical flashlight to survey the exit, where several decaying arms reached in, flailing erratically. "It appears to be over," she declared. "Let's find some light sources to illuminate this area. Tonight, Li and I will stand guard." Donna inspected her firearms before descending from the barricade. Zhang Zhao was bewildered by the sudden, terrifying spectacle. "What has happened?" he questioned. "How could so many zombies appear out of nowhere?" Judging by their numbers, he estimated there must be at least several hundred. Guorong ignited a cigarette, his brow furrowed in consternation. The underground parking area was vast, and the zombies lurking within likely numbered over 1,000. He mused that if everyone knew the extent of the zombie presence below, no one would rest peacefully that night. Liu Yang, resembling a remorseful child, cowered to one side, his head lowered. He had personally experienced the ordeal, and the close encounter with the zombies had left his heart and body trembling. Had Donna not arrived in time, he would have been torn to shreds. "I thought," Liu Yang stammered timidly, "I thought there were survivors down there." Enraged, Guorong delivered a forceful blow, knocking Liu Yang to the ground. "Are you daft?" he exclaimed. "You nearly doomed us all. Survivors? What nonsense!" His fury was unrestrained, words failing to express his contempt for the witless idiot before him. Any rational person would have refrained from investigating the sound and opening that accursed door. Guorong's pent-up frustration had finally erupted. None present intervened. Zhang Zhao contemplated speaking, attempting to restrain him, but ultimately desisted. Guorong, consumed by rage, had momentarily lost his composure. He struck Liu Yang repeatedly, punctuating the blows with a torrent of invective. Exhausted from his outburst, he pointed at Liu Yang, his voice laced with venom. "You're dismissed as of tomorrow. You spineless cur, you'll be the death of us all. And don't feign innocence. Who would pity you? Without us, you'd be nothing but excrement. Do you think you could survive a single day out there? Liu Yang, shielding his head, remained prone and unresisting, not even daring to weep. Fearing further harm, Han Yu intervened and brought Guo Rong's assault to an end. Guo Rong, in a fit of pique, hurled his cap to the ground, cursed, and stormed off. Apart from Song Qing, who was tending to Lin Lin, none dared to assist Liu Yang, observing Zhang Zhao's inaction. Ultimately, compassion stirred within Zhang Zhao. He knelt beside Liu Yang, noting that while he had sustained blows, Guo Rong had avoided inflicting any critical injuries. Recognizing the inappropriateness of overt sympathy, Zhang Zhao lit a cigarette and placed it between Liu Yang's lips. Do you understand why he struck you with such vehemence? He inquired. Liu Yang was evidently unaccustomed to the smell of smoke. He coughed a few times and shook his head. Rising from the ground, he sat there, surprisingly without shedding a single tear this time. Though he did not smoke, the cigarette clutched in his hand, with its wafting smoke, provided him solace and calm. Zhang Zhao patted his shoulder and said, "He struck you because your actions today could truly be described as foolish. Moreover, he was not wrong. I shall grant you another chance. Should you repeat such a mistake, it will not merely be us who expel you from our ranks, but it is highly likely that you may lose your life, endangering us all in the process. Do you understand?" Liu Yang pondered over this, and Zhang Zhao continued. Everyone lives to survive, thus, despite being a team, we have no obligation to sacrifice our lives for anyone. If you wish to endure, you must live as a man. Otherwise, death is the only alternative. After dispersing the group, Zhang Zhao, along with Li Yan, gathered all the lighting fixtures from the outdoor equipment store and set them up to illuminate the obstacle. The entire exit was brightly lit. Meanwhile, Tang Na and Li Zijing stood guard with their guns, positioned across from the exit. Should there be any movement, they would not hesitate to fire. With the two of them keeping watch, Zhang Zhao felt considerably more at ease. Tonight, some would undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep. Guo Rong and Han Yu had vanished, leaving no trace within the tent. Zhang Zhao chuckled, prompting Li Yan beside him to inquire, "What is the matter? It seems someone is in for a treat tonight." Zhang Zhao replied with a mischievous grin. Go away, go away." Li Yan, with a playful pout, hinted for Zhang Zhao to join her upstairs. Yet he evaded her invitation under the pretext of fatigue. Although a trace of disappointment lingered, she cheerfully followed Zhang Zhao to the car for some rest. Chapter 23. The search for a path. The capricious weather had already stirred Zhang Zhao from his slumber by a little past 7 in the morning. Stepping out of the vehicle, he quenched his thirst with a bottle of mineral water. Approaching the restroom exit, he found Donna still seated against the wall, lost in thought. While Li Zijin had succumbed to slumber, he offered a cigarette to Li Zijin and inquired, "There were no significant disturbances last night, were there?" Li Zijin rubbed his eyes, shaking off the remnants of sleep before responding, "It was manageable. Initially, a few zombies attempted to breach our defenses. We managed to shoot a few dead, and their bodies ended up blocking the entrance. Last night was fraught with terror, yet they were fortunate that zombies lacked intelligence, unlike humans who would have removed obstacles. Otherwise, this shopping mall could have easily transformed into a grave for many. You both should rest, I will keep watch here." Although Donna appeared to be in decent spirits, it was prudent to alternate shifts to conserve energy. Donna declined, asserting that at least one of them must remain vigilant. Despite the gradual decline of the zombie threat, it was wise to remain cautious. Currently, aside from her firearm, only Li Zijin possessed an air gun. While zombies might struggle to breach barriers, there was always the risk of a stray one slipping through. Firearms offered the most reliable means of long-range defense compared to any other weapons. Moreover, today was designated for scouting, as this shopping mall served as their temporary refuge, making safety paramount. After all, within the team, only 4 individuals possess combat prowess. Li Yan and He Miao Miao are among them. Unless confronted with a solitary zombie, they can still muster the courage to fight, however. When faced with a horde, even the act of fleeing becomes quite a challenge. As more members gradually awaken, Lian, fearing that he Miao Miao might usurp her role, becomes unusually industrious. Early in the morning, she prepares a pot of porridge and calls everyone to gather around by approximately 7:30. Following a night filled with terror, the group finds their appetites diminished, consuming only a small portion alongside pickled vegetables. The remainder of the porridge fills several mineral water bottles, serving as lunch for those who venture out to scout. The task of scouting requires exceptional physical stamina and reflexes, as it is not merely about engaging in combat with the undead. Stealth and swift movement are paramount. Zhang Zhao and Guorong quietly open the door just enough for one person to slip through, accompanied by Lu Yang, still recovering from the previous night's ordeal. Lu Yang bears the mental scars of Guorong's harsh treatment, and he cannot help but regard Guorong with a hint of trepidation. Deliberately trailing 5 or 6 meters behind the pair, armed with a baseball bat he found at a sporting goods store, he grips it tightly in his hand. Surrounding the shopping mall are primarily residential buildings, with the occupancy rate low due to it being a new district. After a night of rain, puddles litter the ground, making navigation cumbersome and necessitating careful detours. Occasionally encountering solitary zombies, Zhang Zhao and Guorong dispatch them with ease. However, when faced with groups of 5 or more zombies, they opt for evasion, wary of the potential for a misstep that might attract a larger swarm. Throughout the journey, Lu Yang's performance was no longer as clumsy as before. Although he did not assist in vanquishing the zombies, he was finally able to keep pace with the 2 others. After walking for over an hour, the trio arrived at the main thoroughfare. Across the street, what once was a gas station now stood as a mere crumbling wall, accompanied by a roadside sign. "What on earth is this?" Guorong exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene resembling a war-torn area. In an attempt to ease the tension between the two, Lu Yang proactively explained, this occurred during the initial days of the virus outbreak. The gas station exploded. Guorong cast a glance at him but remained silent, perplexed as to how a perfectly functioning gas station could simply explode. Zhang Zhao, however, contemplated the situation more profoundly. The chain reaction of events could lead to greater calamities. For instance, if an individual were driving and suddenly transformed into a zombie, the vehicle would lose control, endangering pedestrians or structures. Similarly, if someone cooking were to become a zombie, the food would inevitably burn. Mechanical devices requiring human operation would continue their previous functions. If someone were drying their hair and suddenly morphed into a zombie, the hairdryer would remain on, potentially igniting a fire. Thus, the explosion of the gas station was not surprising. Although a month had passed, a foul stench lingered in the air, and as the temperature gradually rises, the oppressive heat becomes unbearable. After nearly 2 hours outdoors, the trio finds respite beneath an overpass. Lu Yang, a local, is well acquainted with the vicinity. Although Zhang Zhao and his companions have visited H City before, their previous excursions relied on taxis. Navigating on foot in this direction is an entirely different challenge. Remarkably, they encounter very few zombies along the way, which strikes Zhang Zhao as peculiar. Logically, in a city of this magnitude, they shouldn't have walked for 2 hours without encountering a larger number of the undead. H City, a sprawling metropolis, dwarfs N City. During their time in N City, hordes of zombies were a common sight, often numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Guorong lights a cigarette and chuckles, suggesting, perhaps this area lacks sufficient resources, prompting the zombies to migrate elsewhere. His casual act startles Zhang Zhao, who hastily signals Guorong to extinguish the cigarette. Open flames are a perilous indulgence in the open air. According to Tang Na, the zombies in the Central Plains tend to spread outward after decimating urban areas, and this theory seems to provide a plausible explanation for their current situation. Zhang, it appears a vehicle approaches. Lu Yang suddenly interjects while Guorong and Zhang Zhao engage in idle chatter. From a distance, they spot a green vehicle slowly making its way toward them. The clear weather affords them a broad view, allowing them to discern the car despite the distance. Quick, hide! While the prospect of encountering fellow survivors is undeniably comforting, it also presents a significant risk. Throughout history, during times of chaos, human nature has faced profound challenges. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, vigilance is paramount. The three individuals swiftly darted into the roadside thicket, observing in silence. It was not merely a vehicle that approached, but an entire convoy. Led by a solitary jeep, followed by approximately 10 diverse automobiles. Each vehicle was filled to capacity with occupants, and among them, one could faintly discern not only blunt instruments but also several individuals brandishing long firearms. As the convoy receded into the distance, the trio cautiously emerged. Who were these people? A civilian faction? And those firearms? Guorong shook the stones out of his shoes. It is inconceivable for ordinary citizens to possess firearms. And the weapons in the hands of these individuals were certainly not mere air guns. A contingent of nearly 100, with a dozen long guns, what a formidable assembly. The true apocalyptic scenario is not akin to what is depicted in online novels, filled with mutated humans endowed with enhanced abilities, effortlessly dispatching zombies as if slicing through vegetables. What one truly encounters are merely mutated zombies. Up until now, in every encounter with the undead, one could only flee or rely on the knife in hand to engage in combat. Just an ordinary person, even with the best of luck, one can only depend on feeble strength to resist. According to Donna, there are dozens of varieties of mutated zombies. While the common ones can be easily dispatched unless one ventures directly into the horde. Generally, the threat to humanity is not as dire as imagined. However, the mutated zombies possess different abilities, and distinguishing them remains a mystery. Much like the assailant encountered a few days prior at the service area, who silently claimed a victim with astonishing speed and agility. Fortunately, the likelihood of zombie mutations remains exceedingly low, otherwise, the streets would be teeming with them. Even a mere trio of these creatures could easily annihilate a small team. After resting for half an hour, it was time to set forth once more. The three-man team, lacking in combat prowess, could only progress on foot. Despite the numerous vehicles parked along the roadside, some of which were still operable, no one dared to approach them. Unless one possessed the formidable strength of the previously encountered team, traversing the desolate city in a vehicle would undoubtedly spell doom. How much longer must we walk? Liu Yang pondered, questioning the path ahead. Exhaustion began to weigh heavily on Guorong, his inherent laziness surfacing. Taking the initiative to converse with Liu Yang signified his willingness to set aside any lingering grievances. Surprised by this gesture, Liu Yang quickly responded, "Brother Guo, we are heading east. If we can exit the city, we can make our way to the Eastern Sea Islands." However, this was a concession they had to make, as the entire city was presently in a state of lockdown. The sighting of an armed force indicated that there were indeed multiple teams operating within the city. Should they encounter one under less favorable circumstances, they could very well lose their lives. Zhang Zhao contemplated their next move. The shopping mall, situated in a relatively suburban area, seemed a more prudent direction. It would be wiser to head west. Once they escaped the city, they could devise alternative strategies. In Chapter 24, The Pit. At the corner of Victory Street, there stood a large storefront, a specialty shop for electric bicycles. The surrounding streets, although chaotic, were not entirely in disarray. Undoubtedly, electric bicycles represented the optimal mode of short-distance transportation in this apocalyptic city. The three individuals cautiously approached the electric vehicle dealership, only relaxing their guard once they confirmed that no zombies were nearby, before stepping inside to search. The store spanned approximately 200 square meters, showcasing a diverse array of electric bikes in its showroom, with a circular service counter positioned at the center. Guorong was tasked with locating useful components. Yet after a thorough search, he failed to uncover anything of significance. The showroom was relatively well preserved, despite signs of disturbance indicating that previous occupants had not opted for these vehicles as their means of transportation. It had been a long time since they had relished the carefree experience of cycling under the warm afternoon sun. Over the past month, they had mostly been confined to cramped spaces, only able to savor the warmth of sunlight through windows. The trio's spirits were noticeably elevated, often engaging in playful pursuits of one another. A zombie, having struggled to rise from the mud, let out a low growl as the dried filth on its head flaked away. It seemed to be yearning for a rebirth, howling towards the sky, only to be abruptly silenced by a swift flash of a blade that severed its head. The mangled body slowly slumped back into the mire. Guorong maneuvered the electric bike with one hand while brandishing his weapon with the other. Whenever he encountered a solitary zombie, he struck decisively, decapitating it. Zhang Zhao, trailing behind, mirrored his actions. One forged ahead, while the other delivered the finishing blow, and along their path, about a dozen unfortunate zombies met the same grim fate. Guorong came to a sudden halt, causing Zhang Zhao, who was following closely behind, to erupt in a tirade. "What on earth are you doing, Guo?" He was on the verge of voicing a complaint when he noticed Guorong's serious expression and inquired, "What is it?" "Listen, it sounds like gunfire," Guorong replied, furrowing his brow as he strained to discern the faint yet rapid bursts of gunfire. After some contemplation, he deemed the likelihood of that scenario exceedingly slim. The spread of the zombie virus had spiraled beyond control. This global catastrophe rendered even the most powerful weaponry ineffective in eradicating the most severely afflicted areas, inevitably leaving some survivors behind. Thus, from the outset, few were willing to take such risks. The most prudent course of action was to deploy ground forces for resistance, extermination, and search operations. The authorities had pursued this strategy, yet it ultimately culminated in failure. Over a month had elapsed, and while rescue missions continued, they were limited to small-scale efforts. The initial aims of resistance, extermination, and search had dwindled to mere resistance and search. The notion of extermination had become but a distant fantasy. The human world had collapsed in an instant, and small contingents were powerless against the vast onslaught of the virus. "Let us go and see what has transpired," Zhang Zhao declared, tightening his backpack and setting off first. Guorong, being his close friend, followed suit without hesitation. Although Lu Yang was reluctant to join in the exploration, he ultimately trailed behind them. Communication had regressed to primitive levels. There were no phones, no internet, and any information one sought could only be gleaned through first-hand observation. Even if one wished to enlist the help of a nosy individual, one would first need a living person. In this apocalyptic reality, every decision bore an inherent risk. After cycling for approximately 10 minutes, the sound of gunfire became distinctly audible, occasionally accompanied by shouts of anger. Zhang Zhao swiftly maneuvered his electric bicycle into the greenery outside a towering edifice, then gestured to Guorong and Lu Yang, urging them to hasten their movements. This area appeared to be a commercial district, featuring 4 or 5 tall buildings, and just across the street lay a park. The gunfire emanated from the direction of the park, and by now, it had diminished from its earlier intensity to sporadic bursts. The nearby office buildings had resumed normal operations long before the apocalypse, and Zhang Zhao, wary of potential zombies, refrained from entering recklessly. After a cautious observation, he and Guorong ascended to the second floor via the staircase, subsequently climbing onto a spacious platform atop the building's entrance. The platform had a railing, allowing the three to crouch and expose only half their heads. Due to the modest elevation, they were unable to discern the specific happenings within the park. Despite meticulous planning, oversights were inevitable. Yesterday, during their extensive search in the mall, none had thought to bring binoculars, a fact attributed to the group they encountered that morning. Guorong whispered, noting that several vehicles were parked along the streets bordering the park, confirming the presence of that formidable team they had met earlier. What were they doing here? Why were they firing so relentlessly? Was it an attempt to eradicate zombies? A series of questions churned within Zhang Zhao's mind. Even if their intent was to eliminate zombies, such an audacious display seemed reckless. Wielding numerous firearms and engaging in a slaughterous campaign against the undead was perilous. Zombies were particularly sensitive to sound, and gunfire could be heard by ordinary people from several kilometers away. What of the zombies? As the group dispersed, Zhang Zhao felt a sense of relief for having exercised restraint. Had he rashly confronted them, he undoubtedly would have faced dire consequences. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered, for these individuals were not representatives of the authorities, signifying that the path ahead remained perilous. What comes to mind? Zhang Zhao inquired earnestly. This implied that the team was merely composed of various unsavory characters from society. Such individuals indeed possess a greater aptitude for survival in apocalyptic times. However, the mystery surrounding their possession of numerous firearms was perplexing, no matter how well they fared. Let us go and investigate, he urged. Failing to uncover the truth would leave an unsettling knot in his heart. Lu Yang hesitated once more, saying, Brother, must we really go? These individuals are quite ruthless and have likely slain many zombies. Moreover, there may still be some lurking about, making this a perilous endeavor. Today, Lu Yang was not driven by fear of death but had adopted a more cautious demeanor. He reflected on his foolish decision to open the underground garage door last night, a matter that seemed trivial to revisit now. Observing Guorong's reaction, he felt the need for caution, wary of speaking out of turn and incurring another beating. Surprisingly, Guorong refrained from aggression and did not utter any scornful remarks. Instead, he coolly stated, If you do not wish to go, you may remain here. Your absence will not be felt. Despite his trepidation, Lu Yang ultimately grasped his baseball bat and followed closely behind the two. After riding for an extended time, the electric bike still brimmed with power as the trio crossed the street and traversed the lawn. Having previously speculated about the encirclement of zombies, they were somewhat prepared for what lay ahead. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Zhao and Guorong were utterly aghast, while Lu Yang, overwhelmed, promptly leaned against a tree and vomited. It was a desiccated rivulet within the park, containing only a meager flow of water. Across the stream, the lawn was strewn with deceased, mangled zombies. However, it was not the disfigured zombies that induced Lu Yang's retching. Good heavens, they are living beings! Guorong exclaimed. They were not solely combating zombies, these brutes. The dwindling river was suffused with crimson blood, staining the entire waterway. In addition to the mountainous pile of zombies, there were also 2 or 3 dozen corpses of living individuals along the river bank. The elevation disparity between the riverbank and the riverbed was negligible, barely exceeding 2 meters, allowing one to perceive the pungent odor of blood. They are massacring living souls. Why? Guorong appeared agitated, his eyes bloodshot. This is not their first offense. Observe the corpses below. They were clearly not bitten by zombies, and they are all elderly individuals, Zhang Zhao remarked. A cursory count revealed over 100 corpses. In essence, these individuals had extinguished the lives of over 100 elderly people. This was utterly depraved. In this apocalyptic world, the most formidable threat was not the zombies but those who had relinquished their humanity. Given the present circumstances, one could deduce the general situation. This group had transported elderly individuals to this location and cast them into the river. The zombies, on the opposite bank, upon sighting living beings approaching, swarmed in pursuit of sustenance. Subsequently, this group annihilated both the zombies and the living beings. Why was this being done? Guorong struck the tree with a punch, his anger palpable. Lu Yang took a considerable time to recover, unwilling to steal a second glance. His mood was heavier than when he had initially been trapped in the apartment during the outbreak of the zombie virus. Such a scenario had crossed his mind. Yet he could hardly fathom that humanity could descend to a state more terrifying than that of beasts. Chapter 25. The disappearance of Guorong. The earlier gunfire had attracted the nearby zombies. Observing the undead slowly converging towards the park, Zhang Zhao hastily beckoned Guorong and Lu Yang to hasten their departure on their bicycles. In this city, numerous survivors remained, some organized groups assisting one another, some like themselves, merely scraping by, and others, like the despicable Lan Cheng, exploiting the chaos. Perhaps Lan Chen chose to operate in the outskirts to evade detection by other survivor groups. Discarding the elderly, to them, was akin to eliminating those deemed devoid of labor and combat capacity, never alleviating the burden of food consumption. The most tragic facet of the apocalypse mirrors the narratives portrayed in numerous novels and films. Zhang Zhao recounted the events encountered along the way and the heinous acts committed by Lan Chang's gang. The women, one by one, turned pale with fear, even Donna, typically composed, furrowed her brow in a display of indignation. Though Guo Rong was wild and quick-tempered, he possessed a fundamentally kind heart. Witnessing such atrocities undoubtedly breached the last vestige of his moral compass. Had he the power, he might have annihilated that pack of beasts on the spot. This incident served as a stark reminder to everyone that, regardless of the setting, one must never fully relax their guard and should remain perpetually vigilant. In this individual's team, there are only 4 men among the adults and 7 women. Zhang Zhao proposed that each woman should style her hair up and wear a hat, ensuring that outsiders do not perceive that the majority of the team is composed of women. Otherwise, it is inevitable that those with ill intentions may target their group. Every team ought to have a mature and composed leader, capable of thoughtful consideration. Although the members have silently regarded Zhang Zhao as their leader, he is acutely aware of his inadequacies in that role. Following Zhang Zhao's suggestion, the team voted and officially appointed Li Zijing as the captain and Zhang Zhao as the vice-captain. The division of labor within the team became clear. Zhang Zhao, Li Zijing, Liu Yang, and Guo Rong 4 men would serve as the operational personnel. This meant they would assist with all tasks apart from combat, resource collection, and night watch, as circumstances dictated. Song Qing, Han Yu, and Li Yan were designated as logistical personnel, responsible for organizing supplies and meal arrangements. He Miao Miao, Qian, and Xiao Xi formed a support combat team, temporarily LED and trained by Tang Na. The support combat team implied that they would not need to concern themselves with daily chores such as cooking. Initially, He Miao Miao was somewhat displeased, but after Zhang Zhao's persuasive eloquence, she reluctantly accepted. Zhang Zhao found it perplexing that even before the apocalypse, most individuals, regardless of gender, were often reluctant to engage in household chores. Yet, post-apocalypse, such tasks had become in high demand. To win a man's heart, one must first attend to his appetite. At the very least, this was the sentiment of Li Yan, who was elated when appointed as the captain of the logistics team. After the meeting, she adeptly directed Song Qing and Han Yu in organizing supplies, while she herself exhibited remarkable diligence. However, aside from the issue of exiting the city, there remained a pressing concern regarding food. Most importantly, there was the matter of weapons. Today, witnessing the formidable force of over 100 individuals in the chaotic Orange Group, armed with a plethora of firearms, Zhang Zhao felt a surge of urgency and fear. Within his own team, there was not a single decent firearm to be found. Apart from himself, only Guo Rong and Li Zijing possessed sharp blades, the rest wielded whatever they could scrounge. Previously, in City N, Zhang Zhao had distributed a short samurai sword to both Song Qing and Han Yu, yet they had seldom regarded it with importance, leaving them stored in the vehicle. Li Yan, on the other hand, possessed a short dagger, which could barely suffice against a small number of zombies. In any other scenario, it would prove utterly inadequate. The ideal cold weapon for combating zombies must be lightweight, sharp, and durable, capable of delivering a swift and lethal blow, either piercing the brain or severing the head. Only these 2 actions can ensure the complete demise of a zombie. While imposing weapons like axes and shovels may seem devastatingly powerful, they demand considerable physical exertion and are cumbersome to wield and transport. For instance, should one manage to embed an axe into a zombie's body, only to discover that it cannot be withdrawn in time, the next moment could see one becoming the zombie's next meal. Fortunately, the weapons Zhang Zhao procured were of exceptional quality, surpassing even military-grade tools in various aspects. This was a testament to craftsmanship honed over thousands of years, a reputation well-deserved. While it is true that cold weapons are the most reliable means of self-preservation, Who does not yearn for firearms capable of severing the heads of zombies from several hundred or even thousand meters away? Possessing firearms with formidable destructive power eliminates the need to approach the undead. Whether in offense or defense, such weaponry proves exceptionally effective, significantly enhancing personal safety. One can engage when possible or retreat when necessary, and when combined with a blade, encounters with ordinary zombies become less daunting. At present, within the entire team, apart from Li Zijing, who possesses an air gun, only Donna wields the formidable Type 33 assault rifle. However, that particular weapon necessitates identity fingerprint verification. Unless one engages in the cumbersome process of unlocking and re-recording, even if it were to be gifted, it would remain unusable. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Zhao pondered this matter, the formidable gun squad of the Rotten Orange lingering in his thoughts. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world requires not only a struggle between humanity and zombies but also a competition among humans. Resources are dwindling, and daily conflicts erupt across the globe. Therefore, it is imperative to cultivate one's strength and fortify the entire team. This world, under human dominion, has persisted for several millennia. Yet now, with a global population of 10 billion, 80% has been lost, either to death or transformation into zombies. Such circumstances are bound to continue. The only solace lies in the fact that through relentless human resistance, the number of zombies is gradually diminishing. Although the remaining humans may face death or transformation into the undead, as long as they persevere, humanity can still reproduce and endeavor to rebuild a civilized world. While the infected pose a threat through viral transmission, their inability to reproduce conventionally offers a modicum of solace. The grim spectacle witnessed earlier today has cast a pall over our spirits. Even the usually ebullient Guorong retreated to his quarters after supper, a solitary figure. Han Yu attempted to console him, but her efforts met with only perfunctory acknowledgement. Tonight's assembly is notably incomplete, with Guorong's absence. Unlike others, Zhang Zhao possesses insight into Guorong's disposition. Beneath his boisterous and seemingly erratic exterior lies a sensitive soul. In essence, he is forthright and reciprocates kindness with equal measure. Yet he is also quick to confront any perceived injustice. The day's events were mentioned only in passing, mindful of their potential to further dampen morale. Zhang Zhao then elucidated upon a matter he had been contemplating since afternoon, the necessity of arming ourselves. Relying solely on melee weapons is insufficient, for the reality we face surpasses even the most harrowing cinematic depictions. Within our ranks, only Tang Na and Li Zijing possess genuine expertise in firearms, and their counsel must be sought. Zhang Zhao's point is irrefutable. Without access to weaponry, we would be rendered defenseless if besieged by a horde of the infected. The domestic availability of firearms differs markedly from that of foreign nations, where they are not commonly found in private residences. The journey to the East China archipelago is fraught with peril, presenting not only the threat of the infected but also the potential for encounters with individuals akin to Lan Cheng. Though we can evade or outmaneuver the infected, the danger posed by other humans remains a grave concern, Li Zijing remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Since being rescued by Zhang Zhao and Guorong, he and Lin Lin have been able to be fully present here. This matter has lingered in his heart, fostering a sense of gratitude. Although he has been appointed as the leader, it has not caused him to forget his responsibilities. In his view, the identity of a leader is a position bestowed upon him by Zhang Zhao. The conscientious Li Zijing considers every matter with great thoughtfulness. He continued, it appears that some individuals have obtained weapons through certain channels. However, where can we procure such items? That is the crux of the issue. No matter how much we deliberate, a lack of resources renders our efforts futile. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards Donna, a member of the Global Security Alliance, who might possess some solutions. The tacit understanding between Zhang Zhao and Li Zijing was just beginning to form, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Noticing the attention directed towards her, Donna sighed, realizing that these two had danced around the issue only to ultimately cast it upon her. Reluctantly, she replied, looking at me is futile, every police station and military unit has firearms, yet after catastrophic destruction, there may not be a single bullet left. Zhang Zhao chuckled, Captain Donna. You must have a way. Your global security alliance possesses the most advanced weapons and technology, surely, obtaining a few guns is not beyond your reach. Donna undoubtedly knows where to acquire weapons, but the locations of these secrets require a certain level of clearance to access. In this regard, Zhang Zhao is entirely confident. As his father was once a member of the Global Security Alliance, as was Li Zijing. Although Li Zijing was merely a foot soldier in the past, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding certain secrets. He had discussed with Zhang Zhao the matter concerning the clandestine location of the Security Alliance. They deliberately emphasized the issue of firearms during their conversation. Every team member had signed a confidentiality agreement, which might also explain Donna's seemingly evasive demeanor. Given Donna's unwavering resolve, it was likely she would not yield easily. Zhang Zhao stated with gravity, Captain Tang, this is not merely a question of confidentiality. Your organization stands on the brink of collapse. Have you not contemplated the implications? If, one day, the Security Alliance can no longer endure, how will we ordinary citizens survive? The crux of the matter transcends our individual concerns, it is a question of humanity's very existence. With you here, can we truly rely solely on your capabilities to reach the Donghai Islands safely? Today, those ruffians from the Rotten Orange Gang wielded dozens of firearms just in their foray. Not to mention the hundreds potentially in the camp. Should we confront such adversaries, we would have no chance to resist. His frustration mounted. Individuals like Donna, who held steadfast principles, contrasted sharply with those who had navigated the tumultuous waters of society, as their abilities to adapt to challenges differed significantly. Principles can often be a double-edged sword. The following morning, Zhang Zhao rose early to exercise. Unable to venture outside, he resorted to jogging within the confines of the shopping mall. Curiously, where was Guorong? After circling the mall, he still had not spotted him. The last time he saw that rascal was during dinner the previous night. Has anyone seen Guorong? Zhang Zhao called from upstairs as everyone else began to stir. I didn't see it, what's wrong? Oh no! Something bad is about to happen. Zhang Zhao hurriedly descended the stairs and proceeded to inspect the main entrance. The door was ajar, and one of the electric scooters that had been charging outside was missing. Chapter 26, In pursuit of Guorong. No one could ascertain the precise moment of Guorong's departure. It was quite unexpected that he possessed such capabilities, having eluded everyone's notice and vanished without a trace. Han Yu was distraught and wept, while Song Qing endeavored to console her. The entire team was thrown into an uproar, with everyone posing the same question, where did Guorong go? Until now, such a situation had never transpired. Guorong's unannounced departure was completely devoid of explanation. Upon hearing this news, even the composed Li Zijing was taken aback. Did Guorong truly possess such audacity? Would he dare venture out alone? In theory, he would not. But it was unclear what madness had seized Guorong. Once his stubborn streak was ignited, no force could restrain him. It seems he has indeed gone. You are familiar with his temperament. If he truly becomes enraged, he fears no one. Then we must promptly arrange for people to search for him. I will accompany you. Guorong was also someone to whom Li Zijing felt indebted. At this moment, his emotions mirrored Zhang Zhao's anxiety. I believe it would be more prudent for Tang and me to go. She possesses a firearm, while you should remain here to oversee the situation. After careful consideration, Zhang Zhao determined that Lu Yong, being familiar with H-City, should be included. If he were to take Li Zijing as well, the remaining group of women would face potential security risks. Furthermore, should Guorong encounter Lan Cheng and his associates, a confrontation was highly probable. And Li Zijing's air pistol would be of little use in such a scenario. Li Zijing no longer evaded the matter, he had contemplated these issues himself. This was not the time for impetuosity. You all go ahead, I will ensure that this place is well taken care of. Zhang Zhao called for Tang Na and Lu Yang, mounting his electric scooter. Lu Yang rode alone on a separate vehicle while Zhang Zhao took Tang Na along with him. "Zhang, you must find the pot." Han Yu's face bore traces of tears. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had grown resilient, thanks to the care of Zhang Zhao and Guorong. Now, as a couple with Guorong, they were likely to rely on each other in the days to come. When confronted with groups of a dozen or more, they opted to avoid them and proceeded to the next street corner. Guorong was not familiar with H City. He must have sought out Lanqing and the others by following the same route they had taken yesterday. The electric scooter came to a halt beneath the bridge where they had rested yesterday, since they had walked there on foot the day prior. They had not traversed the area ahead. The most pressing concern now was the uncertainty of Lan Chang's camp's location. Gazing down the desolate street, Zhang Zhao inquired, "Lu Yang, is there a more open area nearby, preferably with buildings?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yang replied, "Beyond the overpass, there is a park. And the city museum is situated over there." "The city museum? Excellent, we shall head there." Having traveled a considerable distance, at least 30 kilometers, the electric scooter's battery was running low, and its speed gradually diminished. As they approached the overpass, the last remnants of power were expended, and the scooter finally came to a standstill, unable to move an inch further. Zhang Zhao pulled the scooter aside, casually abandoning it there. "I surmise that the camp of the wretched Orange Gang lies within the park ahead. At present, we remain uncertain of their numbers, and thus must act with caution. First, we should find a suitable vantage point from which to observe." Adjacent to the street stands a towering office building, soaring several dozen stories high, from which we can clearly discern the situation across the way. Before embarking this morning, he had thoughtfully brought along binoculars, prepared for any eventuality. The outbreak of the zombie virus was sudden. During the ensuing chaos, this building remained open, allowing Zhang Zhao and his companions to easily access the entrance. Ascending by elevator was out of the question. This is basic knowledge. Should one find oneself trapped within an elevator, it would be a most perilous predicament. Moreover, should the elevator arrive at a floor and zombies emerge unexpectedly, one would be instantly beset. The entire lobby was deserted, a scene of disarray, with shattered glass strewn about. One can easily imagine the chaos that had transpired. Zhang Zhao led the way, with Donna positioned in the middle and Lu Yang bringing up the rear. Zhang Zhao drew forth a Nepalese knife and handed it to Lu Yang, lowering his voice to impart, "If confronted by zombies, do not scream. Take the initiative to strike. Aiming for the head, if overpowered, retreat." Grasping the sleek, sharp Nepalese knife, Lu Yang felt a sense of calm envelop him. In truth, ordinary zombies are not particularly fearsome. Having observed Zhang Zhao and his adeptness in dispatching them, he harbored a flicker of fervent admiration within. What Zhang Zhao bestowed upon him was not merely a weapon, but a sense of responsibility and affirmation. At the entrance of the staircase, a zombie clad in a security uniform stood motionless, facing the wall. Zhang Zhao gestured for Lu Yang to handle the matter. For it is only through the relentless act of slaying zombies that one can truly quell the fears that lurk within. Zhang Zhao once remarked that one must never regard zombies as human beings. To do so would render many incapable of taking action. One ought to perceive a zombie as a mere tree, a monster, or something one despises most deeply. Lu Yang inhaled deeply, tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, and cautiously approached the zombie from behind before bringing down the blade. The sharp Nepalese army knife met little resistance upon striking the zombie's skull, cleaving half of its head in two. This was sufficient to inflict fatal damage upon the creature, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud, motionless. Zhang Zhao gave Lu Yang a thumbs up, recalling that when he had slain his first zombie, it was under dire circumstances, devoid of any consideration for the emotional weight of such an act. The instinctive response to danger had left lingering shadows in his memory. It was imperative not to show mercy or hesitation. Lu Yang had done exceptionally well. Zhang Zhao patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and resumed leading the way. There were likely numerous zombies still lurking within this building, yet as they ascended the stairs to the 12th floor, they encountered only 3 or 4. When entering any structure that might harbor zombies, one crucial rule is to keep one's voice low. While a zombie's vision has deteriorated, its hearing is far more acute than that of an ordinary person. Should one suddenly come across a zombie, lowering one's voice might prevent immediate detection. However, a scream or the act of fleeing would allow the zombie to discern the location of the living based on the intensity of the sound. Unless one encounters a zombie face to face, their vision is limited to approximately 5 meters ahead, beyond which they see as if afflicted with myopia. They entered a company facing north, only closing the door after confirming there were no zombies within. A mop was then used to secure it. The museum, situated within a park, stood as a colossal edifice visible from the windows of the building. This cultural sanctuary, once a testament to human history and treasures, had now transformed into a refuge for the survivors of this city. Through a telescope, one could observe that the park, sprawling over 100 acres, was encircled by walls and barbed wire, with armed individuals patrolling intermittently. Approximately 200 meters from the perimeter, tents of various colors and an array of vehicles were haphazardly arranged. The museum's exterior, constructed of gray bricks, exemplified a distinctive local architectural style. The security room within the museum had been repurposed into a checkpoint for entry and exit, while figures could be seen moving about on the rooftop. Judging by the scene, there were at least 50 or 60 individuals tasked solely with surveillance, and it was estimated that around 2,000 survivors occupied the open space. Although Zhang Zhao had little knowledge of firearms, he recognized some of the names mentioned by Donna from shooting games he had played during school. Where could ordinary people acquire such standardized weapons? The opposing force significantly outnumbered and outgunned them, resembling a stark contrast between primitive society and modern technology. However, there was no way to ascertain the situation. Liu Yang remarked that communication tools had failed, if only they could make a call to inquire. Thus, as humanity progresses, it seems to regress simultaneously. These once ubiquitous electronic devices had become utterly useless, a regression of 1,000 years. Should we capture someone to ask? Liu Yang wore an expression of innocence, glancing towards Donna and Zhang Zhao, seeking their counsel. Zhang Zhao chuckled wryly, remarking, "Have you been watching too many dramas? Are you the one to apprehend them, or shall I?" The adversaries are a lively bunch, and aside from Donna, who possesses some combat prowess, we stand little chance in a face-to-face confrontation. Even though I wield a Tang Dao, in a clash between individuals, it is a contest of cold steel against hot weapons. And the outcome is all too apparent. The absurdity of such a notion dawned upon Liu Yang, and he felt disheartened. Donna took the binoculars from Zhang Zhao and resumed her observation, pondering for a moment before stating, "It appears that there has been no intrusion. We should remain vigilant and wait for developments." Upon hearing Donna's words, Zhang Zhao sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "So, Guzi has yet to seek out the rotten orange?" Donna beckoned him closer, gesturing for him to take a look. Following the direction of Donna's finger, Zhang Zhao peered through the binoculars and spotted a figure clad in deep green overalls, crouched on a balcony of the adjacent building, also observing the museum. Chapter 27, Another individual with intent to eliminate the rotten orange goodness, it's Guzi. With just a glance, Zhang Zhao recognized the individual, excitement bubbling within him as he declared, "This fellow is not entirely foolish after all." A smile crept onto Donna's face, for avoiding conflict with others was preferable in her eyes. The three then descended the stairs, dashed across the street, and entered the building where Guorong resided. Upon entering the edifice where Guorong resided, the vestibule was strewn with the cadavers of approximately 7 or 8 zombies. The viscous, ebony ichor that stained the floor had yet to fully congeal, suggesting that these creatures had met their demise at Guorong's hand earlier that day. The sheer number of lacerations was staggering, some were headless, others dismembered, creating a scene of utter devastation and emitting a fetid stench. Donna furrowed her brow but remained silent. She had dispatched no fewer than 100 zombies herself, though most were felled by gunfire. Moreover, she had observed Zhang Zhao and his comrades dispatching zombies with either a single, swift decapitation or a precise, piercing thrust to the head. This indiscriminate hacking was a novel sight to her. Had Song Qing and the others been present, they would have likely succumbed to immediate nausea. As the tableau was exceedingly gruesome, Lu Yang cast but a fleeting glance, yet his stomach churned violently. Manifesting his discomfort, he hastened toward the stairwell. Soon, they espied Guorong. The door to his office stood ajar. Hearing the approach of footsteps, his initial reflex was to leap up and unsheath his blade. Upon recognizing Zhang Zhao and his companions, he offered a sheepish grin and queried, "What brings you here?" Zhang Zhao, his heart a tempest of indignation and fervor, managed to suppress his inner ire, retorting, "You rascal, you can't just go looking for trouble without so much as a word." Guorong chuckled. Understanding conveyed between the two brothers without the need for excessive verbiage. "I intended to seek out Rotten Orange and cleave that scoundrel in twain, but upon beholding their firepower, I realized I was being overly optimistic." Lu Yang's nausea subsided slightly. A wave of revulsion had washed over him moments ago, even bringing tears to his eyes. Wrong Ji. You're too formidable. The horde of zombies downstairs, you've rendered them unrecognizable. Those 7 or 8 zombies downstairs, dismembered and crippled, weren't your doing? Zhang Zhao inquired once more. Guorong was usually prone to jesting, but his demeanor suggested he was being truthful. "See, my blade is immaculate today." Guorong presented his sword, its surface indeed pristine, capable of serving as a mirror. Observing Zhang Zhao and Tang Na's cautious expressions, Lu Yang's astonishment escalated to the point where his jaw nearly unhinged. Only then did Guorong perceive the gravity of the situation. "What's amiss?" Lu Yang, overcome with trepidation, stammered, Rong Ji, downstairs, there are many dead zombies. As if they've been dismembered." "Dismembered? Not by my hand. That was my doing." A resonant voice echoed, prompting everyone to vigilantly turn towards the doorway. A tall man with a full beard materialized, brandishing a makeshift cleaver. The sudden arrival of this individual heightened the tension in the room, all eyes gravitating towards the uninvited guest. Upon discerning the features of the man, seemingly in his 30s, a collective gasp arose. The man, adorned in a denim vest with tattooed arms, bore a conspicuous scar on his left brow, extending down to his cheek. With such a rugged voice and menacing countenance, he hardly appeared benevolent. Moreover, judging by his method of dispatching the zombies, the man possessed a profoundly violent disposition. It is rather unsettling. "Who are you?" Guorong tightened his grip on the battle knife, prepared to spring into action at the slightest provocation. He resolved to maintain his vigilance in the presence of any survivor, any living soul. Just then, from behind the man, emerged a slightly portly elder wearing a cowboy sun hat, clutching an M401 rifle, though the barrel pointed downward, indicating no intent for confrontation. The elder surveyed the assembled crowd and offered a gentle smile. "Greetings, we mean no harm." This elder, with his hair and beard now grizzled, appeared to be in his 60s, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He continued, "My name is Wang Cheng, and this is my son, Wang Wu. We bear no ill will, could you please lower your weapons? It is rather intimidating." Noticing the tense demeanor of the group before him, Wang Cheng sought to ease the atmosphere, particularly due to the peculiar appearance of the Type 33 assault rifle in Donna's grasp, which was unfamiliar to most and seemed to possess formidable firepower. Although the other party had taken a conciliatory stance, their sudden arrival had caught Wang Cheng and his companions off guard, as they had not sensed anyone approaching. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to address the matter directly, regardless of the veracity of the words spoken. Zhang Zhao sheathed his knife, gesturing for his companions to lower their weapons before inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you here? Are you affiliated with the Rotten Orange? Do you know Rotten Orange?" The towering and imposing Wang Wu stepped forward, visibly agitated at the mention of the name. "Hey! Don't act recklessly." This individual stands taller and more robust than Guorong, exuding a formidable presence. Guorong, known for his competitive spirit, does not yield and steps forward to press the confrontation. Their eyes widen, nearly locking in a fierce gaze. Sensing the escalating tension, Zhang Zhao tugs at Guorong and addresses Wang Wu, stating that he only heard the name yesterday, as they witnessed certain events unfold. He succinctly recounts the happenings of the previous day, discerning from the expressions and reactions of the Wang father and son that they are not allies of the disreputable Lan Cheng. They are either foes or friends, which alleviates Zhang Zhao's wariness somewhat. This brute, he muses, remains oblivious to how long such turmoil might endure. Wang Chang retorts indignantly, indicating that there is evidently a long-standing grudge between them and Lan Cheng, as such vehement hostility could not arise without cause. Zhang Zhao inquires further into the details. And indeed, as he suspected, this father and son duo are not only unaligned with Lan Cheng but harbor deep-seated animosity towards him. It turns out that since the outbreak of the zombie virus, chaos erupted within the city. Not only were they besieged by zombies, but even those who typically refrained from wrongdoing began engaging in illicit activities. Initially, official military and police forces intervened to suppress the unrest. But the rapid spread of the virus rendered their efforts futile within a week. With a population of millions in H City, despite significant losses inflicted upon the zombies during human resistance, as long as there are survivors, more zombies will inevitably emerge. Gradually, the city succumbed to ruin, while those in power organized manpower to clear certain structures to serve as bases, all the while fending off the relentless onslaught of the undead. A month has passed, during which countless zombies have perished or fled, drawn out of the city. Yet, the sheer number of zombies remains overwhelming, beyond even the military's capacity to eradicate, let alone a defenseless populace. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, the cunning Lan Cheng was already engaging in illicit dealings, having amassed a considerable cadre of henchmen. A fortnight after the virus erupted, he led his followers to seize the museum district, subsequently welcoming a stream of survivors seeking refuge. Ambitious by nature, Lan Cheng saw the global chaos as an opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. Ostensibly, he championed the cause of rebuilding their home and mutual support, while secretly committing numerous heinous acts. After listening to Wang Chang's account, everyone gained a clearer understanding of the current predicament, surmising that other survivor camps in the city likely faced similar fates. Donna, observing the M401 rifle in Wang Chang's grip, inquired, "How did you come by that weapon? And where did Lan Cheng and his men acquire their firearms?" Wang Chang's seasoned posture while holding the gun piqued Donna's curiosity. With a sigh, Wang Chang confessed, "To be frank, we were once part of Lan Cheng's camp, among the earliest members. During the initial outbreak of the zombie virus, there was a military rescue operation. A truck transporting weapons was ambushed by a horde of zombies 5 kilometers away on Qingfu Street, resulting in total annihilation. It was then that Lan Cheng and his men stumbled upon the scene and appropriated the military supplies for themselves." Wang Wu leaned his large machete against the desk and took a seat on a round stool. He glanced at Zhang Zhao and asked, "Could you spare me a cigarette?" This fellow possessed remarkably keen eyes, capable of discerning the cigarettes nestled within Zhang Zhao's jacket pocket. Zhang Zhao retrieved a cigarette and, following the thread of inquiry, pressed further. "Since you were among the earlier survivors, what prompted your departure from them? Was the camp unsatisfactory? It offered security and sustenance. At least you wouldn't need to hide like you do now." Wang Wu inhaled deeply from the cigarette, his gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought for several seconds. "A camp? Do you truly consider that a camp? It is nothing short of hell." "Hell? What leads you to such a conclusion?" Zhang Zhao inquired, recalling the camp run by Lan Cheng, which, to be frank, was enviable in both its location and armament worthy of salivation. Wang Wu smoked half the cigarette and passed it to the elder beside him, his expression darkening further. "I was once one of Lan Cheng's underlings, having followed him for 3 years. A camp equipped with an excellent location, personnel, and armament is undoubtedly a paradise for survivors in a world overrun by zombies. Initially, The camp operated quite normally, with protective measures being constructed daily, overseen by individuals designated to maintain security and order, while others ventured out to gather resources. Each person within the camp had a clearly defined role. However, as the influx of survivors increased, the collection of supplies became increasingly challenging. Lan Cheng's ambition gradually revealed itself. His aim was not to maintain stability but to dominate the entire city. However, the number of survivors is steadily increasing while food supplies dwindle. And the harsh law of survival of the fittest prevails in this apocalyptic scenario. Consequently, among all the women, men, the elderly, and children, some must be discarded. Since last week, Lan Cheng has ordered the assembly of all individuals over 60 within the camp, to be transported to the second camp, situated 20 kilometers away. The rationale provided to the others is that the increasing population necessitates everyone to fulfill their designated roles. Those above 60, it is claimed, will be relocated to contribute to agricultural production elsewhere. Given that most individuals in the camp are unable to venture outside and under the oppressive influence of Lan Cheng, the existence of the second camp gradually becomes accepted as truth. Due to Wang Wu's affiliation with Lan Cheng, his father, Wang Chong, was not sent along with the elderly to the second camp. This fortunate circumstance spared Wang Chong from a grim fate. However, Wang Chong's wife, who sustained a leg injury over a decade ago and has since been confined to a wheelchair, was nonetheless ordered to proceed to the second camp. After 3 or 4 days, Wang Chong began to sense that something was amiss. Logically, while the elderly may be capable of agricultural work, his wife, who has been wheelchair-bound for years, is entirely incapable of laboring in the fields. Suspecting foul play, he sought out his son, a man with tears welling in his eyes. Wang Chong removed his denim hat and unabashedly wiped his tears away with his sleeve. The vendetta for his slain wife was a debt that must be settled. The nefarious aspirations of Lan Cheng were such that, if left unchecked, more would perish at his hand. Chapter 28, The Marksman. Old Wang, having listened to the Wangs recount their tale, the truth of the matter became apparent. The veracity of their tone, demeanor, and the events themselves seemed genuine, not fabricated. Moreover, Zhang Zhao, Guorong, and Lu Yang had all witnessed a part of it firsthand. Yet, driven by curiosity, Zhang Zhao couldn't help but inquire, Lan Cheng commands numerous subordinates. Do you truly believe that you and your son can exact revenge with such ease? Even with Wang Wu's prowess, he would be rendered helpless against a barrage of firearms. Furthermore, the camp's defenses seemed impenetrable. Wang Chong stroked his rifle, brimming with confidence, and declared, I served in the military in my youth. Though retired in my hometown for years, I frequently venture into the mountains to hunt. My marksmanship remains sharp. If given the opportunity, I can eliminate this beast. It seemed that Zhang Zhao and Guorong had encountered individuals with remarkable skills throughout their journey. However, Lan Cheng remained within the camp, and even when he ventured out, he was accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. Even if the old man possessed preternatural marksmanship and could fell Lan Cheng with a single shot, he would find it difficult to escape. Was he prepared to trade his life for another, embracing a death wish? Lu Yang, who had been listening intently, was taken aback. The topic of revenge revealed certain subtleties to him. He was oblivious to the current circumstances and unaware of Zhang Zhao's intention to seize the opportunity to escape. Absorbed in his own thoughts, he inquired, Sir, how can we assist you? No sooner had he uttered these words than Zhang Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. Could it be that Lu Yang was truly oblivious? This indifferent attitude, so prevalent before the apocalypse, had only intensified in the aftermath. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yang express a willingness to help, Wang Chong eagerly clasped Zhang Zhao's hand, his face aglow with gratitude. You wish to assist us? We are immensely grateful. Zhang Zhao forced a smile, gesturing towards Lu Yang to indicate that the sentiment was not his own. As Wang Chong held onto his hand, he clarified, Uncle Wang, we genuinely wish to help you. But with our primitive weaponry, how can we possibly compete? Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yang's thoughts had taken an unexpectedly active turn in recent days. Interpreting Zhang Zhao's remarks as a sign of desperation, he interjected, "We cannot confront them head-on, we must resort to cunning." Zhang Zhao could no longer contain himself. Delivering a sharp rebuke, "What nonsense! Cunning? Have you suddenly become clever? Pray tell, how do you intend to employ this cunning?" Rubbing his throbbing head, Liu Yang continued to expound on his schemes of subterfuge, poisoning, arson, and feints. Yet, all the stratagems he had read about were futile in the face of insurmountable odds. When pitted against a stone, the fragile egg could employ no tactic to prevail in a confrontation. The Wang family had considered similar approaches. Yet their focus was solely on eliminating the singular threat posed by Lan Cheng. Avenging themselves would suffice. Poisoning and arson will only implicate more innocent souls. And there is no guarantee that such actions would eliminate the loathsome orange. The task of vanquishing orange is, in truth, a formidable challenge. Initially, it was expected that the Wang father and son would retreat in the face of difficulty. And Zhang Zhao contemplated uttering the adage that a gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later. However, Wang Cheng exuded an air of confidence, asserting, "In reality, the situation is not as complex as it seems. Wang Wu has been closely associated with Orange and is quite familiar with various aspects of his dealings. Though he spends most of his time within the confines of the camp, we still have our opportunities to act." Wang Cheng swiftly employed the term "we" in an attempt to unify everyone on the same front. He was a cunning old fox, keenly observing each individual's response, and signaled for Wang Wu to elaborate on the matter. The tall, robust man, adorned with tattoos that covered his exposed arms, harbored thoughts that belied his rugged appearance. Understanding his father's intent, he continued, "Since Orange began to take in survivors, he has projected an image of a savior while secretly engaging in numerous unspeakable activities. I stumbled upon this information by chance. Many young and beautiful women are confined in a hotel situated 10 miles from the camp. A sanctuary for the upper echelons of Orange's circle. He frequents this hotel for 2 days each week, indulging in its comforts. The establishment is surrounded by walls, and the nearby zombies have been largely cleared away, resulting in minimal guards. We must strike swiftly when Orange is least vigilant." Despite his disdain for someone like Orange, Zhang Zhao could hardly contain his desire for swift retribution. However, from his current perspective, it seemed unnecessary to invite trouble, regardless of the enticing opportunities presented by others. He was not inclined to gamble on the slim chance of failure. In contrast, Guoron was driven by a fierce desire to eliminate the troublesome Orange and possessed the courage to act. After being thoroughly persuaded by the Wang father and son, his inner yearning intensified. "Do you know when Orange will visit that hotel?" Guoron asked gravely, seemingly lost in contemplation. Zhang Zhao opposed any impulsive actions, asserting that this was not the time for pride. He bluntly stated, "Gu, do you genuinely believe we can take down Orange just like this? Who would dare to engage in such acts before the end of the world?" The greatest conflicts between individuals could often be resolved with sheer force, however. The current circumstances were far too complex for such simplistic solutions. Determined, Guoron pressed forward, and Zhang Zhao found himself at a loss for words, lacking the conviction to argue further. Nonetheless, he resigned himself to the reality that individuals like Orange were plentiful in this world, and perhaps they would encounter more in the future. Consider this a mere exercise. Although he spoke lightly, his heart was filled with trepidation. The Wang duo had devised a meticulous plan, initially excluding Zhang Zhao and his companions from their calculations. Guoron was confident in his marksmanship. Yet he recognized that the only missing element was someone to sow chaos. As for the inhabitants of the Orange camp, they did not dwell on what the future might hold. In this apocalyptic world, each person's fate should lie within their own grasp. Tomorrow night, Orange would make his way to the hotel that imprisoned women. Before his arrival, everything must be prepared. As everyone made their way to the hotel ambush, Guoron and Zhang Zhao lingered at the rear of the group. "Guoron, bearing the weight of a combat knife, appeared pensive. You must find this decision difficult. Since their escape from City N, he could not fathom why this reckless undertaking felt so compelling. As brothers, Guorong's sentiments were somewhat sentimental. Leaving Zhang Zhao feeling a tad uncomfortable. What are you saying? Perhaps this is for the best. The road ahead is long, and we will inevitably encounter actions we find unacceptable yet must undertake. Moreover, his current thoughts were not on such matters but rather on the potential benefits of eliminating the wretched orange. Are you referring to firearms? Zhang Zhao shook his head with a mysterious smile. It is more than that, although the allure of firearms is indeed significant for me. Prior to their departure, Wang Chang had mentioned something that greatly intrigued Zhang Zhao. The hotel housed a considerable stock of weaponry. Yet, no matter how formidable the weapons might be, they remained mere instruments of survival. He gestured towards the father and son duo. Their team lacked not only arms and provisions but also manpower. While he had not witnessed the Wang duo in action, their demeanor suggested they were not prone to boasting. A single individual dispatching 7 or 8 zombies in disarray could only be a person of extraordinary combat prowess or a complete aberration. According to Donna, Wang Chang's stance with a firearm indicated a masterful proficiency. His confidence in his marksmanship was likely well placed. In the days to come, to ensure one's survival, a formidable team is indispensable. The inclusion of the Wang father and son serves to fill the gaps in combat strength. This is merely the inception of the zombie virus outbreak. What lies ahead? Whether one can endure for 5 or 10 years. The availability of various resources and habitable space for humanity will inevitably diminish. When resources are scarce, competition and conflict ensue. Having watched numerous films depicting the apocalypse, it is evident that humanity has always been at a disadvantage. In reality, humans lack superpowers and weapons, relying solely on intellect and physical strength to combat threats. Moreover, while humanity remains unchanged, zombies evolve. This is not akin to The Walking Dead, where zombies are merely zombies, devoid of any enhancement in abilities. The ambusher encountered at the highway rest stop serves as a poignant reminder. If humans can succumb to zombification, it is hardly surprising that zombies can evolve. As the sun gradually sets, the group traversing the towering edifices cautiously surveys their surroundings. The slanting rays of the evening sun cast a golden glow upon the concrete ground. Abandoned vehicles, refuse, and corpses litter the road, and apart from the sound of their footsteps, the city is hauntingly silent. Upon passing the alleyway between 2 buildings, the demarcation between light and darkness is stark, evoking memories of a film once viewed. Another tale of zombies, featuring creatures that move with astonishing speed and ferocity. Their sole weakness being a fear of sunlight. The world of desolation is aptly termed the apocalypse. After death and hardship, it is time for rebirth. Having endured a mere month of harrowing experiences, Zhang Zhao finds an unexpected tranquility within. He felt fortunate to be alive, though he did not move towards hope. He was also relieved that the source of disaster was merely zombies, rather than other monstrous entities. Otherwise, humanity might have been bereft of even a glimmer of survival. Chapter 29. The darkness descends. The darkness descended. Zhang Zhao and his companions dared only to walk close to the walls. A strategy that effectively prevented the zombies from discovering them and encircling them. Additionally, they feared being detected by other survivors who might harbor ill intentions. Guarding against zombies was as crucial as guarding against humans. Any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Nightfall marked the peak of zombie activity, rendering outdoor movements perilous. Relying solely on a few flashlights to illuminate the streets and alleys was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Wang Chang and his son led the group to a property exhibition hall, where they would spend the night. The hall was deserted, save for scattered belongings and remnants of dried blood on the floor. Several offices were available for their rest. They meticulously inspected the premises both inside and out to ensure safety before securing the main entrance with tables and chairs to prevent any unwelcome intrusion by zombies during the night. The side of the exhibition hall facing the street was predominantly composed of tempered glass walls. Despite the curtains being drawn, they dared not illuminate the space excessively. In the darkness, zombies were acutely sensitive to light. Even the slightest disturbance could attract a horde, leading to a frenzied assault on the glass barriers. Donna, the sole female among them, rested alone on the elevated second floor, while the others crowded into a slightly larger office. Zhang Zhao is a meticulous individual. He mandates that everyone's backpack be equipped with an adequate supply of food and water, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances and emergencies. In hindsight, this regulation proves to be prudent, as it spares everyone from hunger tonight. However, it seems that the Wang father and son duo possess no provisions beyond their weapons. Wang Wu, burdened with a hefty mountaineering backpack, gazes longingly at Zhang Zhao and the others as they indulge in their food and water. In a moment of helplessness, they are compelled to share their supplies. "Didn't you bring anything to eat?" Guo Rong inquired bluntly, observing the two devour their meal with great curiosity. The cunning old fox, Wang Chong, took a hearty bite of his beef jerky, chewing slowly while chuckling. "We did have some earlier, but as you know, many shops have been ravaged, and we didn't venture far, so we didn't think much about it. What a ludicrous notion it is to prioritize evasion, revenge, and the slaying of zombies while neglecting the most fundamental necessity of sustenance. The hotel is merely 3 miles away, they could easily set an ambush there by morning." It appears the Wang duo is simply taking one step at a time, consumed by their quest for vengeance. With this in mind, Zhang Zhao tentatively posed the question. "Have you contemplated where you intend to go after avenging yourselves?" Currently, survivor camps organized by official entities can be found across the globe, varying in size according to available resources and population. At present, the closest haven to this locale is the East Sea Islands Refuge Camp, which also serves as Zhang Zhao and his cohort's preliminary destination. Consequently, a majority of the coastal survivors will likely opt to journey there. These camps, self-organized by survivors, lack the robust military strength and resources necessary for long-term sustainability. Moreover, with the entire world in a state of paralysis, cities have become the primary gathering places for zombies, suffering devastation akin to a locust plague. Mountainous and rural areas, with their comparatively sparse populations, have experienced less impact, leading many survivors to seek refuge in the deep forests. The large fellow, Wang Wu, nodded in concurrence, acknowledging that while vengeance is paramount, future considerations must also be taken into account. Zhang Zhao took their silence as tacit agreement to join their company, as absorbing more combatants would be advantageous for the team's survival in this apocalyptic world. Currently, his team is woefully weak, and unless they grow stronger, they will find it difficult to establish themselves among the numerous small factions upon reaching the East Sea Islands camp. After a hearty supper, the group engaged in casual conversation before each seeking out a comfortable spot to rest. A single, dim light illuminated the entire room. In the dead of night, Liu Yang was jolted awake by a nightmare, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the dense, guttural moans of zombies emanating from outside the exhibition hall. It turned out that his recent nightmare had been incited by the very sounds of these undead creatures. He crouched low, quietly crawling to the office door, and cautiously peeked his head out to observe the scene. "What's amiss?" Zhang Zhao awoke with bleary eyes, quickly regaining his senses within mere seconds, as the cacophony of zombies outside proved overwhelming. A horde, indeed a colossal one. Everyone was well acquainted with the distinct sounds emitted by the undead, akin to the labored gasps of someone choking. Wang Chang cautiously pried open a small corner of the shutters to peer outside, only to find the once sporadic lights along the street and those that had continuously illuminated the buildings extinguished, plunging the scene into utter darkness. Only the faint glow of the moon allowed him to discern the shadowy figures moving ominously in the street. This was dire. It seemed the zombies had breached the barriers and were surging into the city. Wang Chang spoke with a hoarse voice. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the leaders of various camps within the city had convened and, after much deliberation, decided to concentrate their efforts on luring the zombies outward. This endeavor had cost them numerous lives and considerable energy. They had anticipated a temporary safety, hoping to fortify the camp's defenses before devising further plans. Yet, none had expected the zombies to breach the protective barriers that had taken nearly a month to establish so swiftly. Each person in the room was on high alert, meticulously observing their surroundings. Wang Wu leaned against the wall, eyes closed, his words tinged with despair. The power station lay in the southwest direction of H City, previously managed by another group, and its current blackout suggested that it too had fallen victim to the zombies. The entire city had ultimately succumbed to darkness, losing its last vestiges of modern resources. Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Liu Yang trembled slightly, nearly on the verge of tears, only to be silenced by Guorong, who covered his mouth. Guorong made a gesture for silence and whispered fiercely, "Are you trying to get us killed?" Suppressing the fear within, tears cascaded uncontrollably down. The overwhelming horde of zombies suggested that Li and his companions were undoubtedly trapped. The shopping mall, situated in the southwest, was the prime target in this suburban area, the first to be assaulted by the undead. If even this location had succumbed to the zombie invasion, the situation at the mall could only be imagined as dire. In a metropolis teeming with millions, a single breach would lead to a relentless influx of the undead. Zhang Zhao's worst fears had come to fruition. It was akin to a pocket submerged in the ocean, suddenly torn, allowing the seawater to surge in and ultimately fill the entire pocket. While humanity is endowed with remarkable intelligence, it can also be strikingly foolish. A plan that initially appeared plausible would ultimately lead the city's survivors to the jaws of death. Outside the exhibition hall, the horde aimlessly wandered, occasionally colliding with the glass walls, their pale eyes wide with hunger, mouths dripping with the mingled stench of rotting flesh and dark blood, which flowed down the glass. After a few moments of futile observation, the zombies resumed their aimless advance among their ranks, disheartened by the absence of living prey. The streets echoed with sporadic human screams and cries of despair. Those who sought refuge within the buildings were paralyzed by terror at the vastness of the horde. Some fled in desperation, while others fought valiantly. Yet any semblance of resistance appeared feeble against such overwhelming numbers. With no escape in sight, the only chance of survival lay in concealment. Gunshots rang out intermittently, accompanied by curses and lamentations. The entire city resembled an endless hellscape, infested with zombies, where even the most fervent human resistance could only lead to becoming fodder for the undead. A burly, bald man with a face marked by excess flesh stands atop a construction vehicle, wielding a formidable machete as he cleaves a zombie attempting to ascend the vehicle in half. His body is splattered with dark, viscous blood, and the foul odor emanating from him is nauseating. Beside him, a slight man, having exhausted the bullets in his handgun, produces a lighter and ignites the last gasoline bottle, hurling it into the throng of zombies. The gasoline bottle erupts in a burst of flames, engulfing a small group of the undead in a fiery inferno. Lacking the sensation of pain, the fire swiftly spreads, reducing the zombies to mere ash. The bald man, now consumed by rage, swings his machete with considerable effort. However, its sharpness and explosive power allow him to dispatch any approaching zombie with a single strike. Suddenly, he feels a presence at his back and instinctively brings his blade down. The head of his slight companion flies off, the expression on his face frozen in a haunting look of terror from his former life. Oblivious to this grim turn of events, the bald man continues to wield his machete, ultimately becoming lost among the sea of corpses. Across from the exhibition hall, on the platform of a building's entrance, 5 or 6 men armed with various weapons desperately combat the encroaching zombies. Fortunately, the height of the platform prevents the undead from climbing up. However, below, the area is packed with zombies, all reaching out with grasping hands in a futile attempt to seize them. A mob of ghoulish zombies, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, emits a cacophony of grotesque howls that can easily unnerve those with weakened resolve, causing them to stumble into the mass below. Those who fall vanish into the horde, their bellies torn open, forced to witness the zombies feasting on their own entrails. Amidst the throng, 2 rifles and a pistol roared, each person firing with a frenzied desperation into the encroaching horde. Yet, the undead were legion. As one fell, another surged forth to take its place. Ultimately, their ammunition spent, they could only resign themselves to a grim demise upon the platform. Chapter 30, Siege of the Undead. These individuals are courting oblivion. The gunfire merely beckons more of the infected, observed Wang Chong, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene. It was then that Zhang Zhao noticed the suppressor affixed to Wang Chong's rifle, a testament to the old fox's exceptional nature. What course of action shall we undertake? Lamented Liu Yang, his countenance a mask of despair. He dared not cast another glance outside, yet the auditory onslaught alone painted a vivid picture of the unfolding catastrophe. Zhang Zhao, too, was gripped by tension, a tremor running through him. This marked the initial wave of the undead assault, estimated to number no fewer than 100,000. The relentless tide of zombies assailed the edifices lining the streets. One's only recourse was to secure all portals and windows, while maintaining absolute silence. The auditory senses of the undead had undergone a formidable evolution. The slightest anomaly would incite swarms to breach one's defenses with their bodies and guttural cries. The horde persisted for a span of 4 to 5 hours before gradually receding, leaving behind a lingering presence of roaming undead. Today presented an opportune moment to eliminate Rotten Orange, yet the sudden emergence of the horde had irrevocably disrupted their plans. Moreover, it was conceivable that the Wang clan's vendetta would remain unfulfilled. The horde's trajectory aligned precisely with the location of Rotten Orange's encampment. Such a formidable mass possessed immense destructive capabilities. It was plausible that Rotten Orange's stronghold had been reduced to ashes hours prior. As dawn broke, the nascent tendrils of sunlight crept languidly up the windowpane. Zhang Zhao finally noticed that Donna, who had been resting on the second floor, had yet to make an appearance. Just as he began to dread the implications, Donna walked in from outside. Her cap was nowhere to be seen, and her short hair was nearly matted together. A result of the coagulated blood from the undead. Had she lost her sanity? Had she ventured out alone to confront the zombies last night? With vengeance unattainable, and the decrepit arms depot offering no hope, arriving in City H had proven to be a grave miscalculation. They had acquired no useful supplies and had instead put themselves in jeopardy. Zhang Zhao felt a wave of anguish, although the city was rich in resources. It was equally fraught with peril. It would have been far safer to gather supplies in some rural towns, where they would be less likely to encounter swarms of the undead. Donna offered no explanation for her whereabouts the previous night but instead urged, "Quickly gather your belongings. We must leave." Dark stains of blood marked her face, which she seemed utterly indifferent to, her assault rifle in a state of readiness for combat. Upon hearing her command, everyone began to meticulously check their personal belongings and weapons. Liu Yang, gripping the Nepalese army knife Zhang Zhao had given him, exuded a sense of valor. Yet his expression betrayed a sense of despair. There are zombies outside, where can we possibly go? Indeed, the streets teemed with the undead. And with the city on the brink of collapse, any attempt to flee would only lead them into throngs of zombies. Donna appeared increasingly agitated. In such dire circumstances, hesitation and indecisiveness were the greatest foes. Why had so many chosen to flee into the night despite knowing the streets were overrun with the undead? The only plausible explanation was that an even larger horde was converging upon the city. Zhang Zhao placed his trust in Donna, thus refraining from further inquiries as he followed her outside. Through the glass walls of the exhibition hall, the wandering zombies detected the presence of humans and began to violently collide against the barriers. The sound of their relentless pounding echoed ominously, and it was evident that it would not be long before they breached this fragile defense. Donna led the group to the second floor, which featured an elevated platform of approximately 20 square meters, designated for the reception of VIP clients. However, what lay beyond was shrouded in mystery. Upon opening a door, they were confronted with a diminutive restroom. It was compact, intended for both genders, yet it boasted a large window. It appeared that Donna had escaped through this very window the previous night. though the ensuing events remained a mystery, having evidently involved a fierce struggle. Where did this lead? The surrounding area was densely built with structures, and the high rises behind the exhibition hall offered little hope of safety. Donna was the first to scale the window. Carefully navigating a narrow ledge of less than 20 centimeters in width, inching along the wall. After traversing 4 to 5 meters, she leapt onto a platform. This fluid series of movements left Guorong in a state of anxious suspense. While the height was not particularly perilous, traversing the ledge was an exceedingly difficult feat. A single misstep could result in a broken leg, and should zombies encircle them, survival would be all but impossible. Zhang Zhao leaned out to observe that the wall was adorned with numerous old vines. If one could grasp these vines, relying on their sense of balance and instinct, traversing this precarious path was indeed feasible. The second to attempt the crossing was Zhang Zhao, who, having frequently navigated narrow wooden bridges in his childhood, found that as long as he maintained his center of gravity, it was not insurmountably challenging. Next came Guorong, Wang Wu, and Wang Chong, none of whom encountered significant issues. Wang Chong, due to his advancing age, found it somewhat strenuous to climb, yet astonishingly maneuvered through the narrow passage with remarkable steadiness. When it was Lu Yang's turn, he observed his companions passing through with ease, while his own inner turmoil threatened to overwhelm him. The glass below shattered with a resounding crash, more zombies joining the fray. It would not be long before they breached that barrier. The undead, devoid of fatigue and pain, were driven solely by instinct and desire. Donna cast a cold glance at Lu Yang, who was peering out. She had never held a favorable opinion of this timid boy. In a world ravaged by chaos, lacking the courage to survive rendered one as good as dead. Guorong, having recently softened his attitude towards Lu Yang, was now infuriated by his failure at a critical moment. Damn it, if you don't come over, we will leave. Who would willingly die with you here? Forced by desperation. Lu Yang finally took his first step, yet he clung to the windowsill, paralyzed by fear and unable to take a second step. The urging of his companions, coupled with his inner dread, left him teetering on the edge of panic. Had he consumed more water, he likely would have lost control. Though his mindset had slightly shifted in recent days, human nature is notoriously resistant to change, unless one day he could overcome that internal demon. With a loud crash, the glass wall below finally succumbed to the relentless assaults of the zombies, and soon, hordes of them surged into the exhibition hall. Lu Yang's body tensed as he watched the zombies ascend to the second floor, their heads craning towards the restroom. Upon spotting Lu Yang dangling from the windowsill, the zombies surged toward him with alarming enthusiasm. Oh no! In the next scene, Guorong could not help but marvel as Lu Yang seemed to suddenly possess the agility of a master leaper, sprinting along the narrow path with remarkable speed. His body was almost in a state of inclination. After a few strides, he soared into the air. With a loud shout, Lu Yang plummeted downwards, managing to grasp the edge of the platform with both hands. Astonishingly, he had leaped across with sheer determination, but due to a miscalculation in distance, he nearly plummeted to the ground below. Fortunately, he caught hold of the platform's edge, allowing Zhang Zhao and Guorong to successfully pull him up. Despite the perilous circumstances, his audacity was truly impressive. Guorong patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Bravo, young man, your talents are well concealed." Lu Yang's complexion turned pale, and his lips took on a bluish hue, as the series of actions he had just executed occurred to him without a moment's thought, nearly resulting in his demise. Trembling with shock, he stammered, I have studied gymnastics." The platform they were on was the rooftop of a commercial building within a residential complex. Continuing forward along this rooftop would lead them to the other side of the street. Everyone followed Donna closely, disregarding the zombies writhing menacingly below. A few days prior, sightings of zombies had been scarce, but after last night's onslaught, many survivors who had hidden in the shadows were either torn apart or had succumbed to the undead fate. As the sun rose, the streets became increasingly populated with zombies, sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain. This was the visage of a true apocalypse. There was no time for further reflection, as the group swiftly traversed the platform, arriving at the edge of the building. The zombies wandering the streets did not pursue them. Yet around their point of rest, there were still about a dozen zombies meandering. Wang Chang's rifle was equipped with a silencer, producing only the faintest chirp when fired. It was now the perfect moment for him to showcase his marksmanship. He raised his weapon, aimed, and within a mere 2 to 3 seconds, dispatched several zombies with precise shots. The city was currently infested with zombies, compelling them to exercise utmost caution in their movements. Wang Wu led the charge, closely followed by Wang Chang, who provided cover. It was preferable to avoid gunfire whenever possible. Firearms were meant for survival, and in times of scarce resources, using them to eliminate zombies was ill-advised. It was uncertain whether Wang Wu had dismembered those zombies in a fit of rage or to intimidate others, but today, his approach was considerably more restrained. He primarily delivered fatal blows with a single strike, and if any zombies remained standing, Zhang Zhao swiftly finished them off. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, a river came into view. H City, in ancient times, was a quintessential southern water town, characterized by its intricate network of waterways. Even now, the main river system boasted over 25 channels. Following the river was the optimal choice, leading them to their intended point. Zhang Zhao pointed to the map. Although the direction was slightly askew, it was still accurate. How far is it from here to the shopping mall if we land here? Lu Yang craned his neck, acknowledging that H City was vast and he was not intimately familiar with every area. However, he was quite acquainted with the vicinity of the shopping mall. It's about 15 miles. I've traversed this route during my previous runs. The distance of 15 miles could be traversed in approximately 3 to 4 hours, however. It remained uncertain whether the vicinity of the shopping center had been besieged by hordes of the undead. By the riverbank lay a small wooden boat, utilized by river maintenance workers for debris collection, equipped with a modest motor. Wang Wu inspected it and found there was still some fuel left. Wang Chang, a seasoned veteran, skillfully operated the vessel after a brief period of fiddling, mastering its controls with ease. The small boat could barely accommodate 6 individuals. As the motor roared to life, the zombies along the riverbank began to converge, drawn by the sound. Wang Chang cautioned everyone to brace themselves before accelerating into the distance. Chapter 31. The zombie tide. The cacophony of the boat's motor was grating, inciting a frenzy among the zombies on either bank. When approaching a bridge, everyone remained vigilant. On the first crossing, several zombies lingered on the bridge, and in a moment of distraction, disaster nearly struck. A zombie, missing its right arm, had been howling at the boat from the railing but unexpectedly lost its balance and fell directly onto the vessel's center. This created chaos. Everyone was momentarily stunned as the creature lunged toward Lu Yang. The unfortunate soul found himself at the center of calamity. The zombie, with its foul and putrid mouth, was perilously close to brushing against Lu Yang's face, its rusted teeth dripping a sinister liquid. Terrified, Lu Yang was rendered mute, struggling silently. Fortunately, Wang Wu reacted swiftly, drawing his blade and dispatching the zombie into the river with a decisive thrust. The terrified Lu Yang, having endured this harrowing encounter, kept the distressing object hidden beneath his clothing, reluctant to reveal it. As they traversed several bridges, Donna would preemptively clear any sporadic zombies with the assault rifle in her grasp. Last night, she had fought valiantly alone, exhausting an entire magazine in the process. Fortunately, with the aid of high-tech weaponry, ammunition was plentiful, ensuring that unless she intended a massacre, her supplies would suffice until they reached the East Sea Islands camp. Look! It appears that zombies truly fear water, Gorong pointed at the riverbank. There, a few zombies lingered, their frenzy igniting upon spotting the living aboard the boat. Yet, they refrained from leaping into the river, instead circling in a disoriented manner. Observations revealed that while zombies exhibited a fear of water, they posed no lethal threat. These mindless creatures acted solely on instinct. What, then, could be the cause of their aversion to water? The specific reason remained a mystery to all. With temporary safety at hand, Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong resumed their playful banter, tossing debris from the boat toward the zombies while uttering a steady stream of crude remarks. Donna frowned at their childish antics, clearly disapproving of such immaturity. The Wang father and son remained largely silent, their expressions heavy with unspoken thoughts. Seemingly still haunted by the regret of not having personally inspected the rotting oranges, the small boat glided along the river, with zombies occasionally pursuing from the banks, their numbers fluctuating. Guo Rong ceased his tiresome provocations, for some zombies had recklessly plunged into the river, splashing water everywhere. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite. And what of these bloodthirsty zombies? After approximately 3 hours of travel, the small boat suddenly jolted, the motor sputtered a few times, and then it came to a halt. Wu Chang attempted to restart the engine several times, but to no avail. Smacking his forehead in frustration, he exclaimed, "This is disastrous, the motor must be broken. Likely entangled by debris in the water." With the boat rendered powerless and trapped in the middle of the river, the number of zombies on the banks had evidently increased. Walking to shore was simply out of the question. Zhang Zhao unfolded the map and inquired of Lu Yang, "How much further do we have to go?" Lu Yang replied, "Not far now. If we go a little further and make a turn, we can reach the shore." "Very well, let us row there," Zhang Zhao suggested. "Row?" Guo Rong scratched his head, puzzled. The boat was exceedingly small, barely accommodating 6 people with little room to spare, and it lacked oars or any similar implements. He splashed his hands in the water a few times, but the boat barely shifted. It was an insurmountable challenge. Reality proved to be far more difficult than anticipated. Pooling their collective strength, using hands and feet, they toiled extensively, yet the boat only advanced a fraction. Lacking appropriate tools, it was impossible to cover such a distance. Without the means to row, they could not navigate the waterway and had to devise an alternative plan. In their line of sight, there were no fewer than 30 zombies. To abandon the boat and reach the shore, they needed not only a suitable landing spot but also a strategy to divert these zombies. Since zombies were highly sensitive to sound, if they could lure them to another location, it would grant their group an opportunity to disembark. Zhang Zhao glanced at the banks on either side and suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. One must seize the opportunity to attempt. Without endeavoring, one cannot ascertain its efficacy. "Team Tang, I have conceived a potential strategy that merits our exploration." He succinctly articulated his plan to the group. "There exists a store along the left bank, boasting a spacious facade and multiple display windows. If we were to shatter the glass with a firearm, the ensuing sound would attract the attention of any nearby zombies within earshot." Lu Yang was thoroughly unnerved by the presence of the undead, yearning to vacate the riverbank. For on solid ground, he could rely on his legs to flee, yet, aboard the vessel, an assault from the zombies would render escape impossible. Upon hearing Zhang Zhao's proposal, he felt a surge of determination. "Let us hasten, these zombies instill a palpable dread within me." Donna nodded in agreement, given the circumstances. We had no alternative but to proceed with the attempt. Each member of the group began to stretch their limbs, maneuvering the boat towards a suitable landing spot. Then, Donna raised her firearm, taking aim, and declared, "Currently, the zombies' attention is not fully fixated on us. Once we reach the shore, Lu Yang will lead the way. He knows the route. We shall follow him without pause." Before taking the shot, Donna cautioned, "Are you prepared?" "Ready. Let's act." With a soft pop, one of the store's display windows shattered, immediately followed by the cacophony of glass cascading to the ground. The zombies on the bank momentarily froze, then frantically surged towards the store. However, a few remained obliviously spinning in place. Fortunately, Donna swiftly discharged 5 rounds, obliterating a row of display windows. This commotion was significant, prompting a collective roar from the zombies as they converged on the source of the noise. "Quickly, to the shore!" The individuals aboard the vessel eagerly leaped onto the shore and hurried up the steps. Meanwhile, those lurking in the shadows, upon perceiving the movement of the living pursued them with an insatiable fervor, as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Liu Yang led the charge at the forefront, with the others closely trailing behind. However, Wang Chang, due to his advanced age, lagged considerably, struggling to keep pace after only a few strides. After a strenuous 10 minutes, the ominous sounds of the pursuing zombies gradually faded, prompting the group to momentarily slow their pace. Wang Chang, jostled along the way, realized his cowboy had disappeared. Put me down, he shouted several times before Wang Wu finally obliged. Wang Chang retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow and murmured, "It seems that age has its toll. Being carried while running is more exhausting than running itself." Having temporarily escaped the jaws of danger, the group's spirits lifted significantly. Guorong produced a bottle of fresh water from his bag, took a few sips, and then handed it to Wang Chang with a smile, saying, "Old Wang, you're still formidable." Aside from the disparity in stamina, there was no doubt that Wang Chang matched any young man in every other aspect. Given the current scarcity of drinking water, Wang Chang accepted it gratefully, gulping down several mouthfuls before passing the bottle to Wang Wu, a look of satisfaction on his face. "What a pity about my hat, it was my favorite," he lamented. After resting for a few minutes, they noticed the ominous signs of zombies appearing by the roadside and decided to press on. The city was now rife with the undead, and they needed to reunite with their team and escape the urban chaos as swiftly as possible. According to Liu Yang's proposed route, they were approximately 15 miles from the shopping mall, navigating through a labyrinth of turns while evading zombies, with a plan to complete the journey in 3 hours. The sun has long passed its zenith, casting down its fierce rays, causing one's entire body to become uncomfortably warm during the prolonged walk. The number of encountered zombies has noticeably increased. Some appear sporadically, while others come in formidable groups. Single zombies are swiftly dispatched, while encounters with 10 or more prompt a strategic retreat. Old Wang has also engaged in close combat. Despite his advanced age, he strikes with remarkable speed and ferocity. The father-son duo operates with efficiency and decisiveness. Lacking any traditional weaponry, Old Wang draws a steel rebar about a foot in length from behind his waist, its end sharpened to a lethal point. When confronted by a zombie, he forcefully thrusts the rebar into its skull, retrieving it with remnants of flesh clinging to it. The rebar, with its resilient structure, transforms into a formidable instrument of destruction in Old Wang's capable hands. Under Zhang Zhao's encouragement and guidance, Liu Yang's courage has significantly expanded since their initial meeting at the 18th Middle School. He now proactively engages in clearing zombies, in addition to dealing with those that approach him. With his Nepali kukri, he can swiftly dispatch a zombie with a single, precise strike to the head. After approximately an hour of relentless effort, they have eliminated a considerable number of zombies, yet the oppressive heat continues to sap their bodily fluids. Following a brief respite of merely a few minutes, their carried water supply has been entirely consumed. During the ensuing journey, the group begins to gather various supplies. As they tread upon the main road, the sight of abandoned vehicles grows more prevalent, and attempts to start several of them prove futile. Except for Donna and Wang Wu, who remain vigilant, the others resemble scavengers, seizing every opportunity to exploit any potentially useful vehicle. Upon Zhang Zhao's approach, the reason for Liu Yang's exuberance becomes apparent. He stands beside an armored vehicle. Undoubtedly, this is the most remarkable vehicle discovered thus far. Zhang Zhao hastened towards it with alacrity. Typically, riot control vehicles are equipped with superior provisions. This particular vehicle, having collided with a bus, had forcefully caved in the bus's rear end, indicative of the immense force employed in the impact. One of the riot control vehicle's doors was ajar, suggesting that survivors had promptly disembarked to mount a defense. Liu Yang gestured towards the interior, indicating the presence of a remaining, undead zombie. Zhang Zhao, wary of opening the door rashly, circled around to observe a zombie in riot gear struggling and posturing to attack from the back seat. The zombie, transformed for an indeterminate duration, bore a face with nearly disintegrated skin, a single eyeball dangling from its mottled, crimson and black cheek. Zhang Zhao unsheathed his tang blade and terminated the creature's existence with a forceful thrust to the head. Meanwhile, Liu Yang eagerly opened the vehicle door and commenced a search. It appeared to have been a tactical squad that disembarked to engage after the collision. Subsequently, the unfortunate soul within the vehicle had inexplicably transformed into a zombie. Liu Yang exclaimed once more, brandishing a rifle with evident delight. Discovering a firearm, Zhang Zhao also swiftly began searching. Meticulously stripping the zombie officer and scouring every nook and cranny of the vehicle. The yield was substantial, yielding a pistol, a rifle, and tactical gear. Aside from the combat attire, everything was thoroughly appropriated. "Hey, are you proficient in its use? Hand it over." Zhang Zhao, concerned about accidental discharge, requested the rifle from Liu Yang, who was still holding it. The M110 sniper rifle and the USP-9 pistol indeed, fortune seems to be smiling upon us. At that moment, Donna approached, instantly recognizing the items the two were handling. Zhang Zhao's understanding of firearms was limited to shooting games. His only real encounter with a weapon was during military training in school, where he fired a few rounds but never again had the opportunity. He was familiar with the USP, a popular handgun featured in American television shows and video games, known for its high precision and large magazine capacity. Unfortunately, the zombie cop had not managed to fire his weapon before succumbing to the undead, leaving the handgun's magazine fully loaded. Zhang Zhao casually affixed the holster to himself, urging Liu Yang to retrieve the sniper rifle. He had no intention of using it himself, it was meant for Li Zijin, as his air gun, while precise, lacked both range and lethality. Reluctantly, Liu Yang handed the sniper rifle to Zhang Zhao, feeling a sense of loss as he had been the one to discover it. Initially hoping to keep it for himself, only to have it confiscated. "But I found it," he muttered, still disgruntled. Zhang Zhao frowned and replied, "Even if you found it, you wouldn't know how to use it. The best weapon should be in the hands of the most suitable person." While he spoke those words, he felt a sense of glee within. Acquiring a handgun certainly enhanced their security. Liu Yang chose not to argue further, recognizing that the rifle was no longer within his reach, and moved away to search for other items. Old Wang's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the M110 in Zhang Zhao's possession, clearly eager for it. "Looks like I'm not the only one with an eye on that," Zhang Zhao remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it, Old Wang, your M401 is the real ace. Be content with that." Old Wang chuckled awkwardly, remarking, "I merely speak in jest. Though the firearm is commendable, I, Old Wang, have little fondness for it." Having scavenged a considerable amount, Zhang Zhao felt the weight upon him considerably increase. He adjusted his load slightly before finally organizing everything. Suddenly, 2 gunshots echoed, startling everyone present. "Who is firing?" Zhang Zhao exclaimed. Could there still be survivors? The ensuing scene took him completely by surprise. He beheld Guorong and Liu Yang dashing towards them, laden with various items, shouting as they ran, "Run! A horde of zombies!" Zhang Zhao climbed atop a nearby sedan, scanning the surroundings, and saw a dense mass of the undead approximately 500 meters behind the duo. A horde! Zombies intertwined with the flowing traffic, stretching endlessly before his eyes, reminiscent of an army of ants amidst a pile of rubble. The horde had arrived prematurely. No, this was a tide of corpses, a deluge of a million. Chapter 32, Trapped under the sweltering summer sun, the rays reflected off the glass facade of the skyscrapers, casting a dazzling light. An abandoned, tattered newspaper twirled through the air before settling atop a manhole cover. A gust of wind swept by, yet the soiled newspaper, smeared with a viscous black liquid, could rise no more. A zombie, its skin a pallid gray, had long since surpassed the pangs of hunger. Its abdomen was sunken, the contours of its ribs starkly visible. It faced a shop window, on the street, incessantly gaping and growling, as if perceiving a terrifying creature reflected in the glass. He inclined his head to ascertain the scent, detecting no vestige of living essence. Subsequently, he ambled about the locale for a spell, thereafter assimilating into the throng of cadavers, proceeding onward. Upon the apex of a towering edifice, approximately a dozen stories in height, reclined a smattering of individuals, vigilantly observing the progression of the corporeal inundation along the thoroughfare. One among them ignited a cigarette, only to have it promptly extinguished by a comrade. "Kuaze, are you courting demise?" Guorong, with legs crossed, leaned against the wall adjacent to the rooftop ingress, lamenting the demise of his final cigarette, retrieving the remnants and depositing them forlornly into his breast pocket. Beneath them surged an astounding multitude of the deceased, persisting for over 3 hours without end in sight. This unprecedented surge of the undead instilled dread in all who beheld it. "It appears our stratagem must be recalibrated," Guorong lamented. "Traversal of the adjacent streets is now untenable. I wonder as to the condition of Li and his cohort. This surge, the most immense since the genesis of the zombification contagion, blanketed the proximate arterial routes with a plethora of the undead. The commercial center, once within proximal reach, was now obstructed by this premature cataclysm. Zhang Zhao's spirits waned as well. Their scheme lay in disarray, and their very survival was now imperiled. They could only discreetly conceal themselves upon the building's crest, awaiting the abatement of the surge before formulating an alternate course of action. The paternal duo of the Wang lineage continued to scrutinize the corporeal deluge from the building's edge, refraining from even the slightest exhalation. The firmament gradually darkened. Yet the vespertine temperature remained elevated, even the zephyr carried a sweltering warmth. Their potable water had been depleted, and each individual parchedly moistened their lips. Should this predicament persist, they risked succumbing to dehydration and starvation, even if spared from the bite of the undead. Donna leaned her gun against her side. Her eyes closed in repose until the sound of 2 individuals conversing prompted her to open them. She stretched, having not had a proper rest in several days. Even as a soldier, she felt the weight of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was nearby, fiddling with a rifle he had recently acquired, appearing remarkably vibrant in contrast. "Liu Yang, do you understand firearms? You seem to be smiling the whole time," Zhang Zhao jested. "Just don't shoot our own people." Liu Yang shrugged. Then with a swift series of movements, lifted the rifle to aim. "Of course I do. I figured it out quickly. Zhang, let me tell you. This gun operates just as described online." His fluid motions astonished the onlookers. Could this young man truly be self-taught? Such impressive comprehension seemed almost uncanny. When it comes to shooting, perhaps a little study would suffice to grasp the basics. At worst, one could have an experienced shooter provide hands-on instruction. However, to hit the target accurately is no small feat. There was once a video from a certain country, depicting a scene where a criminal attacked on the streets. And the police, despite firing 6 or 7 shots, failed to subdue him. The reasons behind this are often beyond the grasp of the average person. Yet the truth remains evident, missing the target signifies poor marksmanship. "Come off it, you're just boasting," Zhang Zhao replied. Upon hearing himself accused of bragging, Liu Yang grew agitated and stood up, asserting, "I'm not boasting. If it weren't for a shortage of ammunition necessitating conservation, I would already be testing this gun on a few zombies." "You mustn't," Zhang Zhao exclaimed, alarmed. "If a few shots were fired now, the horde below would surely come rushing up." Fortunately, when they had entered the building, they had ample time to barricade the doors. Now hidden on the rooftop, the zombies are utterly oblivious to their presence. At this moment and in this place, it is the safest sanctuary. The night is deep, and the sounds of zombies shuffling through the streets persist, occasionally punctuated by fierce growls, likely the result of skirmishes among the undead, who sometimes fight brutally for a morsel of flesh. Zhang Zhao, in the midst of slumber, is jolted awake by a sudden noise. Noticing a dark figure crouching at the entrance, gripping his knife tightly, he calls out, "Who goes there?" "It's me," comes the voice of Wang Wu, who then settles beside Zhang Zhao, panting heavily. "Where have you been?" Zhang Zhao inquires, suspicious of Wang Wu's furtive behavior at such an hour. They reside on the rooftop, and even if nature calls, they would typically venture to a secluded corner. There is no reason for Wang Wu to have descended to the ground floor in the dead of night. In the darkness, Wang Wu's expression is indiscernible. But it is clear that he feels not only nervousness but also a hint of exhilaration. He appears to be rummaging through his pockets, producing various bottles and plastic wrappings. After a short while, a small pile accumulates at his feet. With a tone laced with excitement, Wang Wu exclaims, "I just scoured the lower floors and discovered quite a treasure. Look, instant noodles, 8 treasure porridge, and water." To be frank, Zhang Zhao has already consumed all available food and drinking water, and with everyone having gone without sustenance that evening, he feels his stomach pressing against his back. Upon hearing the mention of food, he eagerly reaches for a can of 8 treasure porridge, opening it and drinking heartily. Only those who have known hunger can truly appreciate the profound satisfaction of food entering one's mouth. After finishing the porridge, he proceeds to nibble on a pack of instant noodles. Others were also roused by the sound of the two feasting, joining the ranks of the famished spirits. And in no time, they had devoured the majority of the provisions. Were there truly so many supplies downstairs? Had they not encountered any zombies? Zhang Zhao, having just gnawed on a sausage, felt sufficiently sated before he ceased. Currently, it was the nascent stage of the zombie virus outbreak. And the vacuum-packed food had yet to spoil. With thorough searching, more provisions could still be unearthed. If one were to wait a year or two, the majority of the food that survived the outbreak would become inedible. At that point, sustenance would become even scarcer, although there were arable lands conducive to production. They were fraught with peril. Wang Wu let out a hearty belch and chuckled, "I merely scoured a few floors and discovered ample food in those offices. These white-collar workers, neglecting their duties, had stashed away quite a bit of edible supplies. Thankfully, they had hidden provisions, otherwise, we would surely perish from hunger." There were indeed zombies. Though not in great numbers, Wang Wu had cleared them out. Furthermore, he had discovered an escape route from this place. An escape route? Zhang Zhao expressed his skepticism. Although the horde was not as dense as before, a vast number of zombies still occupied the ground floor. This building was nearly isolated, surrounded by thoroughfares. Wang Wu explained that at the rear of the building was an exit for a newly constructed subway, which was nearing completion, awaiting its inauguration. The exit was barricaded and protected, untouched by the undead. If they could circumvent to that location, they could escape through the subway passage. Given the night's unsuitability for large movements, it was decided that they would formulate their plans in the morning. Their fate, whether life or death, would hinge on the morrow's endeavors. As the first rays of sunlight ascended upon the balcony of the towering building, everyone was already prepared for the day ahead. The last remnants of food had been shared among them as a makeshift breakfast. Last night, Wang Wu had scoured the darkness, uncovering a substantial amount of provisions and dispatching several zombies with remarkable ease, an extraordinary feat that he accomplished without the slightest exertion. From this, it was evident that his capabilities surpassed those of Zhang Zhao and Guorong. He had likely searched 5 or 6 floors the previous night. So today he intended to continue from where he had left off. The building, though not particularly vast, was structured in a P-shape, with approximately 6 companies occupying each floor. Fortunately, the layout was rather straightforward, ensuring relative safety. Any appearance of zombies would be swiftly detected. The group of 6 split into pairs, with each duo assigned to search 2 companies per floor, significantly enhancing their efficiency. After more than an hour of diligent searching, they reached the final level of the office area. During this time, they encountered only 3 zombies, which were quickly dispatched. Liu Yang and Donna were paired together. Liu Yang wielded a Nepalese kukri in his right hand while brandishing a pistol in his left. They ventured into a foreign trade company, which was modest in size, consisting solely of an office area and 3 rooms, the finance room, the general manager's office, and the storage room. After conducting a cursory search of the office area without discovering anything of value, Liu Yang opened the storage room and began rummaging through its contents. The storage area contained only a few rows of shelves filled with cardboard boxes, each containing assorted small items. As he opened one of the boxes on the bottom shelf, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Teen Donna, come quickly. Look what I've found!" he exclaimed, pulling out an oddly shaped rubber sphere from the box. Upon hearing this, Donna approached, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the object in his hand. "What is this?" With that inquiry, she grasped the situation. Zombies are highly sensitive to sound. If they could set the lazy alarm clock properly and toss it to the other side of the building, the ringing would attract nearby zombies to a single location, thereby affording everyone a safer opportunity. The backpack's capacity was limited. Aside from essential items, it could only accommodate approximately 15 fist-sized lazy alarm clocks. This device was undoubtedly an exceptional tool for luring zombies, both now and in the future. In the midst of such deliberation, Liu Yang sacrificed some food to fit an additional 5 alarm clocks. Chapter 33. On the tunnel. The group gathered in the lobby, on the first floor. The building featured both a front and back entrance, and through the glass doors, the putrid stench of the zombies was nearly palpable. Some zombies had already detected the presence of the living and were violently colliding with the glass, producing a series of thudding sounds. Everyone discarded unnecessary items. What mattered now was speed, as excessive weight would hinder mobility. "The plan is quite straightforward," Zhang Zhao stated. "Once the door is opened, we will make a beeline for the subway entrance. The first to arrive must immediately lift the protective barrier, while Donna and Old Wang cover us by shooting at the encroaching zombies to facilitate our entry." This was a simple yet perilous endeavor. Despite Liu Yang's discovery of the lazy alarm clocks, it was anticipated that many zombies would not be lured away by the sound. Zombies and humans share commonalities. After all, before their transformation, zombies were once human. Among them, some are robust and fierce, while others are clumsy and slow. Zombies exhibit distinct variations based on their physical attributes or deficiencies from their former lives. For instance, a sprinter transformed into a zombie would retain superior speed compared to other undead beings. I have set the alarm to ring in 2 minutes. With a duration of approximately 3 minutes, once the sound ceases, we shall prepare to depart. Liu Yang fiddled with the lazy alarm clock, explaining that the 2-minute interval was designed to allow everyone to get ready, while the 3-minute duration ensured that the zombies would have ample time to navigate around the building and reach the location of the clock. Having adjusted the alarm, Liu Yang observed as Wang Wu cracked open the glass door slightly, revealing a tattered zombie desperately attempting to squeeze through. Zhang Zhao swiftly drew his tang knife, thrusting it forcefully into the zombie's skull, and shouted, "Quick, throw!" Liu Yang accurately tossed both lazy alarm clocks through the narrow opening. One landed in the flower bed before the door, while the other rolled gracefully down the sloped pavement. The zombies outside initially noticed the objects Liu Yang had discarded, glancing at them with little interest, before lunging toward the glass door. The group hurriedly barricaded the entrance, ensuring that no zombies could breach their defenses before making their way to the rear door. 2 minutes felt interminable for those waiting, stretching out like 2 hours. Each person was fraught with anxiety, gripping their weapons tightly. "Open the door, run forward, and don't stop," Liu Yang repeated in his mind, though his legs trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, the 2 lazy alarm clocks erupted in a cacophony of ringing, their simultaneous chimes startling everyone present. Tension had gripped Liu Yang, and he was nearly paralyzed with fear by the sudden blaring of the alarm. Fortunately, Guoron was there to steady him, reassuringly saying, "Fear not, stay close behind me, and you shall be safe." The zombies on the street, upon hearing the cacophony, reacted as if invigorated by a stimulant, roaring out before charging toward the source of the sound. The alarm clock emitted an unexpectedly piercing noise, resonating as though it were hovering just above their heads. A dense throng of zombies gathered around the alarm's location, far exceeding their expectations, a veritable sea of the undead, oblivious to the nature of the alarm. The zombies clawed and gnawed at it, and in a matter of moments, they managed to puncture the rubber exterior. The ringing abruptly ceased, replaced by the horrifying cacophony of the zombies' growls filling the area. The alarm had unexpectedly become ineffective, leaving the 6 of them gasping for breath and exchanging anxious glances. Run! Zhang Zhao suddenly snapped back to reality, pulling open the door and leading the charge outside. On this street, numerous zombies remained unperturbed. And upon spotting the living emerging from the building, they lumbered over in a mechanical fashion. Despite their sluggish pace, it was evident that these creatures, starved of flesh for some time, were exerting every ounce of their strength. Zhang Zhao and Guorong moved swiftly, reaching the subway entrance and lifting the barrier. Meanwhile, Donna stood guard with her firearm, methodically taking down any zombie that ventured too close to her teammates. Wang Wu, without hesitation, hoisted old Wang onto his back, wielding a knife in his right hand to fell an approaching zombie. On his back, old Wang fired his rifle with precision. As over 100 zombies converged, it became clear that if they could not make it to the subway in time, this group would meet their grim fate right there. The remaining individuals had all arrived, except for the Wang father and son, who were still a mere 10 meters away. The horde of zombies was increasing, and they were only 5 or 6 meters away from catching up with them. Zhang Zhao pondered for a moment before he dashed out from the subway entrance, drawing his dual blades and skillfully dispatching the approaching zombies with deft strikes. With enemies at their heels and danger looming ahead, it was imperative to clear the path of zombies to prevent the Wang duo from being cornered. A chilling growl echoed as old Wang sensed a zombie right behind him, its icy hand nearly grazing his back. He attempted to turn and fire his weapon, but the effort nearly twisted his waist. Although Wang Wu was moving swiftly, the zombies were encroaching from all directions, leaving him no choice but to focus ahead, unable to guard his rear. The sound of bullets striking flesh pierced the air, revealing Donna perched atop the railing, expertly shooting the zombies that threatened old Wang from behind. Her marksmanship was impeccable, each shot finding its mark and decimating a multitude of zombies that were perilously close to the Wang father and son. Thanks to the collective efforts of the group, the Wang duo finally made it safely into the subway entrance. They hurriedly secured the railing, indifferent to whether any zombies had followed, and swiftly descended the staircase. The subway station was impeccably renovated, exuding cleanliness, with advertisements plastered on the walls and vending machines stocked with beverages and snacks. This place hardly felt like a haven of zombies, murmured Guorong as he approached a vending machine, giving the glass a gentle push, eager to retrieve the plethora of drinks contained within. Wherever food is discovered, it should be promptly collected, for it is likely that if this village is missed, this establishment will cease to exist. It has been an eternity since I last savored a beverage, gazing at the cola within the vending machine. Lu Yang swallowed hard and inquired, "Who has any change? Who has change?" The group exchanged glances and chuckled. Zhang Zhao approached, testing the glass wall with his elbow before delivering a forceful strike, causing the glass to shatter instantaneously, scattering fragments across the ground. The group hastily filled their bags with drinks and high-energy snacks, then proceeded forward following the directional signs. In their 6-member formation, the Wang father and son led the way, followed closely by Donna, Lu Yang, Zhang Zhao, and Guorong. Although they had previously discovered some firearms, only old Wang and Donna had truly utilized them. Thus, in the event of a crisis, it was imperative that these two provide fire support. During the onslaught of the undead, Guorong had fired a few shots, bringing down 2 zombies, and stumbled upon the corpse of another special police officer, unearthing a UTS-15 tactical shotgun. For an aspiring military enthusiast, this discovery was akin to wielding a divine artifact. Regrettably, the fallen officer had not left behind a significant amount of ammunition, and Guorong was reluctant to expend what little he possessed. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, they beheld the tracks ahead. Throughout this journey, no traces of zombies had been encountered, which was indeed a cause for relief. After all, had the earlier horde followed them into the subway station, the presence of zombies within would have rendered their escape impossible. Could they truly find their way out? Casting a glance at the dark, endless tracks and illuminating them with a flashlight, they found no end in sight. Wang Wu took the flashlight from Liu Yang's hands and remarked, "It is indeed feasible. There exists an exit near the Golden Sphere Amusement Park." The Golden Sphere Amusement Park, a recent construction, boasts the title of the largest amusement park in all of Asia. During its promotional phase, an avalanche of advertisements inundated the public, and even Zhang Zhao, residing in N City, had acquired some knowledge about it. However, as a solitary individual, he found little interest or opportunity to visit such a venue. Upon entering the passageway, an unsettling chill enveloped the air, causing involuntary shivers. A breeze occasionally swept through, prompting Liu Yang to retract his head and tremble as he voiced, "Why do I sense something amiss?" This fellow, timid and often inciting trouble, had always possessed a knack for foreboding utterances. With the entire corridor shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flashlights, the group's anxiety escalated. Upon hearing his words, Guorong retorted with disdain, "Pa! Since the outbreak of the virus, one has anything felt right? That's not it, Brother Guo," Liu Yang fervently protested. "I genuinely feel something is off." After traversing a considerable distance, Liu Yang continued to emphasize his unease, leading the others to dismiss his fears as mere cowardice. Eventually, he came to an abrupt halt, refusing to proceed further. The group paused as well, with Guorong impatiently inquiring, "What's the matter? Are you not going to move? Perhaps we should leave you here." Such words were merely intended to frighten, for throughout their perilous journey, they had shared both life and death. Despite Liu Yang's timidity, he was a decent person. Even in moments of panic, he refrained from any outrageous actions. "Did you not hear that?" Liu Yang's voice was barely audible, as if his lips merely quivered. Yet, in the profound silence of the environment, his words resonated with remarkable clarity. "It seems he is not playing a prank." Everyone holds their breath, and aside from the sound of the wind, the long corridor is enveloped in an eerie silence. "Young man, do not frighten me. Why do I not sense anything amiss?" Old Wang scratched his head. Perhaps having narrowly escaped death for several days, Liu Yang's heart brimmed with fear, rendering him a tad paranoid. After approximately 2 minutes of silence, they failed to discern anything unusual. Donna urged the group to advance, but after only a few steps, Liu Yang startled them once more, exclaiming, "Do you hear? No, do you smell that? Is there a strange odor, akin to rotten eggs?" However, this time Liu Yang was not conjuring something from thin air. Prompted by his observation, others began to notice the faint, foul stench. The wind in the corridor was blowing from behind them. In just a few brief moments, the previously frigid passage now harbored not only the odor Liu Yang described but also an increasingly pungent intensity, accompanied by a subtle hissing sound. Chapter 34, Beneath the Tunnel. Could it be a gas leak? Guorong covered his nose, sensitive to the repugnant smell, feeling an itch in his nostrils. The noxious aroma intensified, forming an invisible wall of stench that pressed upon the group. Zhang Zhao also covered his nose. The odor was overwhelmingly foul, inducing a gag reflex. "It does not appear so," he remarked, raising his flashlight to illuminate the rear of the corridor. The entire passage lay desolate, and where the beam of the flashlight fell, a faint greenish mist began to spread slowly. At first, Zhang Zhao thought he was mistaken, but soon the layer of mist thickened. He hurriedly inquired, "Do you see that fog?" Each person stood frozen in place, too apprehensive to act, their eyes wide as they witnessed the emergence of a creature, moving slowly, slower than the average zombie. This monstrosity was approximately 4 adults wide, its corpulent body resembling someone encased in numerous flotation devices. Each step it took appeared to be a tremendous effort, as it continually emitted noxious green gas from its mouth. As the creature advanced, the zombies behind it gradually came into view, each exhibiting a unique form, seemingly relishing the toxic mist that enveloped them. Zhang Zhao felt a parching thirst. The words he uttered emerged hoarsely, accompanied by sharp pain in his throat. Silence enveloped the group as they cautiously retreated. Lao Wang opened his mouth, overwhelmed by the foul odor that filled his nostrils, the pain jolting him into clarity. "This stench is toxic. No sooner had he spoken than the zombie across from him visibly stiffened. From the moment the stench was detected to the appearance of the zombie, scarcely 7 or 8 minutes had elapsed. Both the odor and the green mist possessed an inexplicable toxicity. Everyone felt a painful dryness in their throats, intensifying as the zombies drew nearer. With a sudden thud, Liu Yang, standing in the midst of the group, collapsed, his consciousness wavering and his eyes occasionally rolling back. He attempted to rise, but stumbled and fell against Wang Wu. The noxious odor not only posed a severe threat to their respiratory systems but also appeared to have hallucinogenic effects. As Liu Yang fell, his equipment clashed against the iron tracks, producing a sharp metallic sound. At that moment, the zombies were no more than 30 meters away, startled by the resonant clang. The grotesque creature lifted its head, its hollow eyes seemingly oblivious to the beam of the flashlight. It mechanically twisted its neck, emitting guttural sounds, and then, with a hiss, a stream of green fluid erupted, steaming as it poured forth. This venomous spray reached an astonishing distance of 10 meters. Hissing and smoking as it splattered onto the iron tracks below, the zombies trailing behind the corpulent monster, as if commanded, began to surge forward, rushing toward the humans. "Run!" Zhang Zhao shouted, disregarding the chaotic swarm of the undead. They had been detected, and instinctively, everyone turned and fled. Liu Yang, upon receiving a slap on the cheek from old Wang, began to shake off his daze and stumbled along with the crowd. Donna, wielding an assault rifle, unleashed a barrage, taking down the front ranks of zombies. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. Despite dispatching a dozen, a vast throng still loomed behind them. Continuing to engage was not a viable strategy. Fortunately, the zombies moved at a slower pace, although the iron tracks hindered their sprint. Humanity's speed was significantly superior to that of the undead. Thus, they fled for over 20 minutes, shooting as they ran, gradually widening the distance between themselves and the horde. Occasionally, a few zombies would leap out from nearby stations, only to be swiftly dispatched with knives. Liu Yang muttered to himself, "Didn't they say there were no zombies? How can there be so many?" Wang Wu felt a pang of guilt, for he recognized that others had extended their hands to assist him and his son, while he had unwittingly led them down a treacherous path fraught with peril. A subway line of such considerable length, with dozens of stations. Who could assure that each one was devoid of danger? Amidst his disheartenment, he found solace in the fact that it was not a horde of corpses blocking the passage from both ends. What was that grotesque creature that had just perished? A bloated beast capable of spewing venom? Guorong flicked the zombie blood off his battle blade and sniffed himself, sensing that the foul stench still clung to him. Reminiscent of a toxic femme fatale from a game he once played, albeit with a rather more corpulent physique. The ability to expel toxins and the overwhelming odor indicated that this was no ordinary zombie. Even from several dozen meters away, the noxious scent could inflict harm upon humans. If struck by the venom, who could fathom the consequences? "Team Tang, have you encountered such a zombie before?" Zhang Zhao inquired of his companion, Tang Na. Upon first meeting her, he had heard her speak of zombie evolution. This aberrant zombie, while differing from those they had encountered at the service station, was nonetheless a member of the evolved undead. Tang Na shook her head. Although she had witnessed many evolved zombies, today's specimen was unlike any she had seen before. Previously, when her squad was deployed on missions, they faced hordes of zombies with overwhelming firepower, resulting in a massacre. Ordinary zombies posed little threat to individuals equipped with modern military gear, unless they were those that had evolved, possessing unique abilities. Among these, ambushers and clawed variants were the most commonly encountered. This is indeed the first encounter with a threat to human bodies that does not require close combat. Over an hour has passed, and as everyone sipped on some beverages, the piercing sensation began to diminish significantly. The zombies had been circling that strange creature, seemingly reveling in the green mist it emitted. That toxic fog appeared to be a miraculous tonic for the undead, while for humans, it was nothing short of catastrophic. Suddenly, old Wang let out a mournful cry. "What is wrong?" Everyone inquired anxiously. Old Wang cleared his throat and expectorated a thick phlegm, which, to everyone's dismay, contained a trace of blood. Could Old Wang be coming down with a cold? That seemed unlikely. After a few coughs to regain composure, he remarked, "Do you not feel a sense of chronic pharyngitis? I can't help but wonder if the scent from that creature has damaged our respiratory systems. Could it be that we have been infected with the zombie toxin? If that's the case, our group is doomed today." Chronic pharyngitis had long afflicted the habitual smoker among them, but it was not as severe as Old Wang's condition, which showed traces of blood. As for the foul odor emitted by the creature that spewed toxic mist, although it had indeed caused discomfort at the time, that sensation had gradually faded over the past hour. Not long after, as they proceeded, a colossal figure emerged ahead in the passageway. Since the first signs of zombies had appeared, everyone had been exceptionally cautious, treading carefully and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. It was a subway. How could it possibly be here? Astonished, Zhang Zhao remarked that judging by the vehicle's paint, it was a brand new subway car. However, he questioned why it would appear midway on a line that had not yet been officially inaugurated. Proceeding with caution as his guiding principle, Zhang Zhao unsheathed his tang blade and boarded through the open passenger door. Under the stark illumination, the entire car seemed steeped in a deathly stillness. Spotlessly clean and devoid of any blemish, the carriage bore no signs of a zombie attack. Yet, it was precisely this immaculate condition that heightened everyone's wariness. It was the deceptive tranquility upon entering the subway station that had lulled them into a state of diminished vigilance. Had it not been for Liu Yang's keen observation, the monster might have stalked them unnoticed. "Perhaps we should reconsider, we are still capable of proceeding on foot," Liu Yang suggested, his apprehension stemming from the fear of relentless pursuit by the undead. "Let us pause for 5 minutes to regain our composure," Zhang Zhao advised. "The situation above ground remains unknown, and we may soon find ourselves embroiled in a fierce confrontation." Zhang Zhao recognized Liu Yang's timidity, acknowledging the inherent danger of their current location. However, he emphasized that the surface world, teeming with ravenous zombies, presented an even more perilous alternative. Since their arrival in H City, they had been subjected to a relentless series of harrowing experiences, confirming the city's inhospitable nature. A journey to the East China archipelago that should have been relatively short had already taken more than twice as long. Should they manage to escape the urban confines unscathed? He vowed to avoid large cities at all costs, preferring circuitous routes over the risk of being besieged by the undead. "What's this?" Suddenly, Liu Yang sensed a viscous substance beneath his feet, akin to stepping on chewing gum. Directing his flashlight downwards, he beheld a congealed pool of crimson liquid, interspersed with unidentifiable matter. "What is this?" He endeavored to lift his foot, and with considerable difficulty, managed to extract it, subsequently directing the light forward along the viscous substance. The fluid varied in consistency, yet when he discerned the origin, he was aghast, his jaw nearly unhinged. A dark, indistinct entity was suspended outside a shattered window, its ashen eyes fixed upon him. The creature clutched the subway's roof with one hand, while the other grasped a thoroughly ravaged head. Chapter 3: Corpse Carnival. Part 1. This was an evolved zombie, a phenomenon rarer than winning the lottery, yet encountered twice within the confines of the subway tunnel. Liu Yang, scarcely daring to breathe, retreated step by step. He contemplated shouting for assistance, or at least alerting the others, but feared becoming the immediate target of the zombie's aggression. The monstrous nature of evolved zombies was evident, and this particular specimen clung to the train with a grip that tore into the metal. It appeared to impale the head with its claws rather than merely holding it. The zombie, with its unwavering gaze upon Liu Yang, intermittently lowered its head to gnaw on its gruesome prize, seemingly uninterested in the figure in the light. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yang retreated until the zombie was out of sight, then turned and fled. "What's amiss?" inquired the others, noting Liu Yang's pallor and frantic pace. "A zombie! A solitary zombie," Liu Yang exclaimed. Zhang Zhao unsheathed his tang blade, jesting, a mere zombie frightens you so? Did you dispatch it? Liu Yang, breathless and visibly shaken, shook his head vehemently. The zombie possesses elongated claws and clings to the train. I did not eliminate it. Upon hearing the term long claws, Donna immediately discerned the predicament that Liu Yang was facing. In previous missions, they had encountered similar types of zombies. How can you still speak so brazenly? With such a commotion, are you not afraid of attracting even more zombies? Guorong scoffed. What kind of formidable zombie could possibly be hanging around? A coward. Where is it? I'm going to. Before he could finish his sentence, words lodged in his throat as he pointed behind Liu Yang, his eyes wide with fear. There! Suspended from the ceiling of the vehicle, hung a dark, ominous figure, a zombie. It appeared to be straining to listen, a look of bewilderment etched upon its face. Standing beside Guorong, Donna nudged his calf with her foot and silently mouthed, "Claws, get the gun." Liu Yang sensed something amiss, holding his breath, too afraid to exhale. It wasn't until Donna gestured for him to lie down that he slowly began to lower himself to the ground. The peculiar zombie loomed behind him, not far away, sending a chill down his spine and raising the hairs on his body. Keeping close to the earth, Liu Yang could see that the zombie hung approximately 2 meters above him, its hands stained with crimson human blood. An evolved zombie, the long-clawed variant, possessed no sight, relying solely on its acute hearing to hunt. Its claws, each about 5 centimeters in length, were hard and capable of swift, formidable attacks. During the outbreak of the zombie virus, a combat squad had encountered 2 long-clawed zombies while on a search mission. Within mere minutes, they had been entirely annihilated. Therefore, to confront such a swift and lethal zombie, one must be even faster and fiercer. Donna, brandishing her assault rifle, aimed at the clawed zombie and commanded, "Fire!" A cacophony of gunfire erupted within the carriage, a barrage of bullets tearing into the zombie's frame. Just as it was about to pounce, Guorong's shotgun blast sent it crashing to the ground. Donna, allowing no respite, advanced upon the fallen creature and discharged several rounds into its head, obliterating it. The clawed zombie was undeniably deceased, its dispatch achieved in mere seconds, a feat only possible with thorough preparation. Had it been mobile, even a scratch could have resulted in zombification. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. It seemed an inauspicious day for travel. Encountering 2 evolved zombies within a mere 2 hours, a probability of less than 1 in 100,000. Liu Yang, rising from the floor, found his clothing smeared with the fetid stench of zombie blood. He turned to face the others, his expression shifting dramatically. "Run!" he exclaimed, "a horde is upon us!" Zhang Zhao directed his flashlight towards their point of origin, its powerful beam capable of illuminating over 100 meters. Emerging into the light were scattered zombies, their numbers growing. The horde had indeed caught up. Without hesitation, the group brandished their weapons and sprinted through the carriage. Any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal, so they advanced, acutely aware of their surroundings. Perhaps it was the recent gunfire that drew the zombies from the other end of the tunnel. As they reached the subway exit of Golden Ball Paradise, the undead from the opposite tunnel arrived almost simultaneously. "Hurry up!" Zhang Zhao urged, sprinting forward while effortlessly dispatching a zombie that was ascending the stairs. The flickering shadows obscured the number of zombies that surrounded them below. Climbing over the subway exit's railing, Donna raised her weapon and unleashed a flurry of shots into the pitch-black entrance, toppling several pursuing zombies in the process. As the tide of zombies increased, in a moment of desperation, Zhang Zhao swung his knife and shouted, "Quick, push! Block the exit!" He was unaware of how many zombies he had stabbed in an attempt to prevent their escape until no more heads emerged. Only then did he exhale in relief. The subway entrance was not particularly spacious, and the thronging zombies, many of whom had perished, effectively barricaded the exit, thereby halting the advance of those arriving afterward. After a frantic dash to safety, Zhang Zhao found himself nearly exhausted. He sat on the ground, leaning against a lamppost, opened a can of drink, took several gulps, and then passed it to Guorong, who was beside him. During the early outbreak of the zombie virus, the sheer number of zombies was astonishing due to the population density. It felt as though they were surrounded by zombies at every turn. And this frantic existence was more than enough to bear. After a brief respite, Zhang Zhao rose to survey his surroundings. It was a T-shaped intersection, with Golden Ball Paradise situated along the crossroad, its entrance wide and adorned in a cartoonish style. However, beneath the overcast sky, the atmosphere in the vicinity appeared somewhat eerie. Beyond the abandoned vehicles littered across the streets, the corpses of the undead, and the dismembered remains of the living, there lingered an unsettling sense of disquietude. It was peculiar. Indeed, there was not a single shadow of a zombie in sight. Guorong tossed a beverage can into a trash bin and nudged Zhang Zhao with his elbow, remarking, "Something feels amiss here." Under normal circumstances, the city would be overrun with hordes of the undead, even the subway tunnels, now blocked, would be teeming with zombies. Yet here, on this open street with clear surroundings, not a trace of a zombie could be found. The amusement park had been among the most densely populated locales during the outbreak, which made the absence of any undead presence all the more baffling. They were not far from the shopping mall, and if all went well, they could arrive before nightfall. Venturing out at night was a perilous endeavor for the living. Zhang Zhao was reluctant to take such a risk. He called for everyone to gather and prepare for departure. This crossroad was one of the main arteries of H City, and taking a detour would consume even more precious time. Wang Wu suggested they cut through the amusement park, thereby shortening their journey by half. With no vehicles, not even bicycles in sight, the once short distance felt interminable on foot. The amusement park's gates stood ajar, and through the glass, the ticketing area was a gruesome spectacle of bloodstains and disordered furniture. The entrance's barrier had been violently dislodged by a black SUV, and the ground bore not only blood but also a lone leather shoe. Guorong vaulted over the barrier, scanning the surroundings. Yet he too found no signs of the undead. The entire amusement park was eerily silent, a spine-chilling sensation amplified by the desolate paths and rides. Devoid of a single zombie, trailed anxiously behind, voicing his unease, "Brother, something's not right here. Perhaps we should consider taking a detour." Cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting with ill humor, "What? Suddenly afraid of hordes of zombies? I think it's rather pleasant here." "Isn't it a good thing that there are no zombies?" "It's good, yes, but it's precisely the absence of zombies that feels unsettling." S. luck with encountering zombies was abysmal. Yet his fortune in narrowly escaping death was extraordinary, though he couldn't always rely on luck. Despite his seemingly timid demeanor, it stemmed from his cautious nature. Having been frequently bullied by classmates in the past, he learned to navigate interpersonal relationships with care, seeking to minimize his own losses. Maintained a vigilant watch. While zombies lacked intelligence, they possessed an instinctive ability to lie in wait, a strategy that often proved successful in catching impetuous survivors. Having undertaken countless missions since the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had become accustomed to zombies and the concept of life and death. Wherever zombies go, they devour all living things. It seems the living beings in the amusement park have already been consumed, so the zombies have moved on, analyzed. It's akin to a locust plague. Vast swarms of locusts deplete one field before moving on to another abundant area, sweeping through like a whirlwind until no food resources remain. Despite the peculiar ambience, Zhang Zhao found himself unable to halt his footsteps. He gazed upward at the somber sky, where dense clouds loomed overhead, and murmured, "It seems another downpour is imminent." Chapter 36. Corpse Amusement Park. Thunder reverberated through the air, accompanied by serpentine flashes of lightning. Within the amusement park, the blood-stained recreational facilities were illuminated intermittently by the electric flashes, creating an atmosphere of extreme dread. Unexpectedly, a torrential rainstorm impeded the group's progress. The drainage system, obstructed and clogged, resulted in some roads being submerged under several centimeters of water after only an hour of rainfall. Dislodged leaves and branches, intermingled with refuse, spiraled in the current, Liu Yang sensed that aquatic microorganisms, possibly leeches, were adhering to his ankles, voraciously consuming his blood. A sharp, itching pain in his feet became unbearable, prompting him to exclaim in distress. The group, cautiously navigating the amusement park's main thoroughfare amidst the rain, was startled by Liu Yang's sudden outcry. Supporting himself against a nearby tree, Liu Yang raised his foot, intending to pluck off the engorged leech. "Young man, are you courting death?" Old Wang cautioned hastily upon witnessing his actions. Removing the leech in that manner could lead to infection. Each member of the group was drenched to the bone. This amusement park proved to be far more expansive than anticipated. Liu Yang, now alarmed, yet tormented by the incessant itching in his foot, inquired, "What should I do then?" Rainwater cascaded into his mouth, nearly causing him to choke. The amusement park's vastness, coupled with the circuitous routes designed to showcase the various attractions, meant that after more than an hour of trekking, they had covered less than half the distance. Several individuals, desperate and ready to curse, found themselves caught in the most significant downpour in months. Guorong removed his coat and draped it over his head. Yet it did little to prevent the rain from seeping through. Gripping his battle knife, he remained vigilant, surveying the surrounding structures. He rolled up his pant legs, revealing a dense growth of leg hair, and curiously, not a single leech attempted to bite him. Upon reaching a makeshift stage for a clown performance, he could no longer endure the frigid rain. "Perhaps we should seek shelter for a while. Darkness is approaching and the rain is relentless." Ascending the steps beside the stage, they found refuge under the eaves, away from the downpour. The stage, which had a semicircular design, offered ample space. Liu Yang eagerly shed his gear, intent on addressing the leeches on his legs. Old Wang advised, "Gather some materials to start a fire, roasting them will suffice." If leeches were not properly and promptly removed, they could easily lead to infections or leave unsightly scars. While scars may not be a significant concern for a man, the threat of infection was paramount. With medical facilities in disarray and medications scarce, any potential infection could prove fatal. Zhang Zhao, Guorong, and Donna ventured backstage to search for signs of zombies but found none. They then called the others to join them in seeking shelter while Guorong and Zhang Zhao remained outside on lookout. They gathered some wood, split it with a knife, and ignited a small fire for warmth. As the torrential rain fell, temperatures dropped, and the wind picked up, a chill was unmistakable. Zhang Zhao retrieved a sealed bag from his backpack, containing a few crumpled cigarettes. Guorong jested, "Well, you are indeed hiding something. If I didn't keep a little something for myself, I wouldn't be enjoying this luxury now." He produced a cigarette from within, rolled it between his fingers, ignited it over the fire, and took a deep drag. "Life will only grow more arduous from here on out. Don't even mention cigarettes. We might not even have enough to eat. Do you have any plans?" I mused, sensing that even reaching the Eastern Sea Islands wouldn't serve as a long-term solution. Guorong replied, "After all, that is someone else's territory, and many things will be constrained there." Zhang Zhao had also pondered this issue. The narratives on television often depicted such scenarios. Those so-called saviors would impose their own systems upon the survivors who joined them. Whether it was an official refuge or a camp organized by the survivors themselves, a strict hierarchy always emerged. Life must be firmly grasped in one's own hands. What weighs most heavily on my mind is my parents. I worry about their current situation. This concern troubled Zhang Zhao as well, as it did Guorong. The inability to contact the people most dear to them creates an inescapable bond of anxiety. Good people are destined for good fortune. Our parents have never committed any wrongdoing. They will surely be safe. Rather than offering solace to Zhang Zhao, Guorong was perhaps comforting himself, as he noticed his fingers tremble slightly while holding the cigarette. The backstage area, designated for the actors' makeup and preparations before their performance, was somewhat spacious yet disorganized. As the only woman in the group, Donna had moved aside to kindle a small fire, drying her clothes by its warmth. The backstage was devoid of lights, illuminated solely by the flickering glow of the campfire. After expending considerable effort, Liu Yang finally managed to rid his leg of the leech. However, he found himself staring blankly at something. It turned out that Tang Na was separated from them by a curtain, and under the flickering light, her graceful silhouette was illuminated upon the fabric. Being a youth still in his adolescent years, Liu Yang's understanding of women was rather limited. He simply thought that Tang Na's figure was quite captivating. Old Wang deliberately moved the charcoal closer to Liu Yang's calf until he felt an intense heat, prompting him to jump up with an exclamation. "One should not gaze upon what is inappropriate, young man," Old Wang said with a smirk, though he couldn't help but steal a few more glances himself. Realizing he had been caught in the act, Liu Yang's face flushed red as he stammered, What do you mean by inappropriate? I wasn't looking." After about an hour of rest, their clothes had dried enough to wear. The sky outside had darkened, and the rain had ceased. Zhang Zhao then entered, announcing, "The rain has stopped, let's prepare to set off." The interior was warm and, despite its dilapidated state, it was hard to leave. Given the overwhelming number of zombies in the city, it was imperative to depart swiftly. After tidying up, the group resumed their journey through the water. Although the rain had ceased, the accumulated water on the road remained, and after walking for so long, their feet were nearly numb. By the roadside, Guorong held a torch closer to a sign, revealing a simplified map of the amusement park, which indicated various attractions such as theaters, restaurants, time tunnels, haunted houses, and fairy tale forests. This amusement park was even larger than anticipated, boasting over 50 facilities, and after several hours of walking, they had yet to explore 5 or 6 more locations. As victory appeared to be within reach, both physically and mentally, Liu Yang found himself struggling to maintain his resolve. He occasionally murmured complaints, yet no one halted their progress for his sake. The restaurant, resembling a castle, sprawled over 2,000 square meters and boasted 3 levels. During peak seasons, this amusement park welcomed over 300,000 visitors daily, necessitating a spacious dining establishment to cater to the throngs of guests. The flames of the torches gradually flickered and dimmed, 4 had already extinguished, leaving only the feeble flames in the hands of Zhang Zhao and Old Wang. Reluctantly, they resorted to illuminating their path with a few flashlights. At this hour, hunger gnawed at everyone, prompting plans to scavenge for food within the restaurant. However, given the prolonged outbreak of the zombie virus, any fresh provisions had long since spoiled, leaving little hope, yet they could not afford to surrender. Liu Yang hesitated, reluctant to enter. "You all go ahead, is there anything edible left in this place? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Wang Wu took the lead. Wielding an axe in one hand and a flashlight in the other, with Donna trailing behind, ready to provide cover with her firearm. A small team. It was essential for them to support and shield one another. Should a zombie appear from any direction, they had to ensure timely detection and swift action. This was not a mere game. Entering a building did not guarantee an abundance of supplies and weapons. Everyone was in search of sanctuary, and the possibility loomed that the structure might already harbor others, making it challenging for newcomers to assimilate into the environment. Alternatively, the interior could be teeming with ghastly zombies. Zhang Zhao had never relied on luck for survival. Every decision and thought he entertained was rooted in reason. Then, some people are so unfortunate that their luck plummets to the extreme. When Wang Wu's flashlight beam illuminated the dining hall, the sight before you compelled you to step back several paces. The subsequent group almost simultaneously witnessed the scene before them. In this fantastically decorated hall, there were an uncountable number of zombies, heads bowed, aimlessly wandering. It was Wang Wu's light that caught the zombies' attention. Those nearby were startled by the beam, lifting their heads to fixate on the intruders at the door. It turned out that all the zombies from the amusement park had gathered here, with copious amounts of blood and flesh debris scattered on the ground. It seemed that during the outbreak of the zombie virus, many visitors had chosen to flee into the restaurant, unaware of how the zombies later breached the main door. Once the door was broken, those inside were like fish in a barrel, doomed to perish. Everyone's breath nearly halted in an instant. Each person prayed that the zombies were merely too tired to look up and had not noticed them. Step by step, they quietly retreated backward. With a clang, Guorong accidentally knocked over a trash bin by the stairs. Roar! A staff member dressed in cartoon attire opened his foul, dark mouth and let out a howl. The zombies in the restaurant, as if summoned, instantly erupted into chaos. It was feeding time. Chapter 37, Zombie Paradise. The water underfoot splashed up during the run, nearly soaking the pants, which clung uncomfortably to the legs. But now, no one cared about such trivialities, for behind them, countless zombies were frantically in pursuit. Due to the water on the ground, the zombies' running speed was somewhat slower than a human's jog. The ghastly assembly, with their menacing gestures and decaying flesh, was profoundly unsettling. As the ravenous undead threatened to encircle them, a voice cried out, urging them to ascend to higher ground. They were in the vicinity of the roller coaster, and the only elevation was the roller coaster's rails. Donna was the first to scramble onto the tracks, ascending with alacrity. Upon reaching a suitable height, she employed her assault rifle to dispatch the zombies menacing her companions, thereby establishing a secure perimeter. Subsequently, Old Wang, Lu Yang, and Wang Wu followed suit. Zhang Zhao and Guorong brought up the rear, their blades flashing as they felled the encroaching zombies. The darkness, punctuated by meager beams of light, rendered visibility poor. They had to be vigilant against both the grasping undead and the peril of falling from the narrow rails. "What shall we do?" Lu Yang exclaimed, aghast. "The ground is teeming with zombies, and countless more are arriving to seize this fleshy bounty." His premonitions were typically accurate, but this time, misfortune had befallen the hulking Wang Wu. Wang Wu illuminated their surroundings with his flashlight, revealing the sinuous tracks and, in the distance, the towering structure that marked the entrance to the longest space-time tunnel in Asia. "Lu Yang, how many lazy alarms do we have left?" Wang Wu inquired abruptly. Despite his imposing stature, he was not a simpleton. Assessing their predicament, he had conceived a plan. Regardless of its feasibility, they had to exhaust every option, given their lack of alternatives. "We have plenty, Wang. What do you have in mind?" Lu Yang rummaged through his backpack, relieved that its contents had remained intact during their desperate flight. Initially, the zombies were fervently attempting to ascend, but as the number of corpses underground increased, their progress was hindered on one hand, while on the other, many of them gradually lost their fervor in the chase. Perhaps numerous zombies had begun to overlook the presence of humans. Zhang Zhao's right hand, having wielded the blade numerous times, grew weary. He finally found a moment to catch his breath when the zombies ceased their relentless climb. Zombies primarily seek prey through sound and light, and since it was not daytime, many were effectively blind. Zhang Zhao lowered his voice, signaling for silence, and then inquired, "Wang Wu, do you intend to use the lazy alarm clock to divert them?" The transformation of the horde from frenzied aggression to aimless wandering was significantly influenced by external stimuli. They had hidden above for over 10 minutes. In the eyes of the zombies, there was prey nearby, yet its precise location remained elusive. They promptly extinguished their flashlight, plunging into darkness, where only faint shadows could be discerned moving beneath the railway. The distinctive growls of the zombies filled the entire area. Lu Yang retrieved 5 or 6 lazy alarm clocks from his bag, set the timers, and handed them to Wang Wu and Guorong. The two exerted their full strength and hurled the alarm clocks into the distance. In the darkness, it was uncertain where the clocks would land, but as the ringing echoed, the zombies below grew restless once more. The group began to ascend along the railway, navigating solely by instinct due to their inability to see the movements of the zombies below. Donna, positioned at the forefront, found this maneuver effortless, being a current military operative. She sprinted approximately 5 or 6 meters ahead of the group and arrived at a bend, cautioning, "We are about to descend, exercise caution." Judging by the low growls of the zombies, it seemed that the majority had been lured away by the sound of the lazy person's alarm clock, leaving only a few below. This presented them with an opportune moment to escape this wretched place. Everyone hastened their movements. Yet it took them over 20 minutes to descend from the tracks. Although most of the zombies had dispersed, several still lingered below. When Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong reached a sufficiently safe position, they leapt down, reigniting their flashlight to dispatch the encroaching zombies. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, they had encountered countless undead, and with their weapons in hand, vanquishing the typical zombie required little exertion. Zombies exhibit formidable close combat abilities. Once they are toppled, it is exceedingly difficult for them to rise again. The crux of survival lies in audacity. Hesitation or indecision can lead to peril. They must inflict immediate damage before the zombies launch their assault. The reason cold weapons are deemed more practical than firearms is that ordinary individuals struggle to master or swiftly adapt to the intricacies of firearms. Conversely, whether wielding a knife or another implement, the technique is straightforward: strike or hack at the zombie's head until it can no longer move. More often than not, zombies resemble dazed, sluggish patients. Their every action is driven by instinct. In their usual state, they appear lethargic and indifferent, but upon detecting living beings, their innate brutality is unleashed. Do not be deceived by Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong's apparent ease in dispatching the zombies. Their proficiency is not solely a reflection of their inner resolve, but also a testament to their adaptability. Consider, for instance, a person of notorious malevolence who, in the face of peril within this apocalyptic milieu, can maintain a commendable composure. Such individuals exhibit no hesitation, whether confronting the undead or taking a life. Conversely, there are those like Liu Yang, who, despite possessing capability, are hindered by timidity and indecision when confronted with challenges. These individuals require gradual acclimatization and acceptance of their surroundings. The group ascended the towering structure marking the entrance to the time tunnel, and before the approaching zombies could scale the stairs, Donna swiftly dispatched them with her firearm. The zombies lurking within the amusement park were reignited with fury, suggesting that the horde was not confined to the restaurant alone. Those undead drawn away by the lazy alarm clock were, with its cessation, once again lured by the lights of Zhang Zhao and his companions. In the darkness, countless zombies began to converge upon the tower. Liu Yang, it's your turn, Zhang Zhao encouraged, patting his shoulder. Since their acquaintance at the 18th middle school, Liu Yang had not left the most favorable impression, yet through their shared experiences over the past few days, Zhang Zhao recognized that beneath his timid exterior lay significant potential. The core team gradually embraced this young man, reassured that safety was imminent. Once they traversed this tunnel, the shopping mall would be within reach, where they would reunite with Li Zijing and the others before departing this wretched city. The remainder of their journey unfolded smoothly, following a swift descent through the tunnel. Zhang Zhao found himself plummeting into a pit filled with ocean balls and inflatable cushions. In this place, there are no zombies, everyone has landed safely. Fearing that the zombies atop the tall tower might descend through the tunnel, the group hastily vacates this treacherous location. City has been plunged into darkness, devoid of electricity, and the night is shrouded in rain, with no moonlight to illuminate the surroundings. The beam of the flashlight grows dimmer with each passing moment. After traversing a single block, the streets are alive with the swaying figures of numerous zombies, remnants of a vast horde that has recently ravaged this area, leaving behind only those stragglers unable to keep up. The shopping mall lies merely 3 or 4 streets away, yet the risk of proceeding further is perilous. The day has been spent in a relentless dash, and even those with robust stamina like Guo Rong and Wang Wu find themselves weary. Furthermore, the number of zombies on the streets has multiplied exponentially since the horde's arrival. In the darkness, even the faintest glimmer of light is likely to attract their attention. Fortunately, they find themselves near a newly opened villa district, providing a relatively safe haven for the night. Shedding their burdens, Zhang Zhao selects a slightly cleaner area to rest. Wang Wu and Guo Rong remain vigilant, while Zhang Zhao and Liu Yang are permitted a brief slumber of merely 3 hours. The post-rain night is chilling, and if not for their exhaustion, sleep would elude them. There is no comforting campfire, no blankets, and no soft, cozy beds. Thus, This arduous night passes amidst the raspy growls of zombies echoing through the streets. Chapter 38, The Vanished Team. Late September 2037, Provincial Road of H City. The weather is clear. An old domestic van travels along the provincial road, its exterior stained with splatters of red and black blood. The van came to a halt, trembling slightly, beside a stone bridge. A burly man with a scruffy beard leapt out, clad only in a tattered olive-green vest. He circled to the front of the vehicle, surveyed it briefly, and remarked, "The vehicle has run out of fuel, we can go no further." Subsequently, several others disembarked from the van. Among them was an elderly man with graying hair who inquired, "Wang Wu, how could the vehicle possibly be out of fuel?" The group began to sort through the belongings inside the van, loading them onto their backs, including some provisions salvaged from a nearby store. And each person changed into a clean set of clothes. Throughout the journey, Liu Yang was plagued by incessant sneezing, a result of having been soaked by rain throughout the night, and the group exhibited mild symptoms of a cold. On the other side of the bridge lay a small village, situated by the water, yet it appeared deserted now, devoid of any signs of life. Zhang Zhao hefted his heavy backpack onto his shoulder, a waterlogged, sun-dried cigarette clenched between his lips, frowning as he pondered, should we venture into the village? Perhaps we might encounter some survivors. Guorong, his head wrapped in a scarf and wearing a vest that was still damp, remarked, "Let us proceed. It's worth a shot. We have enough numbers and weapons." His implication was clear, even if they were to encounter zombies or ill-intentioned survivors, they had little cause for alarm with their numbers and armaments. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and without any means of transportation, they could not travel far. Continuing onward might lead them to a point where finding another village would be exceedingly difficult, leaving them to brave the wilderness for the night. H City spans a vast expanse, with only a small portion consisting of plains, the majority being mountainous terrain. The zombies have overrun the city, wreaking havoc upon human civilization. However, in the rural countryside, the situation is somewhat more favorable. Aside from the sparse population, a more significant factor lies in the fact that the villagers are largely self-sufficient in terms of sustenance. Rice and vegetables are cultivated by nearly every household. Should the human society be devoid of hope, Zhang Zhao might choose to live in a more remote mountainous area with his family, cultivating crops and raising poultry, thereby managing to endure the latter half of their lives. Yet, he has not yet reunited with his parents, and moreover, the southern regions are densely populated, with a considerable influx of the undead into the mountains. After all, 2 months have elapsed, and aside from the survivors who have hidden away, few have managed to escape the tide of corpses. The vitality of the zombies is remarkably resilient, unless their brains are destroyed. They may not perish even if severed from limbs or deprived of sustenance for months. The primary objective now is to locate Li Zijing and the others. Although this is an apocalyptic era filled with slaughter and bloodshed, humanity's moral compass has not completely eroded. To speak of others is unnecessary. The very fact that Song Qing and Han Yu have been steadfast companions from the outset compels him to exert every effort to bring them to the Donghai Islands. Furthermore, Han Yu is the girlfriend of Guorong, and her sudden disappearance under such circumstances, though unspoken, undoubtedly harbors a deep-seated worry within him. Humans are inherently emotional beings. Anyone with whom one has shared experiences occupies a certain place in one's heart, regardless of the nature of the relationship. Thus, Zhang Zhao feels that abandoning his comrades would render survival exceedingly difficult in the future. The stone bridge is not particularly spacious, measuring no more than 3 or 4 meters in width and extending approximately 50 meters in length. Its surface is meticulously paved with elongated stone blocks, and the structure features 2 arches, a common sight in the southern regions. The stream flows gently, crystal clear to the bottom. For Zhang Zhao, who has fought his way through a sea of corpses, this tranquil scene undoubtedly resembles a paradise untouched by the chaos of the world. Given the opportunity, he would gladly leap into the cool waters to swim for a while, washing away the fatigue that clings to him in this sweltering, oppressive heat. The river, unmarred by modern industrial pollution, reveals its aquatic inhabitants even from a height of 2 or 3 meters, allowing for a clear view of the fish swimming below. In a moment of mischief, Guorong picks up some small stones from the bridge, aims at the school of fish, and suddenly hurls them into the water. Startled, the fish scatter in a flurry, prompting hearty laughter from Guorong. This is not merely childish behavior, for those raised in the rural South, where childhood entertainment is scarce. Finding amusement in the creatures of the mountain streams is a shared experience. Such rivers not only teem with fish but also conceal stone crabs beneath their rocky beds, which, when fried with a sprinkle of salt, provide a delightful treat. The village and its surroundings present two distinct scenes, while the area outside the village appears serene and orderly. The main thoroughfare within the village resembles a chaotic cityscape, characterized by disorder and bloodstains both human and zombie. Yet, this main road is devoid of any zombie corpses. Donna leans in to peer through the window of a nearby guest house, finding the interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. She attempted to illuminate the path with a flashlight, but Zhang Zhao restrained her. "Observe," he said, "the roadside, though marked with blood, lacks the corpses of zombies. Clearly, someone has undertaken a cleanup. It appears this village harbors a considerable number of survivors." Indeed, they had anticipated finding survivors upon entering the village, given its mountainous location. Even with the widespread zombie infestation in H City, it was unlikely to have swiftly encroached upon the rural areas. However, it was unexpected that the village had been afflicted by zombies, and the bloodstains suggested a significant loss of life. If only a handful of survivors remained. Mere sustenance would be a struggle, let alone the inclination to clear the streets of corpses. The village comprised approximately 50 to 60 households, suggesting a population of at least 200 to 300. Yet, aside from the bloodstains, not a single zombie was visible. It seemed the inhabitants were confined to their homes, remaining behind closed doors. Reaching the end of the main road, flanked by residences with firmly shut doors and windows, they knew people were within, but couldn't risk calling out. Zhang Zhao was at a loss. Old Wang, positioning a stool near a house, intentionally raised his voice, "We are merely passing through, seeking a night's rest before continuing our journey tomorrow. It seems the village is deserted. For safety's sake, we shall reside outdoors." The statement, seemingly directed at his companions, was intended for the ears within the houses. The old fox's method, though seemingly abrupt, was the most effective approach. Firstly, it would draw the attention of those inside. And secondly, it would convey that they were simply passing through, with no malicious intent. The implication of the number 3 is to convey to the other party that we are aware of the presence of individuals within their abode. Yet we harbor no intentions of intrusion. "Uncle Wang, why don't we take shelter inside the house? The dangers outside are quite considerable." Lu Yang, this naive youth lacking in worldly experience, unwittingly posed such a question. Fortunately, his voice was low, and it was uncertain whether the other survivors had overheard him. Guorong hastily kicked him in the rear. "Are you foolish? What if there are zombies inside? They could easily devour you." Lu Yang felt a surge of indignation. But thankfully, Wang Wu stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Lu Yang, let us venture to the river and catch some fish. We can indulge in a hearty meal tonight." For those accustomed to life in a bustling metropolis, the prospect of fishing was an adventure not to be missed. Lu Yang readily agreed and followed Wang Wu towards the stone bridge where they had first entered the village. Old Wang and Zhang Zhao intentionally engaged in conversation outside the house, their performances rivaling those of Oscar-winning actors, nearly provoking laughter from the nearby Guorong. After a while, their throats parched, and seeing no response from within the house, they ceased their trivial antics. After a lengthy period of activity, Old Wang pondered aloud, could it be that this village truly harbors no inhabitants? "Look at me, Old Wang, I have exhausted all my tricks. If there were indeed people here, they would have emerged by now." Zhang Zhao, confident in his instincts and keen observational skills, shook his head. "That is impossible. There must be quite a number of people in this village. Zhang Zhao did not possess any particular talents, save for his remarkable ability to observe and analyze. He could distill clarity from any situation with but a moment's thought, and he had a certain intuition regarding the unknown. This intuition is derived from careful observation and analysis. It is not mere fanciful talk. To say he is robust and powerful would be a gross exaggeration. He is of modest height, somewhat portly, and has little inclination for physical activity. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, he has diligently maintained a daily exercise regimen, resulting in notable improvements in his stamina and speed. However, this effort is merely a means of survival. On ordinary weekends, he would prefer to sleep the day away rather than venture outside, and yet, he has undergone significant transformation. Throughout this journey, he has dispatched numerous zombies. Not due to exceptional combat prowess, but rather because he has engaged in the same basic actions daily over the past 2 months, drawing his blade, swinging it, slashing, and stabbing. These simple maneuvers have become his combat techniques when confronting zombies. Donna found it increasingly difficult to watch this self-directed performance. Her attention was focused on the surrounding houses. Within this team, her role resembled that of a vigilant guard. The moment a zombie appeared, she would immediately raise her weapon and fire. While Lao Wang and Zhang Zhao were exchanging glances and employing psychological tactics, her gaze remained fixed at the village entrance. Chapter 39, The Living Oh my God, Zombies! Zombies! Lu Yang sprinted from the village entrance, clutching several fish strung together with grass, shouting frantically as he ran. He was the only one on the road. Wang Wu, who had accompanied him, was nowhere to be seen. Had he encountered danger? Upon reflection, although Lu Yang had displayed some erratic behavior in the market, based on recent experiences, it was unlikely he would react with such alarm even in the presence of a zombie horde. Indeed, this village still harbors a considerable number of survivors, otherwise there would be no one to take the trouble of burying the corpses of the undead. It turns out that while Lu Yang and Wang Wu were fishing by the riverside, Wang Wu leaped into the water, guiding the fish towards the shore. Unbeknownst to them, he managed to find a piece of fishing net, and the duo employed this rudimentary method to astonishingly catch several fish. With spirits high upon their modest haul, Lu Yang exuberantly danced about, inadvertently tumbling into a small ditch at the river bank. The ditch, an artificial excavation, had become somewhat loosened due to the erosive action of the river water. As Lu Yang fell, he dislodged the overlying weeds, thereby revealing the corpse of a zombie buried within the ditch. Encountering a zombie is not inherently terrifying. What is truly repulsive is the realization that someone had chosen to bury the undead by the riverside. Rising from the heap of corpses, Lu Yang found himself smeared with a viscous, foul-smelling substance, nearly retching at the nauseating stench. Upon reflection, the bloodstains observed upon entering the village, along with the missing zombie bodies, fell into place. This village had indeed suffered an incursion of the undead, yet it still contained living souls. A fact Zhang Zhao had surmised from the moment he arrived. However, he had not anticipated that the villagers chose to bury the zombie bodies rather than incinerate them. Just as they were preparing to investigate the burial site alongside Lu Yang, a resounding metallic clang echoed from within the very house they occupied. This sharp sound caught the attention of everyone present, prompting an immediate state of alert. Guorong drew his combat knife, pressed it against the door, and called out, "Whoever is inside, come out! Otherwise, we shall force our way in." Certainly, there are individuals within. Just moments ago, I overheard a conversation among Zhang Zhao and his companions, and inadvertently caused something to topple. Noticing the absence of any response, Guorong called out once more. After a prolonged silence, the door creaked open slightly. Those outside remained vigilant, and those within were equally cautious. As the door opened further, a small hand emerged, followed by the door swinging wide to reveal a child of approximately 11 or 12 years, whose face was etched with terror as he gazed at the assembled group. "What is a child doing here?" Guorong queried, his expression one of confusion. He then addressed the child, "Where is your guardian?" The boy appeared gaunt and malnourished. Upon Guorong's inquiry, he merely pursed his lips and murmured, "They have all perished, all of them." Zhang Zhao and Guorong meticulously inspected the room. And finding no other living souls aside from the child, they finally eased their apprehension. The dwelling held no provisions, prompting Zhang Zhao to instruct Liu Yang to fetch some food for the child. Upon receiving the sustenance, the boy snatched it eagerly, devouring it ravenously. Zhang Zhao inquired, "What is your name? Where have the other villagers gone?" The child, having consumed every morsel, licked his fingers with a sense of lingering satisfaction. Having not eaten for several days, his wariness towards the stranger offering food had dissipated entirely. "My name is Wu Qingqing. Most of the villagers have fled, while some remain hidden in their homes. This village, remote from the city, had inexplicably fallen victim to a zombie onslaught in such a brief span of time. According to reason, the pathogen of the zombie virus is found in those who have been injected with the red ant serum, which is, however, quite costly. It is improbable that anyone in such a small village would have undergone such an injection. The only plausible explanation is that the virus was brought in by outsiders or that zombies had infiltrated the village following the outbreak. Among the group of outsiders was a woman whose pallor suggested illness. She remained in the vehicle without alighting. Her companions claimed she was unwell and required treatment at a major hospital in Wanghai City. Initially, no one was certain what to do as the vehicle remained stationed on the village road. Until that fateful night, when the woman in the car began to frantically smash the windows, somehow managing to escape and bite several individuals. Ultimately, through collective effort, she was subdued. The villagers were understandably alarmed. Led by the village chief, the men sought an explanation from the outsiders. Meanwhile, the woman who had bitten others was incessantly expelling a black liquid. What affliction had befallen her? It was indeed terrifying. The villagers whispered among themselves. A middle-aged man from the group of outsiders explained that the woman suffered from a mental illness and a highly rare condition. Through mediation, the middle-aged man generously compensated the injured parties with a substantial sum for medical expenses, and that very night, they departed for that fateful night. Over 50 souls perished in the village, and by dawn, the road lay strewn with the grotesquely marred bodies. Witnessing the lifeless forms sprawled across the village path, many residents hastily packed their belongings, ready to abandon the home they had inhabited for half a lifetime. The elders regarded this as an ominous sign, fearing that if they remained, the entire village would meet its demise. Meanwhile, the youth, confronted with the unfolding calamity, speculated whether this was a manifestation of a biohazard crisis. How monstrous it was to conceal such a grave matter, endangering the lives of the villagers. As Guorong listened to Wu Qingqing's account, his fists clenched in indignation. That woman was clearly bitten by a zombie, he asserted. In such dire circumstances, most individuals would succumb to emotional turmoil. One could hardly keep the truth of her affliction hidden, let alone fail to inform the villagers of the events transpiring outside. Yet this group chose to shroud the truth in deception, ultimately endangering the entire community. Wu Qingqing, overcome with grief, began to weep, prompting the others to offer comfort. At that moment, some of the previously closed doors creaked open, revealing around 20 individuals emerging, each wielding tools such as hoes and machetes, glaring fiercely at the outsiders. As Wu Qingqing cried, the villagers perceived them as villains preying on the innocent. Having endured the recent turmoil, they harbored an inexplicable animosity towards strangers. Among them, a slightly plump middle-aged woman cast a venomous glance at Zhang Zhao, seizing Wu Qingqing's arm and attempting to pull her away. As they passed by Guorong, she spat contemptuously onto the ground. Observing that these outsiders were all armed with guns and sharp machetes, the villagers dared not confront them or engage in direct conflict. However, each of them glared menacingly at every stranger. An elderly man in his 50s, who appeared to be the leader, scrutinized Zhang Zhao before uttering coldly, "Who are you? What brings you to our village?" The villagers harbored no goodwill towards them. After the previous harrowing experience, every stranger who entered the village was automatically regarded as an enemy. Had Zhang Zhao and his companions not been armed, the villagers would likely have taken action already. Since their arrival, these survivors had been vigilantly observing their every move. As far as Zhang Zhao was concerned, the situation had not yet escalated to the point of a major confrontation. They were merely passing through, seeking to replenish their supplies before departing the following day. A conflict would inevitably result in casualties, which they were keen to avoid. Furthermore, they were reluctant to harm these simple, ordinary folk. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Zhao decided to be forthright. He cleared his throat and declared, "We are travelers with no malicious intent. We are simply passing through and wish to replenish our supplies before departing tomorrow morning." The old man fixed his gaze upon Zhang Zhao, his tone remaining frigid. "Travelers," he retorted, "you would do well to leave today. Your presence is not welcome here." It was evident that they were impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Having been deceived and harmed in the past, the villagers now found it exceedingly difficult to trust outsiders. To demand their immediate departure, forcing them to travel in darkness, would undoubtedly be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Zhang Zhao furrowed his brow and stated, "We can depart, but should we leave in this manner? Your survival until the morrow is dubious." What preposterous words are these? Is he casting a malediction upon us? Stone them to death! Stone them to death! Drive them out! These pernicious miscreants! Agitators incited the crowd, escalating the tension between the parties. These outsiders harbored malevolence, daring to curse their survival. A mere command from the village elder would unleash their collective wrath upon these interlopers. Zhang Zhao, incensed, retorted, "You remain incredulous despite my warnings? I assure you, the situation beyond surpasses your experiences tenfold. How many perished in your village? In H City, fatalities exceeded 1 million, with millions more transformed into those abominations. What? 1 million in H City? Millions of those monsters! And I had hoped for intervention from above. For justice to be served, previous travelers did not convey such dire tidings. Do you speak the truth?" The elder's gaze wavered, lost in contemplation. Had these individuals remained ignorant of the true extent of the zombie virus outbreak? What manner of information had they received? Zhang Zhao exhaled in relief, stating, "It is the truth. Not only in H City, but across the nation, the entire world. Do you recall the ubiquitous Red Ant advertisement that once dominated television? 6 months prior to its listing, the Red Ant Company invested a substantial amount of capital into advertising globally. Although this is a rural area, every household possesses a television. And the Red Ant advertisements were broadcasted across numerous radio stations. The gravity of the situation is beyond your imagination." Chapter 40, The Village Chief's Secret. This calamity has inflicted suffering upon billions worldwide. As Zhang Zhao uttered this weighty phrase, his heart raced. Even he, who had endured countless terrifying nights, found it difficult to bear. In a mere 2 months, aside from the deceased, the number of humans transformed into zombies reached into the billions. The precise figure remains elusive, but it is conceivable that in cities like H City, nearly 70% of the population has succumbed to zombification. Billions! What an alarming number, what a horrifying concept. The attendees listened in silence, almost able to hear the beating of their own hearts. Billions, billions. What shall we do? A frail man in his 30s clutched his head in despair and trembled, exclaiming, "Who can save us? No one can save us, we must save ourselves." Zhang Zhao recounted the situation succinctly. There is no organization, no army, and no one to rescue them. Each individual must rely on their own resourcefulness for survival. Every word he spoke was blunt and unembellished, undeniably harsh for the villagers. Some could not withstand the weight of this truth and fled home in tears. "Village chief, you must find a solution, or our Wu family village will be doomed." Someone was holding onto the old man, weeping incessantly. The village chief, Wu Jiming, rubbed his head, feeling a growing sense of unease. What could he possibly do? With such events unfolding in the village, it was evident that only those in higher authority could intervene. Today, hearing the outsiders speak of chaos reigning across the nation and even the world, his heart raced with trepidation. He silently thanked his stars that a severe conflict had not erupted earlier. This group had traversed both treacherous waters and flames, having presumably slain countless monstrous beings. And they were armed. Had a confrontation ensued, the remnants of his village would scarcely suffice as warm-up fodder for the adversaries. Wu Jiming, a man of experience, had transitioned from a state of tension to one of cordiality. "Greetings, I am Wu Jiming, the village chief. May I know your name?" "Zhang Zhao." Hesitating for a few moments as Wu extended his hand, finally chose to shake it. "I am Zhang Zhao." Recognizing the importance of maintaining a good rapport with the village chief, especially since they would need to procure supplies and seek shelter for the night, he returned the courtesy. Wu Jiming appeared somewhat awkward as he confessed, "When the incident occurred, we too sensed something was amiss and hastily buried the bodies in a random spot." To bury a body in such a manner is a harrowing affair for the average person. Lu Yong felt a lingering heaviness in his chest, the nausea still clinging to him, and inquired, "Could you not have buried them farther away? Or perhaps incinerated the bodies? These zombies carry a virus. Do you not fear an outbreak with their burial so close to the river?" Wu Jiming sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he were bitten by these creatures, he would inevitably face transformation, and if their corpses indeed harbored a virus, it would pose a grave threat to his village. He called upon several young men to exhume the bodies and douse them in gasoline before setting them ablaze. In Wu Jiming's eyes, Zhang Zhao and his companions had become figures of significance. The horrors of that night were vividly etched in his memory, and according to Zhang Zhao, they had encountered not merely hundreds but thousands of zombies. What was most astonishing was that they had managed to escape with just 6 individuals. The skill required to extricate themselves from such a horde was indeed remarkable. Zhang Zhao had made his intentions clear. Their primary goal was to stock up on food and clean water, as well as to find lodgings in the village for the night before continuing their journey the following day. Despite the chaotic state of the outside world, this village was largely self-sufficient when it came to food, and simpler provisions could still be procured. The only shop in the village belonged to the village chief, Wu Jiming, who offered a selection of vacuum-sealed goods, all of which Zhang Zhao and his companions purchased with money. However, the villagers remained oblivious to the fact that currency might soon become one of the most useless commodities in this world. Feeling a sense of guilt, Zhang Zhao generously provided additional assistance, which he deemed sufficient to offset the cost of the food. Wu Jiming's residence was a 3-story concrete structure, while the other villagers predominantly lived in houses made of earth and wood. As the village leader, Wu Jiming naturally possessed greater insight and capability than the others. After listening to Zhang Zhao recount the existence of a human refuge on the East China Sea Islands, he quietly began to formulate a plan. In the evening, Zhang Zhao borrowed a cooking stove from a fleeing household and prepared a meal of fragrant white rice accompanied by an array of fish and meat. It had been an eternity since they had savored such delectable rice, and each person indulged until they could eat no more. Fortunately, there was little time required for washing dishes afterward. Following the meal, Zhang Zhao and Guorong sat at the doorstep, enjoying the cigarettes procured by the village chief. Burping contentedly, Guorong remarked, "In those apocalyptic dramas I used to watch, the characters endured such hardships. Yet here we are, with food, drink, and cigarettes, truly delightful days." Zhang Zhao inhaled deeply from his cigarette before discarding it on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. While Guorong was typically optimistic and easily satisfied, Zhang Zhao was not. He stroked the stubble on his chin and said, "Such wonderful days cannot last long. The zombie virus has only been unleashed for a little over 2 months, and many supplies remain unspoiled. With a bit of effort, they can still be found. But if a year or 2 passes and the food spoils, we shall be left to fend for ourselves." The post-apocalyptic world gradually revealed the true nature of those with ambition. Individuals like Rotten Orange, who were already nefarious before the apocalypse, would only become more depraved thereafter. Humanity, stripped of law and morality, could become even more terrifying than in primitive societies. How many individuals akin to Rotten Orange exist in this world? Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. Illuminated by a dim flashlight, a figure emerged from the darkness, approaching Zhang Zhao and his companions. Mr. Zhang, the figure called out, could you come over here? I have something to discuss with you. The village head? Zhang Zhao inquired with a hint of perplexity, recognizing the approaching individual. Wu Jiming's countenance was far from charming. Had he not addressed Zhang Zhao by name immediately, they might have mistaken him for a wandering zombie. Indeed, it is I, Mr. Zhang. Please, come this way. Wu Jiming was merely a few paces away, beckoning him to approach. I wonder what that fellow wants with you so late, Guorong muttered under his breath. I shall go and ascertain, Zhang Zhao responded, rising to follow Wu Jiming. Zhang Zhao harbored mixed feelings towards Wu Jiming. As a village head, he had commendably chosen to remain and lead the villagers during the crisis, rather than fleeing like others. However, Zhang Zhao suspected that this was merely a facade. Wu Jiming led Zhang Zhao for over 100 meters, and as they neared the village outskirts, Zhang Zhao halted. Village head, he stated, speak your mind here. There is no one else around. Wu Jiming extended a cigarette, offering an awkward smile. Yes, let us speak here. He then lit the cigarette for Zhang Zhao before continuing, I understand you are planning to journey to the East Sea Archipelago? Zhang Zhao took a deep drag from the fine cigarette. Indeed. Some of our comrades have already departed. Once we rendezvous with them, we shall proceed to the East Sea Archipelago camp, where it is comparatively safer. The East Sea Archipelago camp, it seems to be a desirable haven. Others have mentioned going there in the past, but I had dismissed it as mere fabrication. Wu Jiming muttered to himself. What did you say? Zhang Zhao inquired. Unable to hear clearly, Wu Jiming suddenly snapped back to reality and smiled. The matter is this, I wish to ask how many members your organization has. We are not a gang, we prefer to call ourselves a team. Roughly 20 individuals, Zhang Zhao replied. 20? That's quite a number, Wu Jiming stammered, hesitating as he contemplated his words. Sensing Wu Jiming's intent, Zhang Zhao encouraged, Villager, please speak your mind. I need to rest early tonight as I must set off at dawn. With this prompt, Wu Jiming appeared anxious, grasping Zhang Zhao's hand with fervor. Mr. Zhang, take me with you to the East China Sea Islands, I can offer you compensation. I know you are capable individuals, please include me. The diligent Wu Jiming was earnestly requesting Zhang Zhao to accompany him to the East China Sea Islands. Was it possible that his excitement led him to misstate his intentions? Villager, what are you saying? Mr. Zhang, the entire world is in chaos. The East China Sea Islands are our only glimmer of hope. Take me along, and I shall reward you generously 50,000 yuan, I will give you 50,000. Wu Jiming reiterated his offer, allowing Zhang Zhao to confirm he had not misheard. While accepting another person could provide an additional chance for survival, Wu Jiming's approach to persuade him was challenging to accept. Villager, it is not that we do not wish to take you, every step outside poses a danger, and it is not as simple as you imagine. Mr. Zhang, I implore you, the price is negotiable, I'll give you all my savings, how about 100,000? Perhaps Wu Jiming oversimplified matters, Zhang Zhao could accompany him on the road, but bears no responsibility beyond that. An individual seeking survival must procure their own sustenance and confront the zombies themselves. These are the two fundamental aspects. And he does not believe Wu Jiming possesses either. Wu Jiming's initially decent image has now plummeted in Zhang Zhao's estimation. Had Wu Jiming requested Zhang Zhao to take the entire village along, he might have considered it. But as it stands, Zhang Zhao will resolutely refuse. One who could abandon fellow villagers with whom he has lived for decades would also unhesitatingly abandon teammates at some juncture. Zhang Zhao said helplessly, Village chief, This is truly impossible. Perhaps upon leaving the village, we will encounter a horde of zombies, and our survival will be uncertain. The outside world is not as simple as you imagine, it is more cruel and terrifying than you think. If you intend to go to the East China Sea Islands, I suggest you organize the villagers. As long as you can find transportation, safely reaching there is not impossible. Rejected by Zhang Zhao, Wu Jiming was crestfallen. He held the flashlight, uncertain whether he was staring at Zhang Zhao or elsewhere. He stood there blankly for a long time before saying, "You are all too heartless. I only seek to save my own life, yet you do not grant me the opportunity." Chapter 41, The Village Chief's Secret, Part 2. Indoor lights flickered. Fallen candle wax congealing into a massive form on the table. Several posters of movie stars adorned the wall, along with a plaque emblazoned with the phrase "Great Ambitions Unfold." The entire room was permeated with a peculiar odor. "You are exceedingly ruthless. All I seek is to preserve my own life, yet you afford me no opportunity." The tone in which Wu Jiming uttered these words echoed incessantly in Zhang Zhao's mind. Such words are often spoken by one desperate for survival. At that moment, Zhang Zhao presumed that a conflict between the two parties was inevitable. After being rebuffed, Wu Jiming would likely cause a ruckus, even if he did not intend to create chaos. To his surprise, this elderly man wept like a child. He lamented, "I understand I must rely on myself, and I shall not be a burden to you. Come to my home and see, I am fully prepared." Zhang Zhao's heart softened, prompting him to accompany Wu Jiming. If this man possessed the capability to strive for survival, perhaps Zhang Zhao would grant him that chance. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, accompanied by Wu Jiming's incessant mutterings. After a brief interval, he appeared in the living room, laden with various bags. He even took a moment to pour Zhang Zhao a cup of tea before unveiling his belongings. "Look, I have everything ready, change of clothes, food, money, and weapons." He proudly brandished a small dagger, his expression one of triumph. Among the items Wu Jiming had prepared were even fresh undergarments and socks. Zhang Zhao shook his head silently. He could scarcely recall the last time he changed his socks. Food and weapons are the two most vital necessities for survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, if conditions allowed. One should also consider bringing essential medications. As for a change of clothing, Zhang Zhao had never contemplated that he would require such items. Zhang Zhao chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "Village chief, is this all you have prepared? Let me tell you, without any means of transportation, we might have to trek all the way to the East Sea Islands. Even if you can manage to carry these heavy bundles, should we encounter zombies, these items will merely become a burden." Wu Jiming, realizing his oversight, nervously rubbed his hands together. "Ah, but these items are precious to me. I cannot bear to part with them. I thought it wise to bring as much as possible, as they might prove useful." Zhang Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Were it not for the villagers' relative warmth and lack of ulterior motives, he would have shown little concern for their plight. In Wu Jiming's mind, he had yet to fully grasp the harshness of their reality. He rose to his feet and proposed, "Village chief, how about this? Tomorrow morning, gather those who wish to leave, and we will depart together. However, you must understand that we cannot guarantee your safety, whether confronted by zombies or other dangers. You must fend for yourselves. Does that sound agreeable? If so, come find us tomorrow. Staying any longer would only squander time." Zhang Zhao was no benevolent savior. In this perilous environment, he lacked the capacity to consider each individual they encountered. Wu Jiming had initially intended to follow Zhang Zhao alone, but it seemed that such a course would not be accepted. Since Zhang Zhao had made it clear that he could organize the villagers to leave together, it offered at least a glimmer of hope. In times of crisis, humanity often reveals its selfish nature, forgetting the strength that lies in unity. Just as Zhang Zhao was about to open the door to leave, a sudden clatter echoed from upstairs, accompanied by a low, peculiar sound. The experiences he had endured thus far made him immediately alert. What was that noise? Is there someone upstairs? No, there is no one. Perhaps it was just the cat knocking something over. Wu Jiming's demeanor appeared rather unnatural. That low sound he had just heard resembled a zombie-esque growl, albeit with a slight difference, as if it emanated from deep within the throat. Although Zhang Zhao harbored suspicions, he chose not to voice them, simply responding with a non-committal "oh" before stepping outside. As Zhang Zhao walked away, Wu Jiming seemed to sag against the door, gradually sinking to the ground, concealing his face as he wept. The night was shrouded in darkness. The rain from the previous day had left the mountainous air frigid. Zhang Zhao pulled up the collar of his coat and proceeded toward the place where he would seek shelter. Upon reaching the main road of the village, he spotted Wu Qingqing standing at the entrance of his lodging. "Wu Chengcheng? What brings you here? It's dangerous outside at night." Wu Qingqing's home was also along this path, only 30 meters distant. This unfortunate boy had witnessed his entire family succumb to the zombie attack that fateful night. He had survived merely by sleeping upstairs. Now, this adolescent, barely in his teens, would have to fend for himself. In his eyes, one could discern a hint of desolation as he approached and inquired, "Uncle, have you seen Wu Maomao at the village chief's house?" "Wu Maomao is the village chief's grandson and is in my class. Since that night, I haven't seen him, and the village chief won't let me go looking for him." Wu Qingqing seemed oblivious to Zhang Zhao's subsequent words, fixated solely on his classmate, Wu Maomao. "What?" Zhang Zhao felt a sudden shock. Wu Qingqing appeared sincere. And recalling the noises from earlier at the village chief's house, it dawned on him that the chief's grandson, Wu Maomao, was likely upstairs and could very well be one of the victims from that night. Wu Chengcheng, startled by Zhang Zhao's exclamation, questioned, "Uncle, what is it?" This was merely Zhang Zhao's speculation, albeit a highly plausible one. Fearing that Wu Qingqing might be saddened by the truth, Zhang Zhao chose to conceal it. He gently ruffled Wu Qingqing's hair and reassured, "It's possibly because it's dangerous outside now. The village chief doesn't allow Wu Maomao to play outside. We'll set out together tomorrow, and you'll get to see him then." "Is that really true?" Wu Qingqing's face lit up with hope. "Who was that outside just now?" As they entered the room, Guorong casually inquired. Lacking electricity and unable to engage in other activities, Guorong and Lu Yang were engrossed in a candlelit card game. "Wow, how long was Wu Qingqing standing out there without you noticing?" Zhang Zhao expressed his irritation. They had been too absorbed in their game. "Why didn't he come in?" Guorong, focused on his cards, held a pair of aces. Zhang Zhao refrained from placing blame, as the real concern lay not with Wu Qingqing but with the alarming lack of vigilance among them. Had it been someone else, or worse, a zombie lurking outside, the consequences could have been dire. Guorong, familiar with Zhang Zhao's temperament, recognized that he would fall silent when troubled. He discarded his cards, stood up, and said, "No more playing." He then sat beside Zhang Zhao and offered him a cigarette. "What happened?" "The resources of cigarettes are finite. It appears that this night has indeed brought him considerable fortune," as he cheerfully gathered the scattered smokes into a bag. Zhang Zhao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he recounted the details of his conversation with the village chief, who had summoned him to his home. Earlier, Wu Qingqing mentioned that the village chief's grandson was still at his residence, yet despite lingering there for an extended period, he had not encountered any other individuals. It struck him that it was quite possible the grandson had succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie, hidden away by Wu Jiming in the upper floor. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room collectively gasped in horror, realizing the implication that the village chief, Wu Jiming, was harboring a zombie within his household. Following the tragic events of that fateful night, the zombies in the village had been thoroughly eradicated, and the remains were unearthed and incinerated today. Logically, as long as no wandering zombies ventured into the village, it should remain safe for the foreseeable future. However, if Zhang Zhao's suspicions were indeed correct, and the village chief was concealing a zombie at his home, what fate awaited this creature come tomorrow, when they were all set to depart? The fact that Wu Jiming kept his grandson Wu Maomao, now a zombie, within his home indicated a deep affection for the boy. Would he truly abandon Wu Maomao in such a state? Donna, reclining on the sofa within the room, gradually opened her eyes. Having been roused from a brief slumber after several days of fatigue, she had likely overheard the discussions taking place around her, and with a serious demeanor, she suggested, "It would be prudent to inquire directly with Wu Qingqing for clarity. Speculating amongst ourselves serves no purpose. Indeed, let us seek out Wu Qingqing for answers. Lu Yang, please fetch him. We must ascertain the details of this situation," Zhang Zhao instructed Lu Yang. The one who suffered the most humiliating defeat in the recent card game was Lu Yang. Although he does not smoke, the stakes of winning and losing are not merely about the loss of cigarettes for him. This fellow has been eager to prove himself in front of everyone. In the past, he was timid as a mouse, and it was highly unlikely that he would venture out at such an hour. However, he has undergone a remarkable transformation and readily agreed to go out. As for Wu Chengcheng, is he asleep? Lu Yang remarked, "Brother Zhang, I knocked on the door for quite some time, but no one came to answer. So, I let myself in and searched the house inside and out. Yet I could not find Wu Chengcheng. Wu Chengcheng is not at home? This is troubling." Zhang Zhao leaped from his stool, panic etched on his face. Wu Chengcheng must have slipped out to find Wu Maomao. Wu Chengcheng and Wu Maomao are not only companions and classmates but also childhood friends from the same village. The loss of Wu Chengcheng's family during that tragic event was undoubtedly a profound blow to anyone who has experienced such calamity. In his sorrow, the support Wu Chengcheng craved the most was that of his dear friend Wu Maomao. Since that fateful night, he had not seen Wu Maomao again. Zhang Zhao's words tonight intensified the lingering questions in his heart, and given the natural curiosity of children at that age, he could not resist the urge to uncover the truth. Chapter 42, The Dangers of Nurturing the Dead. Although their dwelling is situated in the countryside, it is not remote, and the living conditions are quite satisfactory. Among his peers, Wu Maomao is well off. Over the years, he has been cared for by Wu Jiming, growing plump and healthy. To Wu Jiming, Wu Maomao is the continuation of their family lineage, more precious than gold. Wu Jiming's house is the earliest cement structure erected in the village, comprising 3.5 stories. The ground floor primarily serves as the kitchen and living room, while the second and third floors are designated for bedrooms. The topmost room, originally intended for storing odds and ends, is where he now ascends. Holding a candle in hand, he retrieves a basket from the kitchen and makes his way up the dimly lit staircase to the attic. He pauses outside the door to smoke a cigarette, exhaling a heavy sigh before finally pushing the door open. The storeroom is in disarray, permeated by a nauseating odor. At some point, cobwebs have taken residence in the corners. Wu Jiming places the candle on the table and begins to extract various items from the basket. In one corner of the room lie several filthy, tattered quilts, marred by dark, unidentifiable stains, remnants of some unknown liquid that has dried. Trembling, Wu Jiming reaches for one corner of the quilt. Suddenly, a figure bursts forth from within, prompting a horrified scream from Wu Jiming as he tumbles to the floor, scattering the contents of his hands. Frantically, he scrambles to collect the items, extending them forward. "Oh dear grandson, you nearly frightened your grandfather to death. Here, this is your favorite treat, Maomao, do eat." By the flickering candlelight, it becomes apparent that he is offering a half-bloody pig's liver. Once a plump child, Wu Maomao now appears emaciated, his body a ghastly the decaying Wu Maomao, for reasons unknown, differed from other zombies. His skin and muscles appeared to be in a state of dissolution, resembling a candle melting upon the table, pale and waxen. Wu Maomao emitted a series of guttural howls, lunging forward with clawed hands, yet he was restrained by iron chains, confining him to a specific area. He first fixed a gaze upon Wu Jiming, then snatched a piece of pig liver from his hand, sniffed it, and in a fit of rage, cast it to the ground before furiously lunging ahead. The hollow sockets of his eyes, devoid of pupils, now evoked an inexplicable sense of dread, as if the most malevolent and sinister forces of the world emanated from within them. "Maomao, dear Maomao, please eat something. It is your grandfather who has failed to care for you. You have gone days without nourishment. Observing Wu Maomao's gradual emaciation, Wu Jiming felt a profound ache in his heart. At this rate, his beloved grandson was on the verge of vanishing completely. He picked up the mangled pig liver from the ground, tears streaming down his face, longing to embrace his grandson, yet refraining from doing so. Fully aware of what Wu Maomao had become, he attempted to feed the liver to Wu Maomao, only to have it tossed aside repeatedly until he could no longer muster the strength to retrieve it. In a moment of despair, Wu Jiming sank to the ground, tormented. Tomorrow, he would depart from this place, leaving behind his cherished grandson. Though he could not take him along, he could not bear to witness him dissolve into a mere puddle before his eyes. He exhausted every effort, yet Wu Maomao's condition deteriorated with each passing day, rendering him nearly unrecognizable as a human being. As he gazed deeper into the scene, Wu Jiming felt an overwhelming sorrow, nearly succumbing to tears. While Wu Maomao continued to flail about, in the midst of his weeping, Wu Jiming suddenly halted, as if he faintly heard a knock at the door below. "Village chief? Are you there? Is that you, Wu Chengcheng?" Startled, Wu Jiming's heart raced, and an enigmatic expression crept across his face. "Wu Chengcheng, Maomao, did you hear that? Your dear friend Wu Chengcheng has come to find you. Ha, shall I bring him up for you to play?" The zombie-like Wu Maomao could hardly comprehend. Instinctively clawing at the air, Wu Jiming wiped away his tears, transforming from a figure of despair into someone resolute. He comforted Wu Maomao momentarily before descending the stairs, murmuring to himself, "No wonder you've had no appetite lately. It seems I've been feeding you the wrong things. Yes. It must be that you simply don't like what I offer." He longed to weep, yet he had exhausted his tears. No. He was at a loss as to what to do, thus seeking solace in his dear friend, Wu Maomao. With a soft click, the door opened. Village Chief Wu Jiming appeared at the threshold, a faint trace of blood still lingering on his hands from handling pig liver. Subconsciously, he concealed his hand behind his back, then smiled warmly. "Ah, it's Chengcheng. Have you come to see Maomao? Please, come in." The village chief's unusual warmth today was striking. He typically greeted Wu Chengcheng with disdain, often admonishing Wu Maomao to avoid his company lest he be led astray. This was not Wu Chengcheng's first visit to the village chief's home. Yet despite the diminished circumstances of their lives, he sensed an oddity, whether it was the peculiar odor pervading the house or the village chief's demeanor. "Village chief, where is Maomao? Is he home?" Wu Chengcheng inquired. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Wu Jiming's face as he warmly placed his hand on Wu Chengcheng's shoulder. Yes, he is upstairs. Allow me to take you to him." "Village chief, where is Maomao?" As Wu Jiming led him up, not stopping on the second or third floors, Wu Chengcheng increasingly felt that something was amiss. He took a step back, recalling that usually, upon visiting the village chief's home, the lively Wu Maomao would surely make an appearance. Yet, thus far, there had been no sound from him. In an effort to quell Wu Chengcheng's suspicions, Wu Jiming feigned a smile and said, "Maomao is inside. He is unwell, and with the commotion outside, he believes it's safer to stay on the rooftop." Just as Wu Chengcheng was on the verge of being deceived into the room, Wu Jiming knew that if he let him escape now, all would be lost. After all, Wu Chengcheng was merely a child, easily lulled into complacency by Wu Jiming's few words. He could not fathom that the village chief, typically devoted to the well-being of the village, would dare to deceive him. When the attic door creaked open, a nauseating stench assaulted the senses, and the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows. The room contained no bed, only a haphazard assortment of farming tools and a dark, tattered quilt. Wu Chengcheng, bewildered, asked, "Village chief, where is Maomao?" Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Wu Jiming's face had transformed. With a ruthless shove, he thrust Wu Chengcheng into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. No matter how much Wu Chengcheng cried out for help from within, Wu Jiming firmly braced the door, declaring, "Stop your yelling, Maomao is right there." You wanted to find our Mao Mao, didn't you wretched child? With frantic fervor, Wu Qingqing pounded upon the door, his actions soon giving way to a lamenting cry, "Village chief, I implore you, release me. Have mercy. Ah, Mao Mao. Who are you?" Scarcely after Wu Qingqing was thrust within the confines of the room, the zombified Wu Mao Mao erupted from beneath the covers, lunging forth with gnashing teeth and grasping claws. Wu Qingqing had indeed encountered the undead before, yet never had he beheld such a gruesome and terrifying specimen. The sight of the ghoul nearly shattered his resolve, its flesh seemingly in a state of liquefaction. Hampered by restraints, the zombie remained a mere half-step away, cornered and petrified. Wu Qingqing dared not cast another glance, his mouth issuing forth a mournful wail. "Mao Mao, my cherished grandson, I have brought you a dear companion. Devour him, I beseech thee. Yes, my grandson, partake of his flesh, and you shall be delivered." Wu Jiming muttered to himself, a deranged grin plastered across his visage. After a protracted pause, he detected no movement from within the room. Could it be that Wu Qingqing had already been consumed? Curiosity mingled with trepidation as he cautiously opened the door, yet scarcely had it been ajar when a figure burst forth, colliding with his very person. The impact sent Wu Jiming reeling backward, collapsing unceremoniously upon the ground, the candle slipping from his grasp and plunging the surroundings into darkness. By the faint light emanating from within, he discerned the form of Wu Mao Mao, once bound, now standing in the doorway, a picture of utter frenzy. A viscous substance clung to his person, and a laceration upon his arm oozed crimson. "Mao Mao, what madness is this?" Wu Jiming exclaimed, vexation and fury warring within him. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of being wounded by a zombie. A gash, spanning 2 or 3 centimeters, marred his palm, spewing forth blood. How the wound had been inflicted during the collision remained a mystery. Wu Mao Mao had succumbed to the fate of a zombie, entirely bereft of consciousness. It mattered not if it were his grandfather or even his parents standing before him, he would unhesitatingly lunge at them. Suddenly, the door below was forcefully kicked open, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the staircase. Before Wu Jiming could react, Zhang Zhao and his group burst into the scene, flashlights in hand. "Old Wu! You truly have been raising zombies," Guorong exclaimed, swiftly severing Wu Mao Mao's head with his combat knife. Dark and viscous fluids splattered across the floor. "What have you done?" Upon witnessing the decapitation of Wu Mao Mao, Wu Jiming, his eyes aflame with rage, lunged at Guorong, only to be met with a powerful punch that nearly rendered him unconscious. By this time, Zhang Zhao's group had nearly all arrived, and the gruesome sight within the room caused them to frown in dismay. Lu Yang, overwhelmed by the brutality of the scene, rushed outside to vomit. On the filthy quilt lay a figure, his limbs intact save for his gaping abdomen, from which disordered entrails spilled forth alongside a deformed spine. While one might have encountered even more horrific sights involving ordinary individuals or typical zombies, the sight of Wu Qingqing, whose eyes could still be seen flickering with life, was particularly harrowing. Just an hour prior, he had been vibrant and active among the crowd. It seemed that Wu Mao Mao, in his zombified state, had not indulged in the complete consumption of his prey. Though zombies are perpetually plagued by an insatiable hunger, they cannot wholly devour a human being. This act resembled a grotesque perversion, tearing open the abdomen, extracting entrails, and taking a bite. The evidence within the room suggested that Wu Qingqing had attempted to crawl towards the window, but his struggles had inadvertently loosened the bindings on Wu Mao Mao. In a swift motion, Wu Mao Mao seized Wu Qingqing and dragged him to the ground. In the grip of sheer terror, unarmed and merely a teenager, how could he possibly stand against this deranged zombie? He was bitten. Donna held her gun, her gaze icy as she stared at Wu Jiming. "You killed Mao Mao, you butchers! You killed Mao Mao!" Wu Jiming roared at them. Now, he wished he could slaughter every outsider before him. His beloved grandson was dead, decapitated without even a whimper. Completely and utterly dead. Wu Jiming felt as though the entire world had collapsed around him, his heart heavy with despair as he looked at them. Indifferent to the wounds on his hands. "You damn beast! a metal basin flew through the air, smashing hard against Wu Jiming's head. Followed by a mop. You think you're the victim now? Look at what you've done. Is this human behavior, huh? Chapter 43. Conflict. The metal basin and mop were not thrown by the hot-tempered Guorong, nor by Wang Wu, who slaughtered zombies with perverse methods, but by the timid Liu Yang. He had only glanced at the carnage inside before running to the balcony to vomit, then seeing Wu Jiming's near-mad accusations, in a fit of rage, he grabbed whatever was on the balcony and hurled it. Wu Jiming, now despondent, had wounds on his hands that no longer bled, a sign that his blood was clotting. A precursor to becoming a zombie. Soon, he would spew black blood and lose consciousness. Liu Yang cursed profusely, tiring after a while, while Wu Jiming's eyes were filled with resentment, resembling a malevolent ghost. This is no place to linger, let's go. Old Wang reminded them that Wu Jiming had been bitten by a zombie, and who could tell how long it would be before he was transformed. Zhang Zhao nodded. Although he longed to end Wu Jiming's life with a single stroke, the fact remained that he was still a human being. And he found himself unable to carry out the act. Wu Jiming did not exhibit any further violent reactions, instead, he coldly watched them descend the stairs before sitting alone on the ground, covering his face and weeping bitterly. The death of Wu Qingqing was a source of profound sorrow for everyone, even though they were merely transients in this village. At that moment, Guorong had actually considered striking Wu Jiming down. In his eyes, such a deranged individual was akin to a rotten orange and deserved to perish. Tilting his head, Guorong mused, wouldn't that be too merciful for him? Although impulsive by nature and often carefree, Guorong's capacity for violence was uncertain to Zhang Zhao. After all, whether villain or virtuous, they were all of the same kind. Old Wang also interjected, indeed, this fellow is detestable, yet he is also pitiable. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to take action. In most rural households, the washing area is connected to the kitchen, as there is a stove for boiling water. This place was filthy, not merely due to the abandonment that left a layer of dust, but rather a pervasive atmosphere of decay. The events of today had revealed to Zhang Zhao the sordidness of human nature. He filled a basin with warm water, washed his face, and wiped his body before sitting on a small stool, reflecting on the circumstances. The resentment in Wu Jiming's eyes was a stark contrast to the warmth and simplicity he had previously displayed. This reminded him of a young man he had encountered at the 18th high school. When one reaches a desperate impasse, they can resort to the most unthinkable actions. If one were to inquire about Zhang Zhao's innermost thoughts at that moment, it would be evident that he was engulfed in fury, harboring a desire to sever ties with Wu Jiming. However, he refrained from such an action, not out of cowardice but rather a survival instinct in a world on the brink of chaos. Wu Jiming had not inflicted direct harm upon them. Had he wielded a weapon and attacked, Zhang Zhao believed he would have wielded his knife without hesitation. As he pondered, an unusual scent wafted through the air, and through the crevice of the eaves, he glimpsed a flickering light. Like a bean jumping in a hot pan, Zhang Zhao sprang from his seat, exclaiming loudly, "This is dire! Someone is setting the house ablaze!" That evening, the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken thoughts, and many had yet to find solace in sleep, remaining lost in their own contemplations. The effects of alcohol soon caught up with them. As Zhang Zhao rushed from the kitchen, he fortuitously encountered several individuals descending the stairs. In the brief moment from Zhang Zhao's discovery of the arson to his exit from the kitchen, the acrid scent of smoke thickened within the house. The Wang father and son, who had been resting downstairs, simultaneously noticed the glow of the flames. Old Wang, in a state of urgency, remarked, "It seems Wu Jiming is exacting his revenge on us. That old rascal still harbors such intentions." Liu Yang attempted to pull open the door, but after several futile attempts, his face flushed with embarrassment. "The door is bolted from the inside. What are we to do? Are we to perish here? Outside?" A cacophony of voices erupted. Some gasped in shock, others cursed and hurled invectives indicating that Wu Jiming was not alone but had incited the remaining villagers. The occupants within could distinctly hear Wu Jiming's shouts from outside, "Burn them alive! They have slain Mao Mao and Qing Qing, and now they wish to kill me." His voice, devoid of any lament, resonated with pure indignation. Emma Yue, her voice tinged with a sob, exclaimed at the unexpected cruelty of these brutes. Lamenting the folly of trusting outsiders and advocating for their demise in a fit of pique. "Burn these scoundrels! Give me the gun! Donna!" Her countenance ablaze with fury surpassing even her reaction to Wu Jiming's role in Wu Chengqing's death, snatched the shotgun from Guo Rong, advanced, and discharged 3 rounds into the lock, commanding, "Break through." Wu Jiming's wounded palm had become numb, the crimson bloodstains now a dark, morbid black. He had deliberately donned a long-sleeved garment to conceal the injury. In a state of befuddlement, his mouth parched and utterly devoid of saliva despite his pre-departure hydration. He wondered if this was the agonizing onset of zombification. Summoning his remaining strength, Wu Jiming redoubled his efforts to incite the men and women around him. He succeeded. As the village survivors, their faces contorted with rage, unleashed a torrent of curses and hurled flammable objects towards the house. Wu Jiming harbored a profound fear of death. An even greater dread of becoming a zombie, but before that fate befell him, he was determined to ensure the demise of these outsiders for their role in the death of his beloved grandson, Wu Mao Mao. Had it not been for them, none of this would have transpired. The eruption of gunfire from within the house startled the crowd outside. Wu Jiming's brow furrowed with alarm. "They're about to escape. Block them." The others, momentarily stunned, clutched their hoes and machetes and began to converge on the doorway, only to witness figures leaping from the conflagration. The group of outsiders appeared menacing, brandishing not only knives but also firearms. It is inconceivable for ordinary individuals to have encountered real guns. Some were paralyzed by fear, while others doubted the authenticity of their threats. A few timid souls, intimidated by Guo Rong's fierce demeanor, discreetly hid behind others. Wang Wu, with a dark expression, stood resolutely with his axe in hand, ready to strike down anyone who dared approach. When Wu Jiming witnessed their advance, his heart sank. The sight of the villagers cowering in fear almost brought him to the brink of despair. He shouted hoarsely, "Fear not, everyone. Their guns are mere replicas. We outnumber them. We must avenge Mao Mao and Qing Qing." Among the survivors in the village, apart from those who had fled or perished, there were still 30 or 40 individuals remaining. Though most were elderly, they were not without their fighting spirit. As they exchanged glances, someone whispered, "The village chief is right. Where would ordinary people acquire guns? Where do firearms come from in this country? They are merely trying to intimidate us." "Indeed, an M401? I've seen that weapon in a game. What they possess is likely just a cheap imitation. Do not be afraid." Another voice chimed in, "You old man, are you even human? Your grandson has devoured Cheng Cheng." Though Lu Yang was apprehensive about a potential conflict, the thought of Wu Chengqing's tragic fate steeled his resolve to speak up. "What? Mao Mao has turned into a zombie and consumed Cheng Cheng? Is that true, village chief?" Someone questioned. "No wonder we haven't seen Mao Mao for so long." Amidst the crowd, doubts arose. Wu Jiming's face twitched, for if he could not deceive them, the villagers would swiftly turn against him. He raised his hand, pointing accusingly at Zhang Zhao, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Our Mao Mao was merely frightened, it is not as you claim. Moreover, I have always treated Cheng Cheng well. Why would I wish him harm? Do not heed his words, let's rush forth for vengeance." Indeed, Mao Mao and Ching Ching shared a close friendship, and the village chief had always been kind to him. How could he wish him ill? Witnessing the villagers' wavering stance, Tang Na whispered, "We cannot afford to delay any longer." "Very well, Wu Jiming, then reveal your right hand. The undead Mao Mao bit you, so show us the wound." "Yes, display the wound," echoed Lu Yang. It was then that the crowd noticed Wu Jiming's right hand was indeed concealed within his sleeve, not due to the size of his clothing, but by design. With his head bowed and a sinister chuckle escaping his lips, he taunted, "Do you truly believe this will harm me? You have slain Mao Mao and Qing Qing. And now you wish to eliminate me as well. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have met the same fate, haha. When Wu Jiming finally withdrew his hand from his sleeve, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, including Zhang Zhao and the others. What the hell? This old man is ruthless! Exclaimed Guorong. Slowly, Wu Jiming revealed a portion of his hand, specifically his wrist, but devoid of an arm. His hand was severed cleanly at the wrist, and the wound had been deliberately cauterized to prevent any blood from betraying the truth. Upon revealing his hand, the villagers were entirely convinced, their opinions immediately shifting in his favor. These brutes! How could they be so ruthless? Do they intend to slaughter our entire village? Fear not! Everyone, charge! The villagers were reinvigorated, some cautiously encircling him with their cleavers. Guorong extended his war blade, feigning a thrust. Who dares to test me? The cleaver-wielding youth, who had been smugly triumphant, suddenly had his ferocious expression freeze, followed by his features contorting in agony. He glanced down at his thigh, where blood was gushing forth. Ah! Ah! The youth dropped his cleaver, clutching his thigh as he collapsed to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Just moments ago, he had been aggressively imposing. Yet in a mere instant, he was reduced to this state. Old Wang, brandishing his rifle, coldly surveyed the crowd. Did you think this was a toy gun? In my youth, I served in the military, fought in the Vietnam War, and took lives. Now, complete stillness descended, with everyone standing motionless, as if the entire scene had been frozen in time. Each person feared that the slightest movement would result in suffering a gunshot wound like the cleaver-wielding youth. Only the youth himself was wailing in pain on the ground, yet no one dared to assist him. Wu Haiqiang, an elderly man in his 60s who enjoyed playing cards and had been an underling of the village chief Wu Jiming in his younger days, had witnessed the old man firing the gun. He never expected that the other party possessed a genuine firearm. The villagers' morale swiftly diminished, their previous confidence evaporating like mist. They had believed that once they surrounded their adversary, a brutal beating would ensue, ensuring at least a semblance of victory for themselves. Yet, the current scenario was starkly different. Apart from the youth wielding a hatchet, the others dared not even draw a breath. Wu Haiqiang turned to witness Wu Jiming, head bowed, swaying slightly from side to side. When he called out again, Wu Jiming abruptly lifted his head, blackened blood oozing from his mouth, as he appeared to be gnawing on something, his eyes an eerie white, strikingly visible in the darkness. Wu Haiqiang instinctively recognized the horror before him. It was precisely such a creature that had nearly slaughtered the entire village on that fateful night. Ah! A zombie! Chapter 44, Annihilation. As Wu Haiqiang uttered the word zombie, the transformed Wu Jiming lunged at him. Sinking his teeth deeply into Wu Jiming's ruthless actions against Zhang Zhao and the others were impulsive. After all, many houses in the village stood abandoned, and burning down this row would hardly cause a significant loss. However, he was unprepared for the shocking transformation of Wu Jiming into a zombie, which led to a biting spree that claimed numerous victims. Meanwhile, the flames outside surged with the aid of the night wind, spreading ferociously, and soon the surrounding structures fell victim to the inferno. From the vantage point of the bridge, the village appeared to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Some attempted to escape, only to be overwhelmed by the zombies that followed closely behind. One individual caught ablaze leapt into the river with a splash. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of the onlookers, revealing a mix of horror and disbelief. Lu Yang, seemingly still in shock, pointed towards the village and exclaimed, "What a self-inflicted calamity! Look, someone is fleeing!" Before their eyes, 3 to 5 people wielding weapons managed to fend off several zombies while making their desperate escape. Recognizing the urgency of their situation and the enveloping darkness outside, they were fortunate not to possess much luggage. Their backpacks contained only essential supplies and illumination tools. In the span of a single day, this village had witnessed turmoil rivaling that of H City and had unveiled another facet of human darkness. Zhang Zhao sighed and remarked, "Let us depart, this village is doomed." The provincial road lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. On one side, a steep mountain wall was overrun with unfamiliar weeds. If one were to notice closely, walking alongside the mountain would result in a sudden drop in temperature, instilling a chilling sensation. Were it not for the presence of many people, the path would indeed evoke a sense of dread. Along the way, they encountered deep ravines, dilapidated old houses, and cemeteries nestled within the mountains. "What troubles you? Your face is quite pale," one inquired. Donna rarely speaks and is more action-oriented than verbal, but her concern is palpable. Zhang Zhao waves his hand, indicating that he can manage. Perhaps unwell, Zhang Zhao reluctantly leads everyone to a vacant spot by the river to rest. He finds a shaded area, lies on a relatively smooth rock, and soon drifts into slumber. The river's waters are crystal clear. Lu Yang sets down his luggage and joins Guorong and Wang Wu in fishing. For Lu Yang, fishing is a novel experience, while for Wang Wu and Guorong, it is merely a childhood pastime. After about half an hour, Guorong and Wang Wu have caught a few fish. Yet Lu Yang has not managed to catch even a tiny one. Without tools, catching fish is a skilled endeavor that tests both intelligence and patience. Frustrated after countless unsuccessful attempts, Lu Yang decides to search for stone crabs by moving rocks in the shallow water. Lao Wang pulls out a few remaining cigarettes from his pocket. His losses from last night's card game weigh heavily on him. He lights one, savoring the first puff. Sitting beside him, Donna frowns slightly, clearly disliking the smell of smoke. Why are men so fond of smoking? With zombies everywhere, shouldn't we be spending more time contemplating how to survive? Lao Wang is momentarily taken aback by the directness of her question, but then chuckles, "You wouldn't understand. Drinking creates a craving for alcohol, and smoking ignites a desire for tobacco. Without it, today just feels incomplete. Furthermore, without the companionship of a cigarette, I believe many would struggle to find tranquility to ponder the question of survival." Donna shook her head and remarked, "Is it true that you fought in the Vietnam War last night? I heard from the old leaders in the military that it was a brutal era." It appeared that old Wang was exaggerating. Yet his adeptness with a firearm and his overall demeanor suggested a closer alignment with the notion that he had indeed experienced battle and taken lives. Donna refrained from probing further. Just as she was about to close her eyes for a moment of rest, old Wang inquired, "Are you truly heading to the East Sea Islands camp? I have been there before. It is surrounded by ocean on all sides and not particularly suitable for accommodating so many people. Isn't the East Sea Islands a viable option? The establishment of a camp there has been thoroughly deliberated by experts and leaders, and they have already taken into account the concerns you have raised." Old Wang had engaged in an in-depth discussion with Zhang Zhao regarding some potential hazards he had contemplated, and their thoughts remarkably aligned. Nevertheless, the entire world finds itself in such a predicament nowadays. Humanity struggles to survive in confined spaces, and achieving a modicum of security has become a rare blessing. When the zombie virus outbreak initially occurred, governments worldwide sought to curb its spread through eradication efforts, but regrettably, this plan was ultimately rejected. The reason was straightforward: the zombie virus did not confine itself to a single city or region, it erupted globally at an alarming rate, leaving no agency capable of timely intervention. The so-called eradication plan essentially entailed sealing off cities and employing overwhelming weaponry to obliterate entire urban areas. But is that truly feasible? It is utterly implausible. If a city harbors 1 million residents, yet only 10,000 infected individuals blend within the populace, and that number continues to rise. Initially, the number of humans exceeded that of the zombies. Could a government resort to exterminating the infected at the cost of innocent lives? While such an action might be feasible in a single city, sacrificing 1 million residents for the sake of global preservation seems a grim proposition. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, the virus is pervasive worldwide, implying that nearly every city, regardless of size, harbors cases of infection. Humanity cannot annihilate all urban centers with formidable weaponry. If that were the case, the zombie virus would be unnecessary, as humans would have already wrought their own destruction. Although the military dispatched troops to infiltrate each city, Achieving some measure of success, the inexorable advance of the zombie virus renders all human efforts futile. Today, 10,000 zombies may be eradicated. Yet tomorrow could witness the emergence of 100,000. This catastrophe stands as the most severe in the annals of human history. Given the current state of technology, halting the spread seems impossible. Acceptance of fate appears to be the only recourse. Establishing camps to isolate humans from the undead is, indeed, the most prudent course of action. After over an hour of effort, Liu Yang managed to catch 3 or 5 diminutive crabs from the crevices of the rocks. The largest barely measuring the size of 3 fingers, while the smallest was no more than a pinky's length. Gazing at his meager haul, he felt an urge to release them back into the wild. After all, such trivial creatures could scarcely satisfy his hunger, leaving him with a sense of embarrassment. Guorong, nearby, seemed accustomed to such endeavors, as soon smoke began to rise from the fire he had kindled. Standing in the water, Liu Yang suddenly perceived himself as the least capable member of the team. Tasks that others performed effortlessly were foreign to him. Zhang Zhao remained in slumber. A seemingly ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities, yet within this team, he subtly assumed the role of a leader. At this moment, Liu Yang was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountains before swiftly shifting, his eyes widening in alarm as he cried out, "Be careful!" Chapter 45, You are that someone from the television. With Liu Yang's thunderous exclamation, those present nearly leapt from their seats. Despite his age, Old Wang reacted with remarkable swiftness, darting towards the exit, closely followed by Donna. Simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed as a white SUV careened down from a height of 5 or 6 meters. It obliterated numerous weeds and low shrubs in its path before striking a protruding rock, flipping over with a resounding crash, its wheels spinning uncontrollably, and smoke billowing from its chassis. This scene unfolded within a mere 10 seconds, each face painted with expressions of terror. Guorong abandoned his grilled fish and sprinted towards the white SUV, exclaiming, "What the hell? Zhang Zhao is right there." The SUV landed precisely where Zhang Zhao had been sleeping, and in the midst of such peril, Old Wang and Donna had been unable to attend to him. As Guorong rushed forward, the others followed suit. The smoke emanating from the SUV thickened, obscuring the surroundings as they approached. "Zhang Zhao! Zhang Zhao!" Guorong called anxiously, circling the vehicle in vain, unable to draw any closer. Before long, sparks erupted from the SUV, heightening the risk of an explosion. Zhang Zhao is his dear brother, and for many years, the two have been inseparable. Despite the harrowing reality of the zombie apocalypse, they have supported each other, serving as a driving force for their survival. Should anything happen to Zhang Zhao, Guorong would find it impossible to find peace in his life. The SUV tumbled from a height of 5 to 6 meters. While not particularly lofty, the weight of the iron beast, several tons, could easily crush a person to a pulp upon impact. Just as despair enveloped them, a figure staggered into view through the dense smoke. The black fumes billowed ominously, and the dark silhouette appeared to be moving with great difficulty. Guorong initially thought it was Zhang Zhao and was about to rush forward when he heard a series of coughs and a string of expletives emanating from the depths of the smoke. "Damn it! Cough cough, what the hell?" The location of the figure's emergence and the source of the voice were markedly distant from one another. Zhang Zhao stumbled out from beside the smoke, eyes shut and body bent, coughing incessantly, his entire form coated in soot, even wisps of smoke curling from his hair. Zhang Zhao was alive, yet Guorong had no time to rejoice, for the figure before him soon revealed its true nature. It was a charred zombie. Its skin scorched to a deep black, with crimson fissures appearing in several places. The zombie's eyes were burned out, unlike those of other zombies which were typically ash-gray. Its head had nearly contorted beyond recognition, devoid of sensation, yet it still moved with unerring accuracy towards Guorong. The sound of screeching brakes echoed along the road, indicating that someone had taken notice of the commotion, a development that boded ill for them. As Guorong was grilling fish earlier, he had placed his battle knife by the river bank, leaving him empty-handed now and reluctant to confront a repulsive zombie unarmed. Fortunately, Donna reacted swiftly, dispatching the foul creature up close with her firearm. She urged everyone, "Hurry, we must leave this place, the vehicle is about to explode." Zhang Zhao gradually regained his senses, struggling to open his smoke-stung eyes. Luckily, he had not veered off course. Had he collided with the car, it would likely have resulted in a grim fate. Guorong dashed to Zhang Zhao's side, grasping his arm and following Donna and the others away from the imminent explosion of the SUV. They had barely covered a dozen meters when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, sending a fiery plume skyward and nearly knocking everyone off their feet. Zhang Zhao glanced back at the still-burning vehicle, stammering, "Just now, that car, it almost landed right beside me." Had others witnessed this, they would undoubtedly have broken into a cold sweat for him. According to the trajectory of the rolling car, it had been poised to crash directly onto Zhang Zhao. But a seemingly insignificant rock had deflected it just enough to spare him from disaster. Old Wang felt a sense of relief as well. Patting Lu Yang on the shoulder and complimenting him, "Well done, young man, quite astute, I will remember you." Lu Yang was not foolish. He was simply among the later maturing survivors, being merely a teenager. In terms of reflexes, he surpassed the elderly by far. Had he not noticed the danger in time, the consequences could have been dire. Although the car had not struck the spot where old Wang was seated, Lu Yang bashfully scratched his head and pointed behind him, exclaiming, "Look, someone is coming." The bald, portly man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a snug leopard print t-shirt, with a gold chain around his neck, thick as a pinky finger, gleaming in the light. Unfazed, he stood before Lao Wang and inquired bluntly, "What happened to the people in the car? Are they all dead?" In this apocalyptic world, encounters with unfamiliar survivors can unfold in various ways. One possibility is mutual disregard, where each party pursues their own path without reliance or intrusion upon the other. A second scenario is one of excitement. After all, those who have survived understand that companionship can significantly enhance their chances of survival. The third option is one of evasion. For in a society stripped of moral foundations and legal structures, anyone harboring ill intent may inflict harm without hesitation. "Brother Guo, do you think this fat man intends to swindle us?" Lu Yang observed the bald man's brazen demeanor, reminiscent of a nouveau riche individual from before the apocalypse. Such individuals often leave one at a loss for words, regardless of the validity of their arguments. Guorong whispered, "Remain silent and observe what he says," while subtly shifting his hand to the grip of his shotgun. Zhang Zhao had encountered a myriad of individuals throughout his life. Yet he found himself unaccustomed to the likes of this bald man. He hesitated, uncertain, and asked, "Are the people in that vehicle your companions?" The bald man rubbed his forehead, inhaled deeply, and with a hint of mockery, replied, "Companions? Ha! They were merely acquaintances met along the way, initially destined to become allies." Alas, one among them was bitten by a zombie. I, Biao Ge, had forewarned them that failure to act decisively would lead to dire consequences. And now, here we are. The inevitable result of their negligence. As for this Biao brother, Zhang Zhao could not decipher his past endeavors before the apocalypse, judging by his demeanor and conduct. He was certainly no virtuous character. It is prudent to remain vigilant towards newly joined survivors, for in this world devoid of legal constraints, many have forsaken even the most fundamental morals. Each individual exists solely for survival, and some, upon integrating into a group, would resort to cunning tactics to hoard resources for their exclusive benefit. The more unscrupulous among them might even betray the team, bringing about catastrophic consequences. When these 4 university students first joined, they were courteous and compliant, yet, merely a day later, they began to disregard instructions. Who is Biao brother? He has been navigating the complexities of society since the tender age of 16 and has encountered all manner of absurdities. He took particular note of one of the university students, a girl who had sustained injuries from a zombie during their escape. It remains uncertain whether her resistance to the virus is robust or if the absence of a direct bite has allowed the toxins to spread at a slower rate, enabling her to endure thus far. For the safety of the group, Biao brother had initially intended to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the unturned girl. However, one of the boys discovered his intentions and absconded with one of their vehicles, fleeing in haste. Biao brother's pursuit was not primarily motivated by concern for the other's safety, but rather by the considerable supplies still contained within that white SUV. He glanced at the remaining individuals, pondering his thoughts, before turning to Zhang Zhao and inquiring, "Are you the team leader?" "No," Zhang Zhao replied, "our leader is waiting for us up ahead. We were just about to grab a bite before continuing our journey." Zhang Zhao deliberately sought to evade Biao Ji's probing inquiries, for he had noticed a procession of 7 or 8 vehicles halting along the provincial road, the majority of which were occupied by rugged men. Biao Ji's gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses, shifted as he appraised the presence of Lao Wang and Donna beside him. With a grin, he remarked, "Impressive equipment you possess, rifles, no less. Far superior to my meager handgun. Where did you procure such armaments?" The remaining individuals present remained silent. Socializing and negotiations were tasks best suited for Zhang Zhao. Biao Ji's inquiries would undoubtedly be relentless. Zhang Zhao chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Our leader acquired them. Nearly all of us, over 100 strong, are equipped." "Over 100 firearms? Tisk, tisk. Who is your leader to possess such resources?" Biao Ji's expression subtly betrayed a hint of avarice. After all, his own force consisted of around 60 to 70 men, yet he possessed only 4 or 5 legitimate firearms, all of which he had secretly hoarded before the apocalypse. If he could amass such a cache of weaponry, he would think little of both the zombies and the nearby survivor factions. Had Zhang Zhao been aware of Biao Ji's intentions, he would have surely cursed him. For it seemed Biao Ge had never encountered true formidable adversaries. Should he discover that previously, in H City, individuals of Orange's caliber fell easily to the tide of the undead, he would be at a loss for words. Biao Ge desired firearms, before him lay several powerful weapons, yet he dared not seize them by force. However, this unassuming young man appeared no easy mark for deception. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, money had lost its singular value. Seizing was not an option, nor was purchasing feasible. There remained only the possibility of barter. Biao Ge managed to force a rather unsightly smile, attempting to establish a semblance of camaraderie. "Listen, brother, let me be frank with you. I'm looking to acquire a few firearms from you. As you mentioned, your leader awaits you ahead. Why not pass a few of those weapons into my hands? After all, it's not as if your superior would miss them, right?" Biao Ge could no longer contain himself. From the moment he arrived, he had engaged in a plethora of trivial conversation. But the true intention was merely to obtain those guns. Exchange? What could they possibly offer in return? Zhang Zhao, despite feigning composure, was merely engaging in empty banter. And even if he had something to offer, he would not dare relinquish it to the other party. Should the adversary acquire weapons, they could easily turn against them, leading to a loss not only of supplies but potentially their very lives as well. In the face of Biao Ji's forthright declaration, Zhang Zhao found himself at a loss for words. "Rest assured, you will not be at a disadvantage." A lewd grin spread across his face as he beckoned to his subordinate, "Hey Z, bring those 2 women down." Women? Zhang Zhao could scarcely believe it. Amidst a gathering of such rugged men, there were indeed women present. It seemed that Biao Ge intended to barter with them for firearms. This was hardly surprising. In a post-apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle prevailed, leaving the weaker women reliant on men for survival. Women could be encountered at any turn. Yet firearms were not a luxury afforded to many. Within minutes, a subordinate named Hazy shoved 2 scantily clad women forward. Their heads were bowed, obscuring their features, though their figures were undeniably appealing. Perhaps due to prolonged neglect, their form-fitting dresses were marred by numerous stains. Zhang Zhao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I exchange these 2 women for my firearm?" "Indeed, my brother. If money could suffice, I would have purchased it with currency, alas." There is nothing else available, came the reply. He glanced at Donna, adding, you all are such rugged men. And yet there is but one woman here who lacks any semblance of femininity. Surely, one requires some form of amusement. Upon hearing Biao-ji's comment about her not resembling a woman, Donna let out a cold snort. Were it not for the fact that her counterpart had not committed any egregious acts, she would have relished the opportunity to press a gun to his temple. Zhang Zhao cast an awkward glance at Donna, apprehensive that she might suddenly erupt. This fearless woman, untroubled by the prospect of slaying both zombies and men alike, posed a formidable presence. The urgency of their need for his firearm indicated that they were not particularly well armed. Yet, as an elite member of the Global Security Alliance, Donna possessed the capability to subdue them before they could even fire a shot. However, engaging in conflict with survivors was ill-advised. Last night's events served as a poignant reminder. And Zhang Zhao felt a twinge of compassion. Exchanging women for guns seems rather inappropriate, does it not? After all, firearms ensure our safety, whereas women do not. Interjected Guorong. Currently entangled with Han Yu, his heart belonged solely to her. For someone in love, despite the allure of the proposition, he dared not take a single risk. Observing the apparent reluctance of the others, Biao-ge chuckled and said, my brother, you are mistaken. As men, we must seize the moment and indulge ourselves. Let me tell you, these women are no ordinary women. He then admonished, you. Raise your head and allow the brothers to behold you properly. Among the two women, the one clad in a form-fitting red dress trembled slightly. Her head lifting with great difficulty, her face already marked by traces of tears. Pargana. Pargana. Chapter 46, What on earth is Pargana? Pargana. Pargana. Lu Yang, more exhilarated than if he had encountered an extraterrestrial being, pointed at the woman in the red dress, exclaiming, Pargana? What in the world? Zhang Zhao, utterly perplexed, wondered what significance this individual held to provoke such fervor in Lu Yang. Brother, said Biao-ge with a smug grin. You may not usually pay attention to these matters, but indeed, this woman is none other than Pargana. And look! He gestured to another girl clad in a miniskirt and black stockings, raising her chin. This one is also someone of note. Boss, her name is Li Zhihui. Black Z interjected. Look at her defiance. There was an occasion when I attempted to be forceful, and she even used her head to smash against a car. I can't consume her, yet discarding her would be a pity. Biao-ge sighed, his gaze greedily scanning the two women. Zhang Zhao closed his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. Biao-ge, believing Zhang Zhao to be captivated by the two women, chuckled, Brother, you won't regret this transaction. Pargana and Li Zhihui. I truly do not recognize either of them. Moreover, that Korean girl may have undergone modifications. I dare not take the risk, Zhang Zhao finally responded after a lengthy pause, nearly causing everyone present to faint from astonishment. Biao-ge, both anxious and irate, retorted, Brother, think carefully, such an opportunity is not one that ordinary individuals encounter. Lu Yang nudged Zhang Zhao's waist and said, Brother Zhang, let's swap? Or how about using mine? Those are Pargana and Li Zhihui. Either one of them is enough to drive anyone wild. Zhang Zhao glared at him. This guy, truly valuing lust over life. If they handed over their weapons now, not only would they lose the girls, but their own lives would be at risk too. Lu Yang, a star-struck high school student, seemed all too eager to surrender his gun. Zhang Zhao sneered, What, you want those two Korean girls to sign autographs for you every day? His words, neither too harsh nor too soft, were heard by everyone, especially Li Zhihui, who instantly shifted her gaze of anger and resentment towards Zhang Zhao. Hey, buddy. Just swap and make friends, alright? How about this, I won't take everything from you, one girl for one gun, what do you say? Reluctantly, Biao-ge had to compromise. These two Korean girls were too much for him to handle, forcing them might lead to drastic actions, which would spoil the fun. Discarding them would be letting others benefit. And in this time of scarce resources, keeping two idle people would be detrimental to long-term plans. Now, if Zhang Zhao just nodded, he could have two beautiful women. Biao, seemingly polite, was actually at a loss with Zhang Zhao and his group. He was no saint. The fate of these two women would undoubtedly become more tragic. Perhaps one day, in desperation, Biao wouldn't care about their lives. If gentle persuasion didn't work and force wasn't an option, then he would resort to coercion. If Zhang Zhao agreed, he could save them from the tiger's mouth. As for Li Jihai and Park Anna, they harbored no goodwill towards anyone present, wishing they could kill them all. Since falling into Biao Ji's hands, the daily ordeal of cruel treatment has become almost routine, while the bottom line has been maintained. It has not been without considerable suffering. At best, meals are withheld, at worst, a brutal beating ensues. Now, Biao intends to trade them as commodities. As a human being, a woman of dignity, this is intolerable. What are you saying? What's this Simaida? What are you talking about? Biao doesn't understand Korean. And these two women often converse in it, leaving him both furious and frustrated. Hazy remarked, Biao, they're definitely cursing us. Oh, so they're gossiping, are they? Taking advantage of our ignorance, huh? Biao raised his hand and slapped both women across their faces, muttering, let's see you chatter now, let's see you chatter. He wanted to strike them again, but his hand hovered midair, unable to descend. Zhang Zhao grabbed his arm, preventing the second slap. Biao frowned, brother. What do you mean? Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, Zhang Zhao has maintained a strict daily exercise regimen, and having slain countless zombies along the way. His strength rivals that of Guorong. Not to mention the flabby Biao before him, even a typically robust man might not match his strength. Zhang Zhao said, this way of hitting won't do. If you continue, our deal will fall through. What? Boss, he means if you keep hitting, the deal won't go through. Hazy repeated beside him. So, you agree to this trade? Biao could hardly believe it, his persistent coaxing had finally borne fruit. Zhang Zhao smiled faintly. To be honest, before the apocalypse, I was also in sales, yet I find myself lacking in comparison to your methods. How about this? We do not wish to take advantage of you, 2 women in exchange for 4 rifles, and additionally, we will trade one of your vehicles for 2 more rifles. Thus, 2 women for 4 rifles and 1 vehicle for 2 rifles total 6. This is a deal worth pursuing, declared Hazy with enthusiasm. After all, Biao followers encompass a wide array of individuals, and with cars abundantly lining the streets, acquiring a few should be a trivial matter. Biao pondered for a moment, hesitating slightly. This, brother, it is not that I distrust you. But I notice you do not possess much on your person. Surely, you cannot give me everything. Of course, it is impossible to give you everything, Zhang Zhao replied. Then how will you compensate? Do not toy with me, brother. Biao implication was clear. Should you dare to mock me, I will find a way to eliminate you. His current desire was for formidable rifles, yet the other side possessed merely 5 long guns, which left him 1 short. Let us proceed this way. We certainly cannot part with what we have on us, but if you accompany me to the town ahead, you might encounter our leader. And perhaps you can negotiate for more, suggested Zhang Zhao. Biao remained hesitant for a while. Though reckless, he was not foolish. His yearning for firearms surpassed even his desire for women. However, the opposing team comprised over 100 individuals. If he followed them to the town, there was a possibility that he and his group would meet their end there. At that point, not only would the women be at risk, but they might also lose their supplies to the other party. Biao hesitated, saying, this, I fear it may not be feasible. His apprehensions mirrored those previously expressed by Zhang Zhao. In a world where the larger devours the smaller, and the smaller preys upon the diminutive, the chaotic cycle of survival would only intensify. The river flowed noisily as Biao subordinates busied themselves with the fish caught earlier by Wang Chang and Guorong, stuffing them into their own belongings. Zhang Zhao let out a sigh, deliberately, and remarked, "Well, it seems we have no choice. This transaction was already a loss for us. Consider this. What is of utmost importance now? Aside from sustenance, it is weaponry. We have an abundance of women, albeit none as enchanting as the two of you. Yet they will suffice. However, acquiring firearms is no trivial matter. Survival must take precedence. How about this? Once we reach the town, you need not enter. Simply send one or two of your men with me to secure the weapons, and then we can arrange for the exchange. What do you think?" Biao Ji's expression reflected his indecision as he pondered for a minute or two. Beside him stood He Zi, presumably a strategist of sorts. Biao Gu turned to him and inquired, "He Zi, what is your perspective on this?" In a hushed tone, He Zi replied, "Biao Gu, I believe we should proceed as suggested. Upon reaching the town, we can dispatch two brothers with them to obtain the firearms. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can make a timely exit without significant repercussions for us. These guns are not easily acquired, despite our extensive search. We have only managed to procure a few subpar handguns, and our ammunition is far from sufficient. Have you forgotten about the Hammer group when we were in H City?" The Hammer represented another small faction of survivors in the vicinity of H City, numbering around 20, a stark contrast to Biao Ji's own group. However, the opposing side possessed 4 rifles and 3 handguns, and they frequently encountered each other while scouring for supplies. On one occasion, it was clear that Biao Ji's men had discovered a small wholesale warehouse first, only to be unexpectedly ambushed by a group led by Hammer, who seized their opportunity. Left with no alternative, Biao Ji's crew could only watch helplessly as their rivals, armed with rifles, loaded box after box of supplies onto their vehicle and departed. The mere mention of Hammer's gang made Biao Gu grit his teeth in frustration. This was not the first time they had crossed paths. If only he had decent firearms at his disposal, he would not have to fear them. Exhaling a long breath through his nose, Biao Gu lit a cigarette, crouched down, and took a few puffs before violently tossing the cigarette butt to the ground. "Fine, we'll proceed as you suggested, but ensure we receive ample ammunition." "Certainly." Zhang Zhao replied with a cheerful grin, extending his hand for a cordial agreement. With the collaboration established, Biao Ji's smile grew even more grotesque, his jowls trembling with every grin. Li Zhihui, seemingly absent-minded, mumbled a few words in a foreign tongue, to which Biao Gu paid no heed, playfully slapping her on the rear. "What a pity for you two ladies, you're about to switch bosses. Call for your new boss, ha ha ha, oh right. I forgot you can speak. And how do your brothers address one another?" Zhang Zhao glanced over and replied, "I am Jiajintao." Chapter 47, Jiajintao. A false escape. A gentle breeze wafted along the riverbank, causing the surrounding weeds and low trees to rustle softly. The sky had yet to darken, and along the riverbank, more than a dozen bonfires flickered, surrounded by men and women engaged in hushed conversations, some whispering softly while others erupted in laughter, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this was merely an ordinary night in a world on the brink of collapse. After reaching an agreement with Zhang Zhao, Biao Gu appeared immensely pleased, instructing his subordinates to unload supplies from the vehicle, preparing for a sumptuous feast that night. Despite the scarcity of resources, the presence of weapons made the prospect of procuring necessities in the days to come considerably more feasible. Nearly 10 vehicles brimmed with various goods. Besides oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, there were even copious amounts of alcoholic beverages. Biao Gu was a connoisseur of fine spirits, and even in this apocalyptic era, he seized every opportunity to gather some. If given the choice between a sack of rice and a case of beer in a time of comfort and abundance, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. For another aficionado of drink, Lao Wang, the fleeting revelry that night brought him more joy than the festivities of any New Year's celebration. Tonight, he could indulge freely, for the libations were not his own. After Zhang Zhao graciously extended numerous promises to Biao Gu, this rotund gentleman became particularly extravagant. It is essential to understand that in a world ravaged by chaos, even a morsel of bread or cookie could represent a lifeline. And Biao Ji's indulgent feasting was only permissible during the early days of the zombie virus outbreak when food resources were plentiful. After all, it was someone else's bounty. Why not partake? What filled his belly became his own. Lu Yong clutched a vacuum-sealed chicken leg, gnawing with gusto. A goofy grin spreading across his face as he occasionally looked up. As dusk fell, Wang Chang returned from the river, having caught a considerable number of fish, and was assisting everyone in setting up a fire to grill them. In truth, Zhang Zhao and Biao Ge had already reached an understanding, logically. To conduct such a transaction and avoid protracted delays, it would be prudent to conclude it sooner rather than later. However, Zhang Zhao had made certain promises to Biao Ge and suggested that, to commemorate this deal, they should set off after 8 o'clock that evening. Guo Rong quietly approached Zhang Zhao, chuckling softly, "Jia Zhentao, haha, fortunately, that Biao Ge hasn't noticed." When Zhang Zhao revealed to Biao Ge that he was called Jia Zhentao, Guo Rong sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. "Is everything in order?" Guo Rong grinned and made an okay gesture, then inquired, "What should we do next?" "There's still over an hour until we leave." Zhang Zhao rose and brushed off the dust from his back, stating, "Let us eat and drink what we must, then we shall proceed." Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong intended to sit by a bonfire distant from Biao Ge, but unexpectedly, the observant He Zi called out, "Boss Jia, come, come. Let us have a drink." Zhang Zhao halted his steps, forcing a smile, you all drink, I still have to drive later." Biao Ge, already inebriated, staggered to his feet to greet Zhang Zhao, enthusiastically draping an arm over his shoulder. "Oh brother, there's no one checking for drunk driving now, it's no trouble. Come, let us have a toast." Reluctantly, Zhang Zhao had no choice but to accept the cup of liquor offered by He Zi, with all eyes upon him. He could hardly maneuver in any other way and was compelled to down the contents of the cup in one go. Indeed, there is an ancient saying that goes, "Life for today we drink." Blackie reminded him. Yes, life for today. Why overthink? Biao Ge exclaimed joyfully, introducing Zhang Zhao to his subordinates. "Brothers, today Boss Jia and I have struck a deal, as you all know, a few long rifles, indeed." Old Wang had also indulged in considerable libations, yet he maintained his composure. Likely, none present could rival his capacity. Beneath the veil of mild inebriation lay a heart as cunning as a fox. He raised his glass and addressed Biao Ge. "Biao Ge, tonight I shall call you Brother Biao. Come, let us indulge in 3 rounds together, as I, Old Wang, relish good wine and have fortuitously encountered a fellow connoisseur." In that brief interval, Old Wang and Biao Ge had downed copious amounts of alcohol. 2 individuals, each confident in their drinking prowess, naturally found camaraderie in their rivalry. Biao Ge accepted Old Wang's challenge without hesitation, clinking glasses and sharing another round. Lu Yang and Wang Wu had not partaken much in food. Wang Wu's skill in grilling fish was remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, he had employed some secret ingredients, skewering the fish on wooden branches, turning them until they emitted a delightful sizzle, the skin turning golden and the aroma wafting through the air. Biao Ji's subordinates, having savored his culinary expertise, showered him with praise, declaring him more professional than chefs in restaurants. In addition to the grilled fish, there were also grilled sausages and chicken wings. Biao Ji's vehicle was laden with a rich variety of provisions. Were it not for the apocalypse, one might almost sense the ambience of a team barbecue in the great outdoors. Lu Yang busied himself with alacrity, tirelessly transporting ingredients from the vehicle, while packaging the freshly roasted delicacies into a lunchbox to present to Donna, who sat by the roadside. The lunchbox contained an eclectic assortment of food, grilled fish, sausages, and even a small segment of corn. Donna, having endured numerous adversities, had once even dined on live seafood during her wilderness training days. With her delicate fingers, she pinched a corner of the corn, taking a gentle bite, and nodded slightly in approval, seemingly satisfied with its delightful flavor. Meanwhile, Biao Ge and Old Wang were engaged in a spirited contest of alcohol tolerance, their steps unsteady yet still entwined in camaraderie, boasting loudly and laughing heartily. Biao Ge, with his greasy hands, clutched a chicken wing and took a bite, suddenly struck by a thought. He mumbled incoherently, pointing at Li Zhihui and Park Anna, who were seated by the bonfire, exclaiming, "Come, come, you Korean girls! Aren't you skilled in singing and dancing? Show us a dance or sing a song to entertain us." Though Park Anna realized Biao Ge was addressing her, she remained bewildered, uncertain of his request, while Li Zhihui furrowed her brow slightly in confusion. Observing their hesitance, Hazy understood the language barrier. The girls did not grasp his meaning. He rose and approached them, gesticulating animatedly and making nonsensical sounds. Grabbing Li Zhihui's arm with a bit of roughness, he exclaimed, "These two Korean girls are so dazed. I'm asking you to get up and dance, you know. That one, yes, dance to that song, Temptation. I've seen the MV, and it's quite captivating. Although Park Anna and Lee Jiwa are stars from the land of Korea, they have spent a year developing their careers domestically and have ventured abroad to perform numerous songs in various languages. While they may not comprehend the lyrics, the title of the song Temptation resonates with them. With expressions of reluctance, they rise from their seats, yet they do not take any further action. This ignites a fury in Brother Biao, who, with a fierce glare and a booming voice, exclaims, "What's going on? You're here to entertain. And you can even dance for us? Don't forget, it's the apocalypse, do you understand?" Startled, the two women reluctantly begin to sway their waists. Though their movements are stiff, their figures and beauty command attention, instantly provoking laughter and whistles from numerous men. Park Anna wears a pained expression, as if on the verge of tears, yet under Brother Biao's intimidating presence, she can only awkwardly flail her waist and arms. There is no music, only the frenzied shouts of the men surrounding them. Women like Park Anna and Lee Jiwa can captivate any man's heart with just a few enticing gestures. Many men are nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Had it not been for their fear of Brother Biao, these two Korean beauties would have long been consumed by the men around them. Some, emboldened by alcohol, dance around the two women, occasionally brushing against them, eliciting squeals from both. Brother Biao observes the spectacle with delight, laughing heartily and disregarding Old Wang's attempts to moderate his drinking. As he weaves between the two women with his rotund figure, indulging in food and drink, the thick gold chain around his neck sways from side to side. And he feels, in that moment, like the happiest man in the world. Zhang Zhao observed everything with a furrowed brow, contemplating rising to his feet when he was restrained by Guoran beside him. Guoran shook his head, signaling him to refrain from any reckless actions, then shouted towards Biao Ge, "Biao Ge, these two ladies will soon belong to us, so treat them well. If they suffer any harm, we shall not proceed with this transaction." Two elements in this world deepen animosity among men, money and women. Although for Biao Ge, completing this deal meant profit, his subordinates held a differing perspective. One of them shouted, "What are you saying? Who do you think you are?" Guorong abruptly stood, his hand resting on the barrel of his gun. Despite having consumed considerable alcohol, Haizi remained sober. Sensing the situation escalating, he swiftly rose to admonish his subordinates. "Shut your mouth! Is this how you speak to the boss, you little brat?" He then hurried over, offering cigarettes and toasting, apologizing profusely. "My apologies, esteemed sirs. Please disregard his remarks. The brothers are merely excited and fooling around." Guorong's eyes bulged in indignation as he feigned anger. "Your brothers have quite the temper, however. We are not to be trifled with. If my brother does not mind, I certainly do." Yes, you are right, boss," Haizi replied with a grin. "You two lovely ladies, come here quickly. After all, you will belong to us shortly, so enjoy yourselves for now." Li Zhihui and Park Anna, appearing rather forlorn, were summoned and timidly took their seats beside Zhang Zhao and Guorong. The leader reproached them, stating, "From now on, you two will be with these two bosses. Your fate is now separate from ours, so conduct yourselves accordingly. Due to the near altercation, the individuals who had been seated with Zhang Zhao gradually departed, leaving only Li Zhihui and Pao Anna by their bonfire. The four of them sat in palpable awkwardness, with Guo Rong occasionally distributing barbecue in silence. A significant portion of those present were inebriated, as the liquor collected by Biao Ge was nearly depleted. Despite handing the two women over to Zhang Zhao, the leader, being Biao Ji's strategist, periodically glanced in their direction. Zhang Zhao smiled faintly and forcefully pulled Li Zhihui into his embrace, as she attempted to break free. The man beside her cautioned, "If you wish to survive, remain still." Li Zhihui paused for a mere moment before resuming her struggle. Zhang Zhao mused that she possessed some intelligence. He surreptitiously pinched her posterior and whispered, "Cease the pretense. You are not Korean. I am rescuing you." Li Zhihui's body stiffened, and she regarded Zhang Zhao with suspicion. Noticing her disbelief, Zhang Zhao continued, "Why would I risk so much if I did not intend to save you? Do you believe your value surpasses that of a firearm?" Chapter 48, Farewell to You. Do you believe your value surpasses that of a firearm? Prior to the apocalypse, the haughty Li Zhihui would never have conceived that anything could rival her own worth. As the sole individual among a group of 6 not hailing from the Korean peninsula, she believed herself superior to everyone else in both appearance and talent. Indeed, this belief was substantiated, whether at her debut or in the aftermath, even amidst the apocalypse. She possessed an innate survival instinct. Upon confirming the veracity of Zhang Zhao's words, Li Zhihui's demeanor shifted. Although she dared not overtly display her transformation, she and Zhang Zhao engaged in a tacit performance. Under the piercing gaze of Haizi, Zhang Zhao forcefully drew Li Zhihui into his embrace, lowering his head, creating an illusion of discordant intimacy to any onlooker. Haizi scoffed quietly, observing this fellow feign indifference while clearly anxious. Regardless, as long as he could procure a firearm, he was unconcerned. If necessary, there would always be opportunities to find more suitable companions later. In the world of the apocalypse, human life may not hold the highest value. Yet human beings themselves are undoubtedly the least esteemed. Thus, Zhang Zhao held the ostensibly struggling Li Zhihui in his grasp, articulating his plan. To avoid arousing suspicion, he insisted that they refrain from informing Park Anna. Witnessing Li Zhihui's head being held down, Park Anna anxiously babbled, fervently resisting in her native tongue. However, she hesitated to intervene, fully aware that her assistance would likely prove futile. Rather, provoking the situation could result in dire consequences for herself. As dusk approached, the wind along the riverbank turned slightly chilly. Fortunately, the remoteness of this locale offered a semblance of safety. Should a horde of zombies descend upon them now, a significant portion of those present would undoubtedly suffer the repercussions. Most of the subordinates brought by Biao Ge were inebriated, with some sprawled beside the bonfire in slumber. Zhang Zhao intentionally took several bottles of liquor, compelling Li Zhihui and Park Anna to drink together, while surreptitiously pouring most of it at his feet. As the revelers filled their bellies and indulged, some drunkenly wandered off towards the river for relief. After a bout of vomiting, Biao Ge and Lao Wang reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, Liu Yang and Wang Wu assisted in tidying up the area. This was precisely the outcome Zhang Zhao desired. He stealthily observed the group. Noting that only Haizi appeared entirely sober, Guo Rong sat down beside Zhang Zhao, deliberately engaging him in a drink, muttering through clenched teeth, "What shall we do?" "That Haizi seems to be watching intently." Zhang Zhao pondered briefly before relaying instructions to Guo Rong. Moments later, Guo Rong abruptly rose, shoved Park Anna with considerable force, and bellowed, "Damn it, you wretched creature! I deign to acknowledge you, yet you dare to scowl at me?" Park Anna was caught off guard by the sudden push and fell to the ground, her expression one of bewilderment, soon followed by tears and cries. Undeterred, Guo Rong seized her by the hair and dragged her outward, incessantly cursing, "I refuse to believe I cannot have my way with you today." Biao Ge's subordinates, who had not succumbed to intoxication, looked over but did not approach. Only Haizi dashed towards them, exclaiming, "What is happening? boss? Why the fury? Zhang Zhao explained that Guo Rong had recently split from his girlfriend and had not been with a woman for quite some time. He was not usually like this. But the excess of alcohol had unraveled his restraint. In any case, these two young women will soon belong to themselves. And how they choose to handle the situation is their own affair. Haizi, a man with experience, let out a soft sigh of loss before smirking. Damn it. We used to be hesitant to employ force, yet it seems that once in your hands, it is inescapable. He added, but let me caution you, should anything go awry, do not deny your responsibility. Haizi was alluding to the possibility that if Guo Rong resorted to coercion and Park Anna chose a tragic fate, this transaction could not be dismissed lightly. Zhang Zhao affectionately draped his arm over Haizi's shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, once you entrust them to my care, the deal is sealed. Haizi scrutinized Li Zhihui, a woman with a voluptuous figure and long legs, who was currently trembling with trepidation. Haizi sighed, swallowing the last of his saliva, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances surrounding her. However, he failed to notice that Guo Rong had whispered something as he passed by Donna. What was initially agreed upon as an 8 o'clock departure had extended to 9 without any intent to leave. Biaoge lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber, having succumbed to intoxication, mumbling incoherently about drinking more. It seemed he still harbored thoughts of out-drinking old Wang. A significant portion of Biaoji's subordinates had succumbed to sleep as well, including Haizi. Only about 7 or 8 remained awake. Zhang Zhao added some firewood to the bonfire. While at that moment, old Wang suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. This startled Wang Wu, who hurriedly rushed over with Lu Yang, exclaiming loudly, "Father, what is wrong? What is happening to you? How much have you had to drink?" This statement was uttered by Haizi. Wang Wu gently patted old Wang's back, assisting him in regaining his breath, and then glared, saying, "My father is in poor health, how could you let him drink so much? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?" In such circumstances, one should strive to avoid conflict with the other party. Observing old Wang coughing and vomiting, appearing quite dreadful, Haizi felt a wave of panic. This evening, even the highly resilient Biaoge had succumbed, and it was inconceivable that old Wang could surpass him significantly. Haizi waved dismissively. "He hasn't drunk much, not much at all." Wang Wu muttered a few curses, unsure if they were directed at his father or meant for Haizi's ears, and then turned to beckon Lu Yang, escorting old Wang away. Haizi intended to call out to Wang Wu, but was restrained by Zhang Zhao, who cautioned, "I dare not provoke him. Brother, you have no idea, I have only known him for a few days, but despite his imposing stature, he possesses a particularly ruthless nature. When I first encountered him, he had hacked a single zombie nearly 100 times." Haizi remained unresponsive, while Zhang Zhao gasped, muttering, "Nearly 100 times. He could even be brutal to his own wife." Anyone who has slain a zombie understands that it suffices to damage the head either by puncturing it or executing a clean decapitation. The only individuals who would strike nearly 100 blows are those who are deranged. A chill coursed through Haizi's body, although he had engaged in many unsavory dealings. He could not fathom inflicting such brutality upon a zombie, let alone his own wife. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head to the ground. Even with the intent, one would lack the strength to carry out such an act, especially considering that the zombie had once been his wife. With a tentative tone, Haizi inquired, "Where did you happen upon this fellow? He seems quite ordinary." "Ordinary?" Zhang Zhao retorted, "That was on Chestnut Hill, no less." Having spent his entire life in H City, Haizi was intimately familiar with Chestnut Hill, the location of the largest psychiatric hospital in the province. He inwardly lamented his misfortune, realizing that this group of individuals, though appearing normal on the surface, were anything but. It seemed that Jia Jintao was the only relatively sane person among them. Take, for instance, the woman named Tang Na. Despite wielding a peculiar-looking firearm, she ate with deliberate and refined movements. Haizi had witnessed her using a short blade to pick through the charred remains of the corpses in the burned-out SUV the previous evening. The unfortunate college students were burned far beyond recognition, resembling the fish roasting on the rack. Furthermore, she had seemingly neglected to wash her hands before consuming her meal, raising concerns about potential zombification. Although callous and ruthless, Haizi harbored a deep-seated fear of deviance and possessed a touch of fastidiousness. In his eyes, this group of oddballs was gradually becoming repulsive. Awkwardly, Haizi concealed his sweaty palms in his pockets and announced, "I need to rouse Brother Biao, it's about time we departed." He gently nudged Biao, saying, "Brother Biao, we should be going, our time is up." When Biao remained unresponsive, he addressed his comrades present and resumed his attempts to awaken Biao. Zhang Zhao furtively turned to Li Zhihui and whispered, "Can we make a run for it?" Li Zhihui nodded slightly. Though clad in shorts and stockings, she wore a pair of athletic shoes, unlike Park Anna, who still donned the high heels she had worn during the performance. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her slender legs appeared even more elongated beneath the flickering flames. Zhang Zhao grasped her hand and chuckled, urging her to run with all her might. "Hey, boss, what are you doing?" After calling out to Biao several times without response, Haizi was about to say something to Zhang Zhao when he noticed him dragging Li Zhihui, sprinting desperately down a narrow path. Alarmed, Haizi reacted swiftly, rising to pursue them. "Brothers, these scoundrels are playing us, they intend to flee." Having indulged in a sumptuous feast and consumed a considerable portion of their food reserves that evening, along with copious amounts of alcohol, the usually frugal subordinates felt as if they could grow two bellies. Some were thoroughly intoxicated, while others were merely overstuffed. As Haizi dashed towards the alley, the remaining members of the group sluggishly began to pursue. It was evident that this was a case of black eating black. Not only had they consumed their provisions, but they also sought to abscond with their women. No wonder chaos had ensued earlier. Those individuals had evidently orchestrated their escape meticulously, each plotting their departure. Haizi was one of the armed members of the team. Although his marksmanship was lacking, in such circumstances, he could not afford to hesitate. As he ran, he raised his weapon and fired off 3 or 4 shots, uncertain of where the bullets had landed. Just as he prepared to fire again, a bullet whizzed past his ear. Assuming it was a random shot from the adversaries, he aimed to fire once more, only to feel another bullet graze his scalp. Although there was no direct injury, a searing pain throbbed at the scalp. How could the adversary manage to graze him with 2 shots in such dim light? Haizi halted in his tracks, scarcely daring to breathe. The opponent possessed sharpshooting prowess, and had they been less merciful, those 2 bullets might very well have been aimed at his head. Old Wang lowered his weapon and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Take another step forward, and the next bullet may not possess such accuracy." "Old man, are you jesting?" Despite his teeth grinding in fury, Haizi longed to inflict 1,000 torments upon the foe. Yet he truly could not afford to move, nor could his arriving subordinates. Zhang Zhao took to the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, a sense of rebirth washing over him. Their vehicle, a business car acquired from Biao, comfortably accommodated the 8 of them, including Li Zhihui and Park Anna. Guorong, with a grin plastered across his face, clasped his hands together in apology to the language-challenged Park Anna. Meanwhile, an irate Park Anna continued to protest in her native tongue. Each face radiated with the glow of triumph, and old Wang, with a satisfied hand on his belly, reveled in the feast that awaited him. He would surely indulge his craving for drink over the coming days. The burly Wang Wu laughed heartily, a stark contrast to his imposing appearance. Little did he know how Zhang Zhao and Haizi spoke of him. If he did, one wonders if he would still find such joy. Donna shook her head with a smile, casting a helpless glance at Zhang Zhao in the driver's seat. Li Zhihui explained everything to Park Anna in Korean. And as Anna's expression transformed from confusion to understanding, the weight on Li's heart quietly lifted. The two embraced tightly. And after the car had driven for about 5 or 6 minutes, she managed to utter a simple thank you. "Ah, so you're not from Korea?" Liu Yang exclaimed in surprise. He was only vaguely aware of the plan. Zhang Zhao had simply instructed him to carry out his tasks without speaking too much, just in case his words might inadvertently complicate matters. Now that Li Zhihui had escaped danger, her guard was completely down. And she spoke in flawless Mandarin. I never claimed to be from Korea. You can find some information online if you look. As the car navigated the winding road, Zhang Zhao felt a surge of joy and remarked, Liu Yang, are you a fake fan? No, I genuinely didn't notice. I really like their group. Liu Yang earnestly explained. However, everyone simply burst into joyous laughter. By the way, where are we headed? What if they catch up to us? Li Zhihui asked with concern. Guo Rong replied mysteriously, if they catch up, even though we have guns, it doesn't guarantee our advantage, but they would need to catch up first. Meanwhile, at the river bank where the incident occurred, Biaoge was splashing water on himself to regain consciousness. Realizing it was already 9:40 p.m. and that he had unexpectedly gotten so drunk today, the alert subordinates anxiously recounted the events that had just transpired. As he shook his head and suddenly knelt down, delivering several resounding slaps to his own face, he stood on the provincial road, watching the bonfire by the riverbank gradually extinguish, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Brother, hey, should we pursue them? One of the subordinates who had joined in the chase inquired. After standing in silence for a considerable time, Hazy managed a sinister smile. Biaoge was still in a lucid state, while those surrounding him appeared utterly bewildered. Abruptly, Hazy seized the questioning subordinate, pushing him down beneath the car, and shouted with spittle flying, Pursue? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Open your eyes and take a good look. What would you use to chase them? Beneath the off-road vehicle lay a puddle of liquid emitting a pungent odor. It was spilled gasoline. Zhang Zhao navigated the car over several hills, just in time to catch sight of the river bank they had departed from. In the rearview mirror, he observed Donna and old Wang resting with closed eyes, while Li Zhihui and Park Anna leaned against each other, their long eyelashes adorably fluttering. They had not slept so peacefully in a long time. Zhang Zhao murmured to the dark riverbank, Farewell. Chapter 49. The gas station. Do not inquire about my origins, my homeland lies far away. Why do I wander? Wandering to distant lands. Zhang Zhao had been driving for an entire night, maintaining a slow pace. As they passed through villages and small towns, they opted to steer clear of potential troubles, aiming to avoid incidents like that of Wu Jiming. Some matters are best left unseen, in their current state of urgency. Zhang Zhao wished to evade any complications. In a post-apocalyptic world, densely populated areas are not necessarily the safest. Rather than constantly guarding against the unpredictability of human nature, one might as well confront the undead. Apart from Zhang Zhao, Guo Rong, and Liu Yang, the others were fast asleep. The rhythmic snoring of the Wang father and son creating a peculiar symphony, occasionally aligning with an imagined musical beat. As they navigated the winding mountain road, the path ahead gradually widened into a small valley approximately 30 meters across, with the flanking cliff meticulously adorned, their cement walls exuding an artistic flair. Not long after setting off, they encountered a multitude of roadside billboards, signaling their imminent arrival in a densely populated area. A sign indicated that a gas station lay 2 kilometers ahead. Zhang Zhao glanced at the already fluctuating fuel gauge and guided the vehicle to the roadside. One by one, the occupants of the car began to stir. Donna opened her eyes and, noticing Zhang Zhao preparing to exit the vehicle, inquired, What's wrong? Where are we? With a slight scowl and a blush creeping onto her cheeks, she deliberately turned to ask Guo Rong, Are you familiar with this place, Jiacheng? Do you think Li Zijing and the others might have gone to Jiacheng? They must pass through Jiacheng on their way to the Donghai Islands. Donna speculated that Li Zijing and his group, having fled the city amidst a horde of zombies, might indeed find themselves in Jiacheng. Zi province, while not overly large, is not insignificant either. Although their destination is the Donghai Islands, the journey traverses several major cities, countless small towns, counties, and an abundance of villages, rendering the chances of reuniting rather slim. In truth, Guorong harbored greater concern for the separated group than anyone else, as he had recently begun a romance with Han Yu and wished for their safety. The journey ahead was fraught with peril. What seemed to be a straightforward route often turned into a lengthy detour, plagued by countless unforeseen circumstances. To reach the Donghai Islands remains a distant prospect. His words were essentially futile. For a developing city, change is inevitable within a span of 1 to 5 years, often transforming the landscape entirely. Moreover, regardless of one's familiarity with the city, the daily circumstances are in constant flux. In the absence of information, even stepping outside one's hometown can render one utterly lost. Are you no longer seeking Li Zijing and the others? Donna inquired. Zhang Zhao lit a cigarette, gazing into the distance along the provincial road. There must have been flyers distributed for the Donghai Islands camp, right? I recall the ferry location. If Brother Li and the others could find a flyer on their journey, they would surely head there. At the other end of the road, a zombie clad in a patterned shirt slowly came into view. The creature glanced around. Its hair nearly all gone, with only a few strands clinging to its scalp. As it approached within about 20 meters of the vehicle, it seemed to notice something intriguing. Dragging its broken ankle, it let out a low growl and lumbered forward. The engine roared back to life, and as the car passed the zombie, a gleaming battle knife extended from the window. The blade sliced through the zombie's neck with barely a sound, and its head rolled away, while the body continued its forward momentum, collapsing with a thud by the roadside. Park Anna and Li Zhihui, having awakened when Lu Yong parked, were initially frightened at the sight of the zombie. However, Guorong's nonchalant strike appeared particularly impressive to Park Anna. She animatedly gestured to Li Zhihui before glancing at Guorong. Guorong displayed an air of cold indifference, sheathed his knife, crossed his arms, and leaned back, muttering, "What is this girl babbling about again? It's truly vexing. The language barrier is going to be a significant hassle." In truth, the initiative to rescue Li Zhihui and Park Anna was solely Zhang Zhao's idea. While others harbored a desire to save them, their resolve was not nearly as fervent. In the realm of survival amidst the apocalypse, companions are undeniably crucial. Each additional person bolsters strength, yet conversely, they also introduce greater peril and resource depletion. To Guorong, these two women possessed little beyond their beauty. After all, what was so exhilarating about having slain a solitary zombie? In the past, Guorong might have been drawn to alluring women, perhaps lingering his gaze a moment longer. However, now, he found himself in a committed relationship, and compared to Zhang Zhao, Guorong was more devoted, one might even say more innocent. Li Zhihui, alongside Park Anna, exchanged a few words. She was an astute woman, a fact Zhang Zhao was acutely aware of. In the extraordinary circumstances of the previous night, her ability to remain unflustered after a few of his suggestions was indeed remarkable. Li Zhihui surmised that Guorong might harbor some misunderstandings regarding her and Park Anna, thus she clarified, "Just now, Anna remarked that you effortlessly dispatched a zombie without an ounce of fear, whereas that group, despite their fierce appearance, merely cowered at the sight of zombies." She added, "She said you are very brave, and that she wishes to learn to be like you." This revelation took everyone by surprise, leaving Guorong at a loss for words. Zhang Zhao silenced the music. Now, 2 new members had joined the team, necessitating a deeper understanding of them. "By the way, Li Zhihui, where are you from? Your accent suggests you hail from the southern regions." He inquired about her family, wondering if she had maintained contact after the outbreak. "I am from Fujian province. I called my family after the outbreak, but the line dropped before I could convey much." Li Zhihui gazed out the window, uncertain of their current well-being. Zhang Zhao was reluctant to disclose the true severity of the virus, let alone utter words of impending doom. He was not a virtuous man, in fact, at times, he could be profoundly malicious. Just yesterday, he found himself inexplicably compelled by an impulse to save someone. He was a man of strategy, one that he had never shared with anyone, including Guorong. In the realm of survival during an apocalypse, three pivotal factors emerged: base, resources, and personnel. While a base could be located and resources could be scavenged or created, the element of people remained uncontrollable. He believed that should he endure longer, the need for diverse individuals to forge a sustainable existence would arise. Regardless of gender or age, all were essential components of a cohesive team. Most crucial was the understanding that a team thrived not solely on capability but on balance, which was vital for longevity. As the vehicle approached the designated gas station indicated by the signpost, a few abandoned cars lay by the roadside and within the station itself. The shattered glass and looted shelves told tales of multiple waves of plundering following the apocalypse. Unable to maneuver the vehicle further, Wan Wu endeavored to ignite several automobiles. Yet all remained inert. Consequently, they procured a pair of fuel canisters from within the service pavilion to replenish their gasoline reserves. Guorong, after expelling a gust of air upon the dust-laden counter, unearthed a map amidst the swirling motes and secreted it within his pocket. Lu Yang, pressing his visage against the vending apparatus, lamented the absence of even a solitary aqueous refreshment, decrying the perpetrators as brigands. Following a period of meticulous reconnaissance within the establishment, Lu Yang discovered naught of any substantial worth. Within the employee lounge, a diminutive cot, measuring a mere 1.5 meters, lay adorned with neatly arranged bedding, albeit marred by the presence of several sanguineous stains. Adjacent to the cot, the cadaver of an employee, clad in their work attire, lay prostrate. This unfortunate soul, having recently undergone zombification, had met their demise by means of a lengthy screwdriver impaled within their cranium. Devoid of any indications of consumption, the corpse teemed with vermin. Lu Yang, shielding his olfactory organs, found the malodor profoundly repulsive and promptly retreated from the chamber. As Lu Yang sealed the lounge door, he encountered Old Wang. Old Wang, still redolent of the copious libations imbibed the previous evening, greeted him with a toothy grin, inquiring as to the discovery of any hidden treasures. Lu Yang, startled, retorted that Old Wang's stealthy approach had induced a moment of trepidation. Old Wang, harboring a certain fondness for Lu Yang, owing to the latter's perceived naivete and clumsiness, found amusement in teasing him. Old Wang, with a paternal pat upon Lu Yang's shoulder, jested that such timidity was unbecoming of a young man, particularly in such a desolate locale, devoid of any other human presence. Lu Yang, contemplating divulging his premonitory instincts, refrained from doing so. He was plagued by a persistent sense of unease in every new location. This reflects a psychological unease stemming from an individual's lack of security in a new environment, which manifests in their mind as a kind of curse. After a brief half-hour, Zhang Zhao called for assembly outside. "Where are Park Anna and Li Zhihui?" he inquired. Noticing that everyone else had boarded the vehicle, leaving only the newcomers. "They are still in the restroom," Tang Na replied. Zhang Zhao frowned slightly, acknowledging that these two women indeed posed a dilemma. Lingering too long in one place could invite danger. Could it truly take half an hour just to use the restroom? This had already breached Zhang Zhao's survival protocols. "Surely nothing untoward has occurred, Tang, could you perhaps check on them?" Zhang Zhao suggested. Since their arrival at the gas station, Li Zhihui and Park Anna had remained inside the restroom, and as a woman, Tang Na could surmise the reason. She called out from the restroom door, "Li Zhihui, are you ready? We are set to depart." "Wait, just a moment, we will be out shortly," Li Zhihui responded, her voice tinged with panic. Tang Na raised her hand, signaling that they would be ready soon. Despite having spoken little to Li Zhihui and the others since last night, she felt a genuine concern for their well-being. For in her eyes, these two beautiful girls represented a vulnerable group. Years of military life had honed her resilience both physically and mentally, evoking a sense of compassion for those less fortunate. Leaning against the wall, Tang Na pondered the matters regarding the Donghai Islands camp when she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound nearby. Instinctively alert, she raised her weapon and moved toward the narrow gap in the crowded building. Chapter 50, the tracker Donna cautiously raised her assault rifle. advancing step by step along the exterior wall of the public restroom. As a seasoned veteran of a global security alliance, she possessed an acute instinct for danger. She did not call upon others for assistance, it was not her habit. In all her endeavors, she preferred solitude, including during previous missions, which rendered her a resolute and stubborn figure in the eyes of her superiors. A pungent odor enveloped the area surrounding the restroom, not merely a foul stench, but rather the unmistakable scent of decay. As she maneuvered to the right side of the facility, she discovered heaps of refuse alongside peculiar objects. She crouched slightly, her movements meticulous as she scanned every potential hotspot for peril. Behind the restroom, a gaunt, skeletal zombie lay prostrate on the ground. Its face was devoid of a nose, and from its mouth down to its eyes, there was an almost gaping aperture, resembling a grotesque visage. It appeared as though someone had cleaved the features from the bridge of its nose to its mouth in a single stroke. The zombie, sensing the intrusion, twisted its head. Its milky white eyes fixated on Donna. A tracker! Donna's heart raced at the realization. With such a countenance and trumpet-like ears, this zombie belonged to a singular category known among the discovered varieties as a tracker. This type of zombie was classified as an evolved variant, characterized not only by heightened olfactory and auditory senses but also by superior speed compared to ordinary zombies. However, its aggression was relatively low. Yet, the population of these evolved zombies far surpassed that of other variants. Zombies are creatures devoid of intelligence. Their brains have perished, rendering them incapable of thought, with all actions driven purely by instinct. However, the tracker zombies stand as an anomaly among their kind. Not only do they often congregate in packs, but they also possess a terrifying ability to communicate some form of information to other zombies, the means of which remains a mystery. Thus, wherever a tracker zombie is present, one can be assured of an accompanying horde, or, even more dreadfully, other evolved variants of zombies. During Donna's team's initial encounter with the tracker, their complacency nearly led to their complete annihilation. From nearly a kilometer away, they had spotted it through a telescope, only to be taken aback moments later as the previously desolate area became swarmed by numerous zombies. Despite the tracker's unique nature, its instincts remain fundamentally those of a zombie. In this apocalyptic world, zombies are omnipresent hunters. After Donna confirmed that the pursuer was thoroughly dead, she took off running, jumped into the car, and urged everyone to drive away quickly. The others wore expressions of bewilderment. Moments ago, Donna had vanished, and now she claimed to have encountered a zombie without making a sound. Zhang Zhao, noticing her flushed face, urgently inquired, "What happened?" Without the luxury of explanation, she insisted they drive immediately. Her anxious demeanor tightened the hearts of everyone in the vehicle, and before they could speculate further, they spotted a growing horde of zombies appearing on the road ahead. Within mere seconds, 30 or more zombies had gathered, slowly ambling towards them. How could so many zombies appear so suddenly? What are we going to do? Li Zhihui expressed her concern, having witnessed a zombie tide in H City. She knew it was far more formidable than this, yet the current situation felt infinitely more perilous. The zombies seemed to have a singular purpose, encircling them like fish in a barrel, with no escape routes in sight. If they drew near, even if the zombies couldn't breach the vehicle, they would still meet a grim fate. The gas station offered only a single floor. Relying on it for defense against the undead was out of the question. Comparatively, the single-story convenience store was scarcely better than the car. Zhang Zhao's mind was blank. Was today truly the day they would meet their end here? Old Wang and Donna had already rolled down their windows, firing at the zombies that came closest. Only their marksmanship was dependable at this distance. Any attempts from the others would merely waste ammunition without effect. In a moment of desperation, despite everyone being in the vehicle, Zhang Zhao shouted with a commanding voice, "Who can drive? Step forward!" Li Zhihui paused for a brief moment, then responded, "I can drive." For her, integrating into this team required her to prove her worth. Beauty alone could not sustain a woman in a post-apocalyptic world. even if men were enamored by one's charm. The world is filled with countless beauties, and it was inevitable that someone else could take her place at any moment. Moreover, in an environment devoid of legal and moral constraints, unimaginable scenarios could swiftly become reality. Good! Zhang Zhao exclaimed, bolstering his own courage. Then opened the car door and jumped out. Wang Cheng, we will forge the path ahead, the rest of you provide cover fire. Li Zhihui, you take the wheel. The nearest zombies were merely 20 meters from the gas station, and fortunately, there had been no signs of evolved zombies thus far. It was Zhang Zhao's first time leading an assault on a horde of the undead. He let out a shout, drawing two tang swords, gripping them tightly. Li Zhihui acted swiftly, vaulting over Pu Anna and promptly taking her place in the driver's seat. She started the engine, awaiting Zhang Zhao's command. Guo Rong unsheathed his combat knife, trailing closely behind Zhang Zhao. His fear of the zombies was not as intense, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. Wang Wu held his cleaver at the ready, prepared for any zombies that might leap at them. The trio of swordsmen in this apocalyptic realm was collaborating for the first time to confront the horde. The vehicle slowly followed behind us. Once we bypassed the horde, we would accelerate, pushing forward. Do you understand? Zhang Zhao, feeling a tinge of concern, turned back to Li Zhihui to reiterate his instructions. At this moment, Li Zhihui's heartbeat quickened. She was filled with both fear and exhilaration. Her hands, gripping the steering wheel, were slick with sweat, yet she resolutely nodded in determination. Brothers, charge! The zombies had locked onto their target, rendering any concern for noise irrelevant. Zhang Zhao led the charge into the throng of dozens of undead. 20 meters, 15 meters. 10 meters, 5 meters. Just before contact with the zombies, Donna and Old Wang unleashed a torrent of gunfire, each shot finding its mark, toppling the frenzied undead. Their primary objective was to clear the roadway of zombies, creating a passage for the vehicle. Hence Zhang Zhao and his comrades did not engage the zombies head-on but maneuvered to the sides of the road. The horde stirred restlessly, with numerous zombies shifting direction towards the roadside. However, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, yielding only a meager effect. The space created was insufficient for the vehicle to pass. Amongst the horde was a petite female zombie clad in a snug t-shirt, her chest exposed, swaying with each movement. In life, she had been a youthful girl with a cherubic face. In the initial chaos of the zombie outbreak, she had fled here with her boyfriend, only to be bitten in a tragic twist of fate, leading her companions to abandon her. Her boyfriend, in a desperate attempt to prevent future threats, had even contemplated taking her life. Heartbroken, the young girl had recklessly following closely behind him. Guo Rong encountered a zombie a moment later. Witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What dark hands!" A petty rogue may not possess exceptional combat skills, yet his verbal prowess is formidable, filled with exclamations and curses. He may not bring his opponent to the ground but will surely verbally annihilate them. Tall and robust, endowed with remarkable strength. This was how Guo Rong defined himself before encountering Wang Cheng. He diligently trained each day, cultivating a strong physique, and had practiced martial arts in his youth. However, at this moment, his approach to dealing with the zombie starkly reflected the essence of a petty rogue. Logically, one would expect his attacks on the zombie to be fierce and precise, executed with far more grace than Zhang Zhao's movements. Yet, when he seized the head of a zombie clad in a suit, balding on one side, he realized that such assumptions were misguided. The unfortunate creature's head tilted under the force of inertia, only to receive a swift blow to the neck. Immediately after, an elderly zombie behind him was met with a heavy kick to the abdomen, sending it sprawling onto the ground. When it rose again, its forehead was stripped of flesh and skin. After delivering a kick to a slightly plump zombie, which then staggered towards Zhang Zhao, he swiftly decapitated it with a scissor-like motion of his twin blades. In just over a minute, shielded by Old Wang's rifle. A dozen zombies. Chapter 51, The Zombie Terminator. Under the scorching sun, the provincial road outside the gas station was littered with an indeterminate number of zombies. their bodies stained with dark blood. As one zombie fell, another, missing several limbs, collapsed beside it. Slaying zombies was not akin to striking a scarecrow. Although an ordinary person could easily overpower a regular zombie with a modicum of attention, individuals like Wang Wu possessed the capacity to annihilate even evolved zombies. Yet Wang Wu's approach was far from traditional martial arts or national brawling. It embodied the raw intensity of a Hollywood action sequence, forceful and brutal. When he seized a zombie by the head, its cranium would collide with that of another, causing brain matter to splatter. His left hand formed a fist the size of a sandbag, capable of obliterating a zombie's temple with a single blow, merely a hand's breadth away from stirring the insides. The zombies struck by his fists, yet he was intensely focused on the same task, while Liu Yang in the vehicle gaped at him, almost forgetting about Zhang Zhao and Guorong. If Wang Wu donned a leather jacket and sunglasses, he would resemble a Terminator even more. This induced a peculiar illusion in Liu Yang, as if the zombies, upon seeing him, would intentionally steer clear. Of course, this was merely a figment of Liu Yang's imagination. Zombies possessed no cognitive abilities and would pounce on any living creature, even if it were a Tyrannosaurus rex. A small fraction of the horde had been diminished. Yet the subsequent waves of zombies continued to swell in number. After Donna felled a zombie to Wang Wu's right, she called out to them, urging, "Get in the car. This place is not safe for prolonged stays. The team's energy ought not to be squandered on these undead foes." She had detected pursuers and was apprehensive about the potential emergence of evolved zombies. Now was the opportune moment to flee. Zhang Zhao and Guorong swiftly hopped into the vehicle, while Wang Wu, too engrossed in his task, only reacted when the car passed by him. Once everyone was on board, Li Zhihui pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle to its utmost speed, leaving behind a throng of clawing zombies in pursuit. The car was permeated by the foul stench of the undead. Zhang Zhao and Guorong's blades were relatively unscathed, bearing only traces of black blood that could be easily shaken off. Wang Wu had dispatched the most zombies, and his large machete had nearly turned black, the blood on it showing signs of coagulation. Park Anna furrowed her brow, yet refrained from covering her nose. For this group had just risked their safety for the well-being of others in their struggle against the zombies. She feared that any inappropriate action on her part might result in her being cast from the vehicle. She had witnessed the actions of the trio slaying the zombies just moments ago. Observing how the individuals in this team transformed from mere mortals into godlike beings, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. Unsure of how to articulate the concepts of bravery and divinity, she could only muster a thumbs up for Wang Wu, uttering, "You are impressive." The burly Wang Wu, having emerged from his previous frenzied state, offered a bashful, silly grin. While Pu Anna was undeniably beautiful, she did not align with his personal preferences. He was not drawn to such delicate, refined women. Nevertheless, he shifted the machete beneath his feet, unwilling to let the foul odor taint the presence of this lovely woman. Having narrowly escaped, Zhang Zhao leaned back in his seat and exhaled deeply before inquiring, "Captain Tang, what transpired earlier? How did so many zombies appear?" Tang now replaced her spent magazine, stowing it in her tactical backpack, which contained replaceable cartridges. She recounted the peculiar incident of waiting at the restroom for Li Zhihui and the others, only to sense something amiss and encounter the pursuing zombie. The existence of such zombies was astonishing, akin to scouts in ancient armies, and the thought was terrifying. Zhang Zhao remarked, with superhuman hearing, heightened sense of smell, and remarkable speed. "Had you not detected it beforehand, we would have been oblivious to the lurking threat near the restroom." Reflecting on their encounter with the pursuer, Tang now stated, "We were fortunate to have escaped at the optimal moment. The pursuer can uniquely gather hordes of zombies and attract evolved ones. Among the known varieties of evolved zombies, some are not easily dealt with by humans. What other evolved zombies have yet to encounter living beings? Who knows what they may transform into? This is truly astonishing, akin to a minor leader capable of summoning reinforcements at any moment." Liu Yang shuddered at the thought. Fortunately, he had exercised caution today and refrained from wandering aimlessly after exiting the vehicle. Had he encountered a tracker? he likely would not have had the chance to escape before being dispatched. Their sense of smell can detect the scent of blood from 5 kilometers away and the presence of humans from 2 kilometers. In the dark of night, should a tracker approach, the average person would remain oblivious. With this in mind, Donna unabashedly inquired, "Park Anna, have you started your period? How did you manage?" Park Anna appeared bewildered, not comprehending what was meant by started. Li Zhihui translated her words using a colloquial dialect, then clarified in Mandarin, "She just arrived. And we have no suitable materials, so we can only tear a piece from her own skirt." In the pre-apocalyptic world, discussing women's privacy in front of men would surely have caused some to blush furiously. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic reality, it is imperative that any member of the team shares personal matters that may pose a risk to the group, so that solutions can be devised. Concealing any information that could endanger the team is unacceptable. Thus, the men present, upon overhearing their conversation, felt no embarrassment. On the contrary, the atmosphere grew tense. The trackers were undoubtedly drawn from afar by the scent of blood, which meant that even if they managed to escape this location, the likelihood of encountering further trackers remained high. Park Anna never anticipated that she would nearly bring calamity upon her team, and thus repeatedly apologized in her halting Mandarin. I am sorry. Please give me your shoes." Zhang Zhao suddenly extended his hand, requesting Anna's high heels. Bewildered, Anna hesitated until Zhang gestured for her to remove them, at which point she bashfully complied, presenting the shoes with both hands. High heels are inherently designed for women. Yet they are hardly the most suitable attire for a woman fleeing for her life. Zhang Zhao proceeded to detach the heels from her shoes, merely to facilitate Anna's future movements, ensuring she would not risk her life over a pair of shoes. "Let us manage with this for now. When we reunite with the team, there should be plenty of suitable athletic shoes in the vehicle." After a brief pause, Zhang Zhao mused. "Perhaps when we reach a place with shops, I can find you a pair." Though Park Anna had been in the industry for many years, she was still quite young. Merely 24 years old. Despite having received attention from numerous distinguished men, wealthy entrepreneurs, celebrities, and highly educated individuals, all of whom were charming and considerate, she found that, upon grasping the essence of Zhang Zhao's words, those once admirable suitors paled in comparison to him. This man was courageous, intelligent, and attentive, with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Although she had experienced a few relationships with partners who appeared exceptional in various respects, the man before her evoked feelings she had never encountered before. Anna felt her heart racing wildly, a sensation that even an encounter with a horde of corpses could not provoke. The sensation is indescribable. The once vivacious woman finds herself blushing, unable to meet the gaze of the man before her. Park Anna contentedly slips her feet into the shoes, still the same pair, albeit lacking their heels. Yet they feel remarkably comfortable. These high heels, worth thousands, seem to have never required the traditional heel at all. She murmurs her gratitude, "Thank you." The thoughts of Zhang Zhao remain an enigma to her. Had he been privy to her feelings, he would undoubtedly burst into song with joy. He remains oblivious to the fact that this seemingly trivial gesture holds far greater significance in the eyes of the illustrious star. This small act is forever etched in Park Anna's heart. "Wang Wu, from now on, I shall call you that," she declares. "Your earlier display of prowess was quite impressive. I am curious about your mindset when confronted by zombies." Zhang Zhao quips as he starts the car. "Indeed, it was quite formidable," adds Guorong, while even Donna casts an inquisitive glance at Wang Wu. "Come now, you must have spoken of my eccentricities," Wang Wu retorts playfully. "When I first encountered a zombie, my instinct was to flee. Yet, as I ran, I realized that escape was futile. Having navigated through society for so many years, I have encountered all manner of individuals. Upon reflection, if I am unafraid of villains, why should I fear zombies? As for my methods of dispatching them, they are merely what I have found effective. So, fear not, for I am not a deviant." Wang Wu rarely indulges in jest. "Ah, I see now, It appears we have all overthought this. They laugh heartily as the business vehicle speeds along the provincial road, resonating with their mirth. Chapter 52, a town with rivers forming streets, bridges connecting them, and houses built along the water. This is the quintessential charm of a Jiangnan town. As the automobile traversed the narrow rural lanes for over half an hour, it still had yet to navigate its way out of the expansive and intricate roads. The concrete path was smooth and pristine, flanked by meticulously arranged rice paddies. Upon descending from the provincial road, Zhang Zhao felt a twinge of regret. Without navigation or a map, it was alarmingly easy to lose one's way. The group shook their heads in unison. In such a remote locale, it was indeed challenging for outsiders to find their bearings. Lu Yong pointed towards the distant, quaint houses and remarked, "Brother Zhang, wasn't there a sign at the intersection? It read 'Welcome to the ancient town.' Although we may be unfamiliar with the routes, we are in the territory of Jiaqing, and this should be the renowned Wu town. Despite the multitude of ancient towns in the Jiangnan region, Wu town alone boasts a well-preserved architectural ensemble. Its buildings from the late Qing dynasty and the Republican era are celebrated both nationally and internationally. Numerous films and television dramas have been shot here, attracting a considerable influx of tourists each year, thereby making tourism one of Wu town's vital sources of income." Zhang Zhao had heard of Wu town during previous business trips to Jiaqing, but had never had the opportunity to visit as a tourist. After another thrilling experience at a gas station, he now treaded carefully with every step. The others in the vehicle gradually regained their composure, particularly Li Zhihui and Park Anna, who displayed far less fear than anticipated. Hours passed, and the two engaged in lively conversation in the car, seemingly unfazed by their journey. A positive mindset, at times, can surpass a favorable condition. Zhang Zhao, regarding the performances of Li Zhihui and Park Anna, felt relatively content. "How much food do we have left in the car?" Zhang Zhao inquired of Guorong. With the logistics captain, Li Yan, currently separated from them and no one managing their supplies, it was evident that their resources were rather scarce. The food they had previously gathered was nearly depleted. Each individual had packed their bags with as much food as possible, alongside essential items. However, with the addition of 2 more people, the others were compelled to share their provisions. In Zhang Zhao's team, indifference and selfishness were intolerable. They could slay their zombified companions but could not deny sustenance to their allies. Guorong consulted with a few others and conducted a brief inventory, shrugging as he reported, "We're almost out. There are just 2 loaves of bread and some water left. The items we covertly acquired from Biaoge yesterday have nearly been consumed." Food dwindled daily, and their meager collections barely sufficed. Thus, aside from evading zombies, each person devoted more time to foraging for sustenance. The outbreak of the zombie virus had only been a few months, yet the struggle for food was becoming increasingly arduous. Without venturing into the city, it was challenging to procure items with a longer shelf life. Zhang Zhao furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems we have no choice but to enter the town." Park Anna had been attentively observing Zhang Zhao's demeanor, and upon noticing his troubled expression, she turned to Li Zhihui for clarification. Li Zhihui elucidated their current predicament, prompting Park Anna to express her concern. "Zhihui, can't we find others who have food and barter with them?" Park Anna also recognized her mistakes. No one would exchange food with them, especially since they possess nothing of value to barter. Zhang Zhao circled to the other side of the vehicle and smiled at Li Zhihui, saying, "What are you two whispering about? From now on, your task is to teach this girl to speak Mandarin, otherwise, how will you coexist in the future?" Li Zhihui felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhang Zhao. She understood the man's significance within the team. If she wished to survive, she needed to learn obedience, as it would at least ensure their safety. She nodded. "I will teach her. In fact, Anna is quite intelligent. With earnest effort, she will soon be able to engage in simple conversations." "That's good. We are preparing to set off now. Before we enter the town, everyone should be vigilant and ready for any potential dangers," Zhang Zhao cautioned before getting into the vehicle. As the car began to move slowly, Park Anna finally relaxed from her earlier tension and softly inquired, "Zhihui, what did he just say?" "Li Zhihui." Noticing Park Anna's flushed cheeks, replied in surprise, "Anna, why are you blushing?" "He mentioned that I should teach you Mandarin for easier communication in the future." "Teach me Mandarin?" Park Anna exclaimed with excitement, "I want to learn, I want to learn." Observing Park Anna's unusual enthusiasm, Li Zhihui felt a twinge of concern. Previously, Park Anna had only learned basic Mandarin to increase her exposure in the media, often delivering imperfect phrases that captured the attention of fans and journalists alike. Now, her motivation for learning languages, rather than being solely for the purpose of better survival in this apocalyptic world, appears to be influenced significantly by Zhang Zhao. Could it be that Park Anna has developed feelings for him? If so, it would certainly complicate matters. Li Zhihui is acutely aware that, in a world ravaged by the end times, a woman's ultimate fate cannot hinge upon love. The ancient architecture, characterized by its distinctive style, harmoniously intertwines with modern amenities. And the population of this commercial tourist town is not insubstantial. A few hundred meters from the parking lot, several zombies meander slowly. Zhang Zhao gestures for those in the vehicle to disembark. As the use of automobiles is prohibited within the town, the entrance is encircled by sturdy iron railings. Moreover, who knows how many zombies lurk within the confines of this ancient town? The streets are narrow, and the sound of a car engine could easily attract a horde of the undead, leading to dire consequences. A few hundred meters away, the aimlessly wandering zombies occasionally lift their heads to glance at Zhang Zhao and his companions, showing little inclination to approach. This is indeed unusual. Typically, zombies would rush towards any sign of living beings without hesitation. Could this phenomenon suggest the presence of something far more enticing to the undead? Lu Yang cheerfully descended from the vehicle and, upon witnessing this scene, jested, "Zhang Ge, it seems these zombies are rather indifferent to us. Truly, poverty invites scorn." His implication was that, aside from a handful of individuals, the escape team was severely lacking in supplies, to the extent that even the zombies looked down upon them. Guorong gave him a gentle shove, retorting, "Indifferent? Why not try getting a bit closer?" This sudden push nearly caused Lu Yang to stumble, prompting him to spring back a few steps in surprise. He is not a fierce individual like Guorong or Wang Wu, and he would not dare to confront the zombies face to face unless absolutely necessary. Upon entering Wuhua town, tickets were traditionally required for entry. However, due to the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the once spacious ticket hall lay in disarray, scattered with various items, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Apart from two zombies wandering aimlessly in the hall, which Wang Wu dispatched effortlessly, the escape was relatively smooth as they searched the area. Yet, the results were not promising. They only found a few cans of beverages in a vending machine, insufficient for the 8 of them. Zhang Zhao somehow procured 2 steel pipes, each about 50 to 60 centimeters long, and handed one to Li Zhihui and the other to Park Anna, stating, "This town is perilous. There may be places where you cannot be attended to, so be vigilant." Li Zhihui was initially taken aback but promptly accepted the steel pipe, acknowledging that although the weapon was rudimentary, it was preferable to being empty-handed. She understood well that to integrate into this team, she must contribute and fight. No longer was she the celebrated idol, she was now an ordinary woman striving for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Conversely, when Park Anna received the steel pipe, she appeared particularly exhilarated and remarked to Li Zhihui, "Zhihui, he has given me a weapon." As they traversed the ticket hall, they emerged onto an ancient street, paved with cobblestones and lined with shops, most of which sold souvenirs and snacks. Some establishments were tightly shut, likely having secured their doors just in time as the zombie virus erupted in this town. Those with open doors had mostly succumbed to dire fate. The counters, shelves, and even the walls of the stores bore traces of blood, a grim testament to the chaos that had unfolded. They did not dare to venture onto the main thoroughfare for an extended period, retreating swiftly into the alleyways upon the imminent detection and encirclement by the undead. The intricate network of streets and lanes in Wuha town formed a sprawling labyrinth. The 5 rivers that traversed the town were interconnected by various bridges, affording a degree of convenience and preventing situations where escape from the encroaching zombies was impossible. After approximately 5 minutes of traversing the area, they encountered the first river, its width spanning a mere 7 or 8 meters. At the terminus of this narrow lane stood a stone arch bridge, serving as a thoroughfare connecting the 2 banks. Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong maintained a vigilant stance, their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their blades, prepared to swiftly dispatch any approaching zombies. Along the river bank, a slender path meandered, flanked by scattered shops and a smattering of undead, some standing, others squatting. Abruptly, Zhang Zhao signaled a halt. A jolt of alarm coursed through Park Anna, causing her to instinctively grasp Li Zhihui's arm. In recent months, encounters with zombies had become a daily occurrence. Yet since joining this group, she had become more prone to startle easily. The valiant man's countenance grew grave as he deliberately drew his blade and advanced towards the right. Chapter 53. Esteemed Sir, I am but a minor player. Simultaneously with Zhang Zhao's drawing of his tang blade, Guo Rong unsheathed his long-handled battle sword. Those behind them, perhaps unaware of the unfolding events, experienced a palpable sense of unease. By the time they emerged from the alleyway, Zhang Zhao and his companion had already neutralized 3 zombies. Guo Rong was inside one of the shops, procuring a piece of cloth to cleanse the blood from his blade. His sword, in fact, bore a name, Kangxi Battle Blade. In numerous Qing dramas, a sword with an imposing hilt, measuring an impressive 56 centimeters, and a blade that is broad and exceptionally sharp, often makes an appearance, exuding a sense of formidable elegance. The replica from later generations, however, bears a somewhat simpler design. If intended solely as a collectible artifact, it would typically feature opulent materials, with gilded embellishments being quite common. Yet, this particular battle blade leans more towards practicality. The setting is a modest supermarket, approximately 70 to 80 square meters in size. Despite its diminutive stature, the store offers a fairly comprehensive selection of goods. However, the shelves are largely stripped bare of food and water, leaving only a few biscuits nibbled by rodents. A few individuals enter the store, gathering a handful of essential items, though practical goods are scarce. Li Zhihui discreetly assists Park Anna by acquiring several packs of sanitary napkins, which she stealthily conceals in a small backpack retrieved from the shelves. The street-facing buildings are predominantly 2 stories tall. This particular supermarket occupies the ground floor while the upper level serves as living quarters, now rendered desolate and vacant. 5 River Town has fallen prey to a horde of the undead, and from the river bank, one can still observe numerous zombies wandering on the opposite shore. With limited knowledge of this small town, it remains unclear how many survivors are left to this day. Each encounter with survivors is a bittersweet experience, yet, if the world were to dwindle down to a mere handful of individuals while the rest succumb to the undead, one can only imagine the dire circumstances that would ensue. Given the current trajectory, such a scenario appears inevitable in the near future, reminiscent of many cinematic portrayals where civilization crumbles, the environment deteriorates, and humanity clings to existence in a relentless struggle. Zhang Zhao dared not contemplate, yet was compelled to, the fleeting nature of a human life. He did not wish to be alive when the world faced its finality. Perhaps such an event lay a century ahead, but for now, his singular aim was merely to survive, to prolong his existence. In the distance along the riverbank, zombies had detected the presence of their group and were gradually converging towards them. Zhang Zhao and his companions sought only to procure some sustenance. Yet they could not recklessly jeopardize their safety for the sake of food. Within just a few days, the quest for nourishment had begun to weigh heavily upon them. After all, provisions were depleting daily, and wherever survivors lingered, others would pursue the same objective. The attractions of Hehe Town were scattered in the 4 cardinal directions. Aside from the former residence, there lay a filming location. Most of the restaurants and shops remained concentrated in the town center. Along their journey, they encountered several small stores, all yielding nothing of value. the number of zombies they encountered had also escalated. What once appeared in clusters of 3 or 5 had nearly doubled as they ventured deeper into the town. Should they continue? The increasing horde of zombies filled Guorong with trepidation. Zhang Zhao, keeping a vigilant eye on the wandering undead ahead, replied, "We have no choice but to proceed. Conditions may be even worse elsewhere. Moreover, we are unfamiliar with this area. Encountering the next town may not present such an opportunity. Once we pass this village, we shall not find this shop again. Now is not the time to place our hopes on the future. To extend our lives, we must concentrate our efforts on the present." Li Zijing and their team remained unaware of their whereabouts. Perhaps they would meet tomorrow. Or perhaps they would never cross paths again. Although the number of zombies in Wuha town is relatively high, thus far, none have exhibited particularly frenzied behavior. The zombies here are remarkably clumsy. Even when they spot a human, they do not necessarily pursue. As long as one exercises caution and does not provoke them. It is not akin to the relentless chase one experiences in H City. The aggression of the zombies in this location appears to be somewhat diminished. Observe. The zombie over there is merely staring at us without any intention of approaching. Zhang Zhao pointed at a zombie atop an arch bridge. Its mouth stained with a brownish liquid, fixated on them without any action. What could be the issue? Are the zombies in this town truly foolish? Lu Yang chuckled. But his expression suddenly froze. Wait, have you noticed that these zombies share a peculiar trait? What trait? Zhang Zhao inquired with curiosity. Each zombie, regardless of its appearance or attire, is distinct, yet if there is a commonality among them, it is their status as zombies. Look closely. The mouths of these zombies are smeared with dried blood from their noses to their chins. Nearly every one of them bears this mark, Lu Yang remarked. Affectedly profound. Lu Yang continued, but you may not be aware of this, have you not realized? The zombies we have encountered in the past, despite their varied forms, exhibited a particular excitement upon encountering living beings. Conversely, some of these zombies do not pursue their prey with the same fervor. Instead, they observe with detached indifference. It struck me just now that those zombies that madly chase after their quarry tend to have relatively clean mouths, indicating they have not feasted on flesh and blood. The zombies with blood-smeared mouths had consumed living creatures. What did this imply? It suggested that zombies devoured human flesh not only due to an inherent craving for it but also out of hunger. Zhang Zhao mused. And those that had fed on flesh temporarily lost their desire for living beings. Could it be that zombies actually get full? Are they also digesting? Upon hearing this, everyone audibly gasped. If this conjecture held true, then zombies were not merely the mindless monsters they were perceived to be. They possessed sensation and were undergoing transformation. This would explain why, within the brief span of the viral outbreak, evolved zombies, stronger than the rest, had begun to emerge. Zombies were evolving, and at an astonishing rate. Many of the zombies here were covered in blood, indicating that most were satiated and temporarily disinterested in living prey. Zombies roamed freely while humans hid in fear. As ferocious as zombies were, they lacked intellect. Humans, being the most intelligent species on the planet, faced not only massive hordes like those encountered in H City but also the possibility of an inexhaustible food supply for the undead. In that case, should we proceed? This is far too terrifying, Guorong muttered, visibly shaken. Tang Na had grasped the implications of Zhang Zhao and Lu Yang's discussion earlier. Scientists at the base were also studying zombie behavior and the virus in an attempt to develop a serum or other effective means of resistance. However, all their efforts had yielded nothing, and the conjectures made by Zhang Zhao and his companions seemed to possess a semblance of validity. Indeed, across the river bank, they observed the previously cleared alley, now teeming with zombies that had sprung forth like mushrooms after rain, and their numbers had multiplied severalfold. Upon witnessing this scene, Guorong widened his eyes in exaggerated astonishment and exclaimed, "What on earth? These zombies are setting a trap for us, we thought they had vanished. Yet here they come in droves. Rather than being a deliberate trap set by the zombies, it was more accurate to say that an influx of ravenous zombies had emerged. As even the undead required their moments of respite, and now it was mealtime. The laws of biological freedom apply universally, and zombies are indeed a form of life. These zombies gradually congregated towards Zhang Zhao and his group, moving slowly enough that their motion was scarcely perceptible. At this juncture, Zhang Zhao and his companions had traversed beyond the outskirts of the town, now positioned at the intersection of the town's center and its periphery. Compared to the zombies trailing behind them, the number of those ahead had significantly dwindled. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Zhao urged, "Run towards the town, do not linger." The group immediately mustered their strength and sprinted towards the town center, adhering to their established protocol. They would eliminate any stray zombies encountered, while carefully circumventing those in groups. After approximately half an hour of running, various shop signs began to materialize ahead, yet the presence of zombies grew increasingly scarce, replaced instead by a rising number of corpses strewn across the streets. These bodies included both humans that had been devoured and zombies that had met their demise. Generally speaking, any individual who was brought down by a zombie and could not rise again would be swiftly surrounded and consumed by tea. The undead are most fond of feasting on entrails, followed by the muscle of limbs, though it is rare for them to gnaw cleanly on bones. Those who are transformed into zombies after being bitten are often wounded in non-fatal ways. Progressing down the street, one encounters primarily these two types of corpses, the undead and those of humans. The shops and lodgings flanking the street are permeated with the scent of death. Every 7 or 8 meters, one finds barricades made of various piled items, tables, chairs, trash bins, and beds. Almost all types of furniture are represented here. Survivors still exist in this place. Observing such protective structures, Zhang Zhao exclaimed with delight, "The living in this town are concentrated in the town center. We have entered the true death zone." A wave of despair washed over Zhang Zhao as he noticed the zombies behind him slowly crawling onto the nearest stone bridge to the town center. Just as he intended to turn and flee once more, his companion Donna astutely raised her weapon, directing it at the second floor of a nearby inn, demanding, "Who is there? Come out quickly, or I will fire." Donna reiterated her command. "Wait! I'm coming out, I'm coming out." A head gradually emerged from the window of the inn's second floor, followed by the upper body. Upon seeing this head, Donna nearly pulled the trigger. Had it not been for the expression of sheer terror it displayed. This was a disheveled head, its skin resembling that of a zombie, ashen and lifeless. The eyes and mouth were smeared with a dark, crimson substance, reminiscent of a creature that had just feasted on flesh and blood. "A talking zombie!" Liu Yang exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He had encountered evolved zombies before, yet a speaking zombie was an entirely new experience. The zombie's head upstairs quickly clarified, "I am not a zombie, I am a human. Please, do not fire your weapons. I am merely an extra in this production. Please, do not shoot." Chapter 54, Resistance. The bald zombie clambered up the archway, baring its decayed jaw and letting out a guttural roar. Its right face was nearly obliterated, with a gaping hole the size of a palm on its cheek, a remnant from when it was still alive, having been gnawed by other zombies. One of its eyeballs dangled precariously beside its nose, swaying with its movements. Zombies are relentless, they perpetually roam in packs in search of sustenance. A solitary one is invariably accompanied by others lurking nearby. The individual emerging from the inn hurriedly wiped his face, attempting to remove the makeup that concealed his true complexion. His attire was haphazardly draped over him, appearing as though he had just emerged from a mire, with dark, crimson-stained remnants clinging to his garments. "Everyone, I am alive. I am a living person." The man, visibly anxious, scanned Zhang Zhao and the others before continuing, "I am Wang Ying, an extra in the film crew." "Goodness! What a foul odor!" As Wang Ying approached, Liu Yang pinched his nose and stepped aside. The pungent scent was overwhelmingly repugnant. A noxious blend of decay and something akin to excrement. Wang Ying, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, completely disregarding the filth clinging to his skin, and chuckled. What can I do? These zombies have a sense of smell sharper than that of a dog. I smeared their blood and some excrement on myself to avoid being detected by their human scent. The tactic of using zombie blood to obscure their sense of smell had been depicted in numerous films. Zhang Zhao, intrigued, inquired, "Does this really work?" Wang Ying pulled apart his tattered clothing, discarding it on the ground, and sniffed his arm, finding nothing amiss. I haven't tested it thoroughly. I always stayed at a safe distance. Who would dare approach a zombie for no reason? Nevertheless, if it's mentioned in movies, it must have some merit. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao wished to pose further questions regarding the current situation in Wuhua town and the number of survivors. At that moment, old Wang interjected, "Everyone. We should find a relatively safe place to converse. Look, the horde is approaching." Zombies were continuously crossing the bridge, initially numbering only a dozen. But within the span of their discussion, a horde of approximately 50 to 60 zombies was advancing towards them. At this rate, it was estimated that nearly 1,000 more zombies were yet to cross the bridge. Wang Ying urgently urged, "Everyone, follow me. This bridge is merely a passage." The number of zombies is certainly not limited to this. These barriers are ineffective now, we must head to the hotel in the town center. The zombies were not moving swiftly, granting them sufficient time to reach the refuge where the survivors were hiding. Having traversed the lengthy street and navigated several alleyways, I arrived at a narrow lane fortified with sandbag barricades. The lane, approximately 2 meters in breadth, was constricted to a mere aperture sufficient for a single person's passage. These sandbags, secured by wooden frames, ascended to the rooftops. Upon sighting Wang Ying's frantic sprint, several individuals atop the roofs hastily descended. Soon after, shouts echoed from within, "The horde is approaching! Prepare yourselves!" "Wang Ying, what is the estimated number this time?" A gaunt youth of about 25 or 26 years of age called out from the rooftop. Wang Ying, breathless from the exertion, retorted with a curse, "Chen Hua. You blithering idiot, could you modulate your voice?" The auditory perception of the undead is exceptionally acute. Despite the survivors' concentration here, those abominations invariably discover a means of locating us. After all, this is not the first assault launched against this sanctuary in recent months. These zombies are hardly relying on memory to find their way here. The forklift, its front reinforced with a heavily welded iron plate to create a 3-meter-high barrier, fits snugly within the gap between the sandbags. Subsequently, several individuals ingeniously propped iron supports against the rear of the forklift. This opened into a spacious square, adorned with verdant vegetation and orderly buildings. The most prominent feature was a 5-story Republican-era edifice, its entrance bearing the sign of a certain hotel. Surrounding the hotel were several quaint 2- and 3-story villas, and most notably, a courtyard enclosed by towering walls. The buildings here were all later constructions, marketed as retro, yet they merely serve as a commercial gimmick. Wang Ying gestured towards the hotel structure, stating, "Currently, most of us survivors reside in this establishment." Before Zhang Zhao could inquire further, Wang Ying continued, "Fortunately, it is the off-peak tourist season, with only about 20,000 outsiders, which is why Wuhua town has remained relatively calm following the upheaval." Zhang Zhao silently pondered. Is this not chaos in its own right? Nevertheless, he conceded that despite the presence of zombies outside, within these walls, an intangible order seemed to prevail. Each individual was engrossed in their tasks, devoid of command or oppression. The actions and expressions of these people appeared to reflect a collective commitment to a shared mission. In this light, one might wonder whether the survivors of Wuhua town are unfortunate or fortunate. For the world beyond has devolved into a brutal arena governed by the law of the jungle, devoid of compassion. Although Wuhua town is a historic tourist destination, peculiar events have unfolded throughout the year, and conflicts among individuals are commonplace, with bloodshed being far from extraordinary. Exhausted, Wang Ying lay on his bed, lost in thoughts of the leading actress he had encountered in the production earlier that day. Unexpectedly, after only a brief respite, intermittent screams echoed from the streets, nearly causing him to cower in fright. Initially, he dismissed the commotion with a few curses, but soon the cacophony of anguish intensified, surpassing the uproar of a grand action film. Wang Ying, not a student of a film academy, had always harbored dreams of making television and films since childhood. Having never received professional training and aspiring to enter this industry, he found solace in the faint hope of playing minor roles. Having watched countless films and read numerous accounts of stars rise to fame after years of playing inconsequential characters, he remained steadfast in his belief that he too would one day achieve greatness. Although over the years he had only portrayed nameless passers-by or lifeless corpses, his relentless pursuit of the cinematic arts sustained him. In the span of a single night, the previously tranquil and serene town of Wuha transformed into a hellish nightmare. Wang Ying secluded himself at home for half a month, only emerging from the area when he could no longer scavenge for supplies nearby. Drawing upon the resourcefulness he had honed over years of minor roles, he persevered for an extended period. Eventually, he discovered this location and, alongside others who arrived subsequently, established a camp. Many shared similar experiences, prompting Zhang Zhao to reflect with a sense of melancholy, as he placed a reassuring hand on Wang Ying's shoulder, saying, "Everything will improve. Didn't the government announce the establishment of a camp on the Donghai Islands? It is said to be a place of absolute safety, with ample supplies." Wang Ying maintained a nonchalant demeanor, chuckling softly, "We've seen those flyers. It's easy to make such claims, but who truly knows the reality?" At that moment, a young man with glasses and a slight overbite rushed out of the hotel, breathlessly exclaiming, "Wang Ying, the zombies are approaching." He wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Wang Ying waved his hand dismissively, "No need to panic, organize the personnel and hold the first wave. Overbite. Quickly inform the elderly and children, and bring them up to the rooftop." Having arranged a few tasks, Wang Ying smiled and remarked, "In fact, over these past few months, we have faced hordes of corpses attacking us almost every week. Fortunately, we have managed to hold our ground." It was only then that Donna interjected, "Are you the leader of this camp?" This question left Wang Ying feeling somewhat embarrassed, and he replied, "Leader? I'm merely a jack of all trades. There is nothing leader-like about this chaotic situation, and I risk my life to monitor the movements of the zombies. I've simply been here longer than most, which has made me somewhat familiar with the affairs of this town." Upon first laying eyes on Li Zhihui and Park Anna, his expression subtly shifted. Clearly recognizing their identities but choosing not to reveal it, he cast a glance around, wary of being misunderstood by Zhang Zhao and the others, and thus refrained from looking any further. Zhang Zhao surveyed the surroundings. At every exit, dozens of individuals were gathered, each wielding bamboo poles of varying lengths, their sharpened ends glinting ominously. On the hotel's upper floors, silhouettes began to emerge, with the elderly and those under the age of 15 being congregated there. This was a precautionary measure, ensuring that if the zombies breached the defenses, the hotel could endure for a time. Amidst this complex of buildings, one courtyard stood out, with its exceptionally high walls and an iron gate that remained steadfastly closed. The survivors' living space was already limited, yet this vast courtyard seemed to exist in isolation, shut off from the world. Zhang Zhao quietly inquired, "What purpose does that courtyard serve? Why is the gate closed?" Upon mentioning this, a trace of helplessness surfaced on Wang Ying's countenance, and she sighed, remarking, "That courtyard was initially a cultural exhibition hall for our town, but since that day, it has been commandeered by the local inhabitants. They've barricaded the iron gates, prohibiting outsiders from entering. It's rather absurd, wouldn't you agree? In this plight where everyone resembles a stray dog, they're still preoccupied with preserving their modicum of dignity." The zombie virus outbreak led to the formation of two factions among the survivors of Wuha town: the outsiders, predominantly tourists and merchants, and the local residents, who attributed the calamity to the influx of these outsiders. Wuha town had historically been spared from warfare, and even dynastic transitions had seldom inflicted any harm upon it. Ironically, Such a cataclysmic disaster befell them during this era of peace. The local residents harbored deeply ingrained prejudices, discriminating against these diligent outsiders. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that the substantial dividends they once received annually, to the point of their hands cramping from counting money, were brought about by these very outsiders. Humanity often succumbs to such behavior, reveling in complacency during times of prosperity, only to lash out and cast blame upon those they deem responsible when their perceived idyllic existence is shattered. Hearing this, Guorong couldn't help but spit in disgust. Having studied and worked in N City in his younger years, he had encountered his fair share of disdain, a sentiment he deeply understood. Tilting his head slightly, Guorong sneered, "Such selfish individuals are destined for ruin. What age are we living in? Still clinging to superstitious nonsense. Very well, if the zombies breach this place, that courtyard will become their prison." Zhang Zhao noticed Wang Ying's increasingly grim expression and nudged Guorong, saying, "Speak less, since they are content to remain stagnant. Let them be." As Wang Ying pointed out, these individuals wish to preserve their dignity, but by the time they come to regret their choices, it will be far too late. Wang Ying concurred. At that moment, from the entrance of Wuhe Town's encampment, Chen Hua shouted from the rooftop, "Wang Ying! The zombies are attacking!" The air was filled with the distinctive low growls of the undead, echoing from all directions, seemingly encircling the entire camp. On the rooftops, individuals armed with bamboo poles stood resolutely, each one focused and gripping their long staffs tightly. Chapter 55, Resistance Strike. Faced with the approaching hordes of zombies from the surrounding streets, each person's heart resonated with a singular, unwavering resolve. In this world where humanity stands opposed to the undead, it is a matter of survival, either they perish, or we do. They had long sought to flee, but now, the survivor camp in Wuhe Town represented their last refuge. Here, they might find friends or family among them. The majority of those preparing for battle were young and middle-aged, while women, children, and the elderly had already been relocated to the hotel rooftop. The zombies were initially drawn to those standing on the eaves, reaching out with outstretched arms and gnashing their decayed teeth in a ferocious roar. Those atop the rooftops, leveraging their advantageous position, brandished their sharpened bamboo poles, aiming strikes at the zombies' heads and chests. The gaunt and lanky Chen Hua, his gaze piercing, clasped the bamboo pole with a firm grip, his eyes narrowing as he targeted a uniformed male zombie. He inhaled deeply, gathering his strength before thrusting downward. The pole pierced the zombie's flesh, encountering resistance upon contact with bone. As he attempted to withdraw the pole, he discovered the zombie had seized it with its outstretched hand. Wielding a bamboo pole of such length, especially when attacking zombies from above, made accuracy a challenge. His thrust had pierced the zombie's chest, the pole sinking in about 50 or 60 centimeters, likely obstructed by the zombie's ribs. After a tense standoff of 20 or more seconds, with no sign of the pole being dislodged, Chen Hua grew anxious. Continuing in this manner risked losing the pole altogether. Just as Chen Hua felt at a loss, two muffled thuds echoed nearby. Two bursts of black blood erupted from the zombie's chest, and the bamboo pole was extracted along with the ichor. A portly, gray-haired old man nodded in his direction before dispatching two more zombies with his firearm, a gun. Many were drawn to the spectacle, their attention fixed on the scene. For ordinary people, firearms undoubtedly represented a more secure safeguard. The presence of a gun within the human ranks instilled greater confidence in many. The marksman was none other than old Wang Chong. Following the zombie assault, he and Zhang Zhao had swiftly joined the human combat line. After eliminating a dozen or so zombies in quick succession, old Wang addressed Chen Hua, "My ammunition is limited, I'll provide cover for you." With old Wang's assistance, Chen Hua executed his movements with greater freedom. Confronting the dense horde of corpses, he ceased aiming meticulously and instead thrust downward indiscriminately. Subsequently, he summoned 4 or 5 individuals to unleash a barrage of stabs upon the zombies within a designated area. While seemingly more physically taxing, This approach paradoxically proved less strenuous for the individual. The deliberate act of aiming not only demanded precise control of hand strength but also required the bamboo pole to be held rigidly while seeking opportune moments, thus exacting a toll on one's mental fortitude. Zombies exhibiting exceptional resilience were dispatched with a single shot to the head by Old Wang. After the passage of over an hour, the entrance defended by Chen Hua and his comrades was littered with over 100 fallen zombies. The corpses of the undead lay piled a meter high in the narrow alleyway. Similar conditions prevailed at other entrances, where successive waves of zombie assaults were largely thwarted within the confines of the alleys. Occasionally, zombies that managed to reach the barricades were swiftly impaled by bamboo poles extended from within. Aside from Old Wang, the other members of Zhang Zhao's team were largely ineffective in combat. They merely stood guard at the entrances, prepared to intercept any zombies that managed to breach the defenses. The battle raged for approximately 3 hours before the intensity of the zombie onslaught gradually diminished. Sporadic groups of 3 to 5 zombies attempted to scale the mounds of corpses, only to be felled by the swift and deadly bamboo poles. With the hazardous areas cleared of zombies, only a scattering of the undead remained to roam the alleys and streets. Once the horde had been disrupted, the isolated, dispersed zombies were incapable of mounting an effective offensive. Wang Ying emerged seemingly from nowhere, his body smeared with the dark crimson blood of the undead. Habitually, he raised his arm to catch a whiff, then chuckled. "I told you, these zombies are not newcomers. Aside from the initial encounters with casualties, subsequent assaults have resulted in almost negligible damage." Chen Hua and Old Wang descended from the rooftop. Today's zombie attack was markedly more intense than the last, yet overall, Chen Hua felt a sense of relief. "Wang Ying, the zombies have retreated. It appears that once again, we can enjoy a brief respite." Typically, large-scale zombie incursions like this occur approximately every fortnight. Wang Ying, ever the optimist, swiftly reverted to his pre-battle demeanor following the harrowing conflict. He nodded, "Indeed. Let's organize the personnel to clear away the corpses in the coming days to prevent any potential outbreaks." After each zombie onslaught, a pile of bodies accumulates outside the camp. And in such sweltering weather, decomposition and foul odors become a concern. Even after a zombie attack, many of the undead linger in the streets, necessitating a careful observation period of 2 to 3 days to ensure safety before proceeding with the removal of the bodies. Today, Chen Hua had the assistance of Old Wang at his location, allowing him to witness firsthand the formidable power of firearms. For a long time in Wuhe town, firearms had only been present during the initial arrival of the rescue teams. Thereafter, survivors resorted to wielding whatever makeshift weapons they could find. That initial batch of rescuers, after a mere 3 days, departed hastily. They abandoned Wuhe town, forsaking the survivors who remained. Yet, it is well known that they paid a heavy price. They only held out for 3 days before nearly facing total annihilation. The horde of zombies always outnumbers humanity, and under the relentless waves of attacks, the fragile human flesh can no longer withstand the tireless onslaught of the undead. Each assault from the zombies comprises approximately 5,000 of them, and with every resistance, 700 to 800 corpses are left behind. These remains demand manpower for transportation to a location far from the town center. Concerns about environmental damage have become trivial. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the world has irrevocably transformed. Wang Ying, though the provisional leader of the survivor camp in Wuhe town, distinguishes himself from other camp leaders through his genuine concern for the survivors. He personally undertakes the most perilous and exhausting tasks. The survivors of Wuhe town largely hold him in high regard. After addressing several matters, Wang Ying led Zhang Zhao and the others into the hotel. This establishment was modest in size. Directly ahead upon entering was the reception desk, with 2 elevators to the right and a safety corridor and staircase to the left. The lobby was currently filled with 20 to 30 individuals, each wielding various weapons. Upon seeing Wang Ying enter, they greeted him warmly. "Let me arrange accommodations for you," he said, engaging in brief conversation with a young man at the reception before turning back. At present, I can only offer 2 standard rooms. Please decide how you would like to allocate them. Donna, Park Anna, and Li Zhihui could share 1 standard room, which was relatively spacious. In a rather cramped room, Zhang Zhao, Guo Rong, Lu Yang, and the Wang father and son found themselves together, creating a sense of confinement. They requested several blankets from the hotel manager and spread them on the floor, which provided a modicum of comfort. However, the grim reality loomed that if the search party were to exhaust their food supplies, many would inevitably face hunger. In the throes of starvation and cold, individuals are capable of desperate acts. History has shown that tumult often arises from the populace's inability to secure adequate sustenance and warmth. The inevitable clash between external survivors and local inhabitants appeared imminent. Although the situation seemed stable at present, the management of the camp in such a manner, devoid of strict and unequivocal regulations, would ultimately lead to chaos. As everyone prepared to share their food and invite Donna and her group from next door to join them, they were abruptly interrupted by loud voices in the corridor, indicating a fierce argument. What could have transpired? Zhang Zhao was the first to pull open the door and step outside.